Good afternoon and welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series here in Madrid. Yours truly, Ali Najad, joined today by Jeff Gross in our broadcast booth for a little bit of a pregame show as event number 6, day 2, is moments from getting back underway. But let us begin, as we do normally, with a recap of event number 5 yesterday, which saw us crown our second short deck champion of the series. 13 players would return for day 2. Isaac Haxton and the local hometown hero, Santi Jiang, both busted out simultaneously during 8-handed play, which meant that our final table would contain just 6 players, with Tom Dwan going back-to-back final tables. As we take a look back here at 6-handed action and the bust-outs from that point forward, you can see Jason Kuhn, Chun Tong Xiao, Rui Cao, all part of the mix. Kuhn was all in with 10-9 suited up against an ace-10, which was always in dire straits. You see him grimacing there when the queen rolled off on that paired flop, meaning the jack for a straight would no longer be good, and he was unable to bink a 9 and was the first casualty of the final table. And it was the turn of Chun Tong Xiao, who had a couple of kings up against queen 10. Kenneth Key with second pair until the turn where he binked the 10. A ton of outs, however, for Chun Tong Xiao. 7 of spades was not among them, and he would be our 5th place finisher. Next up, it was Tom Dwan. He was all in with the queen 10. Didn't fare as well as Kenneth Key did, as he was up against the king 10. Kuhn, by the way, finishing in 6th for 105,000. Xiao 136,000. And with this 4th place finish, Tom Dwan would collect 175,000 euros. And that meant there were just 3 players left. Kenneth Key had a massive chip lead throughout at times as the field got deep. And when he took ace-king up against 2 queens in that classic long deck race, he was up against a set on the flop and then drew dead on, didn't draw dead rather, couldn't produce a king or a 10 for a chop.
It was a bad turn, is what you're saying.
It was a bad turn, is what I'm saying, Jeff. No doubt about it. 3rd place finish, 232,000 for him. And then it was an epic heads-up battle between co-founder of the Triton Series, Richard Yang, looking for his 2nd title, and Rui Cao. When finally Richard got it all in after holding the chip lead, and not a small one at that, on various occasions during the heads-up match. He had 10-8 and an open-ender and middle pair up against top pair. Trip 9s on the turn for Rui Cao, left Richard fishing for a 6 or a jack, which he was unable to hit. Eventually landing on trip 8s, giving Rui Cao his 2nd Triton title, both of which have come in short deck, and the 497,000 euros that came with 1st place. So we've got a day off now from the short deck events, as we will shift our focus back to long deck. The 50,000 euro buy-in, as mentioned, day 2 about to get underway, and then those that bust out will have the opportunity to hop into the 75,000 euro long deck event. Talking about Rui, I know you got a chance to watch some of that final table there. A distinctly aggressive style that served him well through those short deck streets, and it was a double-edged sword. It looked for a time like he was going to give up that chip lead and maybe head south and be out the door, then managed to spin it back up. Fun to watch, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just aggressive. We saw him on one occasion make backdoor nut Broadway. He made ace-queen and the board was paired and just knows where he's at. He made a huge fold. So it's one thing to be very aggressive and just kind of go pedal to the floor, but making a hand on a dry board, running off Broadway, and then making a huge river fold, it shows you that he picks up a lot of pots uncontested. He knows where he's at, and he's willing to make big folds, and that is a recipe to win a champion.
Yeah, and where he's at on the Player of the Year list is where I want to turn our attention to as we give you yet another glimpse at the Triton Poker Plus app, which is available to you in the Apple App Store as well as in the Google Play Store. Scrolling down, you can see Rui Cao is currently 5th with 383 points, and as there is no event number 4 in Triton Series, 5 events left us with 4 champions, and the odd man out in the top 5 is who? Jeff Gross? Michael
yeah.
Soiza, who doesn't have a championship, but he's got a second-place finish in the 20,000 no-limit hold'em and a 12th place finish in the 30K no-limit. Paul Pua, the leader, having picked up his first championship. What a great story that was. Tremendously emotional, super excited. And the Player of the Year race does have some implications, and it works a little bit differently than your typical, Jeff.
Okay. Yeah, it's exciting because it's not only about results, but they want to promote punctuality. You get there early, you get some points. This is something we see different series give rebates for players that register early. Here they're saying if you come early, you're going to get some points, and there's other ways you can get involved to move up the ladder there. It's hard to win, Ali. Not everyone can just win. Everyone, you're not going to just register on time and win Player of the Year, but there are ways you can get points, and as we see, Paul is in the lead and off to an amazing start, but it's wide open and a lot of events left.
Still very early, as this is the first official stop of the Triton Super High Roller Series. The Cyprus event was a bit of a warm-up, not counting toward Player of the Year points. Now, we turn our attention to day 2 of Event 6, the 50K No Limit 7 Max, 101 entries total, 56 uniques, and among those 56 was a guy who's usually on this side of the broadcast desk, Jeff, Brian Rast, who has punched his ticket into the second day. An absolutely massive field out there, though, and as you walked around, you saw no shortage of big names.
No, it's crazy. It's just absolutely star-studded, and actually, to point out a 50K, it's really 100K. 56 uniques, 101 entries, so it's closer to 100,000 euros on average per person. So this is starting to get expensive, and it is a big prize pool, over 1.3 million euros to first. And Rast, interesting, got in aces to king-queen versus Phil Ivey, didn't win. Re-entered, and then he got an ace-queen suited versus Patrick Antonius, ace-queen suited, and he won and doubled. So a little bit of kind of a shakeout for him that puts him in position. And 29 left. Anyone is available to win today, Ali. It's going to go fast, going to be an intense bubble, and we're going to see some really exciting play coming up here.
We're still a little bit of a ways from that bubble. It's going to be 13 players who get paid in this particular event. 29 remaining, as you mentioned, and some new faces this week. We know Spain has no shortage of poker talent. Names like Sergio Aido and Adrian Mateos had been MIA up until this point, and then suddenly the slightly bigger buy-ins, the no-limit hold'em streets, and boom, they showed up, both of them in the field. And I want to give you another look now at some of what's available on the Triton Poker Plus app as we take it for you here. The payouts on the right-hand side, along with the seating charts for our 6 remaining tables, rather. 5 technically. We don't have a table 4, so it always throws us for a little bit of a loop. We don't like 4 here in the Triton series. You see the 13 payouts on the right of your screen. 101,000 euros are going to go to 13th and to 12th. And let's get a look at the leaders right now. How about that name up top, Jeff?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He comes in, we see him at the feature yesterday, he gets picked up and moves away, and then just kind of takes his already nice stack and just elevates it even more. So that's a guy people are aware of, they're fearful of, they know he's very capable. Kind of has that Adamo-like presence where you're just sort of worried. We saw him take a hand yesterday, pocket 5s in a spot where a lot of players might probe on the flop and just bet once and then check back turn, but no, he went like
bombs away,
bomb, and got Tom Vogelsang to fold 2 pair on the board that got a little dicey. So very capable, very willing and able, and it's not fun to be there just kind of buckling up, holding on for your life, and that is what he does. He puts you in those situations constantly and sort of has that just stardom of fear, even against the top players in the world. When you're scared and you're one of the best players in the world, it shows you how strong he really is.
And let me show you Brian Rast's table as we take the app once more here. He is seated with Sergio Aido, the Spaniard, Jeremy Osmus, another one of the Americans, the newcomer, Pachara Wangwichit, among that Thai contingent that is participating, Patrick Antonius, obviously a legend. And then, who's that to Rast's right? Jeff?
There's the guy you're mentioning, Linus. He's in the building, and Jeremy Osmus, as you said, also one of the very talented players. This is quite a lineup in Rast. We're gonna get to see his talk if you can back it up. You know, he's a great commentator. He's actually, those who think he's doing comedy. No, he has a ton of results. He won 7.5 million Super High Roller Bowl. So Rast is not afraid. I guarantee you that. He's in there ready to battle, and he's a great poker player, but been a little rusty from the live poker streets tournament for a while. So let's see how he fares today.
He's got 38 big blinds, and to the left of Linus Lollinger is obviously where he would prefer to be, given that Linus is the big stack, and we know sitting at a 6-handed table right now, that's a man that's going to be very active and put a lot of pressure on the rest of that table. It is, however, going to be the first table to break. So there could be some good news for Rast in the form of
Yep.
getting to part ways with the talent pool at this particular table right here. Given that we are paying 13, we have 29 left. We're at 6 and 12,000 blinds with the 12K ante. Should we expect to start to see people look to leverage? I mean, we're too far removed from the bubble at this point for it to affect play in terms of ICM, right?
Yeah, it's a ways to go. I think that still people understand you can't just sort of fold and make it. You're going to have to take a stand. You're going to have to play your hands and go for it. I think once you get about 5 or 6 spots off the money, things start to tighten up. And one of the great things about Triton, in general, of course, not always, but people are not afraid. These are guys not going to sit and fold to a min cash. People get it in, and oftentimes we have seen some very fast bubble play. On the first event, I think we saw 2 players knocked out in the same hand right as the money bubble was approaching, and guys are willing to play and get it in. So we're going to see some fast and furious action. I think that's almost for sure.
Yeah, there are definitely some names that are jumping out in the final 29 as we show you the app once more. Eric Seidel is in there. You got Daniel DeVoris, who's had a good performance thus far. There's Rast. Then we scroll up and we start to see Laszlo Boitas, who had himself a good run out in Cyprus in our warm-up event. Stephen Chidwick, who we've yet to see at a final table, if I'm not mistaken, thus far here in Spain. Obviously, he is an adversary to be acknowledged at all times. Phil Ivey, he had a wonderful Cyprus, picking up a title and 1.75 million plus in total earnings. Then look at Tony G. This is the man who is made famous for telling someone to get on their bicycle. What was that, Ralph Perry on YouTube long ago?
And
was a helmet? They go way back.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy, though, that can get under people's skin. His speech play, his live play is unlike anybody else and could throw a monkey wrench into plans for folks.
Yeah, I think he's in that pro businessman category. Randy was joking. It's like a lot of these guys, Paul and Richard, they have such great results, and there's no way you can't just call them businessmen anymore. These guys know how to play, and Tony, everything was going his way. He sort of has dodged and bobbed and weaved, and he's not afraid to flick in big buy-ins and tango with some of the best in the world.
Tony is seated alongside Stephen Chidwick, Adrian Mateos, Phil Ivey, Henrik Hecklin, who has a title in a Triton series.
Yeah. Look at Sir Watts, too. I mean, he's already at, 2 final tables, took a second and sixth, and there's Limitless, Victor Malinowski, and also Danny Tang, who's had a decent start here, and Makita, 3-time winner. Going to try to break the ice and be the first 4-time winner. He's in a good position in second right now. I think Waikin Young and Jason Kuhn, the only other 3-time winners. So he's looking to 4 just sounds absurd, right? That's like kind of that's unicorn land, and he's flirting with it today.
Especially considering that the total number of Triton events in history that have been played, it's not like the World Series where you just have ample opportunities. This is an exclusive and a unique event that draws people from all over the world as we see these flags. And when I walked out into the room, there were a number of faces that were very unfamiliar to me. Folks like Tom Axel Bedell, who is playing under the Norwegian flag. I believe this is his very first Triton event. You see here, he's got 51 big blinds,
I'm glad you just clicked here, because this is another thing I wanted to touch on. The app here is so unique, so dynamic. You can go on, click a player, and watch their journey through a tournament. Similar to online poker, where you can see a chip graph and sort of see where it goes. Not only do you see their graph, it's showing you every hand and showing you how their stack has progressed. And they have at every table there's reporting. It's absolutely listen, I've played poker. I've been around 20 years. This is like mind-numbing, mind-blowing that this is even possible. So if you want to say, Adamo, how does he get all his chips? How does it happen? You can actually go back, click on a name, look at the hand histories, and of course, there will be once in a while, they're going to get 95, 98% of the action. But look at this. It shows you the board, shows you the action. It's pretty. I don't know, Ali. That's a little bit over the top. I mean, I
could hardly believe it when they told us that that's what we were going to have.
I was like, wait, what?
I stand corrected, by the way, on Tom Axel Bedell's chip stack. 79 big blinds. We were looking up there at the average stack. Just such a wealth of information available to everyone who's got the app. And our very first featured table is going to be that table 1 lineup. That's 6-handed. Should be a fun one with Tony G in the mix. We're just about 1 minute away from sending it back inside the Casino Gran Via. Before we do, Jeff, did you do anything interesting last night or today before work?
Just I'm immersed. I'm studying, watching this stuff, and I go out, and my son and my wife are here, so we walk around just some parks, just family stuff, relaxing, nothing too crazy.
So the short answer was no.
Yeah, it was a long answer, no. Nothing special.
All right, let's get it back inside Casino Gran Via right now as Table 1 is making its way back into the room. That six-handed table that features Tony G, Stephen Chidwick, Adrian Mateos, Phil Ivey, Henrik Hecklin, and Isaac Haxton. And there they are, a little morning Java. Down the hatch for Phil Ivey. Blinds are actually going to be at 10 and 15,000 to start. So earlier I mentioned 6 and 12. We were finishing that level. 15K ante. As you see, the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Hecklin and Mateos up over $1 million. And then Tony G and Ivey neck and neck with Chidwick in that middling range. And Ike Haxton with 16 bigs. I mean, will round out the field.
Look at these names. This is like the who's who in poker. And the thing is, this is the future, but, you slide in another table, you're going to get a lot of the same. This is absolutely, Ike Haxton, been around forever. Stephen Chidwick is thrown around as maybe the best player in the world. But like you said, guess what? When you go on a little bit of a downswing or things don't go your way for a little at high stakes, it can get pretty crazy. And we haven't seen him break in yet. So I think, he's going to want to get on the board here, see if he can find himself a cash or better. And there's Tony with the coin poker logo there, a little more in line. Yesterday he had a little absurd. I think he broke the regulations on the size of a logo, and they did keep him in check today. So let's see what Tony comes with.
What, Tony pushing the rules?
Maybe, yeah, flirting.
35,000 the open on the button with the ace-king. Easy fold for Chidwick. Perhaps not so much for Adrian Mateos, however, in the big blind with the ace-6.
I mean, this is a guy, if you want to talk about being dialed in, if you look at his resume, I think now at least 3 World Series of Poker bracelets, and he is a young gun. He is in the early 20s. So when he was 18, I think he won WSOP Europe or some event there. He has got a very impressive resume. The main event, he won WSOP Europe around 18 or 19 years old, I believe.
Pretty incredible. He's got just shy of 900,000 in career Triton earnings, 1 cash, which came all the way back in 2017 in Macau, where he finished 4th in the main event.
Okay, 430.
The 3-bet to 130,000 is promptly smacked around by Tony.
Okay.
Tony's saying the first hand, you're gonna check my temperature, and Tony had a hand he could oblige with. Teos. Can't blame him. Weak ace, doesn't really want to call. Just sees, maybe Tony's gonna.
Hate laying them down.
Yeah.
Thing about Tony, though, is the way that he operates out there always leaves you guessing, wondering whether or not he's just having a laugh, trying to get under your skin, or he's actually got the goods. And we've seen more than one person implode at the hands of a Tony G.
Oh yeah.
Live exchange.
Yeah, don't think
over the years.
Table talk and shenanigans. It's he's having fun, but it's also he's looking to rub you, get you a little off your game.
Sure. Conversely, though, these aren't really the types of customers that we might imagine are going to be impacted.
Ace King getting passed around by the dealer today so far, 2 for 2, getting a premium. Of course, this isn't 9 or 10-handed, Ali. This is 7-handed, and then sometimes we'll even see 6-handed as the field consolidates and the tables are balanced. So Ace King is a welcome sight, and Chidwick on the puck here, the dealer button, the most powerful position. He has got a wired pair there, 9. So pretty good starting hands for both players. They're going to like it, and I think with Ike's stack, he's gonna go ahead and just go ahead and raise it up.
And obviously he is aware that Ike has just 210,000 behind as he 3-bets to 105 and runs in to the red queens for Ivey in the big off of 655.
That is a big pair. They are big and they match and they are red, and Phil is going to definitely be playing. Let's see how he goes about it. That's all of it. Looks like the double fist.
Yep.
And Ike, I mean, look, of that stack size, Ace King is a monster. I don't see any way out, but it's just, it's. You also are a little concerned when you see a 3-bet cold 4 all in. I mean, I'm just saying, obviously on that stack, you're kind of like, great, let's run it, but you realize you're not just necessarily against Ace Queen off, or you're probably flipping, or you just hope you don't run into somehow the buzzsaw there. But
yeah, nevertheless.
Get the coin.
Ike
flip.
does get it all in. The 9s end up in the muck, and Chidwick losing 105K, but not as cool as he would have been up against 2 queens for the side and in bad shape. I mean, it stands, it's the classic race, Jeff.
Yeah, not only is it a race though, but he's getting a little extra bang for his buck. He's almost getting a triple up if he were to win. But dicey flop, nothing there for him, and Ivy actually has the backdoor hearts covered as well. So
yeah, it's a barren cupboard right now for the ace-king on this 8-4 tray board. Oh, I stand corrected, and Ike Haxton's facial expression tells you what you need to know. Top
action,
pair.
though. Action, Ellie. Still a little something available there. 3-1 favorite, flips the script. Oh, just kind of cool.
Runner, hearts. What a tease for Haxton, as suddenly there was light at the end of the tunnel, and then it was vanquished. Ivy helping himself to the remainder of the Ike bucks.
Yeah.
Hauling one in.
I mean, those are those runouts. They just kind of, a little extra action. It hurts, though, when you get there, and then the get there, re-get there is tough on a flip. Oh, look who just magically popped on into the shot.
I promise you this was not by design.
Wow.
We did mention that Rast's table would be the first to break, and he has drawn the feature table.
Wow. And, I mean, tough lineup for Rast as well. Like, there's no slouches. He just gets right in it. Look at that Triton gear. He's really rocking it from head to toe there.
Yeah, somebody paid a visit to the gift shop.
Yes. They do
so all I got to do is pay 50,000 euros, and I might get out of work.
That's what
I might even get money back and get out of work.
That's possible. This is definitely. We could maybe pony up and get you. We could all take a shot.
The worst case scenario, though, is I pay 50K, don't get out of work,
right?
Because I bust in day one. Then I'm extra sad.
That is a risk.
Ivy limping the small with queen jack suited after picking up that big pot, leaving him with 1 million in chips. Just behind Henrik Hecklin for second at the table. Very familiar looking flop here, 8-4 tray.
I don't want to say Ivy is back, because I don't know that he ever left, Ali, but it does seem that he is in top form. It's like you go through waves, play high-stakes cash games, go about, obviously there was a pandemic, COVID, things were kind of paused for tournament poker, but now it's just like Triton's back and Ivy's back, and he's in. I mean, he's in there taking names, getting chips, getting titles, getting seconds.
Sure is.
He also won a 25K heads up event. I think they had him and Antonius win heads up during, and they did that thing in Mexico. Do you remember this? Like there was like a 64-person 25K. I think he actually took it down, which is.
I think it was a Poker King.
Yeah, very impressive.
Got shot straight draw on the turn for Hecklin, the chip leader in position. He will fire, and that'll be that.
Yeah, guys are so good at recognizing range versus range, where they're at, what they can do, and very nicely done there, picking it up with a very modest holding.
This is Hecklin's 4th Triton stop in 2019. He paid a visit to Jeju, Montenegro, and London. It was Montenegro where he did his damage, winning the 250K Hong Kong No Limit Hold'em event. First was good for 3.4 milli, and then the 200K HKD PLO, where he finished 4th for 820,000.
Yeah, this is definitely a talented group. A lot of these guys, they clean up, they crush online, they crush different places, and they come here, and it's sort of the, like to say, like the Champions League or the Super Bowl, if you will, or the top events. Guys get to battle versus the best, and it's fun. It's a fun place for them, and obviously they know there's a lot of top players as well. So it's sort of just who's in the best form, who's in the best shape, who's running the best too. It's a nice place to battle. Tony G again, just going to give Mateos a bit of, a flat call, a little deception here.
Yeah, he's got Mateos dominated, and on the flop, makes himself top pair, top kicker, checks it over to Mateos, who's got the Broadway gutty.
Can I have a water, please? Yeah. Big glass bottle.
Mateo's mulling it over with 95K in the middle. Fires 75K. That's a fairly big bet there.
Really big bet. And this is going just as planned for Tony G. Makes a bit of an unconventional flat with the ace king, and sometimes you're going to get a weird flop and put yourself in a tough position. But when you flop top pair, top kicker, and your hand is super disguised, you got Mateos kind of without a license here, without firing. I mean, he has got the gut shot and also has the lead in the hand in terms of range perceived. This is a very sneaky flat in the big blind with ace king.
Raise.
And as played, this is going to be nothing that Mateos can do here other than fold. But if he had called, it could have got interesting at the same time. I don't know if Mateos is going to just barrel off there. But
second time that Tony G has squared off with him. And Mateos unable to take the heat. These storylines always emerge at any given table, whether featured or final, and provide some context as future exchanges take shape.
Ivy with a couple of ducks. He's got a stack that he could play. A lot of players early position might fold this, but he's got enough chips. He's also in a decent position there in the cutoff to go ahead and open. And Hecklin, has one of those hands. Interested, realizes late position Ivy could be not super strong, and he's got a couple, all three options maybe here. More likely two. Most likely, I would imagine if he folds or raises, not flatting queen jack off. But let's see what he does. So all three options. He does go flat.
2 10s in the big for Rast.
Oh wow. So cut off, dealer, big blind. Definitely a welcoming sight. Tens.
How's he going to navigate though? Off of a 420K stack.
Imagine all of it. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think there's much else to do here. How many blinds does he have? It's a pretty good spot to
all in.
Yeah, go all in, and he does that.
435.
Down go the deuces and the queen jack as well. So a nice little pickup there for our man from the booth, Brian Rast, showing that he's not only talking poker, but he can play a lick as well. Over $500,000, 530K, 35 bigs.
Yeah, big pickup there. I mean, on that stack size, not much else. Can't flat. I think 3-betting is just kind of doesn't make a ton of sense on that stack, so just kind of gets to jam it in and takes it down.
Folded around to Tony G's button, 9-7 suited.
30.
Always more attractive on the puck.
Goes for the min raise. Stevie, we saw defend Jack Deuce off to raises yesterday, and against, I think, in this table, like, no disrespect to Tony G, but this is probably, out of all the lot, this is the ones you're probably looking to play a little more pots with. Not saying he's not a good poker player, just maybe a little less technical than some of the other ones, and would imagine that Stevie will be certainly playing. And look at this, he does take one of those unsuited gapper, big card, little card, and put pressure on.
3-betting to 110,000 with the king 4. And you got a front row seat at exactly what it's like to be facing off with Stephen Chidwick there. That intense gaze. Takes the game so seriously. Tremendous work ethic. And just quietly goes about his business. Tremendous results for Chidwick as well. His Triton Series career, 9.1 million plus, courtesy of 9 cashes.
Yeah, the £1 million buy-in,
Yeah.
final tabling,
Yeah.
4th or 5th in there. Deep run in that.
He had an absolutely stellar event in London in 2019, going 5-4-6.
Yeah. That's
As
a
far
big-
as events played, he
Glass.
unfortunately went 1 for 5 in Cyprus, and so far he is 0 for 4 here in Madrid. So would love to get the ship righted.
Hey, they say home court's a thing, you know. British.
They do.
In London, and
Aye.
it's nice when it's in your backyard. 5 for 6 is a bit wild.
That is super wild.
Really, that is quite a stat.
And if that's impressive, so is ace-queen suited in the small. As Tony G, who only has 265,000 in career Triton earnings, courtesy of one cash. But guess what? That one cash, Razvedov 2019, a title in the 25K Euro short deck event.
Oh, wow.
Flat from Chidwick this time, Jeff.
Very interesting. You can see. Very interesting. And also the fact that Mateos is behind and you're going to welcome in a very talented player for an affordable price. Sometimes a factor you look at when you flat in a small blind in a close spot is, do you want to welcome in the player in the big blind to play?
A
And
player who has now played the 5-6 offsuit and holds the best hand on this king 6-4 flop, where the board pairs on the turn after a round of checks.
yeah. I think, you know, Mateos is super aware of what that flat in the small blind represents. Some very strong holdings, such as suited broadways, pairs. Ace-queen suited is definitely on the top end of that flatting range and does miss, but we are going to see Chidwick decide to take the lead now after checks around on the flop. Tony G, the jack 10 off, just an easy fold. Tony would have had himself a winner.
It's Chidwick. Hung around, failed to improve. No pair for him.
So he has to be thinking now, I bet the flop, you know, the king just paired up and he called. He definitely could have
Well,
six
the
exports.
flop was checked around, right?
Yeah, on the turn he bet.
Yeah.
I'm saying he got to think, okay, I let in Mateos pre-flop for very cheap. He could have a wide range of hands here. He could have easily a 6 or a 4. What am I going to do? Am I going to blow him off a 6 or a 4? Do I want to try, or do I just wave the white flag and Mateos going to be happy to check back? And
Yeah, the answer was the latter, as Chidwick took his shot. And Mateos will take the pot.
yeah, so
We've
big
lost another player here. Steve O'Dwyer finished in 29th.
yeah, it's
No ice.
people will be happy to see that in the field. They know how talented he is.
Yeah.
Take a look here at Hecklin. The nice hand, 9s under the gun. Big stack, big hand. There's Rast, who's chipped up a little bit.
Getting word that Isaac Haxton has been eliminated in 28th. Our second casualty on the day over at the outer tables. Hecklin takes it down. Inching closer and closer to the bubble as we work our way toward a champion here in event number 6, the 50,000 euro, 7 max, no limit hold'em.
Given Ike a little needle, we saw him lose Queen stays king. Well, come on, man, don't do Ike like that. Be nice, Ali. He'll be back. He's fine. Ike's already had a big score. He'll be good. Brian Rask gonna fold up to 520, chipped up, got the 10s. And Mateos with the dealer button in 5. He's just, this is, man, Mateos, I think he might be one of the most impressive players that I've seen and watched. How familiar with him? Have you done a lot of? You covered a lot of him, I'm sure.
Mostly in the World Series
Yeah.
back in Vegas, where he has tremendous results, as you mentioned. Just incredibly composed for his age. And I think a lot of it is the byproduct of the number of reps that the younger guys were able to put together in tight time spans by cutting their teeth online and coming up in an era of solver poker, which really those two things together can create a veteran real quick.
Yes.
As we see Ivy and Hecklin. Blind versus blind. Ivy probes with king high. Middle pair for Hecklin won't be going anywhere.
Yeah. It's definitely not folding. Just thinking how he wants to play. The hand, gonna call. Quite a
King on
card
the
there.
turn, and Ivy just binks it.
Yeah, and this is going to look like a brick to Hecklin, really, because it's either sort of, does he have an ace or not? Ivy decides to bet here. There are draws. He now understands, too. Jumps ahead of a 9 and a 7. Going to keep telling the story. Hecklin.
Yeah, Ivy's not worried about Hecklin having an ace here all too often. Given the check back from the big, sure, there's going to be some balance. On occasion, Hecklin will show up with one. But after just flatting the flop and the turn, it begins to feel a lot more like this king is good.
Wow.
And the 9 on the river, giving Hecklin trips and the best hand. And look at Ivy just understanding that that 9 is not a card that helps him as often as it helps Hecklin.
What a gin hit, too, there for Hecklin. I mean, just absolutely a great spot. He could have 8-6, 8-5, 10-jack, all these type of hands that miss. So he is going to get to go. And I would bet he goes meaty here. Oh, yeah, very. Oh, even over about pot, full pot.
And how will Ivy react to this? Because these full pot size bets on the end, after a player just came along passively, can look desperate. And there's some busted straights available here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
All
he's
that
reaching
6,
for
8, 10, 8,
chips.
10 jack, maybe backdoor clubs. See Phil shooting a glance over there at his man.
Wow, just top stuff all around. Good discipline there.
I'll tell you what, it may look like Ivy didn't put too much into that, but he is so good at just kind of concealing how much attention he's paying to things in
Yeah.
any particular spot. It was a lean back, little shoulder shrug, a quick look over. He got what he needed, and he made the right decision, and that's not an accident.
Yeah, he's got those darting eyes, too. He knows his peripherals, checks out little things, and there's no doubt he's one of the best in the world at that. Live presence.
Nice pickup there for Hecklin, as he was very lucky to hit that 9 on the river. Didn't get the payoff, though. Now 2 red nickels under the gun for Brian Rast. Shoots it up to 35,000.
This is a question, like very close spot on his stack size. That hand under the gun. Of course, we are not full ring. You know, this is in the one of those you could definitely fold, but don't blame him for opening. Gets ace-10 off to fold. That's a good result so far. King-queen suited will not be folding. And just a matter of how he's going to play it. Does he call? Most likely. Such a pretty looking hand, but you are against under the gun raise. All right, so looks like these guys are going to go most likely heads up. I don't think Tony G, King 7 off, going to come in there, which would have been a for sure slight mistake. So heads up, fair fight.
2 kings in the muck already. Bad news for Mateos. Good news for Rast. And the flop comes 2 spades, 2 nines, and an ace.
Yeah, this is a situation where Rast knows his opponent could easily have pairs that are ahead of his that are flat in. Also is going to have some ace-10, ace-jack type hands, maybe suited, and does take control in the lead of the hand. And look at that. Very well done. That's a nice pickup there. Nice sizing, nice execution.
Yeah, and Rast will be balanced in that spot. Sometimes it looks pretty strong when we check that board to our opponent. Set yourself up for a turn bet. Welcome to each and every one of you out there streaming us live, local time here in Madrid. 20 minutes before 3 p.m., whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. And if you are watching us on Twitch, we've got a new extension available. Simply mouse over the stream, and you'll be able to get yourself information on payouts and event schedules. And of course, don't forget to type in the command !giveaway, where you can be entered into a shot at a little goodie bag of Triton gear and apparel, some of which you can see right there on Brian Rast, who paid a visit to the gift shop before today's action. 35 to go from chip leader Hecklin's button. And Rast in the big with ace-queen suited could certainly push back.
Yeah, I would imagine so. This is just so high in the range.
135.
Great. 135.
The 3-bet makes quick work of the queen-jack. So the guys still getting their feet wet here on the restart in day 2 of event 6. Not really any particular themes emerging thus far. A couple of exchanges between Tony G and Adrian Mateos, with Tony G getting the better of them.
Yeah, so far Rast has been getting decent spots and also making some good decisions. I mean, some are clear, but the 5-5 hand, not easy when you get flatted by Mateos. Ace-high board, leading out, important spot. Does go with the continuation bet, take it down. Tony G's picked up a few timely hands, has been playing pretty solid. And Chidwick, we've seen a couple light 3-bets. Jack-6 off. One of the worst hands, just not a fun one. Can't make straights, flushes.
Well, if this isn't enough action for you, I know where to send you. Polymarket, the leading information markets platform where you can trade on the most hotly debated topics, whether it's the Triton series, politics, current events, or anything else. Check out the latest events happening on polymarket.com. Maybe we should bet on something, Jeff.
Talk to me. I like action. What do you think?
Do you?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Let's bet on whether or not you actually do something fun before you leave Madrid.
All right.
You have complete control of it, and I still want to bet the don't.
All right, heat check. I'm texting my wife to make plans right now. We're going to line up some museums. I'm tagging you in all my tour shots.
I said fun.
Wait.
Museums?
Yeah, I mean history.
That's cultured and all, but
where are you
like,
going? What kind of? Give me what qualifies.
I mean,
and then
isn't there a flamenco festival taking place here right now?
That's
Go and see some lovely señoritas
different lifetime.
dancing.
Different lifetime, Ali.
I didn't say it was a pickup bar. I'm just saying, just go watch some flamenco. That's a little more picante, a little more spicy.
All right. Yeah,
Museums.
we'll go over your list on what qualifies for fun, and then we'll put the action up.
Say, well, we better eat our way through this city. There is some good food to be found
That's for sure. And
out here.
all right, Rast with the Mateos showing how to maneuver the mid pair against
He's
this
got
spot.
Rest covered. Just piles from the big and takes it down. I actually mixed business and pleasure today before work.
What do you got?
So we were shooting some content for the social team. Went on down to the Mandarin Oriental Ritz Hotel where so many of the players are staying. Just an absolutely stunning property.
Yep.
And believe it or not, at one point I found myself in a bubble bath with a glass of champagne in the interests of work.
Wow.
Jeff Gross. So
Wow.
I'll try that at home.
That is.
It was a pinch me moment.
Can I? Is there a link? Is that out yet, or where do we get to see that? That sounds
Keep
fun.
the stallion in the corral,
This
Jeffrey.
seems, no, this sounds like a night. What was a shit? What? All right, we'll leave it at that. We'll see what
I
happens.
gave you the teaser. It was fun shooting around some of the monuments and local sites. And here's Rast shooting it up with 2 black queens. Ivy in the big will set mine with the box cars. 2 6s. (954) is the kind of flop that could keep 2 6s involved here, Jeff. Rast with the overpair. 95K in the middle. Action checked over to him.
Yeah, this is a great flop for Rast, though. I mean, big blind defend could definitely hit some piece of that. Doesn't have a heart in his hand, so he's going to be betting here. It just depends how much. If he wants to go, smallish, makes sense. He could also go charge a little more. He goes about half pot, so there's 6, 7. There's a bunch of draws out there, and 9X is going to have a hard time folding, or any pair for that matter. So I like it. And look at that, Phil. Pretty quick call.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Rast's pre-flop raising range can barrel through on this 954 texture. Now this turn card gives Ivy a flush draw and an open-ended straight draw. He checks once more.
Wow.
Oh, and
pretty.
Presto. Ace of hearts on the end, which puts 4 to a wheel out there and 4 to a flush. Texture deteriorating for the 2 black queens.
Yeah, this is a really bad run out. Not as much about the ace, but just like that you randomly lose to a heart, and he's going to get some bad news. And I don't know, to be honest, if I don't know if Phil would have folded. Probably wouldn't fold on the turn, right? He picks up the heart draw, open-ended, could have the best hand. I think Rast may have somehow saved money there. But he would have got a healthy bet in with the best hand potentially on the turn too. So yeah, kind of a unlucky run out there.
No doubt about it. But came out less scathed than he might have otherwise.
Yeah, it's a big pot, 200K swing. He's, instead shoots over 700. Rast, if he can just hold on there.
Jack 10 suited, a pretty one, as Rast is involved yet again.
Yeah, Stevie looks interested. Pair.
Yeah, the hard 8, 2 4s.
They have the same stack.
Steven flats.
Yeah, roughly the same stack here. Rast with a slight covering, but essentially that would would be for all of it if they somehow played in. Oh, my
this
goodness.
is
What is
bad
happening
news.
here? I mean, this is like...
Top 2 against bottom set on the monotone board, however.
Wow.
Could that slow down the action?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. How does it... Heads up pot, too.
Ras starting things off with a check. Kind of a pot control-y line.
This is such a... I mean, top 2 versus flop set. That is the only, as you did mention, that the monotone is a chance for some things to slow down, but there's... This is a dangerous spot for Ras. Let's see. Especially on that sizing. He could easily decide to just try to escalate things here. Really dicey for Rast. I mean, this is
130.
yeah. And
So there was 2 ways that he was going to approach this situation, and he went with the latter as he check raises, and that looks pretty darn strong. But now Stephen Chidwick's job is to ask himself how often Rast takes this line with top set, middle set, or the flush flopped.
right. Yeah, I mean, what do you do here, Rast, if you did have the nut flush somehow or a set of 10s? Is this what you would do? And set of 10s and jacks, it's tricky, right? It's just tricky to think how this would go. And if you're Chidwick, if you also, your hand has a lot of vulnerability with another diamond peeling off. And I mean, I think he might just go ahead and send it. He could easily call 2 and peel 1 off, see what happens, but I think that's the safer play to rip it.
He ships it in there, and
shit.
Rast is going to make the call. Good news for him is he's not drawing dead. Chidwick actually doesn't want the board to pair unless, of course, it's a 4.
Wow, how about a diamond? Some diamond just to chop seems fair in this spot, right? I know Rast loves commentary, but he would love to stick around and be in the action longer. So let's see what happens here.
He does have Chidwick slightly covered and hits the jack on the turn.
Get out of here. No way. Is that real?
The nut full house for Brian Rast. Chidwick with 1 out.
My
It doesn't
goodness.
come in.
Wow.
And that's going to be all she wrote for Stephen Chidwick.
440. Let's count.
3. I have 4 plus that.
475.
Wow. Disgusting hand all around. I mean, really, this is one of those spots where you're on the wrong side of a cooler, and then you get you get lucky because either way, top 2 versus bottom set, doesn't matter who has what. Hands are going to get in there. So really, really brutal.
Yeah, the great Stephen Chidwick dispatched mercilessly there by an ugly jack on the turn. And the beneficiary, of course, Brian Rast, who was in dire straits. 4 outs twice, and it came in no waiting, as Rast will now sit with 980,065 bigs.
Big pot there. I mean, can't blame either player for putting it in. Absolutely wild run out, and we are going to lose Chidwick again. We'll see him, I'm sure, in the. I'm actually not positive. Does he play the short decks? I can't remember if he is. I don't feel like I've seen him in there, but maybe Stevie is a master of all ceremonies from what I know. I mean, he probably does play the short deck. Ali, do you know? Do you remember seeing that on his resume?
Stephen Chidwick, looking back in the Triton Poker Plus
Actually,
app,
if he went 5 for 6 in London, he probably is playing them, right?
has played plenty of short deck events. In London in particular, he had a 7th and a 9th in 2 100,000-pound short deck events. So.
All right, we'll see. We're seeing a lot of him
Results are
either way.
there.
Main event coming up, 75Ks. Lightning in a bottle for Rast on the turn too. Didn't have to sweat. A diamond would have brought a sweaty chop possibility, but it was right away the jack, and Rast is back to work.
King Jack off, flatted by the ace-10 in the small blind from the chip leader, Hecklin, who comes up shy on the 9-4 deuce board, and Knuckles
Both players with the heart definitely think this is a perfect hand for Rast to start betting. He can continue firing on some 10s, queens. He can improve with the king or jack. A heart, he can tell a very viable story. So expect this to go bet, and I don't think Hecklin will go anywhere with the ace high, which is ahead enough, and a heart too. So not fun though to have ace 10 off and flat and then go. And for that sizing, I think if you see like a quarter pot or 20%, he's going to call. For that size though, it's a little less exciting and very nicely done. Rast has got a little momentum going here.
No doubt about it. Rast now currently is 8th overall in chips. A short while ago, the overwhelming chip leader Linus Lollinger relinquished that title to Mikita Badziakuski, the Belarusian, who now has $2.5 million in the overall chip lead.
He's looking for that 4th title, I'm telling you. It's getting closer. 23 left's a long way to go before we can talk title time, but chip leader's nice. It is got you a good shot.
He could certainly afford to go and sit down, enjoy lunch without manning his stack for a little while, let the field thin out. Not that he would ever do it.
Yeah, no. But that is a big lead. It's a lot of stacks in his stack right there.
Ace deuce in the cutoff. Shoots it up to 35 for Ivy.
All right, this time we'll see another battle between these two. This time the position's reversed. Brian out of position.
But Binks a 6 with a gutty on the 10 high 2 spade board, leaving the ace deuce in no man's land.
Much better flop for Rast. Of course, he has that spade. Additionally, he's got the gut shot and a piece of the board, and Ivy with ace deuce off is a light open and one of the worst flops. He's got options to either fire once, kind of just try to fold out some raggedy hands, which looks like he's going to go that route. But this is not a fun board for Ivy, where if he gets called, he's just going to realize there's a lot of bad scenarios for him.
Sprinkles 25K into the 95. How will Rast proceed?
Oh, he's not folding. The question is, does he want to try to check raise here? And he does.
15.
Wow. Very nice. Gonna immediately work. Also understanding too, Ivy bets all his broadways, and such a weak hand like this, a weak ace, right? You deny some equity, and also you get to have 8-9. You can have a lot more 2 pairs stuff there. So that is
Sure.
I like the play.
And don't look now, but Brian Rast is surging here at the featured table, beginning to nip on the heels of Henrik Hecklin. With the blinds, 10 and 20,000 with the 20K ante.
Now here's my question: if Rast somehow comes in 1-1, wins it, do we lose him the rest of the week? Is he in the main? Are we just? Do we want him to win? Or
Does he just drop the mic and retire?
Do we let him? I mean, maybe we just want him to get top 3 or final.
He's
table
like, hey,
on it.
Henry, Randy.
Yeah,
Can I
guys.
talk to you guys for a second? Listen, I know I was slated to come into the booth later today, but
It's a lot of fun out there.
I got this.
I'm going for POY.
Million euros that just slipped into my back pocket, and I kind of feel like work.
Yeah.
Not so much.
I reviewed a couple hands with Henry late night, and now here I am, crushing.
A limp from the small. Mateo's checking back the suited king.
Yeah, that's a guy that knows his small blind, big blind ranges. Both players very in tune to that, so Mateo's gonna know how to proceed, and he still has the best hand here with king high.
Swing and a miss in both seats on the Jack 4 Deuce rainbow board.
Like Rast chip stacks there. There's something nice going there. He's really looks organized but fun, and he's having a good time. That's no doubt about it.
It's always nice when you're dragging chips. My read is that Rast had, I don't know if it's Duplo or Lego, but somewhere in his childhood, one of those 2 toys was under the tree.
Yeah, there's some games and some puzzles and stuff happening.
Still no betting after the board pairs on the turn. Oh, little 5 of hearts. Improving Mateos to 5s and 4s. He already was in front.
Yeah, the blind on blind battles are so interesting, and this is both like pretty strong blind hands, and not a chip's gone in the pot. And now Mateos, after checks all the way through, all the way down, improves. He probably thinks he might have the best hand already. Without this, this is for sure a welcoming card, and he is, I would imagine, gotta go for a little value, maybe some ace highs, possibly even a king high that could call. And you know, if you rest for 25K, you know, it's not like crazy to think that queen high could be good, but at the same time, maybe you would think that Mateos with like some absolute air balls would take a stab somewhere, either on the flop or the turn. If he had any kind of gut shot like 6-5 or 6-3, he would probably bet at some point. So it's kind of just like random, you know, 10 high or 9 highs or something that you could argue a call there, but nice fold. Rast just making good decisions.
Yep.
Not quite the bubble. Got a ways to go, but this is starting to get more real. You're in 3 for, we mentioned 101 entries. There was 56 runners, so people in on average for, maybe some are in for 3 or possibly 4, but ultimately most players are in for, you know, closer to a rebuy. So it's a big buy in here, and the money is getting close. Starts getting a little more real.
Indeed.
2 more players to exit, and we'll be at 3 tables.
Queen 9 suited this time for Rast on the button.
Rast asserting himself at this point. I mean, he is starting to just kind of win pots. You know, it starts with the little 5s. He gets very fortunate with that jack, but
He hasn't been out of line, though.
no, he's playing very solid.
7, 8, 9, a little over $1 million.
His a little different chip set theme going than other players. Pretty traditional 20 stacks in order, and Rast has got.
What is that in terms of architecture? Is that like a Mayan temple?
Yeah, there's.
You got the stairwells on all 4 sides.
Yeah,
1.1 something.
maybe.
A strange fortress.
Yeah, he's got stuff happening.
Oh. Needles against Queen Jack, and Ivy laying the groundwork for a little trappy trap.
Hand drink 1, the queen jack off this deep. Probably gonna, you know, this is definitely one of those ones where you can check back, but also it's gonna be very tempting to put it up. And definitely a hand though that plays well. It's one of those kind of upper range, but you get to check back, little deception, and you don't really want to get blown off, right? Of course, it's hard for your opponent to have aces, but like let's say he did, you know, get limp raised here, and they both have a powerful club. This is likely going to be seeing some chips in here.
The coordinated 5, 6, 7 monotone board. Ivy with the overpair nut flush draw. Hecklin with the queen high club draw and the 2 overs. Awaits Phil's decision.
Let me ask you, Ali, there you see Ivy very deliberately check back his cards. Do you think a player like Phil Ivey or these pros, the top level guys, is it really just double checking to make sure, or is it just balance? Because Ivy, you got to believe he knows what his cards are.
I think it's just a good habit.
Yeah.
You know, I think obviously when the board comes all clubs, you kind of do want to just make sure. I've been guilty of taking a line under the presumption that I knew what the suits were in my hand, proudly tabled a hand on the end, only to realize that I don't have the hand that I thought I did, and end up losing a pretty big pot. And here, no more rebuys. Even if there were, these are huge buy-ins. You definitely want to double check. And let's face it, at one point in Ivy's career, there was a pretty famous moment where I believe he folded a winner in the World Series of Poker because he was unaware that he actually had what he had. So maybe that habit being developed on the heels of that situation as Ivy check calling 30K from Hecklin.
Oh my goodness.
Of all the clubs to come off the deck, it's the king, giving Hecklin the second.
This is an absurd card, Ali.
Nut flush, straight flushes notwithstanding.
Yes. This is something.
And if we're Ivy at this point, Jeff, do we get busy betting ourselves? Yeah.
Yeah, go big, I think, because either you can check raise, but like now, Hecklin, though, is just with this size and just going to call quickly
Yeah.
and see the bad news.
Yeah.
Second nut, disregarding straight flushes, which we've seen a straight flush. That was a poly market bet. If there
Right.
was one, we saw Jason Kuhn get 2 maybe. I saw another hand where on the outer table, Kuhn had 9-10 of spades, but wow, what a flop there.
What sizing into that 120K do you suppose would have allowed Hecklin to raise the queen of clubs, if any? Right? He bet 100 into 120. Hecklin's hands were tied,
Yeah.
and he just flatted.
Yeah.
If he bets third pot, 40,000.
Yeah, probably going to raise. He's going to raise that under 40%, 35%. I think he'll kick it up, and then the same, he'll lose a little more because he'll raise, and Ivy's going to re-raise, and
Yeah.
then he folds. But
Not too much more than the 100K.
But from Ivy's perspective, it makes a ton of sense. Like he's gonna get checked like that. He's gonna check back so many hands on the river, right? Right. So it's like he just goes for the value himself. Doesn't want to allow him to check back a 10 or jack of clubs or 9 of clubs or a middling club for value. So yeah, well, I like the sizing. He won a nice pot there and a really insane river card.
And Ivy continues to collect chips here, as it really hasn't been a great start for Henrik Eklund. Rast and Ivy both right in there. Ivy with 5.85 in career, Triton earnings, 2 titles, 8 cashes.
Seidel at the bottom of the chip count with 13 blinds, but we saw what he did with 2 big blinds after the
That's
money
right.
hit, so don't count out.
That's right.
Eric. Does Eric have a nickname, really? I mean, all his poker guys
I like to call him Cyborg,
Cyborg. Okay. I mean, I get the
because he's a machine.
and you got the
Seidel, Cyborg.
All right.
Little
Nice.
alliteration.
I see that. Very nice. Yeah, that works. Some big names in the field. Also, there are a few unknown or relatively unknowns or newer faces. So if you kind of get towards the top of the chip counts, it's very, very Fedor in 5th, Wichter in 6th, Sir Watts 7th, Ivy 8th, Danny Tang 9th, Mateos in 11th, and Makita still holding it down with Linus, the only 2 over 2 million currently.
And Rays Open gets defended by Rast, who has 10-9 up against Queen 8 suited. 110 in the middle. King 7-4, no pair anywhere.
Yeah, likely Rast will check, and Mateos gonna probably probe here for a small bet. Very dry, disconnected flop, 20%, 25%. Yeah, just one of those takedown, no backdoor, immediately appealing cards, but just not a good hand to check back.
Just a straightforward position bet
Yeah.
and take it. Almost
Yeah.
like a Naismith clinic for basketball, but poker edition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, if you're Rast and you draw up the day, you are below average. You're at the outer deep table. You get broken immediately. You get put at the feature, hit a 4 outer all in, and then win a lot of other nicely played pots. So definitely according to plan for him so far. Ivy also has done well, chipping up, not any missteps, getting some good hands and good positions. Yeah, it's going to be a redraw. Or at 7, well, they'll be consolidated into 3 tables. There'll be 21. This is a 7-handed event, not an 8-handed event, so.
Yeah, 2 more bust outs, and we'll be down to 3 tables. Round and round we go here inside Casino Gran Via. Pops it. He's had a few of these ace-10s. No takers. We've seen some pretty chatty feature tables throughout the series thus far. I think short deck lending itself more so to that sort of climate, Jeff. But this one, the lips are quite pursed, including those of Tony G, who really, outside of the very first hand of the night where he 4-bet Adrian Mateos from the button, hasn't had much to say. An unusually quiet Tony G.
You never know. Could be late night cash games. Also, you know, the businessman, a lot going on. Just hard to say if he's playing, if what's happening. But yeah, he's been in line. He's been fairly quiet. Also, not a ton of his usual customers, right? In some of these cash games and characters here, these are a little more on the less chatty side.
Yeah.
And also probably people he's less familiar with. Ivy and him, I'm sure, have history, and Rast knows each other. But I don't know if something like Hecklin and Mateos.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Rast opening to 45,000 from the cutoff with these 2 10s, and Mateos, with a pretty deep stack of 915K, has kings on the button.
125.
And he will 3-bet to $1.25. And this is where obviously Mateos loves being on the button in terms of position, but even more so in terms of the fact that it could leave Rast feeling as though it doesn't have to be better than 10s. There's a number of hands that Mateos might be looking to 3-bet in this spot. And we saw Rast shoving in with 10s earlier off of a different stack depth. And here he is doing it again. Mateos going to double check, and this is bad news for Brian Rast.
Wow. Oh, I don't think he realized. Yeah, he has. Wow.
He has Mateos covered, but nevertheless, this would deal a crippling blow to Brian's stack.
Yeah, pretty. I mean, this is definitely a cooler in the sense that these are big hands in the positions and where it's at, but also, you know, he could have done a couple things here inside. It's a big pot. It's a big shove, but
Glory.
wow.
And the turn doesn't help Rast because should the king come off giving him Broadway, Mateos would have kings full of jacks. So it is only a 10 that would give him 10s full and would save him. And the 5 of clubs isn't going to do it. So Rast down to 205,000. Just 10 bigs.
Yeah, that is. We were just saying it was cruising, all going well, and this is, you know, Mateos had a sneaky 900 there. I'd seen him kind of chip up a bit. Thought it was around 600-700, so that's a big blow to Rast. But he still has 200 starting stack. Of course, not amazing when you have 1.1. That is a big swing for him. So Mateos gonna get a
Home court. Huh?
home court.
Home
Tony-
advantage.
Yeah, lucky.
Home ground.
Well, 10 bigs is far from vapors, but it is a far cry from the 1.2 that Rast had just moments ago as Mateos emerges as the overwhelming chip leader here at the featured table, currently 2nd overall in front of Linus Laliger. Nikita Badziakuski continues to hold the lead with 23 left here in event 6, day 2. And now Rast picks up the kings that dealt him the big blow just moments ago. And Mateos picking on him again. This time he is in dire straits with king-queen suited. Is there a world in which Rast does anything other than pile?
And you know, and there's no way he's folding. Obviously, right? 3 bets. He's snap call. You're not playing your hand at 3-bet fold there on these stacked up So, well, this would be, you can see the percentages. Very nice start for Rast. About as good a shape as you can get in pre-flop and no limit hold'em. But let's see if
Well, the
he can-
brutal thing is he's only going to be able to double back to 400 plus,
right.
given he just doesn't have nearly as deep a stack as needed to get back to where he was. This 9-high board, good for him, and now some trouble on the horizon potentially in the form of running queens as Mateos
Yeah, he'd sign for
draws
that.
live.
There was some 10 of diamond, jack of diamond kind of deals, and look at
Oh,
that.
wow.
I
Case
mean,
King comes off.
just-
Mateos with top two. Top set for Rast. And 460K will be heading his way. That's a nice way to cauterize the wound.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that was a little unlucky that he had not more chips, but he nice to rebound against the same guy who just doubled. You double through, so Rast still in it where he started the day. He's sitting okay. That'll get you a little bit off the stew.
M88 Mansion is the official sponsor of Triton Madrid and La Liga, your source for the most competitive sportsbook selection and the largest collection of casino games, not to mention the most immersive live dealer experience. Join the fun at M88 Mansion today.
Tony G at 740 sitting fairly healthy, and Rast gonna get a walk. Fun way to get a little bit off steam. You get a full double and then a walk in the big blind. Get you back to around 500. Starts building again. He's got his little towers starting to look a little lighter. I mean, look, tens to kings five-handed in those positions, Ollie. It's not like a punt by any means, right? You could argue, oh, what if you flat or what if you 4-bet and then fold? But I don't know. I don't feel like 4-bet folding would be amazingly productive. So it's like if you had flatted, maybe you would get away, or you know, the flop would have been really bad and maybe lose a lot less. But he also just has ace king, or he has some bluffs, and you just pick up a nice pot, and can't be results oriented all the time.
Tony G enters the fray once more, making it 40,000 to go from the button with king 8 suited, and shares that 8 with Mateos, which is good news for him. Adrian will flat for just 20 more. Price is right with 8-6 off. And he flops an open-ender on this paired board. Checking over. Check back from Tony, and he promptly binks a king.
Tony's showing some different gears. I'd expect him to generally be c-betting more and just sort of, it seems like he's very playing solid, like understanding ranges and where he's at, and look at welcome sight the king. I mean, this is now Mateos could have got a check raise, taking it down on the flop. Now he's going to be leading into with the worst fit, and quite a lead it is.
150K into 110. The overbet lead.
And this just shows you the power of this bet, how often it's going to work, right? When he has 8-high, what if Tony check back ace jack, ace queen? He's certainly folding. He happens to hit a weak king now, and Tony doesn't love it, but I mean, how can you? Overbets are fun, aren't they? No limit hold'em when you start getting into the 1.5x pot bets, and it just puts people in such an uncomfortable position so often. And Tony here, I mean, this is, if he calls, there's 400 in the middle, and he's going to have 550 going to the river against Mateos, who's going to get to lead first. And I mean, this is even potentially, either way, a couple time banks going to go out here, and Tony is in discomfort.
Well, the issue for Tony is he can flat this 150,000, but then what does he do unimproved on the river? And how many river cards are there that leave his king 8 feeling particularly comfortable? A spade rolls off. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Jack 10.
Some of the
double
straights fill
gutted.
in.
8-6. What does he have? 10. You know what? We have so many bad rivers already. Even an 8 could potentially complete like the Jack 10 or some other gut shot with the. I think he might lay this down. The more he's really this. And he could just be against the 7, right? Yeah, that's the thing. And
It certainly feels like the kind of line that a frisky 7 might want to take.
but would a 7 bet so big?
That's the question.
But if you hook him on to the ace king, king queen, or king X, I mean, obviously the king 8 is kind of a random king, but there are some definite kings here, and Tony G is
He's in the blender.
He's in the matrix blender. He's deep into it. Wow, Major
Incredible.
Mateos, just all. I mean, it's just fun to watch.
And note how it's precisely because he fired 150 that he was able to get away with it. If he comes with something more standard, that king 8's right in there. And then Mateos is left trying to represent something on a river, potentially unimproved. The risk reward just not there for Tony G. So nice work from Adrian Mateos. Mateo says
Big
just
bet,
shy of
huh?
900,000
Yeah, draw. Draw.
in career Triton
7.
earnings. 1 cash back in Macau, 2017.
You want me calling with the king?
Did you fall again?
Yeah.
Honest exchange there.
Too good.
I'm not sure whether or not it benefits Tony G to be admitting that he's folding a king in
Yeah.
that spot, as obviously it might motivate other players to try to push him off of pots.
Nice pickup, Ras, king 8, weakish holding on the button, gets it through. He's raising into a couple quality players there too, right? He's not just he's not afraid. He's back moving, and you're right. He says that, but he also could be lying, right? You know, people don't know right in the moment what you have or didn't. People are probing for information, but yeah, I agree. I think in general that's probably not a. Those guys don't need more info. You don't need to give Mateos and these guys extra food for thought. Of course, later the cards would be shown on the delay, as we're seeing now. Exciting stuff. Getting down to it. 23 remain.
45.
Appreciate all you guys engaging. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook as well out there. Hit that thumbs up if you're enjoying, if you're having fun. Let us know you're here, and we are going to be witnessing another champion today in Triton. A lot of play left, though.
Queen 7 deuce in a 3-way affair. Pocket 3s. Still the best hand. Ivy in the small first to act. Pretty dry texture. And he poses a question. No takers, obviously, with the 8-5 and the ace-8. Little mini boost to his stack. Rast losing the hoodie. Think he was boiling after passing the big chunk over to Mateos. Core temperature rising.
It's funny you say that. He was a bit heated. He did mention he said it was a little bit steam, but did realize it's actually not much he could do there differently. That's a pretty standard spot. Although it was a lot of chips, it was not like he ripped in the ace-10 off. Just kind of made a play. He had a real hand. It's 5-handed. Couple Well suited, nice hands here. Ivy with the dealer button going to go ahead and call. So now Rast out of position.
King Jack suited against Queen 9 suited. And Rast flops top pair here. King of clubs working for Ivy as well. Rast taking an interesting line here, Jeff. He just chooses to check.
Yeah, and if you're Ivy and you flat, and this is the case with Rast stack, your stack for sure could take control, but he does go with the check and picks up some equity.
Yep. 5 of clubs on the turn. Rast now with kings up, and Ivy with the queen high flush draw.
Yeah, so again, can Phil Ivy run off runner, and he can do it.
The
Some
answer
guys
is
can do
yes.
it. We
As
just-
Rast fired the 40K, Ivy made the call, and now Phil has queen high clubs. $210,000 in the middle. Now might Rast go for a little block bet, given some straights have filled in. The trip fives could occasionally be there. The backdoor clubs could occasionally be there. 65K into 2.
Yeah, so the interesting part of this hand, though, it was check on the flop. Definitely, I think Ivy would have some random bets with some kind of hands like this, where he just misses but has some backdoor draw. So it's sort of going to be interesting when he hears from Ivy with the raise. It's going to be disconcerting. And that raise size is so inviting.
200K smooth.
And these are always a little extra unfun when you are faced with this type of action. You're at a feature, right? You got top pair. When you get bluffed, it's so significant. And look at that. Did he use a time bank even? I don't know if he did. He just found an amazing fold.
I think Rast may have already sort of made up his mind with respect to what he was going to do in the event that Phil did put the raise in. He understood the prospects.
Yeah. And that's what, now, I mean, look at this. It really counts. Mateos in command.
86 bigs. Ivy with 68. Hecklin, the chip leader coming into the feature table, has since slid below 1 million, sitting on 48 bigs. Tony G in fourth, and Rast at 1 point with 1.2 million has since slipped all the way down to 5th out of 5 and sits with 365,000.
Yeah, big one here. This is definitely a healthy buy-in, and going to see bigger ones even, 75K, and then the 100K main event. We'll have more short deck action, but 75K no limit hold'em, I believe, on tap.
Event number 7, indeed. Anybody busting out here can pony right on up.
Yeah, Phil chipping up. Has gotten Rast's number, but Rast has gotten away relatively unscathed with those runner flushes where he's had premium holdings. And look at this hand. 7-8 suited versus a big stack. For sure, Mateo's going to be happy to play here. Don't see any other play other than call. It's just such a pretty hand. Closing action and a fun one. And both players have modest hands, but nice hands. Much better flop for Phil.
Yeah, 10 high rainbow board leaves that 7-8 of spades adrift as Mateos checks it over to the hijack opener, who will follow through for 35.
This hand feels like deserves more as 7-8 suited. Just the 10 deuce 4 rainbow, no spade is not fun, but Ivy gets to just pick it up. The feature table, or whenever there's hole cards up, it's always more interesting to make folds or calls, right? Because it's like in one hand you can get bluffed and you're gonna have to know it, but it's on the other hand you get to see if you fold and don't have to ever wonder, right? It's kind of a dichotomy there. You can level yourself though.
King Jack for Hecklin. Upstairs.
Come on.
Tricky position to play, small blind, out of position. Although it is five-handed, ace-10 off, right in that kind of middling range, sort of like sixes or sevens. It's an okay hand, a little hard to play. And you now cover your opponent by a fair amount, and he is going to go ahead and decide to take the lead on a re-raise, and King Jack off going to shrink up a lot. It's fun to watch Adrian work. Just seems to have the right ingredients at the right times.
Great timing, great instincts.
Yeah, such a decorated career already, but to win a Triton event on your home country, I'm sure there's got some friends, family in the vicinity that would be loving to see him at a final table, and
Oh, yeah.
that is it's on his way.
Without question.
Do you think Rast, look at that shirt and those chips, kind of matching nicely. Rast is coordinated. He's
Rast did not coordinate his shirt with the chips, Jeff.
okay. Just I wanted you to if it wasn't the case, let me know
Lay
right
down or
away.
bad lay down?
He did coordinate this min-raise open with his ace-king, though,
Soon.
if that helps.
It does help. He's got to
10 jack of
gonna
spades or
be in
something.
good shape unless there can be a three. He's gonna have a
Could be.
nice chance to win the pot, but still Ivy in the lead. And if you have threes, it's not a bad flop for threes.
2 fours, 2 spades, and a jack after
Too good.
Phil flatted from the small.
Home ground, I figure. Home ground.
Both players check, and then the king rolls off on the
ground.
turn, giving Rast the best hand.
Advantage.
Easy money. With the bunnies, right? Just punish the bunny. Crazy.
.23 holding firm at that field size right now, getting down to the final 25% here. Rast not going to be doing more checking. This time a 75K bet, and three's going to have to relinquish.
75.
I think normally you may see Rast c-bet, maybe the ace-king there, but his stack size so vulnerable, doesn't want to get check raised. And does hit that powerful top pair, top kicker on the turn. Ivy doesn't make a meal of it, gives it up.
Not a lot of places for the 2 threes to go at that point.
No. All right, we get to see another small blind, big blind situation here. Hecklin will limp in. Tony G King 9, kind of one of those hands you can just check back, but you also could do some raising, and he is going to do that and take it down. Nice hand there. Nice recognition.
Tony G just, I'm not even sure I'm looking at the same person that I remember. He was just so chatty once upon a time, but it could also be a function of the opposition. I don't know that he deems these guys the right customers for the speech play. And G from the small piles with the ace-4, Rast with fairly straightforward fold.
Yeah, there's Tony's chip stack just all in one. Just stacking them up all together. Everyone's got a little different style in methodology. Do you make chip stack reads, Ollie, when you're playing some cash? That's not in your
chips. I don't make any reads, man. I just look at my cards.
Fair
Who
enough.
cares what you have?
That's all right. Listen,
I'm playing Badusi.
Is that okay?
It doesn't matter.
But
I got 7-7. Who cares how you stack your chips? If you scratched your left ear, if you cracked an Oreo, all right,
That's
raise.
But you play other games.
I play straight Badusi.
That's your deal. All right.
18. No, we got an 18 game mix. We
All
have
right.
good times.
So there's a read somewhere in there. There's some reads. Chip stacks.
Look, I'm being facetious. I'm perhaps the greatest live reader in the history of poker.
With chance corner.
Somewhere in between those two things.
You're in the middle. You're in the middle.
Queen Jack for Ivy, queen in the window, and he is in front of this King 6 suited for Mateos, who defended his big blind.
Speed of play, again, very, very high in general. Not a lot of
easy check fold for Adrian,
tolerating.
of course.
Still 5-handed, so a 7-handed tournament's going to happen where there are portions where it's even much shorter handed like this. 21 we'll get back to 7-handed. Fill in some seats and take us to the next stage of the tournament. It starts getting really, at 21 it gets essentially one table away from the money. 13 cashing, it would put 2 tables of 14, so we're pretty close here.
Up we go at the 10-25 level. Min raised to 50K from Hecklin. No customers.
Quick fold with the King Jack off.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, again, a warm welcome to you, whether you're streaming us on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. Certainly hope you're enjoying this coverage of the very first stop on the Triton Super High Roller Series for 2022 here at Casino Gran Via in Madrid. Been a terrific series thus far, crowning ourselves 4 champions, including Rui Cao yesterday in the short deck. Working our way toward a champ here in event number 6. 50K no limit hold'em. Adrian Mateos has done very well for himself here at this featured table on the button with an 8-9 offsuit. Looking to do well for himself some more.
Heavy with a playable possible hand. Not the big blind, though. It's one of the worst possible hands, and that is going to be, again, timing. Just everything working. Little pot, little pickup here and there. You know, raise, look, be active, and then get kings. 3-bet, get a full big double. Also, the portion of the tournament too a little more serious. You know, if this is level 1, 2, 3, maybe a little more chatting right now. It's sort of, it's real time, real money at stake.
Been stuck at 23 players for quite some time. Overall leader right now, Mikita Badziakuski. Adrian Mateos featured here, second overall. Shortest stack remaining in the field currently belongs to Yaman Nakdali, the Spaniard. 23rd.
Check.
Daniel
Friends.
DeVoris, 22nd.
Fair
Both
enough.
of them with
Can't raise you every time.
220 and 260, respectively. Meanwhile, blind versus blind. Paired flop, ace high, 10 high, and 9 high.
Tony G's got backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Does he want to get a little saucy here and defend, or get floaty and get fancy, or is he just going to move on, which would be seems like the most obvious thing, but Tony G, guy's got moves.
Just a little quarter if you do, and Tony G doesn't.
Yeah, Hecklin going to be happy with the 10-7 off, picking up on the ace-5-5, but voluntarily coming in and then leading on that board effectively. Very nice. So hard to make a pair and hold them, or even have a draw.
Folded around to Hecklin with the 10-5 suited on the button. Min raise open. King 8 suited for Rast in the big as he weighs his options.
Certainly could shove here. Calls.
Two aces and a 10 with a couple of hearts as Rast opted to defend as opposed to shove, which Jeff Gross alluded to having been an option, and maybe it would have been the right one considering that he has allowed Hecklin to spike a 10 on this flop in position. Hecklin sprinkling.
Yeah, this is dicey because you know you definitely have the best hand, but his stack is a little harder to be exploratory. But look at, hey, if you're not going to shove King 8 suited when it's close, you got to be willing to stick in there a bit. And instincts are on that he could have the best hand, but unfortunately did get out flopped with that 10. If you're Hecklin, though, you can sort of deduce that not many aces on the stack size. Rast is probably just going to go peeling willy-nilly, probably jamming a lot of them, almost any ace. So it's sort of tough to think that you're behind, that he has an ace. It's sort of like, all right, does he have a heart draw? I don't have a heart. He could have some broadways that he didn't shove, but maybe he would just shove the broadways there too, most likely. So, you know, and if you get called there twice, you can just slow down on the river. Maybe he does have like a better 10 somehow. So really nicely done by Hecklin. And I don't want to say a misstep. Of course, it's so easy when the cards are on their back. Oh, King 8 suited could jam. Like
Right.
they just run into the top of the range. But Rast showing he's willing to call King high and
Yeah.
play post flop. And
I think took a little peek, wanted to size his man up and see whether or not the second barrel was there. And
yeah,
as we saw, it was.
yeah.
Min-raise open this time with pocket fours from Hecklin. Not sure how much more of this Tony G is going to be able to take.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very pretty looking hand. Deciding if he has some fold equity or not. Wow. Wow, Rast just peels out of position, the Jack-10 suited. I mean, it's a very playable, nice hand. It looks pretty strong. The flat 50 off of that.
Yeah, 20% of his remaining stack.
Oh man, and this is
2 queens and a deuce as Rast is out of position with the jack high.
so pros and cons of not shoving. You don't get to see 5
I'm the only purebred bunny here, though.
in a hand like this, right,
The
where
rest
you're
are all
flipping.
half-cast bunnies. There's another bunny.
Ace on the turn now, giving
Good to have
Rast
you at the table.
the Broadway draw.
We have more coin poker. Bunnies.
So, you know, if Rast had shoved, is it with 2 fours, maybe just a price, right, with his stack, and where it is, he's just we're gonna be seeing 5, and as it plays, he gets to go to a river, doesn't get there, doesn't hit, but if he just shoves and gets called, then he's on his bicycle. So, you know, as Tony would tell you. So this is kind of an interesting one. Also, I think just really showing Rast how comfortable he is to play post flop on the stacked up.
Sure.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna go ahead and bet it. And look at that, Ali. Not only does he would have maybe called and been out, he actually finds a way to win the pot with jack high. So very, very nice hand.
Well, that flat off of 250, 450,000 certainly skews his hand toward the stronger side. So when Hecklin opened the window for him with 2 queens and an ace, both out there, Rast pounced.
Yeah. Exciting. And that, what is that? So we're at 21. 2 new. Look at, we got Omaha for rolls. Laszlo joins us there, and Mr. Seidel.
Indeed. Full house now here at the feature table, which was 5-handed until the arrival of these 2 players. As we venture on with 3 tables remaining here in event 6.
All in? All in. 345.
Full table, 7-handed. They'll cut off all in, queen jack suited. Very reasonable shove. And part of poker is timing. And for people to not wake up, and Rast is going to pick up an important one. And again, 7-handed, you hit that big blind ante. It comes fast, 7-handed. You can't just sit there and, oh, I'm going to get ace king and 9s, 10s plus. Like, you got to sometimes, Amir Vahidi said it, in order to live, you got to be willing to die.
Yep.
That's one of the great lines from the poker lore, and he said that. I think that was a moneymaker final table, maybe 2003 or somewhere in that range. But yeah, this is.
He said it on more than one occasion, and it still resonates today.
Yeah.
Yes. Amir Vahidi passed away. Left us with that kernel of poker wisdom. 2 queens now for Adrian Mateos. Folded around to him on the button. 66 big blinds. Chip leader.
Does Ivy have a back brace on or something? I mean, his posture is so upright. It's just, you know, look, it's like he's focused, man. I'm telling you. Ivy's back. Can we say that or not? Because I just
that
don't
a
know
pun?
if he left. Yeah, exactly.
Feels slightly tense out there,
Yeah, it does.
right?
You're right.
I mean, yes, it's a 50K. Yes, we've got 8 left until we hit the bubble of 13 places, which are paid.
Poker's so much like golf to me. It's like, you know, to get deeper, to play well, it's like not so hard to get down to 50 or 40 in a poker tournament, right? You could play tight and, you know, find yourself there, but to make the cut, to make it to the end, to make the money, it starts getting more difficult right now. Things really start escalating. To go from 21 to 13 is no easy task.
You're right about that.
But you're so close.
$75K to go from the suited connector of Ivy on the button. This king-queen for Hecklin off of a stack of 910,000. Mulling its options.
Ivy with this kind of blank stare, and
Yeah.
Hecklin likely going to pop it up here.
230.
There it is. Big raise.
And this isn't going to read weak by any stretch. Not that 3-bets ever do, but Hecklin's just been in line for the most part, Jeff.
Yeah, he's got a great hand to do it. It's sort of like the perfect bluffing, semi-bluffing hand. You block so many strong hands, queens, kings, ace, king, ace, queen, and you also don't really want to flat play that out of position, so it just sort of falls into the perfect hand. Also, the position is right. It's not under the gun raise. You got a dealer button who's got chips. It means his range is going to be a little more liberal. And Ivy, you know, it's tempting to flat, but you don't really want to. You can't. He doesn't have, it's like if he maybe had 1.45 that deep, you could talk yourself into getting out of line and seeing a flop, but not the implied odds, not quite there. And as you said, Hecklin been in line as well. And you have 9 high, all those things.
Right. That is one of the other issues.
Yeah, it's not like he has ace jack off or pocket eights. He's got a relatively easy release in terms of his hand strength. Got a kind of nice mix of old school, new school now. Tony G, Phil Ivey, Eric Seidel, and you got the Mateos, Omaha for rolls.
Boitas, the Hungarian in Cyprus, had a second-place finish in the 50K no-limit hold'em 6-handed, where he won 770,000. So clearly, this is a discipline he is comfortable with. That was his first ever Triton outing, 770 in career earnings.
Yeah, and here he's thinking about shoving, min raising, but he does shove. Ivy has a hand he will be calling and has his opponent in fairly dire straits. But as we know, the overcard and flush possible makes it only a 2-to-1 favorite, roughly, Ali. This is one of those things in poker where, you know, the best hand doesn't always win.
Right about that. But if Ivy has anything to do with it, he is certainly hoping that would be the case, as he could eliminate a player and pick up chips. But the 9-8-5 board giving Boitas so many outs. Any spade, any king.
Wow.
Now add a 10 to the mix.
It's almost off the screen, those cards that are available for a win, but still a 2-to-1 favorite, one to come.
And somehow a red 5 finds its way to the river. So Laszlo Boitas' time here at the feature table was short-lived, as he is eliminated in 21st place, out of the money, but allowing us to inch somewhat closer to a payday for the remainder of the field.
Yeah.
Down to 20.
Indeed.
Ace-4 off, cut off, definitely a possible open. Probably a mixture of a lot of things there, including Rast being on the shorter stack, respecting Seidel on the button. And Tony also has a shove stack, and this is going to be the second time that Tony has gotten blind on blind and gotten a shove against Rast with just
How much you playing with her?
a nice hand to
25
find and be able to shove all in.
Eric,
So
sorry,
Well, how much am I
picks
playing?
it up.
sorry, yeah, problem.
He has like
Uh,
260.
Thank you.
265.
Thank you.
You have like 5?
I think 6.
Oh, that's
It's a 5K
Oh, yeah.
profit on the day.
270, like
6.
this is not 50, it's 55.
Oh,
6 or 5.
More chips.
270. Thank you.
Double your profit.
Yeah, it's huge.
Seidel, king, queen. 270K cutoff. Going to be
Yep.
a fist pound all in from there. Fist.
That'll work, he says.
Timing so
65
important.
if I
Just
call, right?
gets it
270
through,
now.
picks it up. Nice
Yeah, I'm glad you
increase
found
to
that.
the stack. Really has been around since so many years. He's been doing this and doing it well.
And I think for me, Jeff Seidel is really one of those guys who managed to kind of transcend and evolve and actually keep pace in these solver era, you know, youthfully dominated moments in poker as it stands. And I mean, testament to just how good he is.
Yep. Rast 8-6 suited, getting into a awkwardly tiny stack here. Thinking about shoving, but really you don't want to have the 8-6 there, and this would have been really snapped out of his share with the ace-king suited for live. Of course, would have been live, but you know, you want to have some high card there. It's not really, can't really raise, min raise there with his stack in that hand, so just gives it up. Card removal effect. Adrian just gets out of the way, doesn't even limp in with his stack, decides that he'll get out of the way, and Phil had the goods.
Ace-8 suited now for Seidel off of 330K under the gun.
Oh.
The decision is the same.
Yep, ace-8 suited. It's always more fun to get a little better hand, but sometimes you just can't be too picky. It's so valuable to pick it up. You're going to hit the big blinds. You're going to lose 50K next hand, basically, right? That's a lot. Go down to 280, or you're going to be in the big blind at least posting that 50K. So now, up to 390 now in the big blind, and yeah, you can call. Can sometimes get there, sometimes find a fake flip, or king-queen suited calls you, and you're ahead. He's already got that short stack spin up score. 2 blinds on the stone bubble, made the money, and then got second overall to Paul. Actually had the chip lead. I mean, he had Paul all in. I believe jacks to king 10 off and sevens to jack 8 suited. So he literally was 2 times, had the opportunity to win from being the shortest with 13 left. So he knows the short stacks can be dangerous.
Boy, Ivy still feeling the jet lag, maybe light on the caffeine to start the day. 8-6 offsuit, not going to do much to wake him up. Another 8-6, this time belonging to Eric Seidel. He will call that min raise open from the cutoff. Flops himself a two-way straight draw up against top pair, top kicker with 135,000 in the middle. Seidel checking over to Mateos. And Adrian bets 70,000 north of half pot.
Yeah, pretty big flop for both players here. And Seidel says, you know what? Got an open-ended, but I'm going to find a better spot. Don't really have fold equity, and I've 8 high. A 10 somehow might not be good for me. It's possible, too, and move to the next. Nice shot above the table there of Jacob and Co. I know we've talked about the watches, but the main event winners for the short deck and the Nolan Hold'em will receive a nice Jacob and Co. piece. Pretty cool.
No doubt.
A6 suited under the gun, Rast with a interesting, goes for the raise, not the shove. And this is, again, got to be comfortable. If you're going to be min raising off these stack depths, you got to understand that you are potentially going to put yourself in a post flop situation that, you know, if you just raise, you could take down. But look at this, Seidel with ace 10 off in the small blind against the under the gun raise, Rast, and wow, just sniffs it out. Interesting part is if Rast had shoved, would Seidel have gone with this? And this is this is unlucky for Rast, because ace 10 off is probably like the stone bottom of what Seidel would do this with. Even you could argue he could fold that to Rast min raise and just be like, oh, I'll respect that it's strong. So, what do you think on this, Ellie? I'm a little surprised that, because, you know, also he knows Rast very well, plays some of the highest stakes in the world, cash games, and he hasn't really been on the tournament grind for a bit, and it's his only one he's playing here. I don't know. I just feel like you could give him the benefit of the doubt for being really strong there. And ace 10 off, credit to Eric for going for that. Big swing for Rast. He's going to hit the big blind now. Just lost 50 and is going to lose another, be posting another 50.
Well, he's operating off of that short stack. Same story for Seidel, of course.
All in.
Is this again folded around small blind, big blind? Rast getting a little irritated. Rightfully so. This is 3 for 3.
Sure.
And it's hard to even get to the, oh, I think King 9 suited, I think he's going to have to call. 10
Well, he'll be in good shape if and when he does.
Nice call, Rast.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sharing the king is great news for him.
and this is actually, Tony G has had reasonable hands. Weak ace and an ace 4 suited, and then now King 7 suited. Can't really blame him shoving on Rast stack in these spots, so he's not getting away with one, but there are some chop opportunities, both sharing king high. All red cards.
To the flop we go. 565 in the middle.
Oh.
Tony G has Rast covered. Flop to 7, but Rast
That would be an amazing prop flop for me.
hits
Big
hard.
boy flush. Don't want to play props right now, though.
No sweat turn is always nice, although he was, you
For
saw
sure.
98% after the
270.
flop. And Tony's thinking, man, critical time, 19 left, blind on blind. I was finding my little honey hole here, folds to me and getting the shove.
Till the
And
day I die.
What's your big boy, 753?
Till the day I die, every time that comes up, I always think big boy. It's like I can never not think it.
think Ras is referencing the $1 million tournament in 2012 where he made the final table, flopped the nut flush, hearts, and there was a 3, and Sam Trickett made quads.
Yours is 854, right? Yeah.
I think, but maybe
Seemed
something
like
else. But,
3 854 suited. It's just
yeah, for those of you that
Not
think
very
Ras
easy to call.
maybe splashing around, he did play the $1 million buy-in poker tournament in 2012. Anyone who puts a
Didn't
million in
snap.
is
No.
I mean, it took like 5 seconds or so.
not scared.
Is rolled.
Yeah, they're not scared.
That's the
for
word
sure,
we're looking
whatever,
for.
That it was going to start net rolling. But it was close.
Tony now going to be on a bit of life support. Seidel cut off, ace-6 off, vulnerable stack. Mateos in the big blind, knowing that the implied odds are sort of not super sweet, but hey, 7-5 suited for 1 blind. Gonna go to a flop.
And that flop is 2 3s and a 7. Advantage Mateos against the ace-6. Unfortunate development
Doubles.
for Seidel.
And likely just gonna go check stuff. Probably, I don't think it's reasonable to get too cute here. He's gonna have, of course, like some suited broadways, random broadways, some ace X's like this, and don't really want to just be calling. I don't think it's not trap worthy, and maybe even could get heroed, but he could. Okay, he's gonna raise, yeah. Because it also puts a hand like, say Eric did have ace-queen suited or something like that. This is a board where Mateos could have draws. There's a lot of them. Diamonds, 5, 6, 4, 5.
Seidel took his little probe spot for the quarter.
I'm curious on that if it might be better just to shove ace-6 off there. I'm not going to question Eric Seidel's strategy in game, but it's a hard hand to play. And
Now a peek at our next feature table, Jeff, which will contain the likes of Mikita Badziakuski, the overall chip leader in the event, as well as Linus Lolliger, Bruno Volkmann, Fedor Holtz, Tom Axel Bedell, Danny Tang, and Mike Watson.
Rast again showing a raise, not a shove, but a little different stack size now. He's got around 20 big blinds, and fortunately he didn't shove because he would have been getting called a little too much to shove.
At that depth, 550 to start the hand. This is just south of 10% of his stack, and Mateos will 3-bet with the 2 7s to 225K.
Yeah, Rast pass. And Mateos again, just sort of understands he's going to 3-bet call off against Rast there with his stack and pick up sometimes, flip sometimes, get coolered once in a while and still have 20%. Just seems effortless.
Indeed it does. And we remind you that on the iOS and Android platforms, you can download the very same stuff that Jeff and I are looking at inside the booth in order to inform and guide ourselves as we follow along here in the Triton Super High Roller Series. It is the Triton Poker Plus app, and it is live data at your fingertips. Download it today. Mateos on the button, Queen 4.
Pick your event, Ali. If you were looking up the schedule throughout here, what would be one you'd just be like, that'd be fun to play out of all the short deck or PLO or the.
I don't have enough experience in short deck, but I'm starting to look. I don't know. It wouldn't necessarily be fun. It would be pretty darn stressful, but I want that big no limit main.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe the PLO. Maybe
Yeah.
that'd be good.
I'm gonna play that one. I'm gonna hop in the PLO. So.
Oh, so I'm the only guy?
That's what I was saying. Pick your event. No, we're all in. We're just chopping it up together and taking a run at it.
Well, Ivy taking a run at it here on the ace, ace, queen, 2 diamond board. Turns himself a 6. Hecklin. Just 10 high here. Barreling. 30,000. Ivy made the call, and look at this, Jeff. The board double pairs, counterfeiting his 6, and he just shuts it down.
Yeah.
Hecklin just has 10 high here. He shuts down, and what a surprise this is going to be for him, is he's going to manage to scoop this pot somehow with 10 high, Jeff.
I win.
Whoa. You don't see that every day.
Nope.
So a nice little pickup there for the man who was the chip leader at the onset of this featured table, but now sits in third behind Adrian Mateos and Phil Ivey, with Rast having ridden the roller coaster, currently sitting in fourth. Seidel with 14 bigs in fifth, and Tony G, fairly uneventful outing, sitting in sixth with 11 bigs. We will say goodbye to that crew, however, and goodbye to the 10 and 25,000 blind level, as we will move forward even further in the structure to 15 and 30,000 blinds. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And once again, we will be... Okay. How about one more hand?
Bonus.
One more hand. Is that all right?
Tony G now with 285, and this is not a fun spot either, because it's like, all right, I'm hitting the big blind, but ace-4 off, just a little too dicey to put it in. And Jack-9 suited with the big stack. This is a fun one to open for sure. Gonna do just that. I think Mateos kind of feels the respect too. I think he just knows, guys know that he knows what he's doing. And Hecklin with the nice looking hand, but not short stack. This isn't just full pusher full. And he's got a hand that he could either flat in the small or 3-bet, and he's gonna flat. Goes on the more conservative path. Also realizing that he is fairly deep with Mateos, and he could get flatted by a hand such as this. Jack-9 suited pairs, other hands that are very live, and this gets a head scratch from Eric, who decides to defend with the Jack-3 suited. Going to be dominated a lot, kind of the problem here, but he's getting such a great price, and he could flop a flush, 2 pair, 3 threes. So goes for it, calls a little, and going to whiff the flop. And look at that, 3-way. No one has got even a pair. No flush draw. Mateos actually kind of has the most things happening here. He's got like more clear backdoor situations with the straight or flush coming, 2 overs to that board. I mean, ace queen, you know, it's hard to play this one out of the small blind multi-way.
Kind of no man's land there for the ace high, as Mateos will follow through. Just a min bet of 50,000.
You know, the problem with the ace queen, if you just call there too, Eric could easily be check raising. He could have anything like 6-7 or 6 deuce or some hand that he just check raises. Now you have to like call 300 for the check raise. If, too much has to go right for you there. So
You're not wrong about that, my friend. As the players will officially head to the break, we will say goodbye to our feature table. We give you one last glimpse there at the chip counts as Seidel ticks back to 9 bigs. 15 and 30K will be the blinds and the antes. And we will welcome in a new feature table. But first, we welcome you back to our broadcast booth here in Madrid. Ali Najad alongside Jeff Gross. And one frame in the books, Jeff. And inbound, we have a jam-packed feature table. Chip leader, Mikita Badziakuski, and the limitless man, Linus Lolliger, who so many people have had their eye on. Just a legend of the online game. Curious to see how he's going to navigate the live streets. My first opportunity to provide commentary on him. What can you tell us about those two?
yeah, dangerous player. And if you look at the stacks here, he started the day 2.5 million. He's down to 1.2. You see another very familiar face, 3-time winner, Makita, up to 3 million. Looks like they may have had a little interaction.
Sure.
And of course, Fedor Holtz, the guy who says he's retired. We kind of joke about it. He's always in and out, and he's got a huge stack, 2 million, just kind of quietly at the top of the chip count. So absolutely electric table there. We're going to have a fun day. I know I will be stepping out. Henry Kilbane will be joining you, but I'll be checking the Triton Plus updates and keeping a close eye because it is an exciting day, and this is going to be 1.3 million going to a winner today. Very, very big purse.
Yeah, working our way toward the money bubble, which is 13 deep, just 19 players left. 3 tables. We'll step aside, but we will return to Madrid shortly with more coverage from event number 6. Stay close.
Come on, babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Runner hearts. What a tease for Haxton, as suddenly there was light at the end of the tunnel, and then it was vanquished. Ivy helping himself to the remainder of the Ike Bucks.
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited, a pretty one, as Rast is involved yet again.
Yeah, Stevie looks interested. Pair.
Yeah, the hard 8, 2 4s.
They have the same stack.
Steven flats.
Yeah, roughly the same stack here. Rast with a slight covering, but essentially that would be for all of it if they somehow played in. Oh my
this
goodness,
is
what is
bad
happening
news.
here? I mean, this is like
Top 2 against bottom set on the monotone board, however.
wow.
Could that slow down the action?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. How does it heads up pot too?
Rast starting things off with a check. Kind of a pot control-y line.
This is such a, I mean, top 2 versus flop set. That is the only, as you did mention, that the monotone is a chance for some things to slow down, but this is a dangerous spot for Rast. Let's see, especially on that sizing. He could easily decide to just try to escalate things here. Really dicey for Rast. I mean, this is
130.
yeah, and
So there was 2 ways that he was going to approach this situation, and he went with the latter as he check raises, and that looks pretty darn strong. But now Stephen Chidwick's job is to ask himself how often Rast takes this line with top set, middle set, or the flush flopped.
right. Yeah, I mean, what do you do here, Rast, if you did have the nut flush somehow or a set of 10s? Is this what you would do? And set of 10s and jacks, it's tricky, right? It's just tricky to think how this would go. And if you're Chidwick, if you also, your hand has a lot of vulnerability with another diamond peeling off, and I mean, I think he might just go ahead and send it. He could easily call 2 and peel 1 off, see what happens, but I think that's the safer play to rip it.
He ships it in there, and Rast is going to make the call. Good news for him is he's not drawing dead. Chidwick actually doesn't want the board to pair unless, of course, it's a 4.
Wow, how about a diamond? Some diamond just to chop seems fair in this spot, right? I know Rast loves commentary, but he would love to stick around and be in the action longer. So let's see what happens here.
He does have Chidwick slightly covered and hits the jack on the turn.
Get out of here. No way. Is that real?
The nut full house for Brian Rast. Chidwick with 1 out.
My
It doesn't
goodness.
come in.
Wow.
And that's going to be all she wrote for Stephen Chidwick.
440. Let's count.
3. I have 4 plus that.
Wow. Disgusting hand all around. I mean, really, this is one of those spots where you're on the wrong side of a cooler, and then you get you get lucky, because either way.
And unusually quiet, Tony G.
You never know. Could be late night cash games. Also, you know, the businessman, a lot going on. Just hard to say if he's playing, if what's happening. But yeah, he's been in line. He's been fairly quiet. Also, not a ton of his usual customers, right? In some of these cash games and characters here. These are a little more on the less chatty side.
Yeah.
And also probably people he's less familiar with. Ivy and him, I'm sure, have history, and Rast knows each other. But I don't know if something like Hecklin and Mateos.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Rast opening to 45,000 from the cutoff with these 2 10s, and Mateos, with a pretty deep stack of 915K, has kings on the button.
125.
And he will 3-bet to $1.25. And this is where obviously Mateos loves being on the button in terms of position, but even more so in terms of the fact that it could leave Rast feeling as though it doesn't have to be better than 10s. There's a number of hands that Mateos might be looking to 3-bet in this spot. And we saw Rast shoving in with 10s earlier off of a different stack depth, and here he is doing it again. Mateos going to double check, and this is bad news for Brian Rast.
Wow. Oh, I don't think he realized. Yeah, he has. Wow.
He has Mateos covered, but nevertheless, This would deal a crippling blow to Brian's stack.
Yeah, pretty. I mean, this is definitely a cooler in the sense that these are big hands in the positions and where it's at, but also, you know, he could have done a couple things here inside. It's a big pot. It's a big shove, but
Glory.
wow.
And the turn doesn't help Rast because should the king come off giving him Broadway, Mateos would have kings full of jacks. So it is only a 10 that would give him tens full and would save him. And the 5 of clubs isn't going to do it. So Rast down to 205,000. Just 10 bigs.
Yeah, that is. We were just saying it was cruising, all going well, and this is
The lead with 23 left here in event 6, day 2. And now Rast picks up the kings that dealt him the big blow just moments ago. And Mateos picking on him again. This time he is in dire straits with king-queen suited. Is there a world in which Rast does anything other than pile?
and you know, and there's no way he's folding. Obviously, right? 3 bets. He's snap call. You're not playing your hand at 3-bet fold there on these stacked up. So, well, this would be. You can see the percentages. Very nice start for Rast. About as good a shape as you can get in pre-flop and no limit hold'em. But let's see.
Well, the brutal thing is he's only going to be able to double back to 400 plus.
Right.
Given he just doesn't have nearly as deep a stack as needed to get back to where he was. This 9-high board, good for him, and now some trouble on the horizon potentially in the form of running queens as Mateos.
Yeah, he'd sign for
draws
that.
live.
There was some 10 of diamond, jack of diamond kind of deals, and look at
Oh
that.
wow, Case King comes off. Mateos with top set for Rast, and 460K will be heading his way. That's a
nice mix of old school, new school now. Tony G, Phil Ivey, Eric Seidel, and you got the Mateos, Omaha for rolls.
Boitas, the Hungarian in Cyprus, had a second place finish in the 50K no limit hold'em 6-handed where he won 770,000. So clearly this is a discipline he is comfortable with. That was his first ever Triton outing, 770 in career earnings.
Yeah, and here he's thinking about shoving, min raising, but he does shove. Ivy has a hand he will be calling and has his opponent in fairly dire straits. But as we know, the overcard and flush possible makes it only a 2-to-1 favorite roughly, Ali. This is one of those things in poker where, you know, the best hand doesn't always win.
Right about that. But if Ivy has anything to do with it, he is certainly hoping that would be the case, as he could eliminate a player and pick up chips. But the 9-8-5 board giving Boitas so many outs. Any spade, any king.
Wow.
Now add a 10 to the mix.
It's almost off the screen, those cards that are available for a win, but still a 2-to-1 favorite, one to come.
And somehow a red 5 finds its way to the river. So Laszlo Boitas' time here at the feature table was short-lived, as he is eliminated in 21st place, out of the money, but allowing us to inch somewhat closer to.
All in.
Is this again?
And welcome back inside our broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. Ali Nejad, now joined by none other than Henry Kilbane, as we welcome in a new feature table with continuing coverage of event number 6 to €50,000 no limit hold'em 7 max, where 13 places will be paid. Currently, just 19 players remaining in the field. And Henry, as I welcome you into the booth, I seek some opinions. Mikita Badziakuski at the top, a Triton fixture. He is a man who holds, well, let's count it, 3 Triton titles, 10 cashes, over $12 million in earnings. Is he the one to watch?
It's definitely the one to watch, but there's no one that you can count out from this horse race of, the absolute elite. Holtz, Ivy, Watson, Bruno Volkmann coming in all the way from Brazil, Ross, Seidel, Linus Love, really all of these guys competent enough to take this down.
I know for me, first time I'm going to get to commentate on this Linus character that everybody in the cyber streets has been talking about for so long as being just an absolute monster.
Yes,
There he is. 4th in chips right now with 36 bigs. Middle of the pack. Dead heat between he and Mike Watson. As mentioned, Badziakuski, the overall chip leader, obviously chip leader here as well. Fedor Holtz can never overlook the German. Had one of the greatest runs in the history of tournament poker way back. Tom Axel Bedell, a newcomer, 59 bigs, 3rd and 4th overall. Don't count out Denny Tang. And, of course, Bruno Volkmann, part of the talented Brazilian crew.
Oh, yeah. They've been been putting the rest of us in the blender in the online streets for the past year and a half, 2 years. The Brazilian Armada, if you will. What a table, eh? So what's Holtz, Badziakowski. I heard you had a little wander today around the streets of Madrid before joining us for this.
Yeah, went out, took our one of our camera crews out for the social content team, as Holtz has taken his king-queen offsuit out for a spin. Min raised to 60,000 with the blinds at 15 and 30. Badziakuski, the chip leader, flatting from the hijack. He's going to be pipped. And Bedell, who reminds me of the Hunter S. Thompson character from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. A very distinct style on that man with the Gucci bucket hat and the print button down. Love to see it. Leaves the boys to it on the 9-high board where neither have connected.
Remind me, Ali, who was it that made the bucket hat somewhat famous in the poker world from across the pond? I believe it was you and Nick commentating on some high-stakes poker cash games.
Oh, Rick Solomon?
There we go.
Yeah.
Always bringing the heat when it comes to fashion.
Oh, I believe there was a green tracksuit at the Triton Million in London that is still singed into my retinas.
Oh, Limitless. Out there on the floor rocking a Versace tracksuit.
Victor Malinowski. I've seen him in that tracksuit once or twice. He likes the sartorial chic. Badziakuski likes position and a big stack, as Holes did not follow through with the king-queen offsuit and just check mucks. Treading lightly here with 18 left. I'm told we have lost another player. Didn't take long. Yaman Nakdali, the Spaniard, out of there in 19th.
Okay.
Are you happy to be
13 paid. Gonna lose Holtz.
We're definitely happy.
For now, at least.
Maybe easier to steal down there.
There's just too many chips on this table.
Yeah, go stack 3 players, please.
Oh wow, 2 bust outs in the same moment, huh?
Who said that? Someone just told Fedor to go and stack 2. Oh, Danny Tang. I was wondering. So I don't recall seeing a Union Jack flag this lineup, but Danny learned how to play poker in Manchester, of all places, in the UK.
The double bust out Badziakuski was referring to, by the way, included Tony Guaga, who was also a casualty in that pot. And a reminder, in the Triton Poker Plus app, you're able to go back and take a look at the actual hand histories.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of love over on social media for that app. The players just cannot praise it enough. Saw Sergio Ido trying to convince all of his fans and followers to go and sweat the app action in real time.
I just want to sweat those white shades that Badziakuski broke out as he's headed to a flop here. Three-way against Bedel's small blind and Volkmann's big. On the heels of the open under the gun with Jack-10, where he has flopped 2 overs in the gut shot straight draw against a gutty of his own and the best hand with a pair of 8s for Bedell, who checks to Volkmann.
Yeah, and then checks over to Badziakowski, who has the option to start applying pressure with his 2 overs and gut shot.
Indeed.
60.
Does come out firing for around 30%. It's an awkward board to see bet early. Betting into the big blind. It's going to have all the 2 pairs, all the straights in a spot where we don't really have many. Bedell.
Yeah, the check pop. Showing some aggression. Playing under the Norwegian flag. Sizing is 220K, and that's a fairly deep stack to contend with there.
Does this feel like one of those check raise to see where I'm at kind of raises from the 8s out of the small?
Well, when you get flatted as the under-the-gun opener by the small blind, and then they check raise you on a 9-high rainbow texture, thoughts do come through your head about a slow-played overpair from time to time.
Potentially, yeah, for sure.
Maybe even a set.
A set
on
makes
this
a lot
board.
of sense as well, yeah. Flatting 5s through 9s here.
Now the queen on the turn after the call from Badziakuski will give him a 2-way straight draw. King comes into play as well.
Yeah. Good luck, Bedell, on winning this pot out position. Could still arguably bet turn for small more often than not when you do get called. See the 8s kind of wave the white flag here.
Well, time will tell whether or not Bedell will fold to Badziakuski.
200,000.
And Mikita, when given the opening, pounces, putting 200,000 into 650. Will it be enough, though, on the milky side?
Yeah, I think Bedell's going to naturally be curious about this sizing, and it's a big chance we actually see a river card here. But Mikita's sizing really giving himself enough room to put a ton of pressure on Bedell if we do see a river. SPR going to be a tad over 1, and Bedell going to have a lot of hands in his range that can face heat here for 200,000, but are going to struggle to call off a big bet on the river, especially given the fact that he's very comfortably sat in the middle of the pack with 1.4 million, 13 paid. A blunder here could potentially cost him 6 figures.
Yeah, he is the 2nd largest stack at this table, and to start this pot, 5th largest overall. Does say call. Now we've got over $1 million in the middle, and the river is a 4. Does not complicate matters for the 2 8s, so could be bluff catcher time for Bedell's 8s, depending on whether or not Badziakuski will make a move if checked to him.
Pretty sick hand playing out here. 5 away from the money. 1 million in the middle. Bedell kind of capping himself on the turn.
Now it's a decision for Badziakuski. He's obviously deep enough to make a sizable bet at this. Could ask for it all, even.
You would with kings and aces, right?
Seems that way, but he shuts it down. So Badziakuski may be figuring his customers on the sticky side. Checks back, and nice pickup for those 2 8s. And that little smirk on Badziakuski's face, Henry, reads to me like he thinks he may have
Definitely won the next one.
given a pot away that he didn't need to.
Yeah, when the 8s get tabled,
Right.
you do replay the hand in the back of your head. What could I have done differently?
Right.
The coolest of customers when it comes to moving on, letting go. Badziakowski will review that hand post-tournament. And we'll just jump straight into the next one.
8 would have been nice for you, huh? No?
Maybe a 6 would be better for me.
6 is good. I don't know if you want a D8.
No, I meant Makita.
Yeah.
Ah, Danny with the sick read.
Mm-hmm.
Saying 8 would have been nice for you, Makita.
Could be something else, but it's the obvious one.
There's some good sniff out there.
Yeah.
As we get a first peek at Bruno Volkmann, the Brazilian, as mentioned, his first ever Triton stop. Played the 30K No Limit Hold'em 7 max, skipped the short deck events, and here he is in the 50.
I mean, 1 doubled up. What you got?
Are they going to move Linus, or are they going to be slow and move me?
Hmm? Okay. Your water?
Yeah.
So can you fill me in on
Boom.
our man,
Copy on the table.
Brian Rast? Whilst I was, well, away earlier on this morning. I know he blessed our feature table for quite some time.
Say it isn't so. Linus Lolliger is being pulled away from the feature table, which did feature Brian Rast for a short period of time, not seated with us here at the broadcast booth, but rather out there, currently 15th in chips out of 15 remaining players. And you got a moment there. It was a quick one, rather.
It was.
To see what was going to play into it with the whole seated concept
I saw
there.
I was very impressed.
The gears were turning, and then suddenly the rug got pulled out from under me. But those Secret Lab chairs are available for purchase by those of you at home. They keep us comfortable here at the broadcast booth. Players also enjoying them at our final tables.
That segue, as fine as ever. I saw it coming. Beautifully executed.
Dull as a butter knife.
And then they just pulled the rug out from underneath
They
your
sure
feet.
did, didn't they?
Rugs getting pulled everywhere nowadays. What's going on?
Danny Tang limping with the 2-10s. Badziakuski follows along with the ace-9 suited. 7-6 tray. Watson with middle pair in the big, an involuntary development. Oh, as if the overpair wasn't pretty enough. Tang now turns a set. Badziakuski picking up the gut shot. You surprised at all by Danny's decision to check back, or the range advantage belongs to the blinds on that board texture and just kind of playing pot control?
Yeah, he's going to have, you know, a lot of Broadway type holdings, some weak suited ace-X that just want to check back on this board, and potentially going to earn himself some chips here, Ali. Turning top set. It's Watson that comes out firing the flopping middle pair. 35,000 to go. Two-tone on the turn. Wouldn't hate seeing Danny take this upstairs. We kind of give away the strength of our hand, obviously, but it does need some protection. Any 4, 5, 8, or 9 will also bring a 4-liner to the board, and then you're kind of playing a guessing game against the 100% range from the big of Watson. And so Watt's just going to bow out.
Indeed.
So 5-handed here. Okay.
At least you got to see it.
Tables continuing to be rebalanced in real time as 15 are left. As mentioned, Brian Rast, the short stack in the overall field, with 17 bigs at 505,000.
Aces? No. Aces can't raise.
They could.
Hmm?
They could, I guess. I don't know if they would, but
Pretty wet, huh?
certainly possible.
Pretty wet up there, right?
Well, you know, you're gonna bloat the pot.
Yeah, blow the
Clear the
pot.
bubble. Maybe I just move it in on you. You know, what are you gonna do then?
Fold.
Lies.
You have to move it around on me first, though.
Yeah.
With a similar stack.
Yeah.
Lies being told at the table. Never
Fair
folding-
game.
Never folding top sevens in life.
65K open from Bedell.
Suited jack in the big for chips to defend. 2 away from 100K min cash. Could see arguments for
All right. Too much.
just moving on to the next hand.
Well, top pair on the Jack 10-9 board for Tang, who checks it over to Bedell.
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls. Danny Tang with top pair, but Bedell with a board texture and a range advantage that can apply a lot of pressure to Danny Tang's defending range.
Indeed.
Especially when if you just, you fold for the next 30 minutes or so, you're 100,000 euros richer. Look at this from Danny with the turn lead. After check calling, kind of setting his own price here, only betting around 20%. Become really dicey if he checks and Bedell fires, let's say 2/3 for around 200K. All of a sudden your top pair shrivels.
Very much so. As we're now facing a second barrel out of position.
Do you think it'd be too much of me to ask if Bedell takes this down?
Jack.
I ask him to sign that Gucci bucket hat for me, and we start wearing it in the broadcast booth.
I'll tell you what, the only person I want to see in that hat is that man right there.
He pulls it off, doesn't he? He really
Are
does.
you kidding me? This dude looks awesome. Interesting time for us to be showering him with praise, considering he just got showered with the ace-queen. Showered maybe a bit rich,
I was
but
gonna say,
you know, guy loses a pot.
Do you?
Showers.
Feels a bit like a shoe shine, doesn't it?
No? Not for this one. Yeah, makita la. it's like as if he's not happy I'm still here with a 1 million chip, you know? He's like, I'm not talking to you. Like, why? Yes, sorry.
Badzikowski with just shy of 100 bigs. One of the happiest moments for a MTT player to have heaps on the bubble. Gets to play a ton of hands.
Just 15 players now remain. A couple of spots left until the bubble bursts in the payouts. 101,000 euros for both 13th and 12th. And given the number of entries we had here versus the number of uniques, the average buy-in was 2 bullets.
Yeah, I heard them talk about it yesterday. And Hanoko was kind of insinuating this was a 100K, not a 50K.
Sure. Not an unreasonable thing to insinuate.
Volkman in the big. 6 for a row against Watts. Does just avoid a car crash. Everyone at this table going to have a strong awareness of what they should be doing in this situation. But it's about as helpless as you can feel as a poker professional. In Volkman's shoes, sub 20 on the bubble of a big buy-in MTT.
Baby-suited connector for Sir Watts. Playing under the Canadian flag, 2.8 million in career Triton earnings, 9 cashes, 2 for 4 thus far here in Madrid as he finished 7th in the 30K No Limit 7 Max and then 2nd in the 20K short deck.
Can I get a water, please? And a black tea. Yeah.
Still water for me as well.
Those aren't the drinks that get ordered to your table in Vegas, are they? Water and black tea. It's
well, we have a drink we call the Big Sexy.
Okay.
As you know, I don't drink alcohol.
Sure.
It's iced green tea with agave and cinnamon.
That is sexy.
Keep the stallion in the corral, Kilbane. Do I have to tell all of you? Our producer, James Dempsey, just shaking his head in disgust.
Absolute disgust. I mean,
the pretentiousness of that beverage. Wagging his finger as opposed to shaking his head is Badzikowski with 10-4 offsuit from the big blind, simply asking Volkman whether or not he really wants to tussle.
So keep the stallion in the what?
Corral.
You don't want to redraw?
You keep coming in here with these Bruno Mars styled shirts on and expect everyone to stay calm.
You think this qualifies as a Bruno Mars style
Maybe not
shirt?
today, but you've been bringing a lot of heat to the commentary booth.
I'm going to take the under on a lot of heat, especially when I'm basking in the shadow of that gentleman front and center.
What's that? Can't tell you.
With the gray and white palm frond motif.
We're not even talking about you, for real.
I want to party with that guy.
Honestly, I think a walk around Madrid and a G&T is in the books with Bedell.
a walk around Madrid and a G&T.
G&T.
You know how much meat you're leaving on the bone? I want to rage with that man.
Yeah, it's gonna take. It's gonna. You can't
I
just go
want
straight
bottle
in.
service.
You can't just go straight in like that, Ali. You need to warm him up, okay?
No, the Norwegians are among the friendliest people on earth. You don't have to do any warming up.
I know.
You come
I live
right in
with 3
hot.
of them.
You walk up, you tap him on the shoulder mid-pot. You say, hey, bucket hat, I want to party. And he's like, I'm in.
And yesterday was the 17th of May as well. Huge holiday for the Norwegians. Maybe that's why he's here. Just had to get away.
Huge hand, according to Bedell. This Norwegian is 3-betting it to 180,000 over the Danny Tang Min Raise Open. And Volkmann's going to wake up on a stack of 485 with ace-queen suited. And might the writing be on the wall? Four-bet jam?
It's one of those spots where...
Wow, he's going to lay it down. The money bubble factoring in, I take it, Henry.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, you fold and you make 100K. I think against Bedell as well, it's been somewhat quiet, this feature table. Maybe not weighted towards as many 3-bet bluffs as Volkmann would perceive someone like Makita to have. King, Queen, Indeed.
I like the 3-pot.
Not happy about that one.
First live cash goes way back. October 2008 in Barcelona.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do the thing.
Listen,
just call it Barcelona.
You can just speak in Spanish if you want. It's fine.
Ace king.
Podemos.
Smells like ace king. Off.
Listen, they think we're arrogant enough as it is when we speak in English, okay? Can at least try.
I don't.
You're not wrong about that.
Mine wasn't off either.
14 years of experience on the live felt.
I'm going to take the over on 14. Maybe Hendon has him at 14. That's a gentleman long enough in the tooth to have been slinging plastic for the better part of 2-3 decades, let's call it.
Do you just want me to make assumptions based on everyone's appearance, Ali, going forward? On how
I've
long
gotten
they've
this
been
far in life doing nothing more.
Our grandfather used to tell me to make assumptions, and to assume is to make an ass out of you and me, you know?
Sage wisdom, huh? I don't know how to tell you this, but that wasn't an original that Grandpa was dispatching upon you. Queen 10 and 10-9 here. 2 overs and a gutter for Badziakuski on the button, getting after it. Danny Tang, knuckles. Bads follows through for 55,000. Takes it after Tang checked it to him. So we're going to see some tread lightly here, if I had to guess, with 3 tables of 5 remaining in event number 6. Just 2 bust outs away from the money bubble.
Thank you.
A peek at the stacks show Bruno Volkmann, the man who folded that ace-queen suited on the button, sitting on 16 big blinds, perhaps looking for a better opportunity than a 4-bet jam, an open jam, or a 3-bet. A more attractive proposition, he deemed, as Badziakuski has 100 bigs and command over this field and this feature table.
Slowly warming up today, Ali. The needles starting to come through.
No idea what you're alluding to.
Huh? The chat are loving it.
What needles?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're
okay.
talking about guessing games, you know, in poker. Kind of similar to the way you approach the stocks that you, you know, the trades you decide to open. It's just pure guessing.
There's a little bit of technical analysis, and emphasis on a little bit. Ace-9 against Jack-8. Watson, top pair.
Check.
And Bedell, predictably, checks with the flow of play. And will Sir Watts get cute on the dry texture or follow through and enjoy this 195K?
Protection this close to the money bubble makes a lot of sense. Don't want to be giving Bedell free cards. He's going to be defending, you know, 7-4, 7-5. 2 overs with some backdoors.
Waste.
Oh, hello. How about a little in-juice here with the old Jack-8 high?
Feeling frisky, are we? 180,000, the check raise with Stone Air.
Can't say I'm a fan of the hand selection, but I am a fan of the situation that Watson finds himself in. 2 away from 100K min cash.
And this is just ICM pressure at its finest being applied?
Yeah, this is a you know, a wide range on the button of Watson as well. Bedell just going to get a lot of auto folds here. And you could say somewhat unfortunate with his timing to actually run into top of range. I say top of range, you know, top pair, decent kicker.
Sure.
6 pairing on the turn. SPR less than 1.5, I mean. Do you continue telling a story, fire out bet of third pot, 175,000? Do you put Watson to the test for all of his chips right here?
210.
210.
After the 6 pairs, this second barrel from Bedell does begin to feel a little troublesome, does it not?
Yeah, only one combo of ace-6 suited left. One combo of 6s, so I guess he's defending 6-3 as well. You would assume that you would hear from better ace-x pre-flop. Definitely has plenty of value, even from the big blind that doesn't necessarily raise pre-flop. A6, 3s, 6s, 6-3. But really problematic for Watson is the amount of gut shots that Bedell has as well. He's even going to have some hands like, you know, 8-7 suited, 8-7-0. It's going to be able to fire on the turn when it picks up equity on like a 9 or a 10 or a 5. Doesn't come across as the man to wave the white flag, but once you check raise flop and bet turn, King of Diamonds river as well, where now almost, you know, every ace-x is chopping, bar ace-6.
Watson called the turn, and now Bedell is all done with it, deeming that second call from Watson in this run out not favorable.
I'll tell you what, Ali, I for one am very excited to watch Bedell play this feature table, regardless of the outcome of this hand. Showing some moves already with the pocket 8s and now the Jack 8. And that big pot earlier on against Makita. Watts does eventually
Yeah, cut.
check behind. Takes his ace-9 to showdown.
I think he was a little bit confused about exactly what Bedell was up to there. And who can blame him?
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where Bedell can't have aces, kings, or ace-king, and so Watts can. Maybe mulling over the option of jamming, trying to get Bedell off a chop, potentially. Just in case he is, you know, just blasting off of, I don't know, ace-4, ace-5.
Right. 60.
Badziakuski opens to 60. Flat call from Watson, the beneficiary of that big pot, which has left him with 1.4 million in chips now. Oh, and this is oh so fortunate for Mikita Badziakuski. Top 2 pair on the ace-9-6 texture against ace-10.
Bet 40.
$40K the bet into 195. Watson again with an ace. Flatting as the surgical precision of the money bubble continues to be on display. A king on the turn here doesn't rate to be an issue for either player.
Yeah, Watson in a world of pain here, Ali. We're all very aware of just how aggressive Badziakowski's been approaching this money bubble with the chip lead at the table. Pretty grim cool-down spot for Watson, at least on the turn. The big decision going to be on Brick Rivers.
200,000 the bet now.
Especially on this turn card, King of Diamonds, with Badziakowski gonna stab with his offsuit Broadway type hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, although Watson blocking some of those. Badziakowski also gonna have hands like 10-8, 10-7, 8-7. Continue to apply pressure. Those are just some of the bluff combos that he has. 675,000 in the middle. Also needs help.
Indeed.
How about
And the
that
king
for a run
on
out?
the turn is not just help. It counterfeits Mikita Badziakuski to playing aces and kings with a 9 kicker, while Watson has the best hand now with the 10 kicker. What a disastrous turn of events.
A great couple of hands for Watson. Going from sub 1 million to almost 2 million in chips in the space of 2 hands. Sick run out. And Watson, again, just going to take his showdown.
Leaving meat on the bone there with the ace-10, or what do we expect that's going to call us?
Yeah, it's actually a really good question, like whether we can go for some value, whether he's more interested in seeing Badziakowski's holding. Okay,
So we have lost a 15th place player in Alexis Panakovs, the Latvian. Out of there. This is first ever. Triton has yet to cash, and with his departure, tournament director Luca Vivaldi advising the crew that it's time for a redraw, as just 2 tables of 7 remain here on the pure money bubble, with 101,000 euros still up for grabs. 13th and 12th will both receive those payouts. And Henry, let's go back to a couple of key moments there. The first, the man in the bucket hat, Badel, with the Jack-8 up against Mike Watson, who flopped the ace after opening on the button. It seemed a touch reckless to me, unnecessary. Although one could make the argument that he was just leveraging ICM pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Just abusing the 101,000 euro min cash situation that's at play here. The hand selection, not great. I'd rather, pick a hand that is going to be able to pick up equity on the turn in the form of a gut shot or an open-ender. Something like 8-7, 9-7 even, where we're going to continue to be able to fire on a 5 or an 8. But listen, this guy's come here to play, and he knows how to put pressure on these top pros. So now that we're down to the direct money bubble, I'm very curious to see who we have at the table in the form of this redraw, and then who Badel's going to continue to go after when there's 101K on the line. Someone's going home empty-handed, Ali.
By the way, that last pot that we saw just before we took this break for the redraw, and we'll send it back to the play shortly, rendered Mikita Badziakowski dethroned from the chip lead.
Okay.
He now sits in third. Our chip leader, the Spaniard, playing on his home turf, Adrian Mateos, 2.97 million as you get a look at the Triton Poker Plus app at the top, followed by a name we really haven't mentioned at all as we whittle down to this money bubble, that of the Dutchman, Kevin Paquet. And if you click on Kevin's graph here, you can see that it's just been a slow and steady ascent. Looking at Kevin's profile, this is his very first Triton event. 70,800 picked up overall for that 11th place finish, the 60,000 euros in the 30K No Limit Hold'em 7-handed. Avoided the short deck events, did Kevin. And then we worked down to Fedor Holz and Linus Laliger. Just jam-packed with talent is this 15-player field. Malinowski also in there. Nightmare Fuel from the internet streets. Ivy, Henrik Hecklin, who was the chip leader at the feature table at the onset of today's coverage. And you're seeing these pop-ups here. That's the table draw in real time coming in, Table 1 and Table 2. We know that we'll have Brian Rast, who is currently the shortest of all stacks, in 14th place at Table 1, which will be our featured table. Henrik Hecklin and Adrian Mateos also there. And I would imagine with Rast at sub-10 big blinds, Henry, we're going to see some very technical play. The one that jumped out to me was the ace-queen suited, the decision to fold by Bruno Volkmann off of a fairly short stack. Obviously, he got himself in the position now where he could burst the bubble and enjoy a 101,000 euro payout, but high risk, high reward. Maybe we need to take some chances. If you end up nursing a nub the whole time, you really don't ever have a shot at a W.
Yeah, I mean, Bruno Volkmann's no stranger to these situations. He's going to be very aware of the ICM implications, and he's going to be very aware of the hands that, he wants to be 4-bet jamming with, and the hands that he wants to be leaning on the side of caution with. Ace-Queen suit, it seems like it is one of those which, as much as I hate to say it, feels fine to go either way. And when there's 101,000 on the line, you're trying to make a name for yourself as you burst onto the live scene. Maybe that coming into play, to lean towards the side of caution and just pass up on the opportunity there.
Let's zoom in on Wiktor Malinowski, Henry. We've got him in 9th right now, 865,000, 29 big blinds. There he is. If we had to draft the field that is below the average stack of 1.5 million, which you can see right there, kind of dividing our field, 49 big blinds, who is it that you would circle as the dark horse, the player that could really just vault up in short order perhaps and be a force to be reckoned with a shot at the title maybe?
Well, it'd be rude of me to not go for our man Brian Rust. Honestly, I'd like to see him triple up, get around that 25-30 big blind territory, because I've been watching him for years. And
I would also like to hit the Spanish state-run lottery, Henry, but there are certain things that are improbable.
Well, yeah, I mean, he has 9 big blinds, so he really is in ICM jail at the moment. And yeah, Brian's going to be the one that's going to have to make a move sooner rather than later, and everyone else is going to be able to abuse that fact. I mean, Fedor at his table, I believe. So just keeping an eye on. So he's got Mateos, Bruno, Fedor. So everyone like Danny Tang, Henrik, and Volkmann all in a bit of a cage due to the fact that Rast is just sat on 9 big blinds there.
Who benefits most from that feature table situation with Rast being right there front and center? It's got to be the big stack of Adrian Mateos, I would imagine, who's going to be able to put the cuffs on all those middling stacks.
Yeah, for sure, especially when like Fedor folds and Adrian just gets to open into Bruno and Sir Watts. They just don't get to do anything. They're just really handcuffed at the moment because they've got Brian behind on 9 bigs. And yeah, Adrian's going to get to, well, hopefully keep Brian alive as long as possible, because he's really incentivized to keep this bubble going for as long as it can.
Well, let's take a look at the other table, table 2, where we find Paquet, who is currently 2nd in chips. He'll be the boss stack there. Just on his heels is Mikita Badziakuski. The shortest stack at their table will be that of the first-timer from Thailand, Pachata Wongwichit. Are they going to be able to behave abusively over there on the other side?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is that all of these guys, none of them are scared money, if you will. So they're all still going to take the correct 25, 30, 20 big blind rejamming spots. And it's just a case of whether they do run into top of range of the chip leaders that are going to be opening insanely wide. So I'm looking forward to see, who steps out and goes after it.
Well, we're not going to keep you waiting any longer, Henry, nor those of you at home, as we step back inside the feature table here at Casino Gran Via. Adrian Mateos, as mentioned, the overall chip leader and the chip leader at our feature table, courtesy of Badziakuski, having his aces and 9s counterfeited just before the redraw. He now sits in 3rd on the secondary table. Fedor Holst, Mike Watson, Danny Tang, Henrik Eklund, Bruno Volkmann, all the way down to Brian Rast. With the blinds and Annie's at 15 and 30,000.
No, I didn't ask for anything.
I'm going to ask for the nuts.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm really glad we get to have Rast at our table. Obviously, short stacked, not ideal. But how about this? First hand, ace, king, 9 bigs. And also has Watson opening from under the gun. Kind of assisting Russ to potentially get this through, because the players do have to worry about Watson behind and what the under the gun range looks like. This would be a huge pickup for us to just take this down right here, right now.
No snap call. That's a good thing.
And Watson is going to mull it over. He's got this stack so covered here, it doesn't feel like he needed to make too much of a meal of it, and he will spin the wheel.
It matters for the other table, but
With his 2 5s. And he is out in front of the ace-king by 8%. Didn't take long for Rast to look for his first spin.
Because the other tables that way, they don't want me to show. Okay. I mean, 30 action.
Could this be the start, Harley? We know who everyone else is rooting for. Everyone looking for Watson's 5s to hold.
And so far, so good for those 2 5s on the Queen 10-8 board. 2 overs. And the gut shot Broadway draw for...
We'll take an 8. An 8 on the 10's fair. Well,
Rasto, the jack, no waiting. The 5s now draw dead. So the river will be inconsequential, and that is the kind of start, Henry, that you were prophesizing could render Rast as a threat.
Yeah, I'd love to see him chip up to a healthy stack. And as Russ likes to say, put these guys in the blender.
Quick peek At the outer table, you see Linus Lollinger on his Triton Poker Plus app, keeping a firm finger on the pulse of the goings-on here with 14 left and 13 paid.
I mean, look at this table, Ollie. Absolutely insane. Just
nightmare fuel, my friend.
A bunch of studs showing up.
Yeah.
To this Madrid
One
series.
Versace tracksuit, and suddenly you're anointing everyone a stud?
I mean, I wasn't referencing the Versace tracksuit
You
necessarily.
mean fearsome poker competitors?
I just saw Phil Ivey and, you know.
Fair.
The word stud came to mind.
Just like a
I
tiny
like
bit
beast.
deeper. I think it's an easy fold.
I think he's, you know, he's tamed himself a little bit the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah? Why don't you sit across from him on the felt and ask yourself how tame you feel like he is?
He cracked out a few smiles the other day. He was even chatting away to Volgasang, you know.
He's reformed in some way.
He's been out there. He's, you know, doing a lot of reading, yoga.
That's for sure. He's
That's for
living a
sure.
good life right now.
No, he is. He's focusing a lot more on his health and whatnot, and he just seems to be in a really good place.
All in.
365.
Volkman with the 2 red 10s, somewhat predictably from the small blind, rips it in there. Maybe he could have gotten cute and tried to induce Mike Watson to bully him a bit, but no need. Straightforward. And he will inherit the button, which gives us an opportunity to properly discuss perhaps the most comfortable chairs we have ever done broadcasting in, and they're going to be dual purpose. We've got a wonderful Titan Evo 2022 chair and some Triton-specific chairs coming around the corner. It's game-winning comfort from the folks at Secret Lab for when the stakes are high. Learn more at secretlab.co/2022.
1 hour. Yeah, it's pretty long.
Yeah, JG is almost fallen asleep on a couple of occasions here in the booth.
Right. Blinds up to 20 and 40,000. Bad news for the short stacks. Bruno Volkman, the shortest among them, just 14 bigs now. Pachata Wangwachit, 16 bigs. Rast at 20 bigs.
Yeah, pressure now on Volkman to find the spot. Courtesy of that jack peeling off on the turn for Brian Rast. The clean double. Brazilian now the immediate short stack. How does Mateus just show up, you know, first event, chip lead, 14 left, absolutely insane.
Home court advantage.
I don't think it's just the home court advantage, I think it's just the Adrian Mateus advantage.
I think it's adorable that you took me seriously. You're right, though. I mean, Mateus is comfortable no matter what country we're playing in. When it's high-stakes tournament poker,
I'm sorry,
leave the man to it.
Getting called adorable in the commentary booth, not something I had on my bingo card list today, you know, but here we are. I'll take it.
I'm being facetious. You know I love you, Kilbane. All right, back over to the semi-feature table where we find our friend Bedell stirring the pot once more. And Badziakuski involved with him. Looks like an open and a 3-bet. 85,000. Does that sound about right? From Bedell and
That was that 325s and 25s. Let me just check the math on that one. 85,000 sounds about right.
okay, and Badziakuski looks like he's put 210 or 215 out there.
Pressure on the bubble here in Madrid.
Look at Akita.
He's giving it a good old stare down, isn't he? See if the glasses go on, if we see it flop.
The gravity of it not lost on Bedell.
Not at all. I believe he just said something along the lines of a $300,000 pot. I guess,
Ooh.
taking his implied ICM equity into equation.
Feels like his decision is between moving all in and folding. And yet, he comes with the flat call after all of that sort of exchange with Mikita. This seems unexpected. So Badziakuski going to the shades.
Big pot brewing, Harley.
Jack 3 deuce is pretty dry texture for the situation at hand.
The only thing I will say is that kind of verbal announcement almost pre-flop, just really taking away a lot of the strong hands that he could potentially trap pre. Doesn't come across as, you know, hey, I've got aces, or always going to check the Jack 3 deuce. Now a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s. Even ace queen, some offsuit ace kings as well with this deep. Going to be in the absolute blender.
Follow through from Badziakuski. Looks like 120.
Yeah, sizing down on this dry ball texture around 20%. It's around 500 out there.
Oh, and Bedell with the check raise. We've
mean,
seen him do this with a dusty holding. He had total air with the Jack 8 against Mike Watson at the feature table.
And this is a sizable check raise, Harley. This is the kind of check raise where sending a message to Badziakowski, hey, listen, pal, I'm ready to stack off. I'm committed. I'm putting in half of my stack.
Indeed. This is blunt force.
He's saying he has jacks? Saying after the speech that he does have aces? Well, we can safely remove hands like 3s and deuces from his range, right? We happy to stack off on a 100k bubble with a hand like ace-jack suited, king-jack suited? Wow. Overpair announced.
I don't know, man. That bucket hat, it just really dilutes the credibility, doesn't it?
I mean,
I like this guy.
From what we've seen so far, I guess a walk around Madrid and a G&T aren't on the books. You know, maybe you were right. We just go straight for the jugular.
First off, that is a man who at a bare minimum is going to hire one of those pedal bikes to get around Madrid. He doesn't do his own walking.
Let's do it.
All right, the shoes are
I'm
too
down.
nice, and he's a man of leisure. Okay, so let's establish that first and foremost.
Should we go and shut down the Gucci store?
Gin and tonics. I bet you he could shut down the Gucci store. Let's get him in the money.
Have everyone else waiting, you know? Just like bowl in with that hat on. Love this.
Danny Tang, couple of tens here. 845,000. He currently sits in 10th place, below the average stack of 1.5 million. 21 bigs. Takes a glance up above the feature table, where we do have a couple of monitors that provide the players real-time information to help inform their decisions, as every single detail thought through here by the Triton team.
Fedor, stoic as ever. Just giving Danny a quick glance before reaching down for calling chips. Someone I mean, I'd like to remain impartial in the commentary booth, but really enjoy watching Fedor play.
Anytime you're in the booth with me, my friend, impartiality is
Out the
non-compulsory. Holes top pair and the king of spades for dessert with the redraw, but still behind Danny Tang's 2 tens right now as it stands. Not in terms of equity, though. He's got a 5% edge with 2 to come in this 220K pot. Holes mulling his options.
Yeah, could potentially see some leads on this board from Holes.
He's got an awful lot
Oh,
of hand, doesn't
yes,
he?
boy. Love this.
Indeed.
Holes firing out the 25% lead. $330K in the middle.
Ace of clubs on the turn as Tang proceeds with caution.
I think Danny going to try and get this hand to showdown. Be a disaster to get check raised. Does check back.
5 of clubs on the turn.
And there's a world where Holtz just puts him in here, right, with the king of spades. Still uncapped. Holtz can still have flushes. Takes the king 7 to showdown.
Really an unattractive run out for the 2 10s, and somewhat mercifully, Holtz just took the one shot at it on the flop. Ace wasn't exactly a good card for him to barrel away on, and maybe that 4-liner on the board. He reps the straight, range advantage.
Yeah, how is it?
Especially after the check back from Tang with the ace.
Felt like the old Fedor Holtz overbet jam was incoming, but deciding that his king 7 just has way too much showdown to turn into a bluff.
Blind versus blind. Holes and Tang once more. Fedor opens to 110,000. Look at Denny Tang staring right back at him. He's taking the piss.
He is
Give me
indeed.
last 5 seconds.
Oh, you got a smile out of Fedor, I feel like. Fedor doesn't look particularly amused, but I love it.
No,
Where do you weigh in on that? The stare downs, by the way. The likes of Alex Foxen, some would say Stephen Chidwick, clearly Fedor there.
Stare down.
Ooh, things got scary.
Someone's getting a
Can't do this.
close-up
I'm
on
trying to get I can feel my blood boiling. I might end up punching you or something.
I mean, I'm not sure I
The only
would.
thing that cracked me is Adrian's laugh. It's just like, when I hear that in the background, like, it's game over.
Very strong poker face, man. Very strong.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a while, Danny.
Checking back in on our outer table. Looks like we've got a flop, and guess who? Mikita Badziakuski involved again. Looks like a little bet of 60,000. And he's locking horns with Linus Lolliger. As it would appear that Linus from the small blind is check called.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be letting Fedor know that it's getting to me. The stare down is bothering me. any way, shape or form, or making me uncomfortable. He's already got a massive edge as it is. Now look at these shirts, Ali. I mean, come on. Even the young guns. The, I don't know, I feel like I'm in Egypt right now.
No, there's way too little smog and dust in the air. Lolliger's sticking around here. 2 streets. Can't quite make out the full board. And Makita, was that a check back?
No, I think he was just asking Linus to lift his hand up so he could see
okay.
how much he's playing.
Wasn't immediately clear.
It's all right, mate. Nikita taking his time with his river decision.
$400,000 the bet, and that board looks like a jack 9, 8, jack 10. So
10 jack 8.
so 9
jack.
10 jack on the flop, 8 on the turn, jack on the river. So it was a 4-line straight, and then now top card on the flop has paired. All sorts of peril on this board.
Yeah, I missed the pre-flop action, but Linus can still have king, queen, queen, jack, jack 10. That's been shown. King,
And
queen for Makita. The
oh
nut
yeah,
straight.
the nut straight indeed, and a little bit of a grin on Badziakuski's face. Who can blame him, as that was an intense exchange between he and Linus Lolliger.
Do you know?
And that'll help push him
I don't know why I asked. I only
up
know
the
one city.
leaderboard ahead of Kevin Pake.
Then
My geography sucks.
you probably know 2. Rio
Yeah, I know. Yeah, sorry.
and Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and Sao Paulo.
I'm Brasilia.
Yeah.
I'm Brasilia.
No. And
Oh,
then
Danny just
the other one
MMA,
you have to
right?
remember is Florianopolis. That's the last one you have to remember.
openly admitting
Well,
his
everywhere else
geography is
is
not great.
doesn't
No,
matter.
no, no. But if you ever go there, you should go there.
Yeah, I live near there.
I was having this conversation with Rob Young, and he was saying how, like, there's a little town or a city right next to Sao Paulo, and there's like no government or nothing, and people can just get access to anything basically. And that kind of put me off a little bit. What did you think of Hong Kong when you went?
I loved it.
Yeah?
I found it very nice. Yeah.
Raise and take
I
it from
think
Mateus.
it really depends what you do. Like I only had a few days, like actually really doing and exploring.
Did you
That
go
was-
hiking?
Not really on the mountains, but like I walked through like maybe a quarter of the city or something. We walked a lot there. But I love there's this one artistic area, like where there's a lot of, like, you can tell it's like a lot of artsy people, like very.
Yeah. Where was that?
I wouldn't know the name, but it was really cool. Like lots of nice coffee places and parks, and it was very nice.
Ace queen for Mike Watson. Also really nice. Up to 100K.
Don't think I've ever seen Mateus pass on a opportunity to get involved on the bubble.
You live in Hong Kong?
It's someone that he covers.
Close to, but I haven't been back
Especially
for
with a
like
hand as strong as
2.5
King Queen, he
years.
is
Came out
dominated.
just before
Indeed.
the pandemic, and then just didn't go back.
Yeah, not.
It was pretty brutal. It was like 21 days quarantine before. There's no way I'm doing that. You know. Even now it's 7, and I'm still like, I don't know.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't play online as well, so I literally have nothing to do. Rot.
The 10 high 2 club flop. Not connecting with either player is Mike Watson in position, mulls over his options.
Yeah, it's Queen with the Queen of Clubs. Even versus check call, 2 overs and some backdoor equity. Also take
210?
it down right here, right now. Sizable C-bet from Sir Watts. 180 into 260.
And that'll earn some respect from Mateos. Not that he had the sort of hand that was looking to do anything.
Most of these guys fight it out for the
Is anyone from here going to Venice?
100K min cash.
Where? There's like a
75K running, Ali.
No.
no one's going.
No. But it's probably
That is
great.
the first stop for
Really?
anybody
You
that
think
busts
there'll
out
be a
here.
lot of players?
Probably
Not a
not many, but the ones you find.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be small, I think, but it could end up being secretly a great tournament, something like
yeah.
that.
I think Paul's going to support Kerry, and Kerry's not even here. But he's here, he's not playing.
Folded around to Hecklin's button. No thanks, he says.
Oh, wow. Hello. Bubble could be burst here.
Yeah, indeed. Ace-10 offsuit in the small blind for Mateos. And he's going to put Volkman all in, obviously. Pardon me. Obviously, with the 2 kings. Volkman, a snap caller.
That was. Yeah.
He's like,
You're going too fast. I have a good time, but you're going way too fast.
Good read. Great read.
Even Fado was just like,
The other table can probably hear you talking. The other table can hear you talking. You probably should. Wow.
So, Luca Vivaldi comes over as the fate of the bubble hangs in the balance. And it is Bruno Volkman, through whom that fate is channeled.
Well, let me say this. If he turns and says all in call, and people at that table hear that someone's all in call, will affect the action at that table around the stone bubble. I don't know.
If Mike is checking the table, you can see that as They always announce it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why that.
I just think it's better not to announce. I don't know. Like, you should think about it. He doesn't need to say anything to you. Like, you should just wait. The tables are too close. They can't hear it if nobody says anything.
They can see each other. Like, they know.
No, well, they can't see. What do you mean they can see?
If those 2 tables on the bottom, those 2 tables can see each other and these ones can't. They should have the same information.
We can't see if somebody's all in over there. Just try going over here and see if you can see if somebody's all in. You're standing up, but...
Oh, we run these names.
So Rast taking issue with the room being alerted to an all-in and a call.
I folded an ace.
As perhaps
I only need one, no worry.
that would influence the behavior of the secondary table. We go to the flop. Queen for Trey.
5 of spades.
The two kings
Is that all right?
Yeah, jack.
are doing all right. Just need to fade an ace.
What can I do?
The 10 of spades in Mateus's hand. So that's 20%. Now looking
I wish I
at the
did.
two remaining aces.
Yeah, Rast mentioned that he folded one. And the running sevens will complete the double for Volkman. That'll give him a bit of breathing room as he comes off of the short stack and leaves Pachara Wangwichit with that duty.
For example, when one end is over, I'm waiting for the other dealer to actually finish the shuffle, so it's exactly the same time when they.
Oh yeah,
close
yeah,
the
no,
deal.
I know.
And
I'm
this,
just saying
I
you
think
should think about if you actually sit down, you can't see if someone's all in over there, much less the person who's not facing.
Yeah, but for example,
like-
everybody can stand up. Like Mike can stand up and see the action over there. They're quite close.
Yeah, but if someone's standing up here, it means the hand's done, right? It would mean the hand is over.
All right, Ollie. Well,
Yeah, continued debate between Luca Vivaldi and Brian Rast as we look at the updated chip counts. Volkman in fifth at our table. Henrik Eklund, Brian Rast, the two shorter stacks at 14 and 12 blinds respectively. Mateos having come off of his stack a little bit after being doubled through. He now has
Sometimes it's the other way around.
70 bigs.
Sick, you found the ace there.
Yeah. I say tank call is fine, but a snap call is not good.
10 calls fine, Mateus with the read, the snap calls. No
You
good.
snap me, I say.
Man's not wrong.
At least I have an ace.
How did you have ace 10 there? That's the
Yeah,
that's the
I
real
said.
question.
Ah, because I'm playing tight.
Yeah.
You know?
Image building.
Me
All right,
and Adrian play
Mateus.
tight now.
Mm-hmm. Not sure about that.
Love the verbal jousting.
New Fedor plays tight though.
Yeah?
Alright.
Danny giving him the old.
Far from tight.
I mean,
I don't believe you.
Strong
Look.
hands. Top pair,
Just
flush
8-9
draw.
off.
it's like
Mateos
I
on
mean-
the button.
Sometimes you gotta, take
Be
a
a
stand.
really good hand.
Giving Watson a walk.
Just chilling.
Playing tight today. No rest.
But yeah, I have
think I
to
can finish
kind of
fifth
come
if I
to
play tight
Rust's defense here in that sense.
If you play loose, you might come first.
Go on.
Well, if on the other table, if someone has a close spot for 15, 20 bigs, and
here's the all-in and a
here's
call.
that there's an all-in and a call, you just get to fold, pass up on the close spot, and potentially earn yourself 100k, and it may be a spot that they would otherwise take. So I understand why Brian is voicing his concerns here.
Tend to agree with you.
Queen 10 for Fedor. Mateus outpipped. Does have position. The Jack 10 of hearts.
Such a pretty one, not going anywhere. Flatting.
Oh, wow.
And the diamond equivalent right behind for Mike Watson.
Yeah, could potentially be going 4 ways to a flop here, Ollie, in a very rare situation. So Watts just disciplined as ever. And go of the Jack 10 of diamonds.
this one's a little painful.
Yeah, it is painful, Russ, but fair play, mate.
5-6 suited appropriately into the muck. You surprised at the Jack 10 of diamonds going in?
Let's go.
Not with the bubble looming. Going to get yourself in a lot of trouble more often than not. Going to be dominated.
Speculative hand, exactly. Interferes with some of the opening ranges. Ace 5 deuce flop here. Advantage holds with control of the betting. But he elects to check. Opportunity being provided to Mateos to maybe try to pick this one up. And he will seize that opportunity, betting 80,000, and Fedor wastes no time putting his hand in the muck.
Oh, Fedor not image building, hey? So he's playing tight.
What, the hobby?
I jest.
No.
Oh, it's mine then.
Just check folding the queen 10. Not looking to play big pots out position against Adrian.
Or anyone that has him covered, for that matter.
Yeah, especially with speculative hands.
Meanwhile,
look at those wall of chips.
Checking back in, Mikita has amassed a very large stack. Back on top with 3.4 million plus to start this hand.
Is that Vogelsang?
Where?
Oh, that's Kevin Packett.
That's Kevin Packett.
Right, okay. Both have heaps.
Yeah, these are two of the top 3 stacks. Squaring off.
Puck getting a massage while he mulls over this decision. I recall you saying, or at least stating, that you wouldn't mind getting a massage here from the broadcast booth.
It's been done.
I'm not surprised. You know, nothing you could say to me would surprise me, to be honest with you, Ali. Quick fold from Mikita, still chip leader.
Nothing, Henry?
Honestly, the stories I've heard from Gamble, from Shulman, the back and forth in the commentary booth over the years, you know.
Just be happy I didn't pack any of my Squid Game costumes.
I'm actually somewhat disappointed that you didn't.
Back over to the featured table. And they are cleared to deal as we are hand for hand here on the bubble in event number 6, the 50,000 euro 7 max no limit hold'em event. Warm welcome to all of those who are streaming us live. Local time here in Madrid, Spain is just shy of 6 p.m.
Yeah, obviously, because it's hand by hand.
Twitch, Facebook,
Can we cut that so I don't look stupid on TV?
YouTube, wherever you are.
Not live.
Glad to have you with us.
No.
Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. And 14 players, 13 of whom will be in the money, and one of whom will be left out in the cold. Second in chips now. Adrian Mateos opens to 80, the min raise.
Over 9,000 people watching on YouTube and Twitch, Ali.
Love to see it.
I wonder how many of them muted the stream as soon as they heard your voice. At 9K.
8,900. 2 sevens up against King Jack on the paired flop. Gut shot straight draw, backdoor spades for the pre-flop raiser, who has a check to him by Fedor Holtz. Fedor again demonstrating some understandable aversion toward inflating any pots pre-flop here in this very technical sector.
150.
And a beefy 150 from Mateos.
Yeah, really putting pressure on some of the natural floats. And if you come out with a bet of around 33%, some of the Ace X, King X with backdoors stick around. This just really setting the tone right here on the flop. 520 out there, Holtz with 1.5 behind, heading to the turn, and Mateos turning top pair. This hand is over and done with, although we're talking about making assumptions earlier on, aren't we? I don't want to make an ass of myself.
Grandpa really did a number on it.
He tried. Sage wisdom, as you put it.
A sage turn for Mateos as he binks the king of clubs to jump out in front of Holz, who once again checks and faces a slightly larger bet of 160,000 now. Pardon me.
You okay?
It's the size of this bet. This board texture is just rancid for 2-7s. Nowhere to go from this point forward. But if we call, we're just praying that we don't face a shell on the river. And that sort of recklessness is not how Fedor Holz built his name. And back over to the outer table.
Nikita involved against Bedell yet again. You know, I think these boys just need to
get a room.
Yeah, just hug it out, you know.
There's no hugging in poker.
Go. There's plenty of dancing going on though.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
I'm not talking at the table either. In Madrid. They should just go, you know, for a bachata class together somewhere. Let's get it all out their system.
Well, let's let the money bubble burst, and then we can talk about extracurriculars. There's a high-stress phase of this 50K is protracted.
Relatively dry flop, Queen 7 deuce, and
Ace-King against
Ace-4 of spades.
Yeah, and it looks like on the turn, Mikita binked the 4 to make the best hand, and the rich get richer.
Allegedly so. See if that gets the blood of Bedell boiling a little bit. Getting 3-outed on the turn in what looked like.
Are you rooting for a man to become tilted, Kilbane?
Not at all. I'm just rooting for blood. I want to see a big pot between Mikita and Bedell. I mean, they've been going after each other. Come on. We've only been here for, what, an hour and a half.
Do I need to go out and fetch like a garlic necklace to keep you at bay? Are you able to walk outside when the sun is out?
Why do you think I'm always in here so early, Arlie?
As much time as you spent out in Thailand, you are remarkably devoid of a tan.
You must be kidding me. I've never been more tan in my life.
Listen, coming from
hey, listen, just
the dermis in which I'm sheathed.
Yeah. Whereabouts were you born?
Well, I was born in the United States, Henry. Are there any other immigration naturalization questions you'd like to ask me on an open stream?
I'm surprised they let you in the country.
They didn't let me in the country. I found a way. All in from the ace-king of Danny Tang. As poker continues to be played, in spite of our musings.
Yeah, I mean, Brits aren't exactly known for
their caramel-kissed complexions. Guess that's the byproduct of 11.5 months of overcast weather.
There we go. 11.5 months if we're lucky.
You will see, you will see.
I know, I will.
And this is where the bulk of the action seems to be taking place here on the money bubble. And wouldn't you know it, Mikita Badziakuski finds himself at the center of it yet again. And who is he up against on this occasion? Might it be Pachara Wangwichit? I do see cards in front of him there.
Fellow countryman.
Pachara off of 10 big blinds. Neck and neck with Brian Raston. It looks like it might even be a three-way pot as Kevin Pock barrels. Just 50K.
Yeah, note how short Pachara is sticking around this king high flop. If I'm not mistaken, that heart's rolling off on the turn, Ali. Pachara gonna get to see a river. I apologize, looks like King 8 deuce, 2 diamonds, 1 heart, and then the backdoor hearts.
Yeah, 6 jack. Turn and river.
On and off. It's a relatively quick check on the turn from Kevin. $14th going home with nothing. Direct money bubble here, the Gran here in Madrid. We'll be playing down to a winner today. Like I said, winner will be receiving the first 7-figure prize of this Triton series. $1.3 million up for grabs, and wow, bottom pair is good.
Yeah, ace deuce somehow hits the showdown, and
okay,
what a welcome and refreshing outcome that is for the man who's been nursing the shorty for quite some time. And I don't know if you caught that, but Badell was out there getting the blood flowing. You don't want to clot this deep in a tournament.
I'm telling you, mate. Told you, you got to get the blood flowing. There's also a slight grin from Linus.
You caught that?
Yeah, when the ace deuce was shown. It's kind of, I'd love to.
I wonder if it was centered more around the idea that Makita was unable to beat the ace deuce, or at the fact that Wongwichit hung in there, kind of showed a little bit of metal off of that short stack. It could be anything. Far be it from us to get into the mind of Linus Lolliger.
I think with the metaverse looming, Ali, not too far away from having these guys not just mic'd up but wired up where you and I are out of work, because
why would you even put that out into the actual universe?
They get to we just get to step into their minds.
All in. Yeah, like 3 levels.
And there's a
You're
lot.
like
I mean, it's not like
British weather incarnate.
The post flop stuff is fun too because of like how dynamic. the
Heckling
boards are.
jams with the jacks.
British weather and what?
Incarnate.
I knew that I was gonna. I should have brought a thesaurus.
Because of how dynamic the boards are. Like, what do you do?
It's kind of invited
I
out
think
here
a
on short
dictionary
note.
is what you're looking
Thesaurus
for in that
dictionary,
particular
you know what?
situation,
Listen,
Kildane.
you have the linguistic advantage here in the commentary booth.
It's not a competition, my friend. We are on the same team.
Why have you got a ruler in front of you then?
Easy fold.
It's to wrap you across the knuckles for when you're out of line.
Okay.
Not really supposed to be dead that often.
And also measure our manhood. I couldn't allow you to leave it hanging out there cryptically.
Talk about leaving things hanging.
King 7 suited. Watson into the muck. 5, 6 of clubs for Rast.
There's even another hand.
No shot.
This discussion didn't get caught. We didn't get it when he jammed. I think it was him jamming the queen 9 straight. No, it was like
Yeah,
queen
yeah.
straight. That was actually kind of quite interesting. I felt like that was like the weakest dodge stuff probably, but wasn't sure.
I think he's
Mateos takes
a
a
lot
walk.
wider than that. Yeah.
Okay.
Speak softly but carry a big stick. Is that the famous line from
A lot of like great
Churchill?
hands
Where?
But I have to call with something. Like, it's not that hard for him to just.
Is it
have a couple
Roosevelt?
fireballs.
Maybe that was Roosevelt.
Yeah, okay.
I do recall.
That's above like Regent's Park, right?
What?
Like Hammersmith is
Raised just
north of
I
Regent's
can't.
Park.
I give up.
Close
I
to
give up.
Regent's Park, yeah.
Yeah, but it's north of, right? It's above it?
Not sure. I'm really bad at it.
Okay.
I'm really bad.
obvious ones.
You?
I live in Marylebone / Fitzroy, so it's somewhat close to Hammersmith.
Now starting to experience firsthand some of the cringe moments Shulman has shared with you in the booth.
Well, I didn't want to shortchange you, given it is your first foray into the Triton streets. You're not alone, by the way.
First stint with you.
For Bedell, also his first foray into the
There we
Triton
go.
streets.
Like any ace, or like ace jack, I think they're like very easy. Very easy. value
Same
bet.
story for Kevin Pock.
Volkman.
Yeah.
Checking in on Linus Lolliger's profile. His Triton journey began in Montenegro in 2019. Also popped in to the London series.
I mean, yeah.
Picked up a title there in the 25K 6 Max Turbo No Limit.
Yeah, he can be bluffing.
3
with
cashes
hands,
total,
like
1.8
3/8.
million.
It's like a very,
Career earnings for him.
very real hand he can have. For sure.
Victor Malinowski, this is second ever Triton series. Participant in 2019 in London, picked up $234,000. 1 cash. Has an uneventful one in the books with Kevin Pock, the recipient. I think we've exceeded the Versace quota for the entire tournament in that outer table alone.
I mean, all I've learned from being here for the last few days is I really need to step up my my fashion game, if you will.
Is that it?
I mean, watch game as well. I saw Ivy rocking the very classy Patek.
Oh,
on
is
the
that?
outer table?
It's a Patek, it's not an AP?
Is it an AP?
I thought it was a Tourbillon AP, but I may be wrong.
I mean, you do come across as a man that knows his timepieces.
In spite of really not.
No?
No, I'm far from a... I'm underinformed in virtually all things that I speak authoritatively about.
Bar flying. I feel like that is probably...
Flying is... You don't want to mess with me when it comes to the friendly skies.
You see a lot of people reaching out to you on Twitter and saying, hey Ali, any alphas you can drop on... why don't you become...
Avios?
Yeah, why don't you become like an Instagram influencer or something?
What makes you think I'm not?
Maybe segue into that career. Millions of doors could open.
What with that glowing endorsement and your tutelage, how could I fail? Meanwhile, class in session once again at the outer table with Batsiakuski trying to give out lessons. Finds himself with a couple of customers here. Ivy and Kevin Pock. $40K called. What's that board readout? Henry, did you get a glimpse?
I haven't got my contacts in. I know Pack flicked in chips. Have another 3-way affair. Action on Makita. And Makita with the turn lead. into two opponents. Delving deep into a extremely intricate part of No Limit Hold'em game tree. Not often you see three elite players heading to the turn. The pack opening under the gun. Looks like Nikita flatting from the small and Ivy coming along for the ride out of the big. Looked like the jack of spades.
$100K ahead on the turn, it looked like, as all three players are still in. Time bank being used by Bads.
Is that 7-7 deuce? No.
Looks like a 3.
Come on, you peel the card sideways in your...
It's tough to make out
It
from
really
here.
is.
7-5 tray maybe with
Leads from the
3
small.
hearts. I'm not positive. What we do know for sure is that Makita has shut it down on the river. Ivy checking as well, and now the action is on Kevin Pock in a fairly healthy size pot, where the presumption is that he opened under the gun and got called by both blinds.
Kevin can still have overpairs here. And two quick folds from Ivy and Makita.
Did the board pair on the river? Is that what that was?
It
Is
looked
that
like
another 7?
Yeah, it looked like 7 trade dues, 2 hearts.
2 or 3 hearts?
2 hearts,
2
1
hearts,
diamond,
1
jack
diamond.
of spades on the turn.
And then another 7 on the river. Back over to our feature table, where the blinds are up to 25 and 50,000, with 14 remaining here in event number 6. Mateos, fairly flat line, 3.4 million. Big drop off to Watson, neck and neck with Holtz, then Danny Tang. The middle stack with 20 bigs and a couple of shorties, rounding out the field, including Brian Rast and Bruno Volkmann.
Rounding out.
Henrik Hecklin also short now.
Annoying for Rast. Just having to put in 25% of his stack and fold.
Sure. It's not fun.
Just shy of 10,000 viewers on Twitch and YouTube. Number increased to what, 9,900 with the stream on mute. Story checks out. Why do you have to leave, Ali? Where are you going today? What are you up to? Just sick and tired of me already?
Well, of your invasive line of questioning, certainly.
I apologize.
I'm not offended at all.
You come across as someone that's difficult to offend, to be honest.
Confirmed. $115,000 from Watson with 2 deuces on the button, and he's got problems. Fedor Holz in the big, has him covered, and is woken up with 2 black aces. How will Fedor proceed? 3 betting to 325,000.
Yeah, Watson and Holtz both neck and neck, tied with both around about 1.5 million apiece. The start of this hand.
And the deuces crumbling under the weight of that 3-bet. And this moment in this tournament, which has gone on for a dramatically long period of time. Pachara Wangwachit was the short stack, came off of it. Rast, same story for Volkman as well. Resiliency all around for the shorties. King 10 for Watson. Shoots it up to 100,000 in the cutoff.
Not looking good for Brian. Sub 300k knows in just 4 hands. He's gonna have to put in a third of his stack. Danny gonna defend the ace-8 from the big.
Comes up empty on the Queen 9-6 rainbow board, which gives Sir Watts the gut shot straight draw and cause to fire. But instead, he will check back and allow Danny Tang to bink the ace on the turn. Danny obviously going to tread lightly as he checks one more time. And Watts could think about representing this card. Instead, he checks back. 3 on the river.
Chat proposing that you and I need a little pick-me-up of sorts. Get the juices flowing in the booth.
I got just the right thing.
I'm not sure I want to hear what you think the right thing is. Chat was suggesting a coffee. Danny Tang suggesting that his hand is good for 175,000 on the river. And Watson with a legit bluff catcher here. Let's quickly, let's it go.
Not in the mood to play sheriff right now. And don't you want to know what the thing is that I am proposing would be the appropriate pick-me-up? Already, simply this line of questioning has perked me up considerably.
Go ahead, Ali. What have you got in store for
A bust out.
a bust out? If you had to pick one player, who would you want it to be?
You.
I'm not in there.
Still. You're asking me to actually
Yeah,
play
exactly.
the Grim Reaper
Oh,
right now?
100%, yeah.
No, I don't want to pick
You're saying-
Makita.
Okay.
He's first in chips.
He's
If
one of the
It would be
sweetest guys.
spectacular, though, if he were able to be the next
So
one out.
you're literally going after the sweetest guy in poker.
I'm not going after him. You asked me a question.
You said you wanted a bust down.
I don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's an equal opportunity, impartial desire.
It's not an equal opportunity, is it? They all have.
No,
different-
that's right. Because
Right,
there's
okay.
one or two guys that have a much greater opportunity. Phil Ivey, by the way, second shortest stack overall
All in.
now with 10 bigs, 490,000. Ras with 260 and 5 bigs is praying that somebody will be a customer here for Fedor's all in. Danny Tang in the small with ace jack. But wouldn't it just be ICM suicide?
Both going for the stare down. Really grim spot for Danny, but I think it looks grim on paper. In the theory, it's actually a rather easy fold.
No gamble, Danny?
Nice, yeah.
No gamble?
Chaos. Straight away.
Sometimes you have to
Impish.
No gamble, eh?
Hold it like a girl.
Yeah, Danny, come on, buddy.
Rast, the shortest stack in the field. Egging on Danny, everybody getting a good laugh, understanding it is absurd for Tang to call in that spot. What's the cutoff, by the way, for him? Okay, not ace-jack. Does an ace-queen suited maybe get in there?
Now you're asking the right questions, Ali. Ace-queen suited, I mean, talk about your heart being in your throat. What a grim spot.
No, I don't like Spanish.
You should go all in.
They're too aggressive.
I think Danny takes ace-queen suited, ace-king O.
All in. All in.
Heckling, oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Should be 520.
Sub 11. Mateos has his man out pipped and
Yeah.
Makes the call.
Heckling 5 cards away from hitting the showers empty-handed. See, they are going to tie this.
I just gotta walk away.
Around 11%. Rouse saying, I just got to walk away. Just want to sweat it.
Maybe we have the same hand. I don't know.
The first one, he didn't look happy. So? Ace 8. No, ace 10. There's 2 all-ins. Oh, wow. A double, no.
Oh, an interesting development here. 2 different all-in and call situations. We'll start with the feature table. And given that they're hand for hand, if both players who are short were to bust out, it would come down to the player that started with more chips to be on the right side of this bubble. 8-5 deuce and ace-7 needs some help.
4.
A little something, something. 8-5 deuce. Wow.
Oh, a 7, just what the doctor ordered for Henrik Hecklin. 3-ball corner pocket. Now Mateos needs to return that favor.
Oh, Hecklin thinks he's drawing dead because Mateos says he's going to get there. No dice. The Queen of Diamonds, river, and Hecklin drills the 3 outer on the turn.
Sure did, didn't he?
Stay alive. Wow.
Some luck.
And okay. What we got going on? 9s against ace king, so we're flipping for 100k, and it looks like. Okay, so Malinovsky. Victor.
Pachara Wangwichit against Victor Malinowski. It is 2 9s against Ace King, and it's top 2 for the Ace King. Wang Wuchit outflopped. Needs to hit this 2-outer.
One card away from going home empty-handed, Ali. Oh my goodness.
The 9 on the river, saving Wang Wuchit.
Wow, so
That just doesn't happen. The 7 on the turn in the feature table, then the 9 on the river here, and the bubble carries on.
Victor going to be left with dust, Ali.
Wow, this may be a
Cutting
long
out
bubble.
the 490, left with 180k, so sub 4 bigs. And if I'm not mistaken, in the small blind now, so going to be left with around about 3 bigs. So Brian Rast in a really grim spot.
I mean, it's pretty sick, 'cause Limitless now has 4 big blinds, and you have 5.
Wow.
Limitless has 4 big blinds now.
So Rast absolutely handcuffed.
You know, yeah, he has 4 big blinds.
I'm not sure I know what we just saw.
We saw
That was a 3-outer and then a 2-outer. That parlay pays big.
I didn't realize.
And how bummed out is Brian Rast?
Because I got to think about that.
Wow. Talk about excitement on the bubble here. Event number 6 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Madrid.
All in and call?
So it sounds like
Is it BVB all in or what?
it sounds like we have another all-in call situation, Ali.
At the outer table, of course.
Makita doesn't lose these.
Victor against Makita, blind versus blind.
Ace 6 for Wiktor Malinowski. Ace 9 for Makita Badziakuski.
Limitless, who was just 1 card away, Ali, from scoring the elimination and having around about 1 million in chips himself. Now 2 cards away from elimination on the Queen Jack tray. 2 hearts note the higher heart in Makita's.
The 4 is a very
hand.
bad card for Malinowski's prospects.
I apologize.
3 or a 4 for a chop, 6 for a win, and unfortunately for Wiktor Malinowski, he is on the outside looking in as he finishes in 14th place, and the bubble at long last has burst here in event 6. 21 minutes remaining in the level, and Brian Rast is on the right side of this transaction, guaranteeing himself 101,000 euros. And
Okay, back to poker.
I suspect that now the shackles are going to be off of some of these short stacks here.
Oh, look at this, Ali. Queens for our man.
Yeah, no waiting, huh?
There he is.
Getting a hand, the first hand after the bubble burst.
Wow.
Nice.
It's going to be a lot wider in this spot due to the fact that he'd have to put in around about half of his stack in the next hand. Look at this Volkman waking up with 2 10s.
Didn't take long for the fireworks to come on the back end of the bubble bursting, did it? Volkman, 11th in chips. Rast, 13th of 13 players. And so Bruno will stuff it in there over the top, giving Rast a little protection. The good news for him is he has Brian covered. The good news for Brian is he's got Volkman in a bad way.
Not sweating the 100k bubble now either. How do you just wake up with queens there? Must be nice.
I mean, you know.
Those hands right before were worth a lot more.
With 500, you're much more likely to become first. instead of 250.
Instead
So-
of 0.
Exactly.
That's true, yeah.
So one
I'm
step at a
just
time.
bracing myself just in case.
Oof.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
2-ball corner pocket. The 10 rolls off. Disaster for Brian Rast. He now needs to hit the 2 outer. And
He's been watching the streams. He knows all the
Make
tricks
the
now.
magic here, and then you make the magic there. Take the things off.
I mean, this is a 2 out.
You don't have
Ross
a jack
needing a
that
2
might be
outer.
your downfall.
well, Volkman was able to do it, but unfortunately, that's where the 2 outers would end. And Rast can at least
You made it.
smile, given that
That's my style. I
One
like to
event,
just sneak into the
1,000 euro profit. Oh no.
4,000
Damn.
euro.
Okay.
Just sneak in.
Rast suggesting that he fired a couple of bullets at this. So he's in the black for 1,000 euros.
Take
Kilbane.
No, it's not.
I'm
I
taking
forgot
at
to
least 5% credit here.
Why is that?
Oh, we were running
So
Sims
you lose it.
until
losing
like
like poker.
2 a.m. last night.
Please tell me that's a joke.
That's not a joke.
tried
Ross
to
and I
cheat
were in the
him last
restaurant
Yeah.
looking
I
at
failed,
spots from
so-
throughout the day and running some Sims. Like, what do you want from me, man? I grew up watching this guy play. Like, it's one of the reasons I got into poker. And he was like,
Kilbane.
hey, let's look at some spots. And I was like, you know what, Ross?
You take it.
This is a dream come true.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
You know what I did last night, Henry?
I'm not sure I want to know, Ali.
Not that. It was pretty low down, actually, on my list of things I'd like to do.
I don't think you've ever ran a sim in your life, Ali.
I've witnessed others run sims. I think we're all in a sim,
We are in a sim.
but I have not run a sim myself.
Yeah, why run a sim when you're living in a sim, right? There's a world where
Good question.
you are an elite poker player instead of commentator.
Instead of subpar commentator. Limp from Watson here with ace-3 offsuit as Holtz shoots it up from the big blind, applying some pressure
The rare
with a
self-burn.
queen-5 offsuit. And look at Watson hanging tough. So obviously the environment stands in stark contrast to that which we endured on the bubble. With 12 left here, the payout remains static at 101,000 euros, and Holtz has fortuitously flopped top pair with this dusty queen-5 that was really looking to just win the pot outright with no flop. Now we'll seek value.
Right?
What?
Ante de erva buena.
I don't understand.
Ante de erva buena. That's it. He's right. That I asked for the service at
Ah, té con té de
erva buena.
hierba buena.
Hierba.
Hierba buena.
Hierba buena.
Just a 10K bet, Henry, almost insulting, and yet unable to proceed. Watson lets it go.
The rare self-burn there from you, Ali. Bravo. So,
Listen, self-deprecation is a well-employed angle over here. But really, I'm the embodiment of false modesty, which is, as you know, the height of conceit. Ace-king suited for Watson on the button. And this will be a far more durable holding should Fedor get frisky, which he won't. Danny Tang with the 8-5 suited off of 1 million. Does defend,
Oh,
and this is going to be troublesome for Tang as he's got himself middle pair against top pair.
modern day cooler button versus big blind top pair versus middle pair. Two world-class players. Danny gonna lose a few chips here.
Yeah.
Unless he can find an 8-5 or backdoor diamonds. He ain't folding for one.
First salvo, 60K. Oh, and a check raise, the line that Danny Tang has elected to go with, as his stack rests upon the shores of Normandy.
Yeah, nice to fold out. 6 outs, 2 overs to his 8. Especially on a board this dry where Watson is going to be continuing at a high frequency. And you know, we have enough here to, even versus call, to improve on later streets. Not on the Queen of Spades.
As Watson flatted. And I think Tang's check raise was more designed to end the pot right there than anything else. And here he finds himself a bit adrift with 6 1/4 in the middle of his own doing.
Yeah, now behind Ace Queen of clubs, Ace Queen of diamonds, even some Ace Queen O's.
Turn check draws a bet of 150,000, and that's on the sheepish side from Watson, but by design, as he seeks to milk. With that flop texture, though, Henry, the King 8 deuce, a man who follows through and then calls the check raise, unless they are just floating, tends to have something.
One would assume Sir Watts certainly capable of being in there with a little ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, ace jack of spades. Good stuff. I'm thoroughly impressed with Michael Watson thus far at this Triton series here in Madrid. 2 final tables, if I'm not mistaken, 3rd cash of the series thus far.
Indeed. Mateos raising it up after Tang released and gave Watson the pot. Holes on the button with the 2 red 9s.
40 bigs. Singing under the gun open. 6-handed. To just call in position. These 2 Titans head to the ace-7 tray. 2-tone flop.
Holes is loaded with 2 million in chips in position here. So obviously Mateos will take that into consideration as he navigates moving forward in the 325,000 chip pot, starting off with a bet of 80K. Second pair effective for holes. will flat. Another 160 into the middle, and the turn is a king of diamonds, which smacks Mateos, giving him the best hand and second pair.
It's really important to
Now
to let him-
Mateos electing to check, respecting the prospects that holds flatted with an ace.
Yeah, and also picking up a ton of showdown now, beating sixes through tens. I think you would hear from jacks and queens pre.
So I need to let him this. I go from a losing player to a winning player. Big difference.
Holes with the check back. Now the 7 pairs on the river. Backdoor diamonds come in.
Expect to see this good check, but there are some worlds where Mateos just comes out for a really small block. Does check through. And it's like grim smirk on Holz's face. King of diamonds. Sending the pot over to Mateos, home court advantage. Literally showed up yesterday, boys and girls. Skipped the first few events. Finds himself here, one of the chip leaders, 12 left, 100K locked up. 1.3 billion for first.
Actual chip leader, Mikita Badziakuski, followed by first-timer to Triton, Kevin Pak. Then Mateos and Fedor Holes.
Thank you, Ali.
Average stack, 1.7 million, 34 big blinds. Current short stack with 12 remaining is Phil Ivey.
Where did you find that information out?
Why Kilbane? The Triton Poker Plus app. Where else?
Well, what do you know? Please, tell us more.
Out of myself.
No. You can download it on Android or Apple.
I busted 2 bullets. I busted 2 bullets in both shots.
This is it, hey. This is what they called in.
Eklund trying to slide in there with an offsuit king. A dusty one at that. And it's actually probably for the best that Mateos raised it up and let him off the hook.
Who's the best ever Spanish player, in your opinion? You can say yourself.
Oh, yeah, why are you asking the best Spanish player who the best Spanish player is?
Second?
Maybe.
Throw some names out there. Throw 2 names.
Some players, really good player, already retired, so...
like who? Just so I know, but I don't know.
Educa Poker, you know him? Online cash game player, of the Hackers 14. Really
What's his name?
Educa Poker.
Huh?
Andres
Antignano.
What's his name?
Andres, he doesn't play too much live.
Oh, Sihakas?
The Hackers too, yeah.
Yeah, he was tough.
Really good player. They retired already. So.
Is that his name?
What?
Siaka?
No, that's nickname.
Poker stars. See Jackass. Basically.
Oh, okay. And his real name is Andres.
No, that's... I'm talking about 2 different players.
Oh, fuck.
Who's the other one?
Educa Poker.
What's his name?
Educa.
Who? Educa?
Educa Poker.
Yeah, he's an absolute gangster. Retired now.
The pronunciations in different languages.
Yeah, I guess in German he would be
Educa.
Educa Poker.
Yeah, exactly.
He may be a good player, but sounds like he has a weird name.
Yeah.
It's the name of one of Spanish poker school. So it's the name of the Spanish poker school.
Does the school still run?
Yeah.
So Adrian Mateos giving us a little history lesson with regards to
So he gone from a player to a teacher.
the Spanish talent
He
pool.
gone from a player to a teacher.
Just how deep it runs.
At the beginning. So.
You did?
Meanwhile,
Oh, so you're Educa Poker graduate.
Yeah.
Mike Watson with the 2 black 6s. Shot it up under the gun. Volkman decided to defend off of a fairly shallow stack.
Yeah, I could see a check raise here from Volkman. Try and fold out again those
not entirely
6 outs.
dissimilar to the line that Danny Tang took on that King 8X board. Didn't work out so well for him, though, and here it won't be working out so well for Volkman should Watson decide to peel.
Yeah, somewhat annoying blocking, you know, 6-5, 6-3. Some of the hands would like Volkman to have, with only 1 over on the board.
Make that 2 overs, although the 7 doesn't rate to be of any concern to Watson.
6-15 out there, SPR of just a pip over 1. How do you like your bottom pair now, Volkman? Does wave the white flag in the form of a check, and
How much Jack X is taking this line now if we're Watson, and if very little, does that maybe incentivize us to barrel?
yeah, great question, Ali. I think, well, I'm not going to get to state what I think as Watson checks behind. Trying to get 6s to showdown in the arguably the most interesting river card in the deck. 3 of clubs rolling off. If there's ever a card for Volkman to go blasting on, Ace 5, 6, 5. Get there. Watson blocking the latter.
Volkman has elected to check. Watson will check back and be relieved to be shown a pair of deuces, as Sir Watts continues to cobble his way northbound. Well, Jacob & Company is the official timekeeper of Triton Poker Series. Our official Jacob & Co. relationship is going to take shape in the form of a very specific and special timepiece. They manufacture the incredible ones you see on your screen, but they're not just about diamonds and sapphires and rubies. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, they are the perfect watch brand to check out.
You would say that.
Only because I was commanded to do so.
Oh,
but I actually do also feel that they make a classy timepiece. In fact, the complications on some of their stuff are just mind-boggling.
I was talking more so about your master plan from yesterday, the day before.
Go ahead, draw more attention to my felonious ways.
Some Mission Impossible style break-in. Volkman with the easiest rejam of his career.
Jacks out of the small. And Hulse took a moment, but that was it. Yes, he folds.
So I do believe will be a short break in this level. Still 12 players left, which is somewhat surprising given how long the bubble took.
Volkman on the button. Shoots it up. Min raise. 10-8 suited for Watson. Kind of hand you don't mind playing. Maybe not on this occasion, though, as he lays it down.
Pip too low to just jam over the top for Fedor. I'd like to think King 10 would be just going in pre.
His King 9 does not connect with the 7-5-5 board. Can't say the same for Volkman, however, who's all too happy with this texture. Holds his check, draws a bet of 75,000.
Oh, Fedor's up to something in his head. Oh boy. Hello, float with King High.
Yep.
That 9 somewhat wrapped around the 7-5-5, and look at this, 6 of hearts on the turn.
No reason to get too excited just yet, as it's still just King High, though it does pick up some equity.
Oh, Fedor doesn't need a made hand to get me excited, only.
Well, he's choosing to check here, and we'll see what Volkman's reaction is. The A7 is still a lot of kit.
Five out there. Looks like it's going to come out with around third pot. Looks like the table is absent of 4 other players, which leads me to believe this is the last hand of the level. See if Holt sticks around after picking up a gut shot on the turn. Does, and wow. I feel like we're far up the creek without a paddle now, Ali. So, do have the King of Hearts. Never going to see lead jams from Fedor?
The answer is no. I wouldn't say never, but not on this occasion. As a somewhat merciful check will allow Volkman to roll his hand over, and the grin from Fedor very much centered around the idea he knows there were opportunities to pick that pot off. So one last look as the players head to a break at the feature table chip counts. From inside Casino Gran Via, where event 6, the 50,000 euro no limit hold'em 7 max rolls on. Adrian Mateos, the leader, followed by Watson, Holtz, Volkman, Hecklin, and Tang in that order. Those chip counts brought to you by Armand de Brignac Champagne. And we bring you back inside our broadcast booth momentarily. Ali Nejad joined by Henry Kilbane. And Henry, as we put it into the books, it was a very protracted money bubble. And since then, although it seems like the action is a bit more loose and lighthearted, we still haven't really managed to lose another player.
No.
Ivy the shorty with 10 bigs.
No, yeah, I mean, that bubble seemed to go on for quite some time, and then almost, well, immediately, hand after the bubble burst, Brian Russ, the only one to bow out. Obviously, pretty unfortunate situation for him, queens into 10s. But yeah, you know, coming back, I want to see more of Bedell. I need this Norwegian on our tables because he's been one of the most exciting players to watch in this field for me.
Very much has. Looks like it's our time up. Henry and I are going to be stepping out, and we are going to leave you in the hands of Jeff Gross and Randy Liu, who will take it from here. Oh, actually, I'm told Brian Rast is going to come back in. I thought he was going to take the rest of the day off, but maybe being in the money has motivated him to get back to work.
Surprise me.
So Brian Rast and Randy Liu will take it from here. We will step aside, but more to come from Casino Gran Via. Stay close.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Hey everyone, we're back for Triton Poker Madrid. Super high stakes, 50K buy-in, and we are in the money. We say goodbye to Ali and Henry, and it is me, Randy, Nanonokalu, and Brian Rast, participant in this 50K tournament. You just busted.
Yeah.
But you made the money. How are you feeling right now?
Man, actually, I feel great because
that's a weird thing. You don't usually hear you feel great after you busted from a poker player.
Well, it was just I had such a roller coaster of a day. Really, at the end of it, early in the day I had slightly below average. I got moved to the feature table about the same, 400 or 500 or something. I doubled. I had a lot of chips. Things were maybe kind of going right. I had a chance to maybe kind of just steamroll a little bit. I lost tens to kings, short, whatever. And then I end up kind of being short. We're getting close to the bubble. And then it was just a lot of drama. Some people were flying out, people flying out. My stack was getting shorter, and it kind of got to a spot where, well, the way the pay jump is like really relevant for this. But, I mean, it's 0 to 101 for 13th. But then it's like 101, 101, 108, 108. So you can go 10th place is like 7,000 more than 13th. And, and even something like 8th or 7th even was like 180. So, like, once you get really short, it kind of just becomes about bubbling. It's like sick ICM pressure. So I didn't even have really too many super close spots, but it was just one of those things where, okay, well, now that my, tournament situation has changed and I'm no longer like an accumulator and I got short, like I was just trying to survive. But then there was all this drama because like some all-ins kept winning. And it was starting to look really bleak for me, but like it ended up working out. And so even though what you probably saw not too long ago or whatever on the stream here is like I lost with queens to tens, it was like for 5 big blinds, and I was so relieved to like just have like made the money that it was like the happiest I've ever been to get bad beated out of a tournament, essentially.
Right. It was just an emotional roller coaster, right?
Yeah.
Because you had that Jack 10 against the 2-4s. You banked the Jack all in all in on the flop, right? And then you got in the 2-10s against the Ace King, against the pocket kings, right?
Yeah.
And you couldn't suck out there, and then you became a short stack, right? But there were other short stacks out there. Like you said, the pay jump was huge from 0 to 100K, then to 108K. You need to make the money. It's that important. You don't want to kind of like take some really crazy risk, as it seems. And, we saw Victor Malinowski, who eventually bubbled the tournament, right? But he wasn't in contention to bubble at first, right? He lost a big pot, then he lost another big pot. But I guess it was very tense for you just having that 5. You were down to 5 big blinds at one point, I believe.
Yeah. On that last stretch heading to the big blind, I was at 5 big blinds. And there had just been like an all-in where Ace-7 sucked out on Ace-10, and then off the feature table it was like Ace-King to 9s, and it would have ended it, but 9s rivered, like the Ace-7 turned to 7, the 9s river to 9, and I didn't realize it at first, but then actually the Ace-King, he was down to like 2 or 3 big blinds, but then it was like, was it become a waiting game? But then he ended up getting all in next hand, because I was like, okay, if this guy has less than me, like maybe I'm in this weird situation where I'm so short, like I just have to fold everything other than aces. Maybe I'm supposed to fold aces. I wouldn't have folded aces. But, like, like one of those crazy things, because if I have 5 big blinds, well, I can actually afford the 2.5 blinds. So I get 2 orbits to wait for the guy who has, like, 2 big blinds to maybe bust first. So it was, like, it was getting into those super weird kind of, like, bubble spots.
So thankfully, I suppose that he busted quickly. You didn't have to think about whether you had to make some big folds of like pocket queens or like some ace king or something like that. So you did squeeze into money. Now I believe this is the first time you played a Triton event. Is that right? Or as of recent? Because I know you went to Cyprus and you were probably itching to play a little bit. But then in here you did a little bit of commentary, and all of a sudden we're like, Brian Rass is playing the 50K, and we're like, well, okay, we got to cheer him on. Jeff Gross was in the booth, a good friend of yours. He kept on saying, we got to get Brian Rass on the featured table, you on the outer table. But, we got you on there eventually. Squeezed into money. I'm very happy for you there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But how come, usually.
In 2 bullets. So it was kind of nice. Yeah, like I basically broke even, but it's better than losing 100K. So,
of course.
Yeah.
Usually, someone busts from tournament, they want to go back to the hotel room. But you're here in the commentary booth. You didn't want to take a break.
Oh, I'm a sicko, man. I love this. Like, that's why I'm doing this commentary to begin with. I enjoy it. I'm actually psyched to do the rest of this because I just busted this event, so I've just been playing with some of these guys. So, like, I'm amped up. Listen, I love poker. That's kind of why I'm here in the booth. But being in the booth, I love it so much that, sometimes I just got to get in there and compete. Because, like, as much as I like it and it's fun talking about it, sharing my views, watching these great players, it's never going to beat competing for me. Like, so just having the opportunity to hop in there, maybe I'll find another one to hop in there again in the next week. I don't know, asking the boss. Like, we'll see. But, yeah, no, it's fun.
We still got the 100K main event coming up. Hopefully, maybe we'll see you in that one. You got the money you cashed, right? You got enough to technically play.
Well, the 100K is like a 3-day, right? So I would be technically missing a lot of commentary.
Well, where are you going to be at?
There's a 50K turbo. All right, so that's only 1 day. So maybe I late reg that and just we go in there. Look, 1 day's my style. I'm really good at the 1-day tournaments because you just get after it. All right, and then who knows, 25K PLO. But Jeff is saying he wants to play that, so I don't know. But like those are the 2 I'm kind of looking at. But the main event, no, like got to commentate that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are in for a treat for having a real sick of playing these Triton events, playing and giving the commentary. So we are going to be back live very, very soon with our feature table. We've got some of the big stacks out there. We just busted the bubble. We lost Brian Rask. We lost Victor Malinowski on the bubble. Here we are. And who do we got here? Adrian Mateos, 3 million in chips, 52 big blinds. And the second place guy on this table is Michael Watson with half the stack, 1.5 million. We got Fedor Holtz, Bruno Volkmann all the way from Brazil, Henrik Hecklin, the Cash Game Crusher, and Danny Tang, who seems to just cash every single one of these events. He's the short stack at this feature table, 13 big blinds. Now, it's safe to say, Brian, you are familiar with all these players now, having played yesterday and today here.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is essentially, I mean, this is the table I was just at.
Literally just this table.
So it's just there. There's my empty seat. Basically, nothing has changed. Doesn't look like, I mean, maybe they played a few hands, but I believe this is the exact configuration I just left. It's sad to see them. They're all having fun competing. This is like the fun part of the tournament, but, you know, but it's good. It's like, whatever, I'm happy I bubbled. All right, leave it at that.
Let's go. Well, first hand is being dealt right now. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000 with 60,000 big blind ante. 12 remaining, 7-handed tournament. 7-handed tournament. What are your thoughts on that? It's like a kind of a mix between 6 and 8 and 9, you know, right in the middle, sweet spot.
I like it a lot. I mean, I kind of think 6 and 7 are probably like
similar enough.
For me, I really like those. That like more than 7, 8 or 9 starts to 9 especially starts to be a lot.
After the short deck
but
tournament,
6, 7's like I feel like right up my wheelhouse personally. I like it. The thing I like about it is you get some kind of early more like mid position starting action. A little easier to get some multi-way pots, but you know. It's not so full. You have like those like the 8 and 9 under the gun up front spots that are just like super tight. Like the table's crowded, trying to get 9 people in. I just 6 and 7 I really like.
Creates a little bit more action, right?
A little bit more, but it's not as much as, you know, the 3-handed where you're just like always playing a hand.
Right, like you gotta be in, like paying attention full time.
I'm a fish. Yeah.
So did you lose your chips to which player was it? The ace king, I mean the kings and 2 tens.
Kings was Adrian Mateos, we can see here, who has piles, and you know, you're welcome.
Well, let's see if he can maneuver these chips to the end.
Yeah, I looked up that hand with like a pre-flop thing, and so at first I was like, oh, was this like too thin? What am I doing? But it turns out, I don't know, whatever. The pre-flop solution I looked at actually liked my play for 40 and 50 blinds. I don't know, you know, whether Adrian Mateos was 3-betting me less light or no, whatever for an adjustment. But yeah, I mean, there were a few hands that happened today where, to be frank, I was kind of psyching myself out after like on this. I even the hand with Chidwick. I got it in. He had the 4s. I'm like, oh man, like maybe I really took a bad line. I mean, I looked up that one too, and it liked the solver I used, liked the way I played it actually a lot. I mean, it prefers betting Jack 10, but it's mixed, and when you do mix, it basically check raise calls off for even the amount. So I was super happy because I was kind of, you know how it is when you play. Like for me, like the biggest thing, okay, did I play the hand right? Do I like the way I played it? There were just a number of hands today where I was really questioning what I did. So it's just really nice to afterwards kind of look a few things up and be like, okay, well, you know, I don't know about for exploitive adjustments, but at least as far as GTO is concerned, I kind of
right, like you didn't make a pure mistake.
Yeah,
or anything
I
like that.
I played it right. Like you could just say maybe there's an exploitive adjustment that would have been better, but in terms of what a solver said, it liked the way I played it. So, you know, maybe the solver's no good. Who knows? But like,
I hope it's good. Otherwise, your whole game is flawed, right?
Well, who knows, right? People put out these tools. It's not like how do you evaluate them, right? It's pretty hard, but.
Looks like we got a little pot brewing up, pocket 10s and queen 8. And we got, oh, this is going to be a little bit of trouble, isn't it? Top pair on a very clean board.
Oh, yeah.
But pretty deep stack, so I'm expecting check call, or do you ever see like a check raise from the queen 8?
You know, sometimes, but it feels like a spot where since Mateos can have, he might elect to do it, right? But because he can have way more 3s than Watson, like he might not choose to have 8s be in that range. Like a lot of people make it more polarized.
Like 3
right?
or like draw or bluff or something.
Like 9-10 off with a heart.
or you know, type of hand where you got overs to the 8 and this, but you don't really want to check call. It doesn't have a ton of showdown. You know, versus a very small bet, like sometimes people reach into an 8 here, I think, and he doesn't have the worst hand to do it with. You know, you're kind of blocking hearts, like queen high flush draws, which are never folding to your check raise.
Right. Possibly. Oh, he's going to go for the raise.
Yeah, which I think it's okay. And Mateos has a pretty creative post flop style.
Thoughts on the tens right now from this point of view? Do we call? Do we just ship it in? Well, what are your thoughts? He's playing about 24 big blinds effective right now.
Yeah, I think call.
Okay.
I don't think there's another play. I mean, I think he's too deep to re-raise here. Again, it's a spot where Mateos just has threes a bunch. I think you're in position too, you know?
Kind of see what rolls off, like maybe get away from a heart or something.
Maybe. Maybe not, you know? I mean, again, like a lot of kind of goofy check raise hands might only have one heart in them. So it's even a heart's not a guaranteed fold. You're in position. I mean, there is a sense of there can be some overcards to yours, and like if he's doing this with, you know, whatever, like king.
Well, the pay jumps are small until we get to top 9, so it looks like he's actually going to bump it up here.
He is, which I would not have played the hand this way, but whatever. So I think at this point Watson's deciding he's just going to go with it.
Of course, yeah.
So in other words, and that's also saying that he believes Mateos is doing this with enough hands that aren't threes that like this is worth it. Which, by the way, isn't true against many people. Like, would you agree with that? Like, there's a lot of people here who like they aren't check raising you. Like it's either kind of air or a 3 often enough. But we can see Mateos kind of has like a value-ish hand. And so versus a player who is doing it with an 8 or say doing it with a heart draw, Watson's line is pretty good because now he just gets to go all in. Like I'm assuming he's probably doing that rather than checking back.
I think with 955K behind 1.3 million, he probably will be jamming when check 2 here. Like it's just why give the guy a free card in case he does have 2 hearts?
Yeah. I mean, like, if a blank comes, are you folding the river? Like, probably not.
Yeah.
So
tricky spot for Mateos. He's actually blown up this pot by going for the check raise on the flop now, right? Like, now he's actually confused. I think ideally he was probably hoping for, like, oh, he just called my check raise, or maybe he just folds.
Yeah.
But we know the jam most likely is going to come from Watson. What do we do from Mateos' point of view? Because that is going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, well, just touching on what you just said, and it's really interesting, is like versus a per player that's check raising, like kind of middling value hands and not polarizing their check raising range here, Watson's playing the hand great, right? Like it's actually a great adjustment against somebody who is going to be check raising 8s and some, you know, maybe a lot of flush draws and whatever. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry. What was the question you asked?
Don't worry about that. Let's see what he's going to do, and we'll touch on that because it looks like he's reaching for potentially not all the chips. I'm not sure, but you know he seems a bit confused.
I mean, it's kind of a bet that's sort of like going all in.
650,000, leaving 305 remaining. Practically all in, like we said. I would hope he would never have a bet folding range for this kind of stack size. But for Mateos, he's got to think, okay, we're practically playing for 950,000 here for this bet.
Yeah.
Tricky. Oh, man, once you get 3-bet on the flop, you call. You kind of expect good fold here. Did he lose more? Who knows? Did he lose less? Also not sure, but yeah. This game is not easy, right? Like, yes, you've been playing years and years. You think, oh, I know all the decisions, but there's always kind of these different spots that come up. And, you know, like you said, for some guys, you know, you might not expect them to check raise that kind of middling hand, that top pair of 8s, right? But I guess Mateos has kind of got that more aggressive style. He's trying to maybe check raise bluffs a bit more, so he feels he needs to raise an 8 a little bit more than others.
Exactly. Also, I mean, you know, there's some protection value with it. Like, Mike is going to have a lot of hands like Jack 10, those type of hands that are 2 overs, which if the queen doesn't cover one of his cards, he has 6 outs. And a lot of those hands might not float the check raise.
Real quick, outer table, we lose Tay, it looks like. And he just finished about 12th place.
Yeah, I think choosing to do it with the queen of hearts, it is a little better because you're blocking more continues, right? Like the
right.
Yeah. So. Interesting hand, kind of non-standard lines by both, so to speak, but nothing that stands out to me as, oh, like I really don't like that. Just, I think it's just non-standard hand. But that said, Mateos got some information and ended up making a good fold. Did he really lose more than if he had not played it that way? Like maybe not. Like he's definitely, if he just calls flop, I think he's almost certainly calling like the 9 turn.
Yes, and then kind of reevaluate the river.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at this spot real fast. Danny Tang's open to cutoff, sitting on, 13 big blinds effective. Okay, he is going to rejam the 4s. I assume you like this play with the 2 4s because you got that fold equity, or you didn't like that?
Sorry, where was the Jack 10 raise
So the
from?
Jack 10 opened from the cutoff. He started the hand with 800K, made it 120, so he had 660
it was
behind.
60K big blind.
60K big blind. So he had about 11.5 behind after he raised.
I think I like the play.
Yep.
Yeah. I would guess. I would guess that's correct. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing: is right now there's not a lot of ICM.
Because of the pay jump you mentioned
Because of
earlier.
how flat it is at the bottom. I mean, kind of these guys just need to chip, and my guess is that's a plus chip EV jam there versus a cutoff open, assuming the cutoff's not opening like super tight, like extra tight for some reason. I would guess it's a.
Well,
correct.
Like you said, the pay jump's small. We got 101K. You got the first page payout for 101,000. Tay just got 101,000 for 12th. Then it's 108,000, another 108,000. Then final 9, 140,000. So I would say whoever busts next, you kind of go for a little bit more often than normal. And let's take a look here. Fedor Holtz opens ace queen suited under the gun here.
Yeah. Fours is a jam there.
Easy.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, the only question is whether or not sometimes in these spots later in turns when there's ICM, it's like, is the person who's opening a tighter than usual range for some reason? Then it becomes tricky, and that would be the adjustment. But yeah, like should you jam 4s when like 12 or 13 bigs versus a cutoff min raise open? Like yes.
Right. Probably, I guess. Extreme example, we were on a literal bubble. Like you might not be jamming those 4s anymore because he shouldn't be opening.
On the literal bubble, like I might be opening like over like less than 50% of the hands if his stack is tight or whatever, and especially this bubble. This was a pretty strong bubble with the way they're doing the payouts on this tournament.
Well, Fedor just 4-bet jammed into the ace-10 with the ace-queen suited. Did it correctly against Mateos. Chips up a bit.
Yeah.
Nice play. Oh, this is good because we got a real player in the booth. No knock on Jeff Gross and Henry here, but we got a real high stakes player here. Like I'm learning myself. So thank you for all the information, Brian. I'm sure all the people in the chat are enjoying this too.
Yeah, I hope so. This was fun. This was a lot of fun, and it was cool. It was cool getting to play too, to mix it up with the commentary.
So I guess you're kind of like really honed in now watching, right? Because you just played with these guys. You might be playing some more of them in the future.
Full honesty. Well, here's the thing. Anyone can watch this. It's not like I have an advantage because exactly what you're seeing is I could watch this at home. But truth be told, it's very hard for me personally to just sit down and like intently watch like 5 hours of poker straight, like whatever I'll do when I'm commentating.
Yep.
But when I'm commentating, I'm actually really focused because I'm trying to not say stupid stuff here, like give bad opinions about what people should do with their hands. And in order to give, good opinions, I have to really pay attention, right? I'm under some pressure, so to speak, because of this. So I do feel like it makes me learn because of that. Learn, hey, what is this player doing in the spot? What do they think about the spot? What do I think about that spot? How should they play all that? And so, I view it as kind of a way to learn and get better. And I hope that I'm helping other people who are listening to the stream.
Guarantee you're helping other people learn.
Because I think that's part of the fun of the game. I mean, poker's so big and complex. Like, whatever. Like, why not talk about, hey, this is the right or wrong thing to do? It's not. To me, it's not this huge. Got to be so.
Yeah, times have changed, right? Like way back then, people were like, you don't tell people how to play. Yeah. Like, now we've got live streams. We've got great commentary. All content's free, which is great. Triton Poker provides this. I just love it.
And before, there's such a wide availability of solvers and good information and ways to study that you can look things up. You go back 10 years ago, what a world-class player said about something was like, you couldn't get that anywhere.
Mhm.
That was like really the authority, so to speak. There wasn't a better place. Like a book wasn't going to tell you better than a world-class player. I'm sorry, you know. So, but now, I mean, a world-class player can give their opinion, and you should definitely listen. But if you really want to look up a hand, you can at least, like, with a number of hands and spots, given some constraints, like look up the GTO way to play. Right now, that requires kind of knowing how to use that program, not super complicated, but a little complicated, but then also interpreting the data, which is the tougher part of it. Like, what is this trying to tell me? You see this grid with all these like layouts, like what can I extrapolate from that? And that's really the more difficult part, because you're never going to just memorize grid after grid after grid of hands.
Yeah,
What it's like, what is that the solver output telling me? It's telling me something like, oh, am I supposed to check most of the time here or this, or versus this range in these positions, you know?
Yeah.
And you got to extrapolate kind of like learnable, actionable, you know, stratagems rather than just like trying to memorize a chart. Right? Memorizing is much more difficult. Anyway,
this hand's getting developing. So we got a C bet on a flop from Mateos, about 80,000 or 90,000. C bets a turn for 160,000, a little bit small. Wow, he hits the 10.
So Fedor's check called twice.
He's check called twice from the big blind
Yeah.
against the cutoff. Of course, he's going to call the turn, picking up the nut flush draw. Hits the gin card.
I mean, this is going to be a
King-Jack
pretty
suited.
tough call for him. He also doesn't have a good hand to call because he has the ace of spades. So that's actually blocking some natural bluffs for Mateos, which would be like a bunch of like ace-x suiteds that aren't ace-5 or ace-10, right? All the other ones are just ace-high, which is almost never good at this point after betting and getting called twice. I mean, Mateos is probably going to go pretty big here, given his hand and this run out. Yeah, I mean, you know, 2/3 pot, like pretty big size in a tournament.
Is there ever a world where Fedor Holtz uses this nut flush blocker and just goes for it, just jams?
Yes. Yes, that's a pretty good find. I think he probably won't do that, but he's going to consider it because I think he jams before he calls. Calls like, I don't expect him to call.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think fold or jam, basically. I don't think jam will work here. Mateos has too big of a hand, but it's a cool bluff. And if he makes it, you know, I like that you found it. I agree. I think it's the thing to do here. He has a great hand to do it with.
Yeah, and
So
it wouldn't be a snap call for Mateos because he would
No.
be pretty sick, right? Because you got to remember, we're final 11, 1.3 million up top. Like, it's a big play if he happens to do it. We know Fedor is capable of it. He studies solvers, but you know, it's a big risk, of course, because if your opponent's sitting on a flush to yourself, well, you're dead.
Yeah, and it's a pretty natural. I mean, after check calling turn, checking here, your 5 has a tiny bit of showdown, right? I mean, you don't expect to be able to show down ace-5 too much there, but you do have a nice hand to turn into a bluff versus a bet.
Such a bluff.
Maybe Fedor
Make
didn't
sure
like.
the TV sees your cards.
Okay, Danny's asking, saying maybe Adrian was bluffing.
Someone always says that, trying to squeeze that extra information out. Outer table action looks like Linus Loliga versus Phil Ivey. I'm not sure what they've got, but
looks like
Jack
King
7. Oh, something 7.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna lose Ivy. Out in, I believe it's 11th place. One of the OGs of the game.
But yeah, I mean, like maybe Fedor didn't really like the sizing.
Like, right, like
that he took.
he didn't have
like a bigger sizing, so he's like, oh, like maybe he has something good that if this isn't a bluff, he's gonna call me. Right?
Maybe he's
Which
got
is
a little
kinda
more
true.
incentive to go after if he bet a little bit small. Like, oh, he's
Maybe,
trying to do
yeah.
a thin value of, I don't know, some weak 2 pair or something. Just blow
Yeah,
him off of that.
that's even harder to call, right? So that could have been part of it, right?
560 behind.
We got 10 remaining. Big pay jump coming because, you know, we were doing that $7,000 pay jump, but the next one we're going to get a $33,000 pay jump. So much better than before. Blind versus blind. Danny Tang is down to 9 big blinds. Fedor wondering what to do with 9-6 offsuit. And he is going to start with the limp. Danny's got to be pretty happy that he's going to not have to auto fold this. Doesn't have the option to check. All right, so we're gonna get a free flop here. 9 big blinds effective. 2 garbage hands.
Yeah, 2 garbage hands that are happy to see a flop.
Ooh. Now, I imagine this favors Fedor, right? Like, just given
To the flop, yeah,
yes.
because he elected to play his hand, and Danny didn't raise when given the chance. So, yeah, Fedor stabbing here, especially with a spade, makes a lot of sense. You should favor stabbing spades. Danny's going to have a lot of suited hands, right? Suited hands that don't raise, that just want to see the flop. That's what happens in a lot of these spots. So
we're expecting Danny to have jammed 2 broadways pre-flop, giving him land 9 big blinds.
Yeah.
So we say this wouldn't hit him, but he's still going to call here a bottom pair, expecting Fedor to just take random stabs.
Yeah, Fedor has a better than average hand to stab with for a nothing hand because he has the spade, and in fact, I mean, this is a bit of a tricky card. I mean, he got called, but Fedor would love to bluff deuces out, right? Which is what Danny has.
Or like a really funny jack. Is that possible?
Yeah,
like a
maybe.
jack 6 of hearts, you know?
Yeah. So he has a lot of incentive to bluff, and again, having the spade pretty big. It's not a spot you're obligated to take by any means.
That's
but
definitely worth considering.
Yeah.
Now, you're Danny. We're taking a free card here. River is the 8. It's going to be really hard for Fedor to take a stab here, I imagine, with this card pairing.
Yeah, Fedor definitely has to be worried about a deuce or a jack. I mean, not as kings as much. I mean, you have to think Danny,
with that stack size, a lot of incentive to bet
the
turn, right?
A lot of king X type hands would just jam versus the limp, right? Because they're almost good enough to call. So like if it's good enough to call, you just jam when the guy limps. It's like, oh, you're trapping me, like God bless you. But
so it does look like Danny has a deuce, or he's going to go for it with the 9-6 offsuit. That is a ballsy play. Danny knows his hand looks like a jack or a deuce. But what do you do when you think the guy knows what you got? Do you do the hero call? I mean, like, this is tough, right?
This is just like, look, Danny. I mean, they've been doing this. Danny's been staring at him all day. I wonder if he's going to do it again. Yeah, this
is sick.
This is a tough spot. I mean,
no easy answer, right?
Yeah, there's no easy answer here.
Well, I thought for a second, those are time bank chips. He's going to need a lot of time here. He knows his hand looks very weak. Will Fedor go for this bet-check bet line? I mean, if Fedor had a king without a spade, he got a lot of incentive to bet the turn too, right? So maybe Danny's like, well, do you really have a king here?
Maybe, but he could for sure, right? I mean...
Well, yes, of course, with mixed strategy.
Yeah. So, sure, sometimes he'll bet the turn himself, but not. And then the nice thing is when the turn gets checked back, like it feels like a spot you could even overbet a king. Obviously, Fedor could have an 8.
You could have a random 8.
Way more than Danny, because you're right, like Fedor. It's hard for Danny to call on the flop with many hands that have 8s, but Fedor's going to be bluffing a ton of hands. Like he has 9-6. Like what couldn't be 8-6?
Guess Fedor could have a random flush too, right? Given how small the effective stack size was on the turn.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, but I think if we're gonna do the minimum for Fedor's value bet, it's a king. King's up here, right? And bluffs. But the thing is, he can have a lot of bluffs. Because I mean, there's just going to be a lot of hands that are nothing the way this got played. So it's just a spot where, yeah, Danny's, bluff catching.
Wow, he makes the call with a pair of deuces. Yeah. Amazing. Really sick for his tournament life here. Fedor down to 900K, trying to bully Danny Tang. But I guess you said that a little bit of a stare down history too.
Yeah, there was some funny stuff earlier in the day. I was sitting next to Fedor where Danny was just like staring at him for the whole shot clock. They were like the whole table was laughing about it. Actually, it was.
Wow.
So actually, this time he didn't stare at Fedor. It was funny. The other time he stared at Fedor, I think he already knew he was going to fold and was just messing around. This time, not so much staring and actually really deciding what to do. And he made a great call.
Well, Poly Market, you got these little side bets. Look on the bottom. You can do Will Phil Ivey place first in at least one event. Well, it wasn't this event. He did just bust in 11th place, but. Go check out polymarket.com, put a little money out there, have a little fun. I know you like little prop bets in there too, right, Brian?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a nice way to do it, and you don't have to put your whole roll on the line.
No, just bet a little bit, some random stuff, some Triton props, follow along with the stream, see if you can make it big.
Man, I feel like we just started this stream, and we already got some really cool hands going on. That was a really fun one.
Yeah,
Very
I mean,
good call.
it's good that Danny has the deuce of spades, clearly,
Mhm.
right? I mean, it does eliminate
A little bit
some
more
of
flushes.
Tom's. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
Not Tom, Fedor.
Yeah, Fedor, my bad. It eliminates some of Fedor's hand, like particularly deuce X of spades that made a flush, right? I mean, I don't think there's that big a difference between having a deuce or a jack. It's probably almost the same because either one could be part of like the king, but a deuce or a jack, I just don't think that over bet line would be one Fedor would take with a deuce or a jack. That wasn't like king jack or jack 8 or, you know, deuce 8 or like deuce X of spades. But you are at least blocking the deuce X of spades by having a spade.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, that's a spot where it's like ranges are so kind of wide. It's way more like, hey, what history do you have? How do I feel about this game flow? Is he going to do it this time? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know that that's a spot where, yeah, I mean, you could look at a solver, it gives you an answer, but yeah, I mean, range is super, super wide. You're going to have a ton of bluff catchers. It's like the fact that you have a spade, I guess, probably makes it better. It makes it like a pretty decent call compared to like
game
Jack
flow
X.
must be very important in this situation.
Yeah, but I think sometimes there's game flow or just timing or just all kinds of stuff a little that can matter more playing with a human live, you know, having played with them for hours. What mood's he in?
That's what makes live poker extra fun, right? You know, like there's lots of different scenarios. You can see someone fuming a little bit more, you know, maybe you call them a little bit down. Let's take a look here. Blind versus blind. He's going to open up into the 20 big blind stack, Jack 8 offsuit, King 4 for 3 big blinds Toto. Is this a defense or is this hand too not that connected? Or
also, I want to just touch on something because I even had a couple hands that came up like this today. Like there was this one hand, some viewers have really been going with us marathon style since I was on there, but like it went check, 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 blind versus blind, and I folded a queen high, right? Actually, the day before off the stream, I called with like queen high and almost the exact same spot against Henrik and was right. This time I folded was wrong. Some of those spots, it's just like you listen to your gut. Like, sure, you can break it down some. You get to the point where, like we did, you know, he can have a pretty wide range of value hands, and he can have a lot of bluffs. But at some point, you're almost like your intuition when you've been playing, you know, I don't know about all, but like most of these guys at least, if not all of them, have been playing the 10,000 plus hours, Malcolm Gladwell, whatever, expert at poker. And, you know, you only have like a minute to work this out, right? You're not gonna, you can't use a solver. You don't get 10 minutes or an hour to like break this down and combinatorically count out some hands and figure it out. You got a minute, maybe 2 minutes if you use 3 time banks there, and you've got to work it out. At some point, it's kind of just like your subconscious mind, your intuition gives you an answer. That's like your gut feeling. Sure, there'll be a little bit of reasoning that goes into it, but really not enough in that type of spot to like make this like super informed, like reasoned out, like math, oh yeah, based on the probabilities. And even some of that stuff you're guessing at anyway. And so what ends up happening is, you know, people say, oh, your intuition. But yeah, I mean, that's, to me, that's like an intuition. Like he has it or he doesn't, you know? And the funny thing is like there's times in your poker career where it just feels like you're getting those right a lot. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's not. And there's times where maybe you feel a little off and you get those wrong a little bit more often, and you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, breaking that spot down, I don't really think there's like a super good kind of analytical way to say he should call or not. It's just kind of a gut check. And I know it sounds weird, but I really think, you know, on a very limited amount of time, that's in the moment, that's what it kind of comes down to.
Well, this is what makes it exciting, right? High stakes, short amount, time banks. You know, we are playing for 1.35 million up top. Blind versus, not blind versus blind. This is button versus blind. And it's top pair, check, check. They both have pretty deep stacks, so I guess they're kind of pot controlling a little bit more. We know Mateos is capable of check raising. Maybe that's, you know, he wants to mix it up a bit.
Well, no, Mateos raised.
Yeah, Mateos raised.
Yeah, and Mateos checked it back, which makes a lot of sense here because he has a bad kicker with his queen. So if you're going to choose some top pairs to check back, and it can be nice to check it back, somewhat draw-heavy board, you know, flush draw, some open-ended straight draws, like,
you would tend to pick your queens with worse kickers to check back.
So big bet here, 250,000. Well, we're gonna probably see a mandatory call from Mateos, and this could get pretty expensive, right? Like if we get a little card under the queen on the river, assuming a 4 straight doesn't come out, Watson's gonna be able to get a lot of value out of Mateos.
Yeah, I mean the worst card right now would be like for Mateos would be like a deuce, you know, or like a 9 of diamonds, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a
except
flush
it's
gets
a
there.
flush, so it makes it a little trickier in terms of, you know, it makes Watson, for example, it makes it so Watson he can't like bet large. If this was like the deuce of hearts, I mean, he could throw out some pretty big bets here, thinking that Queen Jack is a decent hand to kind of like it's good enough to bet big-ish.
But the Queen Jack is still should be able to bet here because, like you said, he's probably going to value bet good queens like King Queen and Ace Queen. Check back the weak queen, so it makes sense to go for a line. That's a lot of chips.
So
there.
he's still going big-ish even on the flush.
Yeah.
But like one of the issues in this particular situation is that it does give. I think it makes it so Mateos can fold a little bit more here than if it's an offsuit deuce usually.
Because the flush got there.
Yeah, because there's. I mean, because Watson never has a deuce. So this is one of the reasons why sometimes people bet smaller here. But I mean, Watson's deciding that he doesn't think Mateos has flushes often enough that like it's still worth it to bet big.
I guess he's trying to represent like a 6-7, some 2 clubs, like just flush got there. Maybe you think I'm bluffing.
Yeah.
You hear call me with 2 jacks.
Another reason is that when you bet bigger like this here on the flush, maybe he would feel better about folding versus an all-in than if he did bet smaller here, which would like kind of more rep his hand directly. Like, so he kind of thinks this hand, he can still bet big with it.
Looks like he does make the call, loses a lot of chips here. Wow, Mateos down to 1.3 million.
But like one reason to maybe bet bigger there instead of smaller is that even if maybe you get a few less calls by some hands that would call on, say, not a flush card, but if that helps you feel better about folding versus Mateos raising, then like let's say he put out like a quarter pot blocking bet. Now you get raised.
Yeah.
Right, because you're giving kind of a good price to a bluff raise. It's like kind of harder to fold in that spot in a lot of ways. Then now he bet 3/4 pot and gets raised.
Like he knows what to do.
Less people bluff there.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally
so I'm
agree.
not saying it's, I don't know about Mateos, but, you know, it could be one thing that Watson's thinking as well. Right? They're just giving a reason like, hey, why did he choose a bigger?
And you're telling me these guys got to think about this with a shot clock of, what, 30 seconds on the river? Like, you got to be sharp. You got to be quick, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot to kind of think about, and you don't have much time. And even the other thing is, too, unless you're a guy who always takes the full time, it's usually not even that long. Like you see most of the guys are making the decision in the first 10 or 15 or, 20 seconds maybe. So
rough hand for Mateos, losing about 1 million chips on that one. 20 big blinds, 10-9 suited.
And sometimes it depends on, where. Maybe on the river there, he took a little bit longer to think about how to bet. But also sometimes these decisions are arrived at almost like it is a little bit of feel. Like they feel this is the right bet. And then like later you kind of work it out and you see, oh, I got it right a bunch. Oh, but I got it wrong. But not even checking it with a solver, like what you actually think, right? Like you arrive at something in 15 seconds and it's like you're feeling and that's good enough. But then, how often is your feeling right? Anyway.
Here's the 3-bet ace king. They are battling 10-9
Mateos
suited.
has lost a bunch of his chips here in these last couple pots.
He just had 2.3 million that last hand, 1.1 now. Nice hand, but short stack. It's getting shallow to be calling 3-bets. I don't know. Is there ever a case you can potentially defend this, or is it just too short?
I mean, I think it's a little short.
Right,
Yeah.
you don't get that implied odds, right? Like, oh, maybe you make a flush, but you only win like 800K.
Yeah. Yeah, you end up missing and folding a lot. There end up being spots where you just get in like really goofy spots where you've already put in so much money. I mean, you're gonna flop like second pair a decent amount, and
Right, but there's like a king on the board as well, and just like awful.
and just like what do you do? I mean, it's like a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. Like you check, they see bet small, like they could have ace queen, ace jack. It's just one of those things where
It's pretty tough to call 3-bet with that hand with sub 20 bigs.
Well, Mateos is bleeding heavily. This guy is rocking. He's currently in second place of the tournament. 3.6 million. Michael Watson.
And he's about to find a button raise when he looks at that hand.
I know. Everyone gets excited about these ace-5 and ace-4 suiteds now, right? Ever since the solver is kind of been more popular and people talking about them a bit more.
Well, a lot of people, like, I see, especially when I go play with, like, weaker players, they misapply a lot of the stuff. They just think, oh, ace-4, ace-5 suited, I'm always just supposed to go nuts. And a lot of them are, you know, so for example, what is the thing that's crazy? Well, when you have like super tight ranges and you're like 5-betting all in for like 80 or 100 blinds, like along with basically ace, king, aces, and kings, it'll pick like ace-5 suited. And the reason why is because it's a hand that has, you know, like one of the better EV when called, because you the wheel stuff, plus you're blocking the ace,
right?
Which are the hands that go. But people mess this up by like just no matter what, when the re-raising starts, you're just always re-raising. So one thing you know, a guy doesn't know what he's doing. There's a 3-bet, you get 3-bet, and you have the ace-5 suited, so you just like 4-bet, like let's say it's 100 blinds, you get 3-bet to like whatever, 12 blinds. The guy just 4-bets to 30 blinds. No, that's never the play. Actually, versus that, you usually just call the 3-bet, right? What you do is you 3-bet, and then when the guy 4-bets you, and you're only 5-bet shoving with ace, king, aces, kings, and the ace-5, but you never 4-bet because the 4-bet is to the brink, and then if you get jammed, you just fold. You prefer to just realize the equity. So that's somebody who just took the heuristic, hey, I'm supposed to be crazy with ace-5 suited, but not like how you're actually applying.
Right, like just know frequency's up, but they're not sure which way to do frequency.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's the hand that you're mixing with the ultra-tight jamming range, not like the hand that you 4-bet to the all-in brink to ask your opponent. The question is, like, will you 5-bet all-in or whatever? I don't know. I think you understand what I'm saying, right?
I totally understand. But, you know, the people in the chat, there's people like, oh, I heard about ace-5 suited. They're watching Triton people or whatever, people going nuts. And then they're just like, how come I just lost, like, so much money of ace-5 suited playing my home games or whatever? And, like, they've always show up with kings or something. But, yeah, no, it's good to hear the insight because people don't. Yes, it's the best bluffing hand, I guess, for all because of the blocker, because it's suited.
Well, that's it. It's not that simple. It's the best. It's the hand that if you're mixing in a bluff into your 5-bet jamming range, it's the one.
The highest equity.
But it's not just the re-raise bluff hand, which is what some people take away. So anyway, it's like a kind of nuanced distinction, but it's pretty important because you're just punting EV when you're just like 4-betting the ace-5 suited, you know, for like a quarter of your chip, you know, whatever, 30% of your chips, and then, yeah, that's just not the play you're supposed to do.
Well, Watson.
Oh, it's the music.
Yep,
I
we
can
know.
hear it.
What do we got? Poly market again. Take a look. Will Phil Ivey plays first? Well, he didn't in this one, like we said earlier. Maybe next time. Of course, he's going to be playing all the different events out there. Short deck, he loves that, so he's got a high chance of, you know, potentially scooping the trophy this week. Alrighty. So Mateos under 1 million chips now. Was looked like he was going to run over the table, but he lost so many chips recently. Blind versus blind, this is going to go in the muck. Watson chipping up 4 million. Feeling good. Showing everyone the 3-deuce. Yeah, you giving me walks, guys.
Yeah. Wow, Watson really has a big stack here. I mean,
yeah, it's 4 million
I think
chips.
He has more than the rest of the table combined, just looking at the...
No, he's not the chip leader. Otter table, Makita Badziakowski is the chip leader right now, but still, they're both sitting very pretty.
Yeah, it looks like he has just a touch more. I mean, the other player's probably just approaching 4 million, and Mike has 4 million, so about as much as the rest of the table combined.
All right, Watson's got a pretty terrible hand, but, you know, Fedor holds 11 big blinds, blind versus blind. Are we potentially seeing some action?
Yeah, this is a tricky one. My guess is Jack Deuce off isn't good enough to jam, but
enough to play. Here's going to be a raise, 140,000.
So he's taking, I think, the raise fold blind.
Yeah. He like doesn't want to risk it all, but he wants to put the pressure on pretty much one of the shortest stack out there. King 6.
Fedor's not going to fold this.
I guess he's wondering, does he have fold equity? He's going to jam it. Wow, sick play. King 6 offsuit. Amazing. I guess he was thinking, look, I'm sitting on 11 big blinds. Why are you raising me small? You're polarizing to aces, kings, and utter garbage, right? And plus, there's probably a frequency of him just limping aces and kings rather than just open ripping it.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely, Watson can definitely have some other good hands, just like King Jack suited or whatever that he's going to raise call, right? That said, King 6 off, I think is starting to get good enough to call at like 10.5 blinds or whatever versus a jam. So Fedor's probably just thinking, all right, it'd be really nice to pick this up versus the garbage part of his range that's raise folding. So if I'm going to call this off, like why don't I jam it instead? So it's a close one. I mean, I know he's not folding, but I was curious as to whether or not he would jam or call. So it's interesting to see what he chose.
Okay, so ace-5 suited. We were talking about that earlier. Is a shorter stack opening, and he's got a shorter stack. Is this a go nuts of ace-5 suited play, or is this maybe? 900. Well, he's going to go for it. Also see Mateo's been opening a bit, losing pots.
Yeah, I mean, ace-5 suited is a pretty good hand, and just suited aces in general for 15 blinds, kind of good enough. This is just the part of the tournament when you're pretty short. You see people move after the pots when they get pretty good hands. Like you can't just be waiting around for the big pairs.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, I finally got aces, but I got one big blind left.
So it's actually like kind of one of the tricky things about Mateos's decision there. Like King Jack off is like actually maybe good enough for like 14 or 15 blinds to jam from the hijack. I think it probably is. But like when you raise it and you get jammed on, it's like, the ranges are like the jamming range versus your hijack range is like a little tighter. It's a little gross. Like you could kind of go either way with that one, I think. I'm not saying he should jam it, but
something to consider.
It is, yeah.
Well, Watson's going to pick up ace-king suited, open it up. Queen 10 doesn't look like good enough hand, but taking his sweet time. Sitting on 13 big blinds. And he's really considering some play here, Queen 10. Right, in the muck.
Yeah, I think raise folding the King Jack off there is probably the best play. I do think once the small blind jams on you, it's not quite good enough to call. It's probably good enough to jam, but it's probably higher EV. Like, I think it's plus EV to jam it versus fold it, but I think it's probably higher EV to be raise folding it. Because usually 15 blinds in the hijack's like you're like a little too deep to just be like jamming very much. You do have some jams, but you have less than when you're 10 blinds, then you're just like a lot of jams or a later position.
So Watson 9-7 suited. He knows people are just going to open jam into all these short stacks.
Yeah, and he's picking like a middle suited type hand that when he gets called, he probably figures he's not dominated very much. Like one of the expectations would be like maybe Fedor's not playing ace-9 off here.
Wow, so he's
putting some ICM pressure. Because we are at the part of the tournament where finally the pay jumps do start to ladder a bit.
That's right. It's a 33K pay jump.
Yeah. So this is part of the reason why you picked the 9-7 suited here. You see Fedor just folded the ace-9 off.
Yep. So this is great for the queens, obviously.
Yeah. It's like
the dream scenario.
Yeah,
the
wake
chip
up.
leader is jamming into everyone. Probably got garbage.
All in.
There we go. We're going to have a big clash. Watson, 1-9 we know is gone. Another 9 is
another
gone.
9.
So we're going to need some spades or some straight stuff. Danny, look, he made a big call against Fedor, got some chips, and he's going to hopefully roll these over into like 2 million chips.
Well, a lot of things have been breaking Watson's way, but this is the first time where it's not over, but it's
looking bleak.
Looking bleak, especially we know that 2 9s are gone, which is not incorporated into those stats.
That is absolutely nothing. Gonna just need to find a random straighting card. But that is very, very unlikely. Turn card. Okay, we can hit an 8.
That's it.
That would be dangerous. 9% chance for us to drop an 8 and knock out Danny Tang. What do we got? An ace, so Danny Tang full double up to 2.1 million. Guy's been playing amazing so far from what I've
Could
seen.
have been a wild hand.
960.
960.
You had an ace? You had an ace, right? Yeah. Seems like you did. Yep.
Fedor
Seems like you had an ace.
debating whether he should have called that ace 9 because he would have scooped that pot.
Yeah.
Ace 8 off. Ace 8 off. $960.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot with Fedor too, because it's like you also got 3 people behind you who can wake up with hands,
True.
right? And it's like with ace 9 off, you know, one of the guys behind you, like if they were to get, like maybe you get them to fold ace 10, like ace jack off, like maybe not, definitely not ace jack suited. So it's kind of like dicey because, you know, you don't have to be beating the chip leader, or even if like, let's say he has 10-8 suited or jack 10 suited or whatever, you know, some of those hands still have 40% with you. Yeah. There is some ICM considerations. All that said, I think I like his fold. I mean, we could see he would have won the pot, but, you know, in a certain sense, it's almost beside the point, right? Because at the end of the day, you're just here trying to make the right play. I would guess he made the right play, so I like it, you know. That's my feeling, given the ICM considerations. So, you know, Fedor, don't beat yourself up over that.
Well, we've got 15 big blinds for Bruno Volkmann.
I can tell you it's a real thing, especially on the stream. After playing today, it's like a renewed appreciation sort of for this. You know, you're in here, be critical, but it's tough, and then you know people are watching, so you're like, oh man, did I mess it up? And so today, actually, I was a bit in my head a few times because I'm like, oh man, I think I messed up some of these hands. Like, it's on the stream. I'm gonna have to go commentate for the next week. But you know, I ended up finding out I actually think I played great today. But I was all like a little bummed for a while. But then all of the problem is all that is, at the end of the day, is just noise, right? It's your like brain being crazy about like stuff that kind of doesn't matter. Like the real machine is just like on to the next hand. Like just look it up later and find out. And doesn't who cares? But you know, I mean, at the end of the day, all of these. Nobody's a machine. People can try, but everybody has feelings. Nobody likes being embarrassed.
Of course.
You know, so people, all these guys have emotions. You know, maybe some people are better at stifling them in the moment or existing just in the moment and letting the past be the past. But yeah, I've even noticed doing the stream sometimes, even plenty of players, you can tell that when they're a little flustered. Right, it's not like full-on like raging tilt like you've probably seen at like the local casino by some guy, but you know you can tell on faces, and whatever you think you're seeing on their faces, there's more going on underneath the hood.
Well, let's take a look at this hand. It's blind versus blind. Volkmann limped. He flopped middle pair, decided to check into one of the big stacks. Watson actually stabbed the flop. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like a hand he's going to double barrel with, frankly. It's just no pair, no draw.
Like just hopeful.
The 3 is not even like a good card, right? He doesn't have a spade. Yeah, it was just like a one stab give up. Now, you know, it is a spot where maybe he'll consider bluffing the river. My guess is no. Doesn't.
I guess the
seem to
question
be.
now though is, should Volkmann consider value betting an 8 here?
He should. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't.
I mean, 6 is a kind of weird card for you to have a bluff. I guess if you check call, like, I guess like a Jack 9, a Jack
Yeah.
10 you could be bluffing with.
Yeah, so he's going kind of small,
Just
small
to pray,
size.
call me with a 7.
Is like 30%.
Quick fold coming up.
Yeah.
Brazilian.
Yeah, very reasonable river bet size. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, want to get called by a 7. Want to control it. Maybe an 8 with a better kicker that check back turn just calls that. 8 with a worse kicker just calls it as well. Seems very reasonable. My opponent probably doesn't have queen very often, the way this played.
King 5 suited into hijack. We are playing 5-handed, 2 tables of 5. He's going to bump it up with these new chips. Man, Mateo's just, every time I look at his stack size, it just goes lower and lower. 675K.
Oh, wow, and the blinds just bumped up, so 80K now. That was a pretty big jump, 60 to 80K. So, I mean, Mateos has like 7 or 8 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, at one point he was probably thinking, I'm just going to try to run over the table. Now he's just trying to hang on. Fedor.
I was in that same boat today.
Yeah, you know the feeling.
Like, oh yeah, maybe the steamroller's coming. I'm gonna have a bunch of chips going into the money, but oh nope, just trying to make the money. It's the ever-changing dynamic tournament stack situation.
Danny Tang, he was just trying to hang in there, right? Made a bold call, got the good double with the queens. Now he's like, all right, I can make some plays.
Yeah, that was a big call.
That deuce, right?
Let's be honest. Big call by Danny Tang.
And not everyone at this table would make the same decision. Some would find a fold possibly and make the wrong decision.
Certainly, not everybody in the tournament would call in that spot. Certainly, there'd be at least a couple folds. So, yeah,
Not
I mean
a
that's
standard call.
something. Listen, that's something. Not a hobby. Danny Tang, not a hobby, as my friend Jeff Gross likes to say, fellow commentator. I mean, listen, that's also something that probably given him a little bit of confidence now, right? Made a good call. Things are going well. He's chipping up. Let's see. But that sometimes some things like this can affect how guys play. Some guys no. Some guys yes.
All right. So we got queen 6. We've got big stack. Putting into pressure. What does Fedor got? He's been reshoving.
Yeah, super reasonable hand to do it with.
Ace Jack, 2.2 million chips is a bigger stack versus a big stack, right? I guess since you're so far in the tournament, you lean towards call a little bit more with the Ace Jack here, or do you think this is still potentially a 3-bet spot?
I mean, he has just under 30 blinds. I think I like going all. These like good offsuit aces like this, all in.
Just
That's
rip
the
it
play.
in, keep it simple.
Pretty comfortable saying that's the preferred play.
Mm-hmm.
I think you leave like slightly better hands generally, like maybe ace jack suited, ace queen suited, and the big pairs. Okay, so he's taking the conservative route, which is fine.
But you're thinking like, oh, Watson's should have a wider range given his stack size. That jamming would be really plus 80.
Well, he'll have a wide enough range. Like, let's say he's just opening standard on the button. My guess is for like 28 blinds versus a button open with ace jack off. Like, ripping it is the preferred play. But
yeah, so he decided to go cautious though.
Yeah,
does get up. This is the problem, right? Sometimes you go cautious and you let the queen 6s hit it.
Sometimes it doesn't, right? Like, I mean, there's just so many ways the hand plays out, right? You rip it, you pick it up a lot. When you do get called, it's never great.
Yeah, usually it's bad.
Usually it's not so good, and but when you call, you're out of position. You probably have the best hand. Certain boards, you're under-repped, like the ace-high board, right? You have a great hand when it comes ace-high. But when you get out-flopped, you're almost always losing at least another bet because you have a good ace-high.
Exactly. He just check-called here, right? And he doesn't have very little equity. Turn is the deuce. Now, Watson, no kicker. Kind of a tricky spot. Of course, Danny could have a better queen. He could have a 9. He could potentially check and try to get like a gut shot to take a stab at him on the river. He is going to check. River card is the 8. So Danny is probably not too happy to see that, but just hoping you know, he just goes check, check, and he beats like a random king high or 6 high. Who knows?
It is an interesting.
Is it worthy of a
hand.
value bet, right?
Oh, what, the queen?
Yeah.
Certainly worthy of a value bet, and I would expect Mike to value bet this. Pretty often, at least. I mean, he doesn't have to, but you know it.
Well, he's
Yeah.
figured out. He's got the best hand.
Now, Danny actually, he's actually towards the bottom of his range here.
Mm-hmm.
And with the jack blocker, like, he kind of doesn't have the worst candidate. Like, listen, you should probably just check fold here.
Mm-hmm.
But all 3 options are on the table. I mean, if someone check called, that's probably the one I'd least take. I wouldn't be surprised if you could just check raise bluff this off of the strength of your jack 10 blocker and the fact that like just ace jack has not enough showdown value to call a bunch. Now you are beating some bluffs.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
That is a raise. Amazing player. Because, like, and you know, Watson didn't bet the turn. Unlikely he's got a 9, right?
Yeah, Watson's going to have a lot of, like what he's really trying to do is get a hand like this to fold. Listen, there's going to be times when maybe Watson's bluffing. Obviously, you win. You're probably winning a lot of those when you call. That said, this is now letting you win the times that Mike might have a hand exactly like what he's got. Because, I mean, the story Danny is telling is that he can beat a queen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is why when I was sitting there thinking and saying all 3 options are on the table, this is just a play that makes a lot of sense to me. Right.
This is a world class to take this right now. We're 50K. We're final 10. His hand does not look like a bluff, right? It's queen 9-9. The
This
8.
This looks like
so
a
strong.
way you might play either jack 10 or
flop
3
full
nines.
house, queen 9 or something.
3 nines.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
What if Danny has the jack 9?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you don't have to check raise the flop. The turn went check check, and now on the river you decide to go for the check raise instead of betting. Like, I'm sure it's a hand that can mix. Right, it's good enough to do it. You know, same thing with jack 10, kind of check call. Maybe you check give up on the turn, maybe not. But then you get there on the river. Okay, go for the check raise.
Watson's thinking about all these things you're mentioning, and this is just tough. You got a shot clock going, you know.
Yeah, and I was thinking, what hands is he bluffing with? Again,
And
you can come up with them.
It's not like a big raise, but it doesn't matter if you think you're beat. It doesn't matter how much more it is, right? Like.
Yeah. I'm going to guess that Watson's going to have a problem coming up with enough bluff hands. I think more likely than ace-jack because he probably figures ace-jack gets ripped pre-flop because, you know, I mean, the GTO play, I'm very confident, is to rip it. I mean, that said, you can find some hands that like this play even more, and those would be like king-jack and king-10. Even less showdown value, plus you're still blocking the jack 10 with it. So, you know, Watson probably going to find, like, oh, what's he bluffing? Maybe he'll be like king 10, king jack, but then, you know, the value hands, 3 nines, jack 10, probably doesn't give him like pocket 8s, probably pocket deuces, probably folds the flop.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough spot. Watson went for that, you know, that thinnish value with the queen no kicker, and now potentially getting punished. Wow, he makes the call. That is amazing.
It's a tough call.
Wow, just world-class poker from both players here. We thought, you know, you said likely he doesn't go for the check raise, but he made the play of the ace-jack, and he made the call of the queen-6. Sick hand. Absolutely
well, here's
sick.
the thing. Like, I've been on the stream for days and in Cyprus. Listen, I know it's a spot where he could and probably should check raise bluff that some of the time. You know, just because you think of the play, most of the time the players don't make the play. I try to suggest it so players at home, people at home will be like, oh, okay, good, yeah, okay, Brian's maybe he's going to do it, but they don't do it a lot, right? Players don't take the crazy line like actually most of the time they don't. But I like to throw it out there so people like in real time can see and not just like talking about it after the fact.
Yeah,
like this is a hand, like when someone's there thinking, it's not just like, oh, he's thinking of folding or calling. Like sometimes people are in that spot thinking about like turning that into a bluff. And that time, you know, he went through with it. And I actually, you know, I think it's a cool play. And I'm a little surprised Mike found a tough call there.
Yeah.
Tough call, and he found it. Like
Now, that
nice.
makes me want to ask you, did he potentially make it too small to check raise on the river? You know, it was like,
potentially,
just in case, you know, it's just so priced. Because if he made it like 1 million, 1.1, a little bit different, right?
Potentially. I mean, there's always different ways you look at that, right? Like, this smaller looks stronger or not,
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, but yeah, potentially.
Let's look at this real quick. Watson just made a great call.
Yeah.
King, queen, you know, Fedor last time, he had the ace-9. He was like...
No, but listen, this is a little different. Instead of it being hijack, cut off, this is now cut off dealer. So it's a little bit, one less person behind Fedor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think king, queen off slightly.
Is it better than ace-9 or is it worse than ace-9? Here's the question.
I think this is a slightly better spot than the last one, I think. There's some hands you dominate here a bit more, right? Like king, jack, king 10, queen, jack, queen 10 suited.
Yep.
Like
decent
a
equity
little
against
bit
ace
harder
X.
to be dominated. Like the other one, he could easily have ace 10 or ace jack and just
True.
be ripping it. Like this one, yeah, you can be dominated, but I mean, some of those hands, like the aces, kings, queens, he's not ripping. Those he'll min raise, right? Maybe even ace king.
Fedor saw him jam 9-7 suited. It's probably crossing his mind a little bit too, right? Like, oh, then that means he's probably jamming like a king 10 suited.
So
or
here,
a queen
Fedor
jack
actually
suited.
went into a time bank for this one. I don't think he did for the ace 9 off. So
Correct.
Fedor actually agrees with me that this is a closer spot because he ended up folding the last one. I kind of think Fedor's going to put it in, but he doesn't. I don't know. It's close.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
He
I mean, we
looks
still
like a
got the
man who's
pay
putting
jump
it in.
problem, right? We still got the bigger pay jump that's potentially going to happen here if he does. Yeah. He's going to make the call.
I know my man. He's putting it in. He's going to be happy to see this.
Here we go. So, king jack against the king queen. 2 million in the middle. Can Fedor hold? Agrees with Brian Rass. This is a better spot than the ace 9 previously.
Yeah, I think I would make the same play as Fedor here. So I think it's getting it in for whatever that's like 12 blinds. And so I
what are we flopping?
That's why
though?
I said I thought Fedor was going to do it.
And that is nothing. Needs a jack.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. Great so far for Fedor. Going to be, I mean, Watson double pairing the board or a jack. That's about it.
Well, only a jack.
Yeah, no more chop outs.
7%. Can he find it? One card to go. Here we go. Does not. Full double up for Fedor Holtz. 2.1 million. Can't get rid of these short stacks right now.
Nope. And so far, both times Watson has just kind of open jammed. He's found a caller behind him.
Yeah, I know.
Him in bad shape.
Usually you see a bunch of folds, right? You know, eventually you get called, but they're just like, every time I jam, why are they calling me? And they just crush me.
I remember, like, it's so funny. I remember, so this ended up working out for me. I won, it's the 3K6 Max bracelet I won last.
1 second. Triton app. Now, it's really cool that you can see all the chip counts. Did you use this, during your time at the
actually,
table?
Using on my phone, it's now on the players. I had to do the QR code, so it's updated live. So the players actually have it so they can see the chip counts in real time, whereas you guys at home and us in the booth see them on the delay with the stream anyway.
Yeah, but it's cool, right? Because now, yes, we have the featured table here, just 5 players, but we can see that. You can look at the app and see the action going on the other table and see the hands, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's
different chip stacks.
Really effing cool.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
like
the way they're doing it,
especially
it's like
on the
really
bubble,
cool.
right? You know how you don't have to walk over there to see the chip stacks.
Yeah, I mean, and for everything, for the players, for people following at home, I mean, this app is like sweet. It's an awesome thing that they're including with this. Anyway. Yeah, what I was going to say about that is it's one of those funny things like with the jamming. So in the tournament I won in the summer, 3K6 Max, I had started to build up and I had a kind of runaway chip lead. But right when I gotten in the blinds had just gone up and this, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to get to the spot where I just get to go all in with some people behind me. It's like the first time I found that spot like Watson, sure enough, big blind. Woke up with aces. He won. I mean, it was okay. It ended up working out for me. I'm just saying it's so funny how that works. Like you think, oh, how can anyone have anything? And then you just get king, queen, queens, aces. It's like, what are you talking about? How do these people get these hands? Usually you just see like all in and just everyone folds and you just take down those 2.5 blinds and just like, add them to
I
the stack.
think I just heard Watson say maybe I should have just raised folded those hands, you know, that instead of just jamming.
I mean, I don't know. Like raise folding king jack. These guys have 10 blinds. Like, I actually kind of like both his plays. The king jack. I mean, people are short enough. There, the 9-7 suited. The stacks were a little deeper, but he actually had a pretty nice hand to do it with. As you can see, ace-9 off folded. Hello, a hand that dominates him. But you know, it's easy to be results oriented there. I mean, the other big percent of the time that you just get it through and pick up the 2.5 big blinds, or it doesn't get through and you win, you know, you don't ask yourself that question.
Exactly, right.
Like,
you got to be a little bit results oriented when you play this game.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes you crazy. Trust me. That's what I was talking about. It happened to me a little bit today. I'm like, oh no, did I play this hand wrong? What am I doing? But then you're like, I mean, here's the thing. It's always good to ask yourself that question. When you don't ask yourself that question, like, am I playing this hand wrong or whatever, you're not going to find out.
Yeah, you don't search for the answer, right?
But
You
when
might be
search
making
for
a
the
bad
answer,
play.
Exactly. Curiosity is always a good thing. But, yeah, I mean, ask yourself the question, check it out, and then, yeah, I don't know, try to do better next time. That's really all we can do. Try not to beat yourself up too much in the moment. That just leads to the dark side. Tilt.
Fold.
Alrighty, so look, this guy's stack just gets smaller every
Yeah.
time. I said 575 last time. It's 475,000. But Mateo's getting garbage.
I mean, pretty brutal. Like, don't do it, man. Don't do it, 5-3.
Come on. Okay, we got to give him a little bit of credit.
No, I know.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't snap fold it, though,
Okay.
so I'm going to have fun with it because he's sitting there. He's sitting there. Listen, you guys might, listen, he wasn't Hollywooding. He was smoldering. He is not happy inside. You can't see it, but that, like, taking 10 seconds to fold the 5-3 off he's annoyed. Okay, he's like, fucking, I'm losing all my chips. What is going on? It's folded to me in the cutoff. How come I can't even jam here? No, folded to me on the button. I can't even move all in. Like, the big blind's going to come. I'm going to lose half my chips.
Brian, thoughts on this right now? Okay, so the big stack is actually limped into your 2 million chip stack. You're sitting on ace-9 suited, obviously a very good hand.
Yeah, 20 blinds, he's going to do something. He's going to raise. Yeah, he's going to raise and call a jam. It's good enough. It's just a good hand. You're happy getting on for 20 blinds, blind versus blind. So, and
closer to 25 big blinds, actually.
Yeah, I guess that's right. So you're not jamming much for 25 blinds. So because of that, yeah, raise. But he's not folding to a re-raise here.
Well, Watson thinking about what to do. He's going to lay this one down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, trying to C3 with the 6-5 off, but limp calling a raise is a little bit too courageous.
I feel like some of these guys, they win a big pond and just like feel like, okay, I'm going to go take these chips to the moon and just keep winning chips, but then they just get cut down, right? Watson was sitting on 4 million, now they're down to 3 million. Danny had 2 million, made a big bluff with the ace-jack. Now he's got cut down to a short stack again. Fedor was a short stack. Now, you know, like no one can just hold on to these chips right now.
Well, I mean, the blinds are big. I mean, it sounds like a lot of chips when you say the number, but when you think of it as big blinds, you know, it's not. I mean, what does Mateos have here? He has six blinds.
Any chance this is going in?
Yeah, I think
blinds.
6 blinds, king 9 off. I think he's putting this in.
I mean, like, this is the best thing he's seen in a while.
Yes. 6 blinds cut off.
Was he going to wait for the big blind to eat him up again? So he's practically all in. 400,000. Will he get... Oh, pocket fours. Is this good enough? You got 3 million chips, so it's not as hurtful to your stack if in case you're wrong.
The thing that's more annoying about this spot isn't so much, hey, like, do I want to get it in with Adrian for 6 blinds? Yes, obviously, especially getting 2.5 late on the side. The thing that sucks is putting in chips here with people kind of behind you. So, yeah, he's navigating this by calling and likely folding to a rejam, which we're going to see.
Right.
Hello, rejam.
Yeah. Because, you know, if he had rejammed, the ace-king calls off. Well, actually, the ace-king's got a lot of dead outs, huh? There's an ace, there's a 4 dead. This is really going to screw up our odds a little bit.
Don't even know if he can fold versus Danny Tang. But I think he's thinking, hey, if I call, I can fold versus Fedor, because that's for a lot more.
Well,
All in.
Fedor gonna go for it.
And kind of the crazy thing is actually, I mean, if he knew the hand, he would call, obviously, especially with an ace and a king gone, even with the 4. But you can't call this.
Yeah, so Mateos. Okay, now he's looking at the outer table. This is when the app might come in handy. Like, is there someone out there with like one big blind or something? But I guess it's very unlikely someone's going to be all in and busting by the time he decides whether to call.
I mean,
yeah, just
I
hoping.
mean, the problem here is that there's a good chance Watson folds behind him.
Yes.
And he gets over 2-1 on his chips. Like, you know, even if you fold.
He's just hoping someone on the other table is getting up from his seat, literally leaving the room right now, knowing he will get a pay jump.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because he's not even looking at this table. He's just looking at the outer table. Gonna have to might actually consider using shot clock on this.
Yeah.
Trying to hope someone busts, but it's just, yeah. So he's kind of two-tabling right now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening.
Okay, he's like, yep.
Oh, I guess maybe the hand just ended over there, so he's not going to use more time banks.
So here we go. Cards on the back. Needs to find a 9. Mateos is from 3 million chips down to 500,000.
Great spot for Fedor. Got the 4s out and heads up, getting a great price on his money as well, because there's the 400K dead plus the ante and all that stuff. And instead of being ace-king versus 4s as actually a very tiny dog, he's ace-king versus king-9 as a big favorite.
Here we go. What can Mateos find at 9? Oh, there's a king on flop, but still can hit a 9.
Okay. Okay, good.
Watson was saying good because, you know, the king came out. He did have the pocket 4s. Here we go. Turn card is a 7. Mateos is in huge trouble. I just can't be feeling good about this. Just feels miserable.
Exact bottom of range, probably.
Will we see a 9? We
Oh.
just a 4 on the river. Watson would have scooped that pot.
Really?
And we're going to lose Mateos in 10th place. Doesn't get the next big pay jump. And we are down to 9.
If you just ripped it in, I'd have every chip.
Yeah, if he had ripped it in, Fedor overcalls very likely with the ace-king.
Fold, I go all in when I'm supposed to go all in. I put them in and fold. It's brutal.
Is it 10 for hand now?
Okay, outer table.
Oh.
We got Henrik, Hecklin, and
Looks
Badel here.
8s.
What is that, king 9
wow,
or queen
he flops
9?
a set. Queen 9. 8s is full. It's over.
We're losing Henrik, Hecklin, the cash game expert. So 2 players just busted out.
And Tom Axel Bedell busts him.
Yeah, wow. And we had a little
He might be
interview
going
from
to
him earlier.
final.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We are down to...
Apparently he played a kind of gangster, like check raise.
Yeah, I saw
like
that one.
ace 6, whatever, with like the jack 8, bet turn.
I love it.
So I can't wait to watch him play a little bit, like get some fun hands in there.
All right, so we are down to 8 players. Looks like we are taking a short break with those 2 guys busting out. Probably have to do a little balancing, figure out the tables, or, you know, get a little bathroom break in there. So we will be back real soon. But yeah, Fedor, amazing run there. We lose Major Mateos, and I don't know, any other thoughts you want to bring out before we go into this break, Brian? Quick, we got to be quick.
Yeah, that was just a lot of fun. Listen, the blinds have been moving up. These stacks are pretty short, so we're throwing around these numbers. Oh, he's got $1 million, $2 million this, but remember, the blinds are 80,000. They're going to 100,000 next. So these guys are short. They're still some short stacks that are only like 10 blinds, and they're going to get in. But yeah, and now we're also moving to the place where the pay jumps really start to kick in, because it was just flat for a while. I mean, you know, 13th was 101,000, and I think like 8th or something was like 180. But now it goes from about 180 or wherever we're at the moment to over 1.3 for first. And right, and there's only 8 people left. So I mean, serious money. There's going to be some ICM considerations now. That part's kicking back in.
Well, it's 1.3 million up top. Fedor moves up to the top 3 with that big win. And, you know, I'm expecting him to put a lot of pressure, all the other big stacks to put a lot of pressure. So, yep, we're going to go on a short break, and we're going to come back. Brian Rask going to do more commentary. See you guys soon. Bazikowski, I believe he's the 5th leader of the tournament.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Hey guys, we're back for the Triton Poker Series. Now we've reached the final table, 8 players. It's me, Randy Liu, and Brian Rask. But before we get back to the action, we got Ali Najad speaking to Tom Bedell. Send it.
Event number 6 is still in progress, and this man, Tom Bedell, has himself a very nice stack. But even nicer than that is his wardrobe. He has captured the imagination of us in the booth with this iconic bucket hat. First thing I want to ask you about, Tom, is the style that you've brought to our party.
Thank you. I'm used to do it when I play some high rollers around with my hat.
Is it lucky?
It's a lucky hat. I got 3rd place twice with it, so I'm looking forward to super with it.
You've done better than 3rd place. My understanding is not long before this event, right here in Spain, you managed to win a 5,000 euro ESPT event, first place. You're no stranger to the felt.
Well, this is my home. I'm used to stay in this casino. I'm living 2.5 hours with Twenne far from here in Benidorm. So this is the place I used to play, yeah.
How has your first Triton experience been thus far?
It's great. My first Triton series, final table. Lucky seat as well. I got the short decks to my left, so it couldn't be better.
All right, well, we'll let you focus. There's still work to be done. Good luck, Tom.
A lot of work to be done and a lot of luck I will need for sure.
All right,
Thanks.
back to you guys.
All right, you heard from Tom Badell, and, you know, from Spain. It's good to see someone who doesn't play professional but plays a lot, loves the game. He's apparently played at this casino a lot. Hope to see him do good. We are at the final table. Says he needs a little bit of luck, but you don't got to be the best player to win these tournaments, right?
Oh, of course not. I mean, that's one of the great things about poker, which at the end of the day makes it a game that we all love, is that, sure, obviously there's a skill element. It's a rich, deep, complex, interesting game, but there's also the luck element. And a tournament's small enough sample that, you know, anyone can win.
Well, a little bit of superstition. He's got the lucky bucket hat. You heard him there. He's wearing it again. Apparently, he's got some deep runs in the past with it. Hopefully, that's going to send him to the top. But he's got a tough competition. We've got Makita Badziakowski at the top, 5.4 million chips. We also got Fedor Holtz. We just saw won a bunch of chips. So he's got a lot of work he's got to get done. He's got 20 big blinds. We'll see if he can maneuver it. But, you know, he's going to approach the game a bit differently than some of the others. Hopefully, we'll have to see if the pros are going to adapt correctly to his play style, whereas, you know, they're going to expect certain moves from other pros as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, whenever there's a guy you've just never played with before or just maybe a few times earlier in this tournament, you always have to ask yourself, you know, what is this guy doing? What can I expect from him? And sometimes you see some very interesting hands, some hands that surprise you, some stuff that maybe you're not going to find from someone else whose game you think, oh, I played with him before, I understand a bit more, he's going to do, you know, what I think game theory says or, you know, typically does in this spot. So, you know, sometimes guys get a bit off the book and create their own plays, and you know that can be difficult to play against. So I'm actually looking forward to watching him play. I've heard of a couple hands already in the tournament that I'm like, wow, okay, that was cool. That was a different line. That was unique. So let's check it out. I can't wait.
Yeah, he's going to represent Spain. We are going to be having the cards up very, very soon. 8 players remaining. Pay jumps are huge. Over 1.3 million for first. Second place is getting about 950,000 euros. So, yeah, I'm excited, Brian. Thanks for staying again. You know, you just busted out a tournament not too long ago, and you're gonna ride it out to the end with me, aren't you?
Yeah, ride or die, man. I love poker. Let's do it, boys and girls.
Here we go. 8 players remaining. Linus Lowleager is the short stack, ultimate crusher, but only 14 big blinds. Danny Tang at the bottom 2, Bruno Volkman, Tom Badell, who we just spoke with, 20 big blinds. Then we get into the nicer stacks. Mike Watson's been a little bit swinging. When he jams, he gets called and loses the chips, but every other time he's winning chips. 31 big blinds. Fedor Holtz and Kevin Paker in second place. We haven't seen too much of him today, but 47 big blinds, sitting pretty. And, of course, the chip leader, Makita Badziakowski, won 3 Triton Poker Series trophies already. He's going to be the first fourth if he can scoop this one. Jason Kuhn and Wai Kin Yong, the other 2 players with 3 trophies. 1.34 million up top, 187,000 guaranteed. You know, you just squeeze into the money for about 100,000. They've made 80,000 more than you so far. But these are getting big, right? 187,000 to 240 into 303, 389, 482, and just even bigger to that top prize. So here we go. Cards will be dealt very shortly. You've had a lot of experience with these guys. You're going to give us great commentary, good insights, and you know, we've seen some good plays, right? Like close to the bubble. This is what you see with the best players, right? They're making big check raise plays that, you know, usually they fold, but they're going to take it. And hopefully we see a little bit more here today.
Yeah, certainly. And for those that don't know, Linus, he's a very, very well-known high-stakes player on the internet called Linus Love. It's the same. That's the same person. So he's had a ton of success in the online streets and like world-class no-limit cash player. And here he is out at Triton.
Plays the best. Here we go. Pocket four. Let's start off here. 15 big blinds on the button. He is 7th place currently.
And I think these 15 blinds are going to find all of their way into the middle.
All in?
Keep it simple. Just jam it in. Don't raise, fold it, right? Take the equity of the hand.
Yeah.
King, queen.
Ooh, tricky spot here, but I think king, queen's probably good enough to continue. Extra nice that the big blind is the shortest stack, so it's not like the guy behind him covers him or has even more than Danny. Remember that same kind of tricky spot that came up that Watson navigated with the 4s. So Pack doesn't have to worry about that here. He's decided, okay, what's the jamming range? But the thing is, for 15 blinds on the button, a lot of small pairs get jammed, a lot of offsuit aces. You know, it's tricky with king, queen. We'll see what he comes up with, but it feels pretty good. Feels like maybe he's going to do it.
15 big blinds.
1,170,000.
Yeah, it's just like, just a little bit more than you want to make a snap decision, right? Like, it's awkward. But, you know, if he does happen to call, he'll still be sitting on about 2.4 million, so not the end of the world. He is currently sitting in 2nd place. He's going to go for it. First hand of the final table. One queen is dead minimum.
Took his time. Wanted to think it through, make sure he was making the right play. You know, I agree with him. I think it's a get in here.
Okay, so here we go. All in and call. Danny Tang at risk. Been playing great. Pocket 4s. It's not a lucky hand for the Asian people out there. Danny's here sitting, trying to dodge that king and queen. Hits the 4. It's lucky today. And he is going to cinch this unless we get a 6 and a 7 rolling off.
8-5-4. So maybe people on the stream remember Ivy and I talking about our big boy. That's Ivy's big boy right there. When you're playing props, he gets paid a lot on the 8-5-4.
We could chop it. The 6 can roll off on the river card.
No.
The king, fold double up. 2.5 million. Danny Tang loving it. They got equal stacks.
Yeah, I mean, Pac just fell back down towards the pack. Danny jumps up, and now Makita has quite a bit of separation because in 2nd place now will be Fedor Holes with just over 3 million, while Makita's well over 5.
Well, GG Poker, great site to play on. They've got the daily Triton free rolls. You know, emojis are really cool there. I don't know if you've ever tested out, but you can use the sign-up code Triton2022. Get some bonuses there. Have a lot of fun. Great software. Very clean. Yeah, so that does move Kevin down to 3rd place and Danny to 4th place. But they got the same stack. I would say they're tied for 3rd, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Watson probably checking out, using the app, checking those chip stacks.
3 people essentially tied for 3rd. Watson as well. So they're clumped up there. And then also that Tom Bedell and Bruno Volkman clump in 6th and 7th. They're pretty close. Not the same, but.
Linus on the bottom, like, you know, well-respected player in cash games, ultimate crusher. A lot of these guys in cash games, they don't play that many tournaments, but they're like, yeah, I'm just going to enter any high-stakes tournament, try to feed on these tournament players. And, you know, they have amazing post-flop skills. It's always fun to watch this nice little mix of, you know, high-stakes cash game players, high-stakes tournament players, recreational players, and great, you know, businessmen, and then like these pro businessmen like Paul, who just seem to final table and win every tournament out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a nice mix of players. I'm loving it.
All right, ace-9 off, but it's pretty deep.
So
and
into the chip leader and into a short stack right now.
Yeah. So I mean, he's pretty happy getting it in for 11 blinds.
160.
But the sizing he's gonna think is one where, okay, I might have to call versus Linus. What do I want to make it versus Makita?
Pretty bad hand here, 10-5 offsuit, but he does have a monster stack. Does he potentially find a call just on odds alone with a big stack? It's a weak hand.
Yeah, call. Will he 3-bet or will he fold? I kind of think maybe he's going to fold. Yeah. I mean, you know, especially if he respects Pac's game. I have no idea whether or not that's true, but just
pretty weak
Yeah, there's a
hand.
point when you got to fold something, right?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I've seen all kinds of different theories it seems like guys have about big blind defense when they have a bunch of chips. You know, on the flip side, I mean, there have been a number of times I've watched Adamo just defend like the truly terrible hands to min raises out of the big blind when he has the chip lead.
Yep.
With the, you know, it seems like the thinking is he's going to just kind of play extra tough post flop and try to, you know.
Just be annoying post flop,
yeah,
right?
Like in that he'll get to be. So, you know, Makita does have a ton of tournament experience, obviously, but I mean, he plays even more cash games. So my guess is he's maybe a little bit less on the, okay, like those bottom 10% hands, whatever, even do a min raise with the chip lead, kind of let it go a little bit. You know, guys have, these are kind of fringe situations, but you can tell that different guys seem to have different philosophies about some of these fringe spots.
That's what I love about it. Even though we got the solvers, like people still
Yeah.
got their own kind of play style, right?
Yeah.
Linus in a nice spot for short stack.
Oh, yes. Very happy. Very happy ace king all in here.
He's actually going to reach for, is that all the chips?
Yep. He needs much less hand than ace king, I think, to reshove here. I mean, for sure ace queen. Definitely, I mean, ace jack even, so.
Very flashy shirt. I like it.
Yeah, he was wearing a very colorful shirt yesterday as
Was
well.
he?
Yeah.
So Linus plays literally the biggest cash games you can think of. Just plays tournaments, high stakes for fun, right? And just
Or at least
wins them.
online, right? I mean,
Yeah.
does he play?
He has played
does he
in
play
some
live much, like live
I don't think he
cash?
plays that much, but because he doesn't really play live. But when he did play live cash, it was like a Triton cash game. You know, those are big, right? Like those
Okay.
are like, I believe he played one where, man, I can't remember, but they were buying huge. It wasn't like it was like more than 100K buying. Where it was like
Okay.
several 100,000, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And that was like his debut to Triton. They're like, hey, we heard this guy's sick. Let's do a cash game and get him in there. And everyone else is probably like, oh man, why are we gonna play with this guy? All right, Queen 7 suited. Seems good enough to open when you're a chip leader.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a solid button opening hand. It's gonna make it into, I think, any standard button opening range. Only maybe you'd cut it out in certain like need to be super tight situations because of ICM or chip stack. But
Tom here, not sure of his frequencies, but 10-3 suited is, you know, a decent hand. It is suited, not the greatest. But he's
yeah,
gonna
lot
have a
of
different
people-
approach, right?
A lot of people defend these in the
Mhm.
big blind for min raises here, especially against the wide button opening range. But Tom's gonna pass, so Tom has a different take on that spot.
You don't want to start playing hands if you don't have the experience doing it, right? Like, oh, I heard people defend a 10-3 suited, so I'm going to start doing it. But if you don't really, you know, not much experience, all of a sudden, like, oh, the final table, let's just get crazy, right?
I agree. I think, listen, if there's certain things you don't feel comfortable with, or maybe you're like, yeah, this guy's a lot better than me, it actually can be better to defend less. Like, technically you're defending hands that should be winning.
Yep.
So it's like you're losing a small amount theoretically, but you'd be losing even more defending and playing really bad hands out of position.
Yep.
Like, it could be the right play in some of those spots for people, for sure.
Well, we see a big separation here from Makita and the rest of the pack, so he should be able to put more pressure. Depending on his seating assignments too, like, you know, Fedor and Kevin, they might not want to go too crazy if Makita's sitting right behind him, thinking that maybe he'll put a little bit more plays on him and just kind of handcuff him a bit. So it's an interesting scenario. The shortest stack is 13 big blinds, so, you know, they can wait around a little bit. Could be quite tense. We'll see how they approach this. Looks like they are coloring up the little tiny chips out here. All right, let's see. Aaron intently trying to figure out who gets that extra anti-chip.
No more blue chips. Only down to the white and black.
So 187,000 euros guaranteed. Didn't 240,000.
Club diamond. So it's just diamond and club the other way around, right?
Yeah.
All right, cards back up.
Oh yeah, maybe that was Danny. It looked like maybe Danny is watching. Maybe it was a little close. His phone was a little close to his microphone, and I was hearing my voice actually doing commentary, I think.
I'm not surprised they're watching the stream, right? You got to get every extra information. We're playing for so much money.
Well, you can actually see the hands on the
app,
hour
right?
delay on the app. The app is so involved that you can go and actually see the hands, like see the action, see the hands, you know.
And not have to actually
pretty
watch
crazy.
the footage, right?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Makita. Oh, pocket aces. Great timing. Blinds are up at 2.3 million
20
chips.
to 25 blinds here, though.
You're
Let's
wondering,
see.
does he ever flat?
Yeah, is he going to flat? No, he goes for the 3-bet. But he could flat. Flatting is definitely a thing there. I was curious to see who was going to do that, but...
Well, if he did that, he would have let Fedor into the pot.
He would have. And now I think Fedor's... I mean, he can't flat here. Like, is he going to re-raise jam sixes? I mean, that's pretty bold. Probably
Be really
too
bold with the 5.3 million behind you, right?
Yeah, so he passes, and Makita's going to pass as well.
Well, you hate to see.
It would be... I don't want to say I've never seen anyone do that. I definitely have, but it's not the standard play, that's for sure.
Hi.
It almost looks like Fedor's waving at us.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, food, but I ate it right after.
I don't think it's us, though.
No, it was someone off camera, for sure. But,
All right, Linus has got matching pants. I didn't even notice that. Did you see that?
yeah, he's like
yes.
super colorful, coordinated. Fedor's
Oh, Danny.
shining his baby eyes at the camera. I mean, this is just quite the final table. Here's another colorful shirt
Yeah,
by
I like this one.
Mr. Pack.
I mean, I decide not to.
But like Watson, just brown T-shirt.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
He's standing out at this table with the drabness, considering how undrab most of the other clothes are, like him and Fedor. Just straight brown, straight black. At least Fedor's got the GG poker, a little logo. You know,
Yeah.
Watson's is just straight brown, no logo.
I'm on bucket hat right now. Ace-9 offsuit. What's he making it? It's gonna
Wow,
open.
so he's raising, which, I mean, the standard decision for sure here on the button is to just jam ace-9
Ooh,
off.
this should be interesting. So he's opened at 325,000, over 3x.
It was 14.
Well, I mean, here's the thing is, like, you don't really want to be getting off of ace-9 off in this spot for, like, for like 14 blinds. So, I mean, this is going to give him an opportunity to fold. And, I mean, against Fedor's particular hand, we can see getting 44% equity, but he shouldn't fold because it's basically he's putting in $1 million here to win almost 2. So he
8th place isn't bad.
But this is why ace-9 off kind of loves just jamming itself in this spot, because
Keeping it
he
simple.
actually shouldn't really raise fold here versus one player. But, you know,
He's also sized up a little bit, so he's kind of like made the price even better.
Yeah.
To get it in.
Yeah. But he's going to be tempted to fold here because obviously this is not a great spot. You're like, oh no, I mean, I made a huge raise. This guy went all in. He must really like his hand.
True.
So this is, you know, a little tricky. I mean, ace-9 off, these offsuit aces here just like love at like 10 to 15 blinds just jamming. Nothing tricky. Blocking the ace. And a kicker this big, if you did raise it here, you should call. I mean, Fedor could even have some hands like ace-8 suited, ace-5 suited. You know what I mean? So it's not like he's always dominated even.
He's asking, does he got king, queen, possibly?
It's
Definitely impossible. Tom from Spain.
we know though that Tom doesn't have a lot of tournament experience. Maybe even he plays mostly cash games. These 10 to 15 blind spots can be really tricky to navigate when you haven't had a lot of experience in them.
He's used to sitting on like 100 big blinds plus, right?
And you know, when you have 100 blinds and you open the ace-9 off and you get 3-bet,
you know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, you don't continue with it. It's just not a hand that plays well in that spot. But it's so much different when you have like 14 blinds. I mean, it's actually just good enough to jam. You're not even like that unhappy when you get called.
So far, so good.
In this spot, like jamming on the button.
Let's see. Tom in the tank used a lot of time bank chips.
Yeah, he's going to let it go. That's what I thought he was going to do, kind of. It's too bad, man. It's okay, Tom.
I don't think it's the end of the world. Still sitting on 11 big blinds.
Will get a call. Idiot, they will call me.
No, man, listen, it's hard, Tom. It's hard to be in there and making decisions on the fly, especially if it's spots you're not familiar with. It's okay.
Oh, sweet.
As a teachable moment, let's call it, I would say I would not play the hand the way he just did. My recommendation would be jam, and then my second would be if you did open to call it off in that spot versus Fedor. So I wouldn't have taken that line, but it's all right, man. We all make mistakes.
Yeah,
We're
well,
human beings.
M88 Mansion providing the most competitive sportsbook selection. You know, got casino games as well. Best place to play if you're in Asia. Check it out, www.m88.com. So yeah, that was a real tough spot, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just annoying because, like, you know how sometimes you're saying, oh, the one time I make a raise and I get jammed. That's just so unfortunate. Usually he just gets 2 folds, right? The guy made it a little bit bigger, so you need a stronger hand to kind of reshove on him because he looks like he's committing himself.
Yeah. Plus, you know, again, it sounds like he has more cash game experience, and ace-9 off is a hand that when you're deep in cash games is
2 point.
It's just not a very good hand. Like, and when you get 3-bet, you know, you're usually letting it go.
So Fedor's have been having a swingy day so far. Now he's actually in second place at this final table. 3.5 million, going to put on the pressure. And we know he knows how to win tournaments, so let's see what he can do. Danny Tank, ace-3 suited, but he's sitting on 22 big blinds. I kind of think you lean towards the call a bit more. Of course, it's reshuffleable, I suppose, but we're at a final table. We got 10 big blind stacks out there.
Yeah, there's some stacks that are shorter. That makes it tricky. I agree. I'm curious to see what he does. It also depends, like, how often do I think Fedor's opening this? I mean, Bruno is going to play pretty tight. I mean, Fedor might be opening extra wide here. Yeah.
All in.
So that's part of the reason why, like, here's the thing. If Fedor's maybe opening a normal range, maybe I'll lean towards just calling because there's shorter stacks. Flip side is if Fedor's, if I think Fedor is opening extra hands, those are going to be extra hands that fold versus my jam. So now you're picking up the pot with an even higher frequency. So yeah, you know, interesting spot, and you know, Danny maybe made that assumption because hey, look, Bruno, guy who's been playing pretty solid, short stack in the small blind, and Danny there with maybe a potentially handcuffed stack in the big blind. You know, maybe Fedor's opening some hands he normally wouldn't, and I'm going to jam because my hand's kind of good enough to do it with instead of calling.
For sure. Yeah, Danny's been playing awesome. Well, I love the way he's been playing. Pocket fives.
All right, Makita's, yeah, he's going to play this. You never love small pairs up front. That said, he's the chip leader, and it's now 7 max under the gun, and it's 5s instead of like deuces. As it gets kind of high enough, you start to play them. I think there's some shorter players would definitely fold 5s up there, like someone off, you know, 2 million.
Yeah.
Right? If you get short enough at some point, 10 blinds, maybe they jam, but like a guy off of 20 blinds, probably folding 5s there. But yeah, not the chip leader.
Nah, chip leader's like, well, these guys are just going to fold their big blind even more right now. Yeah. Final table. Let's go for it.
What's your biggest score to date, Makita?
Sorry?
What's your biggest score to date?
Biggest score, like you mean ever?
Yeah. Live.
5.2, I think.
Oh, did you cash in a million?
No, it was just Triton main event.
5.3?
5.2.
That's huge. How many runs did that get? A lot.
I guess. It was 2 million HKD buying.
Oh, 2 million. Ah, that's why. Okay.
So you can actually use the Triton app, go into Mikita Bazikowski's profile, see he's got 3 titles, 12 million in
Not
Triton
even the biggest
earnings.
score at this table.
He won the main event.
And by not biggest score at this table, my guess he's referring to Fedor. Fedor's probably cash for more. Did Fedor do something in $1 million buy-in or something? Or
Fedor has won a Triton before, or just 2 at least. I don't know. Click around the app. You guys got access to it too now, right?
The score. They're not just talking about Triton. They're talking about score. Right?
Yes. With the
best live cash Fedor, 6 million.
It was 100K one drop.
Oh.
Came second in the 1 million for 7.3.
Ah, the one drop.
Yeah.
Who won that one?
Justin Bonomo.
Ah. People just cashing for multi-millions and we're playing for like a couple of 100K. What are you doing?
We're playing for 1.3 million up top, Danny.
Yeah, actually, the difference between going out next and winning is over $1 million.
Yeah, playing for a lot.
They are playing for a lot right now.
You need this money for the 100K main event coming, right? Tens. Let's go. So we got 11 big blinds. Just rip it in. Early position. Seems fine, or do you just rather just open maybe?
I think up 11 blinds. I like his decision to rip, especially if, you know, he's going to maybe feel like he's in tough spots later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It'll be annoying, right? Like you defend, the big blind defends, some overcards come, and maybe you accidentally fold the best hand at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I think for, let's say, less experienced players doing shove or fold type strategies for like under 15 blinds even, maybe you could even say 20.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably better than like min raising and like playing flops, especially if you feel like some of the other players have skill advantages. I mean, in some ways it's not that hard to go find like push fold charts for like 20 blinds or less and just do that. I mean, you might be giving up more EV playing hands as opposed to like what you would gain by, you know, doing the min raises and stuff that, you know, you're going to see most players do when they have like 15 or 14 blinds, especially in earlier positions.
So Linus Love all in on the button, ace-9. Wow, Makita's got 10. It's a 10 to big blind decision. King Queen suited. We saw the King Queen offsuit go for it earlier, right, with Pak. So
and this is even stronger.
And you got more chips.
The flip side here is in the other situation, he had someone who was even shorter than the shove to his left. That said, I think Makita just goes all in here. It makes it very hard for Watson to continue with many hands.
Like Watson probably wouldn't call like an ace-jack, for example.
Definitely not. Like maybe even ace-queen.
Might go into the
off, maybe with the ICM on his stack. Like it's, you know, it's close. But even less than that, it'd be like hands like 9s or 8s. Yeah, they're not probably calling. Maybe like 10s.
That was my hand against you.
Well, here we go. Ace-9 versus the King Queen. Ace-9, slight favorite.
It's very interesting, actually, what Watson's range is there. There's a lot of ICM pressure on his stack, so how
King
severe
on the
that
flop, and Linus needs an ace, or he will be the 8th place finisher, and that would give Makita a ton of chips. Is it going to roll off on the turn card? Does not.
Yeah, Linus is a person who's played a lot of heads up no limit and shorthanded no limit, so he'd be a kind of fun person to watch get later, maybe get some chips, but we're probably not going to get that opportunity.
7%. No ace, and we're going to lose Linus. And Makita, overwhelming chip leader now with 6.5 million chips. He might get a 4th title today. There we go.
I mean,
what a crusher. This guy started off as a cash game player. Went into tournaments like every single cash game player does. Seems to ship everything. And he's showing you why he's one of the best.
Yeah, he just consistently makes solid decisions, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, should see Linus back in the future Nolan events. Unfortunate with the ace-9. We're going to lose him. So Makita has almost 2x the stack of Fedor right now, who's sitting in second place. He's just so solid, too.
Now come the easy part.
Very calculated player. And it's folded to him. King 6. Just going to put the pressure on.
Oh, yeah, and I think he's going to feel extra comfortable raising
into
Tom's
Bedell.
big blind. Yeah, especially if he starts finding out stuff like, what did Bedell fold last
10-3
time?
suited.
10-3 suited, I mean.
Reasonable.
Well, listen, that's a hand that you kind of, most people would probably defend there. I mean, maybe you could argue with some ICM pressure you don't or whatever, but it's definitely a defend without ICM. But, you know, I mean, Bedell's had some tight tendencies so far pre-flop, folding the 10-3 suited, but then definitely with the ace-9.
Yep.
So, you know, he's also a person that's short. In that particular situation, when you're real short here, you know, you can't take like a wait around strategy. Like some of the people who feel in more ICM would be the middling stacks like Danny and Kevin and Mike Watson. Like they have to be careful with the people that can bust them, because you know they can pretty easily make a couple 100,000 here just laddering up a few spots, and they have the chips to do it. But a guy like on the bottom, not that they don't feel any ICM, but you can't just like wait around, which is part of the reason why I think I defend like a lot of suited hands there is Bedell in the big blind. I mean, it's close. And again, if you're not comfortable playing post-flop out of position against one of the best in the world, you know, might be fine not to do it.
All right, so it's 4-2 small blind. Bedell's got 11 big blinds. Ace-6 going to go in. I imagine Holtz is going to snap call this.
Oh, yeah.
How much is it?
And we could potentially be losing another player.
Or 12.
I mean, it almost doesn't matter who you're up against, right? The ace-10 for 11 big blinds. You got to call. He is going to make the call.
Pretty unlucky for Bedell here.
6.
I mean.
Oh.
Wow.
Need a lot of luck.
He made the right play. He kind of got unlucky that Fedor just has an easy call out of the big blind.
Unlucky spot, but he can still be lucky to stay in this tournament. But every single pro would have jammed this ace-6 100%.
Yep.
Here we go.
And nobody did anything wrong here. Both players played their hands correctly.
Oh, that means he's going to need a 9 to hit a straight.
I folded a 6, so this is much better.
An extra out for him. He's got 4 outs to hit a 9.
Instead of 3. 3 6s went to 4, and apparently Watson folded a 6. So.
Oh, almost.
Not quite there. One chance, or we're going to lose.
I like your
Tom
enthusiasm.
Bedell.
I still need a 9.
In 7th place. Still need a 9. That's right. Will he get it?
Vamos, anda, toma.
Does not. And out. Tom Bedell in 7th place. Hey, he lives in Spain. Came here. He loves his casino. Told everyone it's great. Had a good time. Always laughing.
Stole all my chips all day.
You gotta have fun, right? When you're playing this. Ships 240,000 for a 7th place finish. That means Fedor also moves up in chips. He is sitting on a lot of chips, still behind Makita, but feeling good because we remember Fedor was all in at risk not too long ago, right, with like 800,000 chips. But here's Tom, bucket hat, makes his plays. Tough field, obviously.
Yeah, great finish. I mean, 7th, you know. I mean, probably his biggest cash of his life, I would guess. Tom.
Possibly. We're gonna hand him mob him or something. You let me know what you find, Brian. Fedor. He's got 4.25 million 43 big blinds. Makita City, 68 big blinds. No.
He's got 1.5 in cashes, and he has another cash for 331K.
Okay. Ship something, huh?
Yeah, he cashed the 25K for 250. 25K WSOP Europe in 2021. Got third.
So we're down to 6. The short stack Bruno Volkmann has 17 big blinds. So, you know, it's not a lot of chips, but it's a lot to maneuver with still. You know, kind of wait around, look for some spots. So
the 25K PCA high roller, he got 4th.
We went all the way to the PCA.
Yeah, he gets around a little bit. Plays a few tournaments here and there. Yeah, he has some moves. You know what? My impression of him. So maybe he does have more tournament experience, but I think maybe it's still a matter of how deep. He probably feels comfortable playing a little deeper.
He likes the earlier parts of the tournament.
Yeah,
maybe.
like, and just not when a tournament gets down to like 10 and 15 blind stacks, which can be tricky to navigate if you hadn't studied push-fold charts and figured some of that stuff out. But yeah.
Onto this hand, Makita's opened the button. Bruno Volkmann defends Queen 3 suited with 15 big blinds. Flops a flush draw. Expectation is Makita probably will c-bet just given the chip situation. Now, what would Volkmann do with the queen high flush draw? Check raise, get it in, check call. What are your thoughts on this?
You know, yeah, I mean, this feels like a pretty decent hand to raise and go with here, right? He's a little shorter. He's now the shortest stack by quite a bit, actually. All right, so he's taking the conservative route, which is fine. I do think there's merits to both plays. I mean, folding is obviously the crazy one. The tricky one with this is, okay, so let's say Makita barrels again. Are you jamming the turn? If I'm calling flop here, I would very strongly consider doing it versus a 2-barrel. But that's like a little dicier.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tricky.
Or you call again with the idea that if he checks river, you bluff. A lot. I mean, you don't have to, but I would definitely consider doing it quite a bit. I mean, basically with a hand this strong, I'm trying to figure out how to win the pot as him when you're this short. Okay, so Makita is betting here. So let's see what he does.
Just trying to put pressure on like a random 6, a random 7 that doesn't have a straight draw.
Yeah, I can't. I mean,
because he is actually betting the best hand right now. That'd be pretty crazy. Just check down the queen 10 wins if it bricks off on a river card.
The 4 gave him more equity.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, this is a supernatural jam here.
Okay, so is it enough chips to jam on top to get your opponent fold? If your opponent's not going to fold, then yes, you wouldn't jam.
Sure, I would expect good opponents to have bet folds at this sizing here, 100%. I mean, like, they're still 800,000 behind.
Well, he's going to call here. He thinks that Makita would call to shove, just trying to hit his hand. 8 big blinds remaining. Volkmann needs a hit or he's going to lose his pot. Most players don't like to randomly jam if they miss. River card is the 8. He missed, but
I mean,
a little straight came out, right?
Well, whoever bluffs at this pot is going to win. Neither opponent can call. And, I mean, I think Makita's going to bluff at this a decent amount.
Well, I mean, he's technically has the best hand anyways, but is there...
I mean, he has a 10 in his hand, which is...
Will Volkmann bluff? Will he ever retake the lead out here, just jam like, oh, I got a 6-5, a 7-5, and I hit it straight, you know?
Volkmann's... Oh, yeah, sorry, Volkmann. Makita's in position.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, good.
Oh, wow, he's jamming the queen 3 suited. Amazing
there
play.
We go.
Queen 8 of spades.
Sick hand, man. These guys are so fun to watch.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, nice.
Volkmann's feeling good, too.
So even though he check called it twice, he did opt to bluff the river, which then makes the decision, instead of check raising the flop, makes it a lot more kind of justifiable, right? I mean, you see someone check, and then just check river.
Funny, 4 of you having 2.5
then you gotta
exactly.
question that the flop line a
4
little
of you
bit.
having 2.5
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, he did it with a plan,
Maybe
so
plus, minus.
seems totally fine.
It's actually very credible from that, but straight there too, right? Like, of course, he's going to check call to turn with a pair and a straight draw or something with if he had a 5 potentially. So yeah, it was great. Makita
I think.
Yeah,
I
nice,
think
nice
five
hand.
has
Yeah,
4.5
well
exactly.
played. Everyone is playing phenomenal right now.
He's got 2.5 as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and we see Watson here
Oh, he
just
okay, yeah.
kind of getting out of the way. King Jack
Oh, I
off
thought
could
you
maybe
were
do something, but he's
Sitting in the middle, but
tricky spot. I mean,
no
there's
one's actually short.
no one's
Everyone's got
short.
25 big blinds.
Yeah, except Fedor, who's kind of in between those stacks and Makita.
So Danny has been aggressive. Ace-3 suits a little bit bigger stack.
Yeah, but Makita's here's opening from the hijack.
Yep.
So that's a different than
Yeah, if a
ripping
button
on the
open.
button.
Exactly.
So even though Makita's the chip leader, he's still raising through 4 people there.
So this is actually a flop where we can see some more action going on, right? We got a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, ace high, top pair, jack kicker.
Yeah, this flop will get some action. You
Good
know,
turn
Makita
card.
will probably bet this, but he doesn't have to.
He's been betting pretty tiny. Is that 100K?
Yeah, so he's
Min bet?
betting super tiny. I mean, my guess is with Danny's stack being a bit handcuffed here, he's just gonna call. I mean,
Yeah,
he
don't
got-
blow
yeah.
up the pot, lose the free. Like, you don't want to get re-raise and then fold a clean out, right?
Yeah. But Danny, listen, Danny has been taking more chances than other players with the bluff, with some other lines. So, like, you know, but to me, like, call just seems so nice there, you know? Pick up a spade, ace high, maybe it's just good, and you check down. I mean, it doesn't happen a bunch. Makita generally will bluff some, but, yeah, I mean, you're getting 6.5 to 1.
All right, so pairs the second card. Danny considering leading out. So, you know, it's a common play to see people regain the lead from the big blind,
Yeah,
and win
because
the board
he has
pairs.
more 4s. I mean, Makita has very few 4s. Danny has some 4s, right?
Gonna
so
check.
You see some leads on this card, and it is a hand that would definitely consider it. It'd be great to lead for like third pot and just get a hand like King 10 to fold.
Thoughts on a queen jack? You like this check right now?
I think Makita's just happy playing pot control. He probably figures when he's ahead, Danny has very few outs. Maybe, you know, something like 5 outs. A lot. Potentially less. Like, what about a hand like deuce 10? So, you know, doesn't want to get check raised. Very happy to bet the river. When check 2, call a bet.
I guess Danny's thinking about, is there a chance he can value bet 3?
Yeah, also he wants to like control the pot size, right? Oftentimes you see these small leads here in order, you know, you'd love to get called by a weaker hand.
When you make
Try
these,
not to get raised.
when you make these blocking bets on river, you do invite a raise sometimes, and you force yourself to talk yourself into a call when you maybe would have paid a little bit less.
That's part of the game, but also out of position can trap here sometimes by block betting strong hands. But I mean, Makita has a hand that he is going to consider raising for sure, because he probably figures, okay, a lot of 3s here, like 3-5, ace-3, 3-6 might be doing this, maybe even a deuce.
He
wants to
raise.
get value from those hands. So this raise makes a lot of sense. Now,
650,000.
Now, Danny is in a spot where, and he already went for a pretty crazy bluff. Will he do it again? But this could be a like kind of like a value block bet that turns into a bluff. I think he's. I mean, Makita doing this with air, maybe. Like, did he just c-bet the king high and now he's bluffing? Is he doing this with value with a hand like a jack, like what he has, with aces or kings that he played this way, bet check, you know, raise? But again, this is, so Danny could be considering all 3 options, right? Calling to catch those bluffs or rebluffing, like, yeah, I bet. But Makita still doesn't have any 4s really, right? We said that at the beginning, whereas Danny does. And Danny could easily, by the way, he's blocking ace-5. He can have a straight. Or just have trip 4s. Like, what about queen 4 suited? Like, that's a pretty decent value raise here. So
Makes
he's
the
going
call.
with the call.
Yeah, loses 650,000 by going for that block bet. Convinced himself that there were bluffs in this range. Ends up paying a little bit more. And he's running away with it. 7 million chips, man.
That can be the tricky thing when you about that, and that's one of the cool things about it and poker in general is that you get the block bet. Okay, you can do it with a bunch more hands. Sometimes you get value. The problem is good players see what that means for your range. Sometimes we'll put in raises either for bluffs or, you know,
almost jammed.
Thin-ish for value. It wasn't so thin, but the idea is that was a hand that might not normally raise like a river bet, but like against a block bet it will. Right, and Mikita was going to bet himself.
I don't know if you heard, but Danny actually thought about raising and asked Mikita, like, would you have called? And he's like, no, I'm not going to tell you. But yes, you're right. That, you know, Danny, we saw him make that ace-jack play earlier, right? Is capable of making these plays and is more likely to trigger it in, you know, some of the other guys out there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's definitely a thing in that spot. Kind of the block bet, then turn that into a bluff for against a raise, against a range that's semi-face up there. A little, like, you know, Mikita has just a lot of like jacks up, queens up, kings up type hands. Like that's like the big part of his range, the way that hand played out when he checks back turn. So, I mean, thinking of rebluffing there when you have a bunch of trip fours is a thing. And he was thinking about it. I was thinking about it. He just, you know, he didn't do it. You don't have to take, like I said, when you think of the crazy bluff, so to speak, you don't actually, people don't do it every time. But, you know, we're just exploring possibilities in here with you guys.
Of course. 7 million chips opens, 9-8 suited. Volkman taking an aggressive stance of ace-7 suited on the dealer button. 25 big blinds. Going to take it down. Really solid play there. A lot of respect, right? When you're sitting on 2.5 million, you might not make as many aggressive moves, so you get the respect you want. Some high-level poker, man. So Danny became the short stack after that block bet call, down to 15 big blinds. Watson's kind of been chilling. All right, blind versus blind. Kevin Pock, King Jack, 23 big blinds, and it's 2 8s in the big blind. Wow, this could get a little funny depending on how you want to play it.
I mean,
and it's a limp. Man, you can see someone, Bodzikowski will raise 2 8s. And what does the King Jack do?
I think because of I think he's not going to limp jam.
Mm-hmm. Think he's got a little bit too much to do that?
Yeah,
it's a reasonable play, though, right? You wouldn't rule it out.
Of course, but I think as Danny has 1.5 and there's the 2 other stacks that are close to him, my guess is he just takes the...
So it's the first time this situation's occurred, right? And of course, Mikita raises. Now, you're almost thinking, man, he was expecting to do this. He probably got like 5 deuce offsuit,
Sure.
you know?
And he'd obviously love to move in and pick up the pot. And he might do it. But that said, you know, with the 2 other stacks close to him and the guy that has a lot less.
All in is the play. Mikita, 2 more million, but I don't see how he can fold 2 8s. You could be up against 2 7s, 2 6s very easily.
Very easily here.
And ace-5 suited, of course. Or it could be a big pair. It could be 9s. It could be, you know.
I don't see Mikita folding this hand.
I don't think so either.
Here's what I will say. Well, the one thing he's going to think about is I was even talking about how, hey, maybe Kevin Pack.
Call.
Yeah, maybe Pac is, I think Mikita might.
Big pot, man.
Yeah.
4.7 million. If Mikita wins this, he'll have 9 million. Pac needs this one to get 4.7 million, but will move him into second place.
In this hand, Pac is kind of going for it. This is the going for it play that he just made. I think a lot of players would opt to take the lower variance route there, just call, whatever, play out of position.
Well, high variance means we need this flop, and that's a king on the flop. Kevin Pac takes a commanding lead in this hand, and Mikita is got to be a little bit annoyed about that. If he can't hit an 8, would have 4.5 million. No. 1 more card to go.
Yeah, 8 and 8 only.
You know, if he can hold here, we're going to have a new chip leader. Can he get it?
Will it? Yeah, he will be.
And he's going to hold the King Jack. Went for it, like you said. Rewarded with the high variance.
I had a good feeling too.
2.3. 2.3. What I'm gonna give you.
Got any extra thoughts you want to throw in there, Brian?
Yeah, you know, I will say, having played with Kevin a little bit, he wasn't at my table a ton, but there were a couple times off the. It seemed like he was playing kind of aggressive pre in a few spots. I saw him just like against a couple raises, just jam. This was not on the bubble, but because on the bubble I was on the TV table, but you know, a little before, maybe when there were like 20 players left, seemed like he was putting some pressure on. It's not that surprising that he, you know, again, kind of the high pressure, high variance route there. Kind of interesting. Had he just called, might have had a tough river decision on the ace, the way that pot might have played, right?
Of course.
Check, bet, call, check, check, and then he's probably going to value bet the river. Ace hits, he checks. Makita probably doesn't bluff eights, right? Like, but eight's probably too good to bluff, but.
Yeah, so chip stacks, you know, the top three have very similar stacks, 4.2, 4.5, 4.7 million. Now, I believe Kevin Pock is a cash game high stakes specialist. So
this is a little thin here. Ace-6 off, under the gun.
Just trying to, he's like, you know, I may not be the chip leader, but I'm going to pretend I'm the chip leader right now.
Well, there's now 3 guys who all have in the 4s, right? Kevin, Makita, and Fedor.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, this is...
Makita just lost 2.3 million chips. He's got queen jack.
I mean,
against the under the gun.
He could be thinking of ripping this.
Gonna
he
call.
also could be thinking of calling, and he's going with call.
All right, yeah, ace-6 is not the greatest hand, but he was just hoping everyone would fold. I guess he was trying to pick on Mike Watson's big blind, who was in the middle. And look at that. 2 overs, a flush draw for the defender in the small blind. And
I mean,
Holtz has got ace
the
high.
thing about queen jack suited, it's kind of like, weirdly enough, a hand that in this spot you actually could rip. I promise Makita considered it, you know.
He considers everything.
Yeah, well, it's actually just a thing. It's a great hand because Fedor's actually not calling ace jack, maybe not even ace queen off, right? I mean, it's tough. So queen jack and queen jack suited, you know, Fedor might be calling like 10s, maybe 9s, definitely jacks. But you're blocking jacks and queens. Yeah, it just.
And not the end of the world against ace king.
Yeah, and no, and ace king's calling you for sure, right? So it's a hand that like finds it into a ripping range there of like ace king, maybe ace king off, ace queen off, maybe king jack, queen jack suited, some 10s.
All right, so queen jack suited.
Out of position there.
Calling from a small blind is going to raise. Trying to represent a set right now from the small blind. I mean, they're pretty deep, so it's not unreasonable for him to call like a 4s and 5s.
Yeah, there's more than just that. Like ace 10.
I
think ace 10 could decide to play this way. It might not. Obviously, big flush draws. Yeah, a set as well. You know, and then maybe some hands like ace queen off with the ace of diamonds, but Fedor has the ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
Ace queen off with the queen of diamonds.
He's thinking about it with just ace high and the backdoor flush draw.
King queen off with the diamond.
Maybe he's thinking about making a re-raise. Because he's thinking like, what are you raising here? He's probably also thinking, did you really flat me with 4s and 5s from the small blind against my under the gun?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. He has a 6 for the 4, 5, 6, and he has the ace of diamonds.
You can't unsee the back doors, right?
Yeah, and he's in position, and he's getting a real good price here. So he's considering a lot of things. Like, and I'm not surprised he's continuing, actually. I'm a sicko too, Fedor. I continue here as well, and I probably call like you. So you're in position. The bunch of cards you pick up are good for you. That's not one of them. And that's a card Makita's going to feel super comfy betting. Right? I mean, he picks up an open-ender now to go with his queen high.
Lots of equity.
Flush draw.
If you had a set, you would keep betting, right? The king is scary. Say your opponent had like pocket 9s and c-bet called or like a 10. Like he's going to be a little bit more scared.
Yeah, that's not a card Fedor's going to continue on. He's going to be done. It didn't pick up any outs. And
Makita's got to keep betting, right? You just got so much equity. And your opponent has a lot of hands that just looks terrible on this board.
Well, I mean, one of the things you consider here is if I check, my opponent
he's
bets,
actually checking.
will I check jam?
Yeah.
Right? So I guess he might be going for that play. I would be a little surprised if out of position he just decided to check call.
Yeah, this is interesting. They have very deep stacks. You know, like if someone somehow got it in, they'll be down to like 3 big blinds if he was wrong.
I mean,
right?
interesting thing, if Fader checks this back, a total blank hits, like let's say it pairs the 4, and Makita bluffs. I mean, Fader has a really bad hand to bluff catch with the ace of diamonds and with a 6. So you're actually blocking 6-7 suited.
So
okay,
I mean,
so Fader's
you float this hand, you got to make some moves at some point, right? So the ace 6 is going to go for it, just thinking his opponent's range is weak to check.
Like I said, if Makita checks, he's probably thinking to check jam, not check call, because he just has like, I mean, he's just got as big a draw as you can basically have in Hold'em.
Yeah.
So what he's thinking,
if he makes a play here, gets called and loses,
he's
going to be out at 6th place.
This is a risky play, like putting in the 3.7. But I'll tell you what, when you have the queen jack of diamonds here, it feels kind of right.
Yeah.
Like
if you're going to make a move, you want the most equity, right?
If Fader floated me and he's ever bet folding here, you know?
You know,
like
if Fedor has a hand like jacks and queens, it'll be really hard to even call, wouldn't it? Like 3 more million chips.
Yeah, do jacks bet here?
Sometimes maybe they do like a bet check back. You know, you can see that.
The thing is he's blocking jacks and queens.
True. Wow.
I mean, he has a ton. Like if Fader has like ace 10, he has a ton of equity because a jack and a queen would be good.
So
does Fedor bet ace 10?
This is the big stacks going for it right now.
Makita, this is a tough spot, but let's see why he checked. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my.
This is what I said. When you check here and you get a small bet, you rip it.
Nice. Makita.
Nice, Makita. I agree, buddy. That's the play right there.
You're on point, Ryan. You're on point.
Love that.
He's not checking the call. Of course he's going for the check
he's
jam.
out of position. He's got queen high. He's got as big a draw as you can have. Let's go.
You know, Fedor is probably feeling pretty good. He's like, okay, he checked me on the turn. I got him, right? I'm going to bet.
And you got to know your man a little bit. Like, is this a guy who can float and kind of some weird hands that he's bet folding? And Fedor is that guy who can find those plays. So, Makita, nice play, man. That was cool.
World class.
You know, that was an interesting decision because I think most people would bet. But you want to know why I think he didn't bet is like, you look at the pot to stack ratio, it was like 2-to-1. It's like kind of, when you bet and your opponent jams on you, I guess you have to call it off. It's ugly. So because it's that situation where it kind of sucks to be the person that bets there, unless you have such a big hand that you want your opponent to jam, it's kind of nice to be the person who jams over the bet. So that way, if anyone has a hand that they don't want to do that with, you're the guy who puts it in, right? Like the ace-5 suited, putting it all in against the light 4-bet and getting the fold.
Yep.
Right? Same kind of spot where the other opponent goes to the brink, but then you're putting it all in. And Makita sat there and was like, okay, betting is kind of gross. So maybe I can check if my opponent's ever floating, pick up that bluff and get it in, because I guess I'm okay getting it in.
Cool.
Right? I have all these outs, an ace, a 9, any diamond, maybe even a queen or a jack. Probably not if you get called.
But that was a cool hand. It's ballsy because it was number 1 versus number 3 in chip stacks too. These guys are okay. Well, we know this is going to get, but like these guys are going for every spot right now, right? They haven't been tight at all. Just going for it.
Yeah, this is some fun poker. I'm loving it because it's like, okay, oh yeah, like the kind of like crazier play, like this makes some sense, and the guys are taking it, right? Like these guys are taking some chances. We're not seeing like button down the hatches, like tight nitty poker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, we know these plays, but we always click check or fold or something, right? Like this is like we're gonna go for it. Lots of fun, but you know, this is cooler, but not really. Gonna chop it up most likely, unless we 4-flush it.
All 4 suits are out there, so
Spade.
any 4-flush. Oh my goodness.
Gosh, why did I say that? 3 spades on the flop.
Makita's got a sick sweat right now.
Pretty clear.
2 cards, man.
It's boring. Like, of course, it's gonna be action now.
True.
Oh man, Watson's been chilling. Might get gifted here.
Yeah.
We can't do it. It's disgusting, right?
Makita got a little nervous there, standing up. He's stretching. He'd really like to fade this one.
But that would be the perfect way to chop.
Doesn't feel like I'm making it, but that's guaranteed.
Whatever lines you got to do to try to hit that flush. Here we go.
Oh.
Does not make it.
Ooh, it was fun.
It's scary when it's two cards, right? Not like the, maybe a chance on the river.
The poker gods, the gambling gods, they can tease sometimes. Teasing Mike Watson with that flop, but to end up chopping. Chop was fair. I mean, they got it all in. They both have ace-king. It's really 50-50 equity. No suits are covered.
I know Makita playing gray all of a sudden has like no stack. That would be just so unfortunate.
I mean, there's still a million 37,000 euro difference between going out in 6th for 303 and going out or winning in 1st with 1.34.
303,000 guaranteed right now. 389,000 if they can survive one player, but everyone is fighting. Blinds are now 50,000, 125,000, in case you didn't know. And King Jack suited under the gun, 6-handed, sitting on 12 big blinds.
Blinds went up. I mean, he's going to ship this. This is 12 blinds. Yeah. Just not another play, I think. It's not quite strong enough. You really like raising and folding or calling and whatever.
Let's not create some dumb situation where you raise and
Oh
pocket
my
9
goodness.
stamps. Oh my god. Ace King suited, pocket queens, 3-way all in is coming, Brian Rast. No.
I mean, this is actually the one maybe argument for the raise here is when it goes all in, call behind you, you can get away from it.
Here we go.
Flush. I need a flush.
Danny Tang is in big
Danny
trouble.
was the shortest stack, though. Really nice to pick up all those chips in the
That is
middle.
the best outcome from a snap call. That was like
super snap.
Let me do the walk away.
You would at least look.
So Volkman's got more chips than both players.
Walking away.
One king gone for holds.
It is tough for Danny to win this. 13%. He's trying
Pretend
to
it's short deck.
figure out how to make it happen.
Make yourself believe it. Yeah, he covers.
It's kind of
This is
confusing to
a
put
key
cards in the middle, like it's
pot,
easy to
Brian.
mix up, especially like if there
It's
was
still
ace
like
queen and ace king,
13%. Like it feels like it should be lower, but I mean, I guess that's pretty low.
I never want to get in with 13%, Brian.
How do you win this? You got to hit 2 jacks. You got to make a straight, but a queen is gone. It's
Let's
pretty hard.
see that flop.
Got to make a flush. There's 1 heart.
Key pot, 1 heart. King on the wow, brutal for Bruno Volkman.
That's the start. That's the something.
Wow. Fedor in key
huge
position.
Pot for Fedor. He'll launch
Yeah.
up the
Deuce.
ladder.
Yeah, that's actually a good card. Isn't it?
1 extra out.
King also is out.
2.
Will we get it?
Like 3 out.
On the river.
Will Fedor hold?
You can do it.
Oh,
Jack on the river. Did Danny Tang just win it of King? You were saying how does he win it? He just showed you.
There. King and a jack. I guess that's how. That's how you get 13% coming in.
He had to beat the queens and the ace. It's not like he can just hit the jack and win. He has to beat the queens as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess somehow that's 13%. I mean, I guess you make a flush like 5. It's a little less than 5% of the time with the dead heart. Straight, hitting the king and the jack. I mean, I guess it adds up to 13.
Oh my gosh. And we're playing for so much money too, right? And Bruno Volkman just sitting there. These guys are chatting up. He's just trying to hit a queen. He's down to 250K. Fedor looking like he was going to potentially, get top 2 finish guarantee with that one, and it's now on life support.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Could have been worse, I guess.
That was brutal for Bruno. He had slightly the best
So how do you
hand.
feel, Danny?
They're just chatting around Bruno right now, like he's not there.
Well, he very likely won't be there pretty soon. I mean, Fedor loses small, right? Because he still wins the side pot with Bruno.
Anything you want, dealer. Anything you want.
Wins $1 million in the side pot, loses the 1.4. So Fedor only loses a couple 100,000. But
I can't believe
huge
Danny
pot
Tang
for
won
Danny.
that, Brian. I mean, he's sitting on 4.6 million now. This has been a swingy final table. Lots of cool post-flop spots. Now we're getting to pre-flops
You
craziness.
have 150 behind?
Wow.
Volkman pretty much forced to go in. unless something crazy happens. But we've seen crazy so far. Jack 10 out. What is?
Watson just passes the Jack 10 off.
Well, because Fedor holds his got pocket queens right behind him. How Bruno Volkmann loses with queens. Now he's going to get done by queens. Unless he picks up something crazy.
Like crazy bad. I mean, I guess he has 2 blinds. I mean, he doesn't have to play this hand.
He would get an overlay, though, right?
Huge overlay. If he folds this hand, well, he's going to get the same overlay
Is that
in every
a
other
limp?
hand.
That is a limp trying to trap. And you know what? Volkmann can just call now, right? See a flop?
This is such a weird, goofy spot.
This is one you can't study.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Fedor trying to create a situation where Danny overplays a spot and just gets try to get a full double up for $2 million.
Can he re-raise if I call? Just want to make sure.
The answer is no, right?
No. I don't think so.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a funny hand, huh?
So
no, right?
So
so
since he can't raise, you want to call, right?
Of course. But maybe he's thinking like Danny isn't going to think I have a very good hand since he can always call here for like a very tiny amount. And I can't re-raise behind. So I think with the king up, maybe Fedor checks this back. I mean, this is a hand that kind of, there's just no bad cards, really. I mean, even an ace isn't that bad. Sure,
Yeah.
it's not great, but like it's not like it's like having 9s, right, where a 10 jack or queen are overcards.
Oh, there's a chance for Bruno Volkmann. Hits 1 deuce. One more deuce, and he can stay in the tournament as well.
Fedor probably starts betting now.
Yeah, you got to protect against the gut shot from the big
But
blind.
He could check back. Yeah, but this bet makes a lot of sense. But I could see either option. Just double check and just value bet river. But yeah, I probably would have bet there too.
All right, he can still stay in his tournament if he can hit a lucky deuce. Running deuces would be crazy against queens. But let's see.
Come back,
2
Bruno.
outs.
Come back.
Can he get a comeback? 7.
Guys.
Volkmann out in 6th place. Could not hold with the 2 queens.
Gave it a good run.
Yeah, he
I
played
mean,
solid. Played great.
Could have been, yeah, I mean, that queen 3 spades found the bluff on the end.
Love
which
that
was
one.
Good. I mean, he turned the out of position, just calling, found the bluff. I mean, got it all in with queens. What are you going to do? Could have a lot of chips right now.
And it was 3-way all in.
Yeah.
Played amazing. Came all the way from Brazil. Primarily online player, but crushes live as well. Doing great. We'll
Vamos
probably see
Brazil.
him. Huh?
Vamos Brazil.
Vamos Brazil.
Chama. That's
I
like
mean,
saying let's go.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm learning. I'm learning. But yes, 6th place, 303K. Fedor wins that pot, and look at the chip stacks. Is Makita is not. He is ahead, but it's not too far ahead against the 2nd place guy. 6.3 million chips. Short stack is not that short. Sitting on 20 big blinds. So we got a lot of play. Every guy has been taking it post flop, pre flop. Amazing final table. Even before the final table was amazing. Every single player not shy to make their moves. And Danny, I can't believe he's in 3rd place. This guy should be out of the tournament with the King Jack. So you said, how can he win it? Somehow beats both hands with the King Jack. Hits 2 pair.
No, I mean, the thing is just, I mean, I guess it adds up, but just how does the King Jack suited get to 13% there against
And
ace
you were
king
saying,
suited and
how's he going to
queens?
win? Okay, a flush, a straight, maybe trip jacks. Doesn't do any of those 3.
No, the king and the jack. I guess that's a pretty reasonable one. Why not?
Fedor's going to bump it up in race. 8-6 offsuit. Big stack. Good enough for a defense, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems that you should feel pretty comfy here. Maybe realizing some equity.
And cash game players love to play post flop, right? So here we go. 8-6. There's a 6. Mid pair. Ace-7. Some people see bet, some people check. A little bit of mix. Little thoughts on Ace-7 here?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a board he's going to c-bet a decent amount. You know, that nothing so low that he can't have it, right? Like the deuces and the threes. I mean, he's going to have a decent amount of suited type hands with a 6, a few less with a 4, but still have it. So, and then you know, a lot of strong hands with queens. So, I think it's a board that slightly favors Fedor, actually. So he's going to c-bet a decent amount. Actually has a pretty decent hand to do it with. You know, both a club and a diamond, the 7 for the 2 overcards to the 6 and the 4, and some possible 3 straight.
Interesting
Yep, there you
card,
go. 5
huh?
gives him the open ender.
A little gut shot for Kevin Pock.
So now's when it gets interesting. You know, will Pock lead this or check? We are seeing him take some time because this is a card I think he gets to lead some.
It should improve his range more than the dealer button, I imagine.
Yes, because he's going to have a lot more. I mean, his range is a bit more defined. Hole's going to have a lot more air type hands. Now, he did end up deciding to lead, went really small. See what Fedor does here. I mean, I don't think it's very unlikely ace high has showdown equity here, but he's now getting, 6.5 to 1, which is just plenty of equity to try to hit your open in a straight draw. And an ace might be good too, probably is. So yeah, he's just like, oh, I'm going to take my equity. My
brick.
So, I mean, Pock, don't see anything other than check with his hand. I mean,
check pray, right? Just check, please check it back.
Maybe he blocks this again, but like, how often? I guess he could get some value. Maybe he blocks it.
Yeah. Or he might check it too. It just depends on what you think your opponent's got. He's going to go for the check.
That's what I was leaning that way.
Now the ace-7 you don't think is... I
want to keep it open. I hate saying too much like one thing because, you got to give options. But I was feeling check.
The ace-7, though, you're thinking there's no way my hand is good. But will my opponent fold?
I just think... I think he's going to have weaker stuff to bluff, but he might still bluff with this because I mean, it is ace high. Listen, his opponent could have some hands like, the king 7, king 8, jack 7, jack 8, backdoor flush draw type hands. Listen, that's very specific hands. It's way more likely you're beat at this point. Really likely. So I would consider bluffing here. Let's see if he does it. He's thinking about it.
Well, Kevin has played his hand in a way where he might have that middling kind of hand,
if he
right?
Bluffs, he's
going to
go
for it.
Decently big. Yeah,
he's going
like at
huge.
least half pot. Not huge. Huge would be all in, basically.
But 900K is still sizable, of course.
No. Yeah, more than half. Yeah, okay.
Let's think for Kevin Pock's point of view right now. He's got mid-pair, connected board, draws out there. He did lead out tiny on the turn. It is reasonable for Holtz to have a busted club draw, or naked 7 or something like this that missed.
Of course. King 7, ace 7, king or ace 8, potentially.
Jack 10 of clubs or something.
Yes, all those hands are all hands that might bluff. I think Kevin might think like ace 7 and ace 8. Maybe they don't bluff. Maybe they do. Much more likely to bluff like the jack 10 of clubs or like the king 7.
Is that a time
Fedor
bank?
can definitely have threes though. Obviously ace 3, pocket threes. Fedor can maybe have some 2 pairs, right? Could definitely value bet 2 pair here.
I guess
Kevin queens up.
Kevin's thinking of how strong of a queen will he value bet here, right? Does he ever check back some queens?
Sizing it'd be 2 pairs.
Okay.
I don't know if this sizing is like king queen. Maybe, maybe not. I mean,
the less queens that bet, the more you want to call, right?
Yeah. Well, do you bet king queen here for this healthy a bet? It would feel a bit thin.
Gonna fold. Wow, Fedor steals that pot. This is just some great poker. Like usually, it takes a while before we get a cool hand, but this is like hand after hand.
Yeah. Yeah, went for it. Was really thinking about this. I think I feel like Fedor ended up being, I don't know if I'm supposed to bluff ace high here, but this is just never good, and I'm gonna wing it in. Right? I've been there. I've been there a bunch of times. It's like, man, maybe I'm supposed to check ace high, but I'll tell you what, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
So, and then you think, okay, what do
Mm-hmm.
I bet? And it's like, okay, we got to bet something healthy enough that these like 6s, 5s, whatever, that,
Think about
that played
folding at
this
least.
way, think about folding. And, you know, also what makes sense with some value hands I can have. My guess is Fedor kind of went small enough there that it wasn't just straights he's repping. Like all in is kind of like straight.
Yeah.
And
So
then maybe queens up, but like probably straight. But I think he went small enough that it was like 2 pairs were like very, very reasonable as well.
Yeah.
2 pair set.
or some, you know,
Yeah.
ace queens or something that did happen to go. You want to put that thought in.
Potentially.
You want to put that thought in your opponent that he might be value betting a queen against
Yeah.
me, so I can't call for 6 or something.
I actually have no idea if Fedor can have ace queen there, with or king queen with that sizing. Maybe, yeah, maybe aces, maybe kings, maybe ace queen. I don't know.
And we don't know how much these two play against each other
Yeah.
outside of the this Triton series. Might not be that much. Because I believe Kevin is new to the Triton series. I started playing in the Cyprus, but did not play any of the Tritons before that.
Yeah.
So here we go. Danny Tang, new chips, opening.
By the way, no comment on whether or not, you know, it's good or bad to have. It just, I do think that once you get into even the good 1-pair hands on that run out, I think there are going to be people that sometimes have those hands and some people that don't.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I think at that size, whatever, obviously straight set, 2 pairs. Okay, most people that'll be in that like 2/3 pot range.
Is it
Good 1 pair. You know, I don't know. I mean, you played a lot of poker, right? Like some people just never have a good 1 pair, right, for
Yeah.
that type of size. So
Just
in
depends
that
on the
spot with
player.
a 1 card straight, you know, against the big blind range.
I guess I would see a
So-
queen value betting a little bit more often just because the 3 is like a less likely card for someone to hit a straight. But, you know, it just depends on how you think about it. But, you know, poly market, we still got that Phil Ivey one out there. So if you guys want to throw some money out there, have some fun. Will Phil Ivey place first in at least one event? Not this event, but he did cash this one. But lots of other events, short deck, PLO coming, main event. So we know he did well in Cyprus, right? He won a trophy over there.
Yeah.
Very reasonable for him to do it again.
Certainly. Maybe we can even get Polymarket to put it on. Like, can Fedor have king queen there? We can ask him. You know,
Okay,
put
now
a
we're
market
making it
up.
very strategical.
You know, we'll ask him. You bet on it, and then boom.
All right, so garbage hand for Makita, but he's got all the chips into a guy who's only got 2.1 million with 125K big blind. Maybe he'll put some pressure on Mike Watson. Watson's been, you know, a bit snug. Just jam. Oh, I thought he jammed for a second. I was like, wow,
No,
crazy.
jam is
Calls. Yes, I was going to say, I was a bit
18
surprised.
blinds or whatever, something like that. It's a little too much for the Jack 4. I think he was more deciding between like, do I 2.5 or 3x this or limp? He went with limp.
Free flop coming for 10-4. No, that's a raising chips, aren't they?
Yep.
Bump it up.
This is the old thing where you take some pretty weak hands, generally at these stack depths not suited, and you kind of turn them into bluffs, and you get your opponents like real weak limps to fold. So
just did it.
Nice little hand by Mike Watson. Hasn't been part of these like glory bluffs and stuff that
Well,
these other guys
maybe
have been doing, but
you
he's
get a little
just
bit more respect, right, when you
chipping
make
away.
that play.
Oh, I think everybody knows Mike is capable of these something like that. I'm just saying, Mike. Not that he's even really had the spots. He just hasn't been in as many post flop hands.
Well, we do have to give him. He did make that nice call with the Queen 6 against Danny Tang's
oh, yes,
Ace
that's
Jack.
true. That's true. That was a very nice call.
Just seems
That
so
was a
long
tough
ago
call.
now.
Yeah, that was a cool hand. Yeah, that was the Ace Jack check raise bluff, and then Mike found the call.
We've had so many cool hands so far. We're not even done with the tournament.
Yeah.
10-7 of clubs out. King 9 suited. That's starting to look like a premium these days.
Yeah, on the button. I mean, both of these guys are the shorter stacks in the tournament.
Shorter, but not actually
Shorter,
short.
but not short. You know, if they were both 20 blinds, I think Makita might jam, but I don't know that he's going to do it with Fedor having 27. Yeah, he's going to just raise.
Well, this is not a top tier hand. 7-4 offsuit, very far connected.
Yeah. This is a dicey one to get. It's like
People
get
have different
involved
opinions on
out
whether
of-
to get involved,
Out
right?
of position. You know, you're going to be a bit more handcuffed than the chip leader. I like this decision, although some people like just love defending their big blind. But personally, I just think, especially like Nikita's a really good player. Like he's going to bluff good, like a good amount. And he's not going to let you. He knows he has the chip lead. He knows you're shorter. You have more ICM pressure. He's not going to just let you get the showdown cheap in some spots.
What is it?
You know, 7-4 off is also just a bad hand. It's okay to fold, even getting a good price. Like
He had a flush draw, right?
Yeah, close.
You know,
Yeah, but
7-4
I think what
suited,
you said
okay.
was a pair, right? Like,
But
River 8 was a pair, yes.
yeah.
But no, he had no pair.
Yeah, but he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
He wouldn't jam Queen 8, right? No. You don't think it needs to either, right?
I think he would consider a call, probably.
He would consider what?
Like checking and deciding. He opened.
He strong jump, yes.
Ace deuce on the button out with 20 bigs into the bigger stacks. Probably would have got ripped on by Danny Tang, so
yeah,
nice timing on folding.
Thank you.
yeah, I mean, Fedor has less than 20 blinds now. Or no.
No, he's got 25.
Sorry, I misread. Yeah, 25. But
Is that a little snug to fold the ace deuce on the button? I'm not sure for Michael Watson. 20 big blinds.
I mean, it's any ace is supposed to open the button, theoretically speaking. Maybe Watson feels like he wants to preserve his chips. Maybe he wants to do more kind of like reshove, be a little bit tighter on his opens, because his stack gets shoved on a bit by people. You know, I'm just guessing at what Mike's thoughts might be. Like, why is he not opening a hand that's, you know, theoretically an open? That could be some of the reasons. he
Timing.
has.
Just had this feeling who was going to get a
Maybe,
reshoved on.
you know, Mike doesn't strike me as a huge, just like rando feeling type of guy. I would guess it's more kind of strategic game considerations, and to me, yeah, it's just stack size. Maybe the players, like isn't he raising into Fedor? Yeah, Fedor and Danny. I mean,
they love the reshove.
Kind of love the reshove, so.
Yeah.
So he's just going to open a little tighter.
$50K buy-in. Five-three suited. You got a good stack. Gonna muck it, of course, because I guess Makita's in the big blind with a huge stack. Six deuce.
Yeah, 5-3 suited though. I mean, I think that's a pretty standard fold at these kind of shorter stack depths. Like, sure, he has what, 36 blinds.
Yeah.
And Makita's in the big blind, but then you also have, you know, the small blind is shorter and can easily reshove. You know, it's also just 5 high.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, how much lower can you go?
Yeah, not. And remember, when you're playing with these shorter stack depths, you don't make a straight or a flush very often. So those kind of like suited connector, one gapper, they're great. But once they start getting really low, you just don't play them. Whereas like 5-3 suited at 200 big blinds, you'd like way rather be opening that than like king 6 off, right, on the button. But we're not at 200 big blinds. We're at like 40, so or 30 or 20. So like having the king blocker and just like making bigger pairs are both like worth more than, hey, like I can make straights and flushes more, whatever, with the 5-3 suited and balance my overall range on like high and low card flops and etc.
Premium opening ace king Kevin Pock here, king 9 of clubs.
See what he does. I mean,
some people get a little crafty, right?
Yeah,
They're
he
like
might 3-bet this. He
feeling
might call
good.
it. So he decides just to call.
Would be in trouble right now, but we still got a flop to play.
He's dominated, but he's in position.
Just dry.
This is the kind of board where being in position may be worth something. I mean, that said, it's so low, and Fedor has the nut ace high, so I mean, he's definitely not going to be just.
Here's my question for you: Ace King, is it c betting, checking against a flat in position, 30 big blinds? You can see him having like some pocket pairs, some queen jack, some king queen, stuff like this. Ace jack.
Yeah, I mean, you could go either way. Fedor decided to check.
Yeah, quick check.
I think either one of those plays is fine.
Turn is the 10.
The question more when you bet is more about like what bet sizing you end up choosing than whether or not it's okay. I think you can go. I think you can play the hand either way. I mean, we'll see now.
You're expecting another check, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now Fedor's hand looks like ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
That
right?
looks like an ace high.
Can you move him off of it?
I mean, that's the hand. That's like one of the dominant hand classes you expect to see. Obviously, you can have a bunch of other hands, kind of, but like that's the dominant one, right? That you expect to make up this range. So yeah, now Pak has to decide like, do I want to try to get my opponent to fold ace high? You know, am I going to get him to fold ace high by betting here? I kind of feel like the answer is no, and he really has like no equity to go with it. So like, if he gets called here, the question I'm asking is like, is he going to double barrel this?
Yeah, try to rep that 10.
Because to me, like, I'm not getting a good ace high. Maybe if Fedor has specifically like ace 9 or ace 8, by the way, you have a 9, maybe he folds those, but ace jack plus, never folding. Oh,
King
wow. Well,
on the river.
To me, see, like, this isn't the interesting card, right?
Yeah.
This is a boring card.
But
Like,
it's going to be
is
damaged.
just going to get, like, damaged. The question is how much. Like, will it be a check raise or not? It depends on the sizing, whatever. The interesting card is, like, the 4 or the 3 or the 6 or the 8 or the jack, right? Like, is Pak going to follow through with that? Because, like, to me, I don't know. You don't bet there a ton with an absolute no equity hand unless you double. Because, like, especially for that small of a sizing, because to me it's like for 30% pot or whatever you bet, you're just not getting ace high to fold very often. So I just feel like, you know, do we get to see him two-street it, which to me would have been the idea. But, you know, now we're just going to get to see him lose a bunch of chips.
So he's trying to figure out what hand will call him, what hand would check the flop, check call the turn, and can call a river bet. I imagine he thinks his king 9 is good and he's not worried about ace king.
I mean, he knows he's ahead of ace high, but now he's like, okay, if my opponent, if Fedor has something like 5-4 suited, pocket 6s, pocket 8s that check flop, even pocket queens, probably not. I don't know, just like anything, can I bet? Like, which of those hands will call, which won't? Like, could he have a hand like 10 jack that just decided to check call?
We know Fedor's not going to fold. Will he consider a raise right now?
Of course. He will definitely consider it.
So it's half the pot, 750,000 to 1.5 million. He saw the check on the flop, so he probably doesn't think that Kevin's got a set. He probably doesn't think he's got pocket 10s.
I kind of like a raise here, frankly. Okay, he doesn't do it, but, oh, man.
Ace king is good. Fedor up to 5 million chips. Kevin confidently put those cards up.
I mean, the way that hand played, I think Kevin can even have, like, queen 10, ace 10. Like, why not?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Fedor doesn't have a ton of kings.
It feels like he only loses to king 10, right?
Like, yeah, king 10, but king 10's definitely raising you. And you're blocking a king. Yeah, I mean, ace king. Does king queen really call? I don't know if king queen calls, maybe. Right? Obviously, some king x of spades definitely could play that way. Check and then check call turn. That's one of the big ones. But, I mean, you do have a 9 kicker, which is actually ahead of some king x of spades, right? So,
well, lots of interesting hands we've played at this final table, and of course before the final table. We're gonna get more. I just feel it. And Fedor's having a swingy day, but he is now 5 million chips, 40. But the blinds keep going up, so we're not getting super deep here.
The counter response reason to maybe not raise this Fedor is you have to ask yourself the question, like, how often am I getting called by a worse hand? It does happen. Ace 10 or any king might call you. You're always getting called if you're beat, basically. But you know, the other question is, like, they weren't kind of close in chips. So Fedor's really risking his tournament situation a bit by raising.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely plus chip EV to raise. That's my call, but, like, sort of my read as a poker commentator here. That said, is it really worth risking that? Because, like, if he doesn't, if he loses those chips, he's raised. He's, like, the shortest stack, he's almost out. But if he's beat there, right, like, is it worth adding the extra $2 million when he gets called and he wins versus, like, being almost out when not? That's sort of the tournament consideration why you might not raise. So from a cash game perspective, I think it's clearly a raise. I think it is murky in a tournament spot, and, like, maybe it was better in a tournament not to raise there, you know, because it's nice preserving that $2 million when you're beat.
All right, so Kevin opens Queen Jack after losing that last pot. Makita actually calls with Queen Jack offsuit on the dealer button. You know, probably one of the worst hands he would call, I suppose. Fedor sitting on King X offsuit, I assume. Lays it down.
Yeah, here we go. Two guys with the same hand.
Yeah, but someone's going to win this. Watch. Some dry board, someone C-bets. Just take it down. All right, let's see.
Okay.
That is dry.
There you go. I feel like this is a board Kevin going to check a decent amount. It tends to be better for the in position. And I think Makita realizes this. I expect a C-bet here from Makita a lot. He's going to want to get some Ace X and King X hands to fold, like any like King 5 suited or lower, Ace 5 are off or lower. Maybe even he thinks he can get a hand like King Jack, King Queen to fold, and this board's better for him. Interesting he chose such a small size. Maybe he's just super targeting like Ace littles and King littles. Yep. Yeah, that's how that hand's going to play out like that a bunch. I mean, because I think Kevin realized that's a flop he just has to check quite a bit based on the equity distribution.
I told you, man. Someone's going to win with that Queen Jack. But looks like we are going into break. Makita Badziakowski up 46 big blinds. And, you know, he's currently the chip leader. I will be stepping off, but we're going to get Jeff Gross in the booth with you, Brian Rance, because you were loving this, right? You're enjoying the commentary.
A lot. I mean, I was just in there, but next best thing is just watching it play out and getting to comment on all the guys I was playing with. Yep.
Well, 5 players remaining, and we are going to be going to that break very shortly, right? So, yeah, goodbye. And Jeff Gross, jump in with the man. See you soon.
Be back here in a little bit.
Badziakowski, I believe he's the chip leader for the tournament.
babe. I'm a GG guy. Double scoop. We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back. We are here at the Gran Via in Madrid, Spain. 5-handed in the 7 max, no limit hold'em, $50,000 Euro entry. I'm Jeff Gross, joined here by Brian Rast, who is playing today and now commentating. And Rast, I stepped out for a bit. Maybe fill me in what's happening with these 5 remaining players.
I mean, there have been a lot of really fun and interesting hands, like big bluffs, big calls, you know, guys really getting into the weeds, and I think some really stellar, top-notch play. But yeah, I mean, the chips have kind of been getting passed around a little bit. Crazy 3-way all-in, where the worst hand, ace-king suited, queens, king-jack suited, Danny Tang with the king-jack suited ends up making 2-pair and winning. You know, Bruno Volkmann, fellow Brazilian, on his bicycle. Next time, brother, Shama. And then, you know, the ace-king suited didn't win as well, even though it flopped the king. So, I mean, crazy hand. But, yeah, I mean, Danny Tang with a really nasty ace-jack, check-raise river with on, like, queen 9-9-8. And then Mike Watson finds the call with queen 6 of clubs. Just a whole bunch of fader Holtz, you know, floats, or bets flop. Kind of floats turn and then off. Bluffs. Yeah. Queen 6-5-4 deuce with the ace-7 gets a 6 to fold. Okay. You know, just I don't even know. There's probably a bunch more, but just a bunch of really cool hands. I think guys are playing great, and I'm just you're in for a treat.
I love it. Well, I know some of the biggest names. It's fun to watch. I got to ask about the bubble. You might have covered it earlier. It was a little stressful out there for a bit. You got short.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what happened there. How long did the bubble actually last? How many minutes of play?
I mean, the bubble lasted for quite a while. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I mean, when you're in the zone, it's like time dilation. It could have been 30 minutes. It could have been an hour and a half. You know, right. I don't really know. It seemed like it went on for a bit. It seemed for a while like I was going to be pretty safe, and then I wasn't, and then somehow a bunch of other people got all in, and the short stack kept winning. So I don't know. I just know that I made it. I min cashed, and even though right afterwards I got kind of a bad beat, I was pretty happy because I was down to 5 big blinds, and the structure as we've gone over, but the payout structure is very flat on this one, right? Like 101 for 13th, right? I mean, 108.6 for 10th.
Yeah.
It's like 3 or 4 spots higher, only $8,000 more dollars. Then 9th, only 141. 8th, only 187. So once you get really short on the bubble, it's just all about cashing.
You have to
because it's like you don't make anything else from chipping up a bunch. You'd have to chip up a bunch just to go from 13th place to potentially 8th, 7th, or now where these guys are. Where these guys are now, we're talking about the difference of $1 million, like 389 for 5th. 1.34 for first. So now's when all the money's getting paid out.
Absolutely. Maybe we can quickly take a look here at the table, how it's outlaid on the poker app for Triton Poker Plus. And if you look at the stack there, Makita with 6.8 million, and down at the shorter end of that, Kevin Paquet with 1.9 million. So this is going to be interesting if Makita can leverage himself into a position where he can kind of run away and separate, or if it'll consolidate a bit. But we're going to invite you to check that out. And in the meantime, we will be going down to the action here. Ras, do you have a clear favorite? Chip leader Makita's 3-time winner. Is he going to get his 4th?
Listen, I even forgot maybe the coolest hand of them all. Makita played an awesome hand with Fedor holds Queen Jack of Diamonds, Ace-6, finds a check raise on the turn, which I thought was a really interesting play. But yeah, I mean, he's got the chip lead. He's an amazing player. I go with Makita.
All right, hard to bet against the 3-time champ. See if he can get his 4th and be the first to do that. We're going to take a look now at the action, the table. There they are. They're seating. They are ready to roll. And Makita with 46 blinds in control, but as you see, 13 between the bottom and the top. It's kind of wide open still. Anyone, and Mike Watson, I know he wants a title. He is at 14 blinds, I believe his 3rd final table out of 4 or 5 events. So pretty impressive. I mean, there's nothing else to say. Bruno Volkmann, the Brazilian, coming a long way to grab 300,000 and €3, but he did well to do that. He's the one who got you the 10s to queens, is that right?
Yeah, he had the 10s, turned to 10.
Well,
but it was like it didn't even bother me. I was so happy to just cash at the moment. Not that I'm like love min cashing.
Right.
You know me. I'm not a big min casher.
Right.
That
I celebrate
said,
min cash.
when you've got like a couple, when you're down to like single-digit big blinds on a bubble, it changes your perspective a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're married to Brazilians, and he's Brazilian. Good for him. Nice.
I mean, but I was kind of going for it earlier. I wasn't just like sitting back and waiting when I had chips. But at some point you have to. Listen, I'm still playing to make money, strategic game considerations. When I got super short, it does become about cashing. But, a little bit earlier in the day, I was, trying to accumulate.
Yeah, you were thinking differently. And
yeah.
You got to shift your mindset.
I was thinking, first tournament, first Triton title, let's do it. 10s, let's go.
Yeah.
Show me a 6.
Yep.
Okay. Feel good now.
Yeah, Danny Tang also having a nice series
So
here
that
thus
do
far.
spades.
Yeah, Fedor, man, he's got a nice stack. He's definitely right in contention and one of the more impressive poker resumes you'll see. No slouches here, Ras. There's some big boy poker going on, and I did see that Queen Jack of Diamonds replay. That was pretty savage how both players played it. I mean, Fedor stuck on, got sticky on the flop when he got check raised. And
yeah, it's an interesting decision from Fedor's standpoint whether you bet that turn or not.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of history. Those guys both well aware, play a lot of high stakes tournaments together and are familiar with each other's games, but
it's possible against Makita. I would like checking it, but
yeah.
I mean, but I will say that the play Makita found there is one that a minority of poker players, even like very good ones, I think, find. So I think I like Fedor's play against a lot of people, but maybe not against Makita. Like thinking a little bit more deeply about that, but like maybe you just check, like try to get the showdown. Like what are you doing? Like so he has the nut flush blocker, right? What are you actually doing with like ace jack or ace 9 of diamonds there? You're probably just checking. Why would you bet it? Right? You want to realize your flush draw equity.
Feel it twice.
You don't want to get raised off it, and like you have ace high, maybe it's good, right? Which it was. So I think like when you're blocking it, you want to think most to play it like the hand you're blocking. And so I would think playing it like that. So on a diamond river, I go nuts, overbet, whatever. Try to get the showdown otherwise. Maybe, but probably not. Make a hero call on like a board pair like a 4. So I think I don't like Fedor's line against somebody like Makita who's going to find check raises there, but like a lot of people never find check raises there. Like if they have a big hand, they're just always betting turn again. And then you can actually steal, like steal somewhat liberally with them in position. Right, but Makita's just not that guy. I mean, Makita's like a great poker player. He's going to be balanced in spots like that, and he was. I mean, he found a check raise in a spot after, like I don't think a ton of people play that hand like Makita did. So whatever. That was the most interesting hand of this tournament. in my opinion, that I've seen so far. Probably that was a cool hand, and I mean Federer's play is pretty cool too. You know, whatever. I'm just trying to break it down.
You're fired up. I love it. I'll tell you what else is cool. GG Poker. There's a little look at that. Daily Triton free rolls. GG Poker plus Club GG. You can get 100 in rewards or 100% up to 600 match deposit bonus. Use the code Triton2022. Look at that. Elkie Dean Eggs showing off their emojis on the site. There are some custom emojis. Very great software. And Fedor, GG, rocking the GG Poker hoodie. He just took second in the Super Millions to Artur last week. I think you'll be on this week with me, Rast, hosting Super Millions this coming Tuesday. Is that?
Yeah.
Did I get you blocked off for that?
Yeah, I believe like in the evening here or whatever. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Let's run it. Well, doubleheader commentary, the live and online poker. We're gonna get to see a Fedor, the retired, semi-retired, whatever you want to call him. He's back. He's dangerous. And he's trying to deny Makita the 4th Triton title, which would be the first to do that. Jason Kuhn, Wai Kin Yong have 3. Danny Tang looking for his first one. Rob Young needled him the other day. How many titles do you have? He was asking him, kind of not joking. I think Danny does have a second, and he has had a pair of final tables this week, so he's in good form and looking for that first title. Quite a shirt there, Rast. This is
oh yeah, you should have seen Linus Love. Those two were like bold shirt brothers.
Yeah. I don't know if he had that on to start the day or if he put it on for the final table, but either way, he's rocking and repping, and Makita is.
Blinds have gone up to 150. Watson has a pretty comfy shove here with a suited king.
Fedor gets to play, look down and see if he can find something nice. He doesn't. Gonna pick it up for Sir Watts.
Just 12 big blinds. Just let me get that money in the middle. 12 to win 2.5. Nice little pickup. Suited king's good enough to get the job done. Happy not to get called.
Yeah, it's a guy who knows his charts. Pretty sure gonna be making the right play. And all these guys, no one here gonna make many mistakes, but let's see who brings it, who gets a little bit of run good and also, you know, sorts it out. There's some, like you said, the Queen Jack of Diamonds, not many players are gonna play it the same, and although these guys play, I have a very good understanding of poker, there is different game plans, different strategies, and you know, we're gonna get to see everyone here what they come up with. Small blind, big blind, 6 deuce off, basically the worst hand you can have.
Yeah,
So
Fedor with a slightly disrespectful small blind entrance. Basically the worst hand you can have, pretty close. Basically deciding, I guess, deciding in this spot for whatever reason, I'm going to play any cards. Strategic considerations. Maybe Danny hasn't been too aggressive. Danny kind of has a hand that likes checking quite a bit at these stack depths. You really like to generally see the 3 with suited cards. You tend to find your sort of, let's call them bluff pre-flop raises with hands that are offsuit. Some weak offsuit hands of various kinds.
well, we've seen some featured table massive hands this series. This has got the making of one with the 8-5 of diamonds, potential for the straight flush. On also the poly market, we've had some straight flush betting markets if they will come. Jason Kuhn hit a nice straight flush already this week, but
Well,
that was in short deck. This is a little different.
Yeah, this will be a full deck straight flush. They're pretty tough. I mean, Danny's just got too much equity to check. So, and I mean, the truth is that there's stack depth, which is, he almost can't have sets. He's raising all pocket pairs. You can't have aces, can't have ace king. You can have all the 2 pairs. So, I mean, the reason why this gets relevant is because Danny's going to start, he's going to just bet for sure the flop and the turn, I think.
Yeah, Fedor does have blocks the 2 pairs and has a little something
Fedor
himself.
has a pair. He's not giving up on the flop, right? You know, we'll see what happens on the turn. He does that bottom pair, no kicker, so he's probably going away on a lot of turn cards.
Oh, that is a welcome sight for Danny, who makes the stone cold nuts. 5-8 suited, what a card.
Unfortunately for him, I don't think Fedor is going to be able to continue. Fedor has not the worst hand he can have here, but maybe if he had like 6-3 even, certainly 6-5 or 6-8, or definitely once you start getting into the 7 or king with king anything maybe, or like a 7 with any kind of straight draw, but 6 with absolutely nothing for the kicker is just, it would be a very thin double check call here. But Danny is going small. So this bet, in a sense, while he's not going to get max value if Fedor has a very good hand, he's really trying to encourage a 6 or a 7 to not fold. So interesting bet size by Danny here. And maybe it'll earn him this extra 350K.
It's also nice he has diamonds, right? He doesn't have to worry about that. He's got a made hand plus backup.
But no,
Fedor's
Fedor sticking with the plan.
Yeah.
He's like, I was going to check fold. Oh, wait, small bet size. Nah, we're sticking with the plan.
Man with the plan for sure. Going to go ahead and give that up. Fedor holds. Take a look at his. He has 2 Triton titles, actually, so he would be vying for his 3rd. I didn't realize that, but I guess he did. Yeah, he's had a good, very successful Triton. Actually, all the way back at the Philippines in 2016. It might have been the first stop ever. He won that event January 3rd for $3 million US. Pretty silly
nice little
score. And then he followed it up with a win in Montenegro in 17 and a 2nd in the main event in Macau. So he's at a 2nd as well. That was sort of during his Sun Run time, 16, 17, and a couple Triton scores there. Only 4 cashes, 2 titles, but this is number 5, and he's trying to tie Makita. Makita trying to get 2-4. And Mike Watson also 9 cashes, some 2nds, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th, 5th, 2nd. So no wins yet, but he's trending.
In Pak, he's going to think about it, but for the less than 10 big blinds here, I mean, this is kind of just an auto call, and there isn't even that much ICM pressure. I mean, sure. I mean, Mike Watson has over 2 million in chips, so yeah, be surprised if he folded it. And yeah, Danny's going to be happy he has 2 live cards.
Yeah, huge spot. Players looking for people to start going out, of course. It's everyone versus Paquet. Danny is behind, but 60-40 roughly.
Don't jinx me.
Oh. That is going to put Pak in a world of hurt.
Yeah, difficult now. Almost not quite there. Down to a river card, 6.7%. Or else
Doesn't pick him any more outs with that. No straight, just an ace. He needs to bury Greenstein it. Oh, doesn't do it.
Good game. Good game.
Yeah, well played.
Good notice.
Okay, gonna go away with the 5th place. And that is good for 389,000 euros. Here's a little look at his run. Mixing it up. Brought an outfit worthy of a trophy. That look like a trophy shot outfit. I don't even know what he's got going there, but it's festive. Ace 4 doesn't hold.
Good game, well played.
Yep.
On to the next one. You can go reg the 75K.
Escalator out here. Just keep going. You keep going up the buy-ins and find your way to 100K and even the 150K short deck to close out the series. So there's plenty to play for, and all players going to enjoy over a 500,000 US dollar payout, 482,300 euros going to the next finisher. But Ras, you did allude to $1 million difference between 5th and 1st, and there's a lot to play for. This is the meaty one. This is a lot of buy-ins up top.
Yeah, this one, I mean, a lot of the previous payouts that we've been seeing in the booth, In the earlier tournaments, seemed a bit more stratified with just jumping up, whereas this one was more the very flat after the cash and then jumping up. So yeah, a lot of meat on the top of the bone. And that's where these boys are.
Yeah, I mean, these are four strong professionals right here. Guys that know their way around. Guys that have hoisted a trophy in one way or another. World Series of Poker bracelet winners. We got Danny Tang rocking the hand rank 1. Tier 1, rank 1. Take a look. What are you looking at? What's the matter? You got aces, a little balance, checking the stack sizes, seeing what's going on. And that's a welcome sight to see on the dealer button in a big boy buying 4 left. The Rockets, just hoping your opponents have something. Maybe you could cooler them. Ace King, they wake up a big pair. Just hoping. And this is.
They both have a little something.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is gonna be tough on Watson here because versus, I mean, with like what is that, 14 blinds or something? I mean, 4s is a shove versus a button open off of like 15 blinds. So, and Watson is in a spot where the other 3 players have a lot more chips than him.
Yep.
A lot more than double. So he's probably not thinking ICM anything correctly. So he's probably jamming this.
Yeah. Risk premium is the lowest. That means.
Aces.
Wow. Announces aces, and that is not what you like to see. A bit unfortunate, of course. But still, 18% chance.
Danny Tang.
I haven't won yet.
Tang aware that you still got to play. It's like an underdog versus a big favorite in a sports race. You got to play the game. Got to deal the flop.
4-1, minus 400 favorite.
Ooh.
Not even that bad.
Do some hard.
It's not good, that's for sure. Top set, but he does have 2 ways to hit a turn to make some more.
19-1. Now we're talking minus 1900 favorite.
Yeah. Oh, that'll do it. GG is set, and Sir Watts, who's having a magnificent Madrid campaign for Triton, is already 3 final tables, I think 4 cashes, 3 or 4, but down to 3.
Of course, minus 1900 on 95.5. That would be the VIG free price, and I bring that up because Jeff and I actually have a podcast, VIG free, which we occasionally put out episodes from time to time when we feel so inclined. Pretty rare.
It's rare, but we're on the board, and I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
plug.
when they come out, they're money though.
Yeah, good guess, good game for Sir Watts. All right, podium time. Ras down to 3. Down to 3.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Whoa. Whoa.
I mean,
Danny Tang show right now.
I mean, Fader is almost, I mean, with a very good chance here, unless he
1.15.
Unless he finds, and he doesn't find a call, but 3-bet is leading to this getting all in. I don't really see a 3-bet fold. Danny's checking it again to check the chips to just make sure, hey, I have a really big hand. I'm going to put it all in. What does my phone say? Oh, my phone tells me I should put it in with ace kings.
Well,
he's not checking his phone for that.
No.
He's just looking at the app. I'm just joking because both times now with like premium hands, he's like, maybe it's a tell. It's like the Oreo cookie thing.
Okay, I guess I went for it, so.
So now you follow up, right?
Good
Yeah.
luck.
Well,
Ace King.
Fedor. He's going to have to.
I mean, this could be heads up here.
Wow.
Probably will be. 72-24. I mean, ugh.
Jeez, what a ridiculous couple of hands. I mean, this is even Ace king to ace queen three-handed is a massive,
Yeah,
massive.
Fader what could have called, but you know, can't blame him for. I mean, it's three-handed. You're three betting. I know it says cutoff, but he's basically the button because there is no button. The button busted. So I mean, you're just three betting a button open out of the big blind. You know?
Oh my goodness, just pretty conclusive right there. King 3-4 is going to need some running straights to chop
Jack.
or Jack 10. And
GG,
that is
man.
it on the turn. No sweat. Danny Tang.
That was a good stretch for you, huh?
Wow. Yeah.
You will
Bit of
wanna
an
play
understatement.
more,
Good
I
stretch. I mean, just absolutely
but,
on fire
would be
is
great
Danny
to take a
Tang.
break. Yeah.
Massive jump there, though. 482 to 616. And the next jump, 616 to 932. So.
All right, let's
So
look at
Fader Holtz with 616,000. These two guys have locked up 932. I mean, that's a very healthy second place cash right there. Considering not that long ago we were talking about hundreds and 140s and 180s, and here we are, you know, 8th place, beginning of the final table at 187K, and these guys have locked up almost $1 million, over 900,000.
it happened fast. Different stages, different things. Of course, when hands get big and run into each other. Do you see, was there a way out there for Fader? Once you 3-bet the ace queen, you're going with it.
That's it. You know what happened is Randy was in, and these guys were finding out ways to stay alive and play pots. And you got in, and it got hot, and all of a sudden, just all in, short stack loses. We're getting it over with. That's the JG energy.
I love it. I love action. I love energy, and we love Triton. We love what's going on here. I hope you guys too do enjoy that. And if you do, hit the thumbs up. Twitch, YouTube, we love you guys. Rast, we're gonna play to a winner tonight. We are going to be, I guess, we'll see if we pick up any 75K action. There is another event going on, but we are going to go and finish this off because we've got Makita going for his 4th title, Rast. 4th title. Makita, could he do it? He's got a big uphill battle against a very competent player, Danny Tang, also looking for his 1st title. We will see you guys after the break.
So Makita Bazekowski, I believe he's the 5th leader of the tournament.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
welcome back. I am Jeff Gross, joined by Brian Rast. We are here playing the final heads-up event of the 50K Euro 7 Max. Brian, we got a 2-1 lead for Danny Tang, but we have a 3-time winner, Mikita Badakowski. What's the key for Danny here to get back into it as a 2-1 lead, still pretty deep?
Listen, it's heads up. There's no more ICM effects. It's just trying to win the chips. So, I mean, let's see if with these, sometimes when it gets to these spots at the end of tournaments, guys, we'll see that sometimes they're a little bit less low variance or not. I'm not really intimately familiar with either one of their heads-up games. They're both amazing players. So, I don't have anything super special to say other than that. I'm looking forward to it. There's been some very cool hands so far, and both these guys have been two of the players that have been part of those cool hands. I mean, Danny Tang, ace-jack off, check-raise bluff. It didn't work, but I love the play, among other things. And Mikita with the queen-jack of diamonds. I mean, that was a super cool hand versus Fedor where, I mean, he had a big hand. The flop play made sense, but going for the turn check-raise instead of just continuing to barrel, love it. It was fire. So, I'm sure we're probably going to see something interesting as long as there's not a cooler.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, heads up, we've seen long battles that can go fast. We just saw Danny Tang get some massive hands. He got pair versus under pair on Mike Watts, who basically had to just shove. He had aces, and then right after that, Fedor elects to 3-bet. He has ace-king, ace-queen. It's going in. So it can happen fast, but these guys do have some play. It's not just short-stack poker here, and it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of strategy they come up with. I want to ask you, other than the queen jack of diamonds hand, we saw some interesting hands before that. Maybe you mentioned a few. Is there any other play that that stood out to you? You already mentioned 3 or 4 hands today that were.
I mean, and there've been a bunch of hands. I don't know if there's a particular hand. I can say that I can't remember really a single play Mikita's done today where I'm like, that didn't really make sense, or maybe I don't think that's right, or it just Mikita. And I found this consistently when I've watched him play. Seems to just make like a good play a lot, like a very high level of consistency with him. And I think you find that in a lot of the truly great players. Like not only do they sometimes find cool bluffs or difficult plays or whatever, or can they be tricky, but they just consistently make good plays as well. Sometimes you get guys who they can make like really great plays, all-star plays, but then they also just make a lot of kind of inconsistent plays. And just Mikita, he's got that tightness, and he's stellar. Danny Tang, maybe he doesn't have a Triton title, but you know what? I haven't seen him play quite as much as Mikita from Macau, but from when doing the commentary with you here, Cyprus, he's also played really well. I've seen him, I feel like, a little bit more in short deck than full deck. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to this. Nothing else. I got nothing else, JG.
Well, I'll tell you what we do have. We do have an epic battle for heads up. We got a big swing in the Triton standings because the POY points, there's a $200,000 bonus at the end of the season, and we have a possible 4-time winner. I just want to put that in perspective. Triton's been going for 6 years in theory, where the first event was in 2016. We actually see, I think, Fedor Holtz took that down. He just finished 3rd, but to be the first 4-time winner in a series that's been around for 6 years, I mean, this is talking about putting yourself in unicorn land, and he would separate himself from Wai Kin Yong as well as Jason Kuhn. So I know he's got that on his mind. I'm pretty sure he is well aware of what that means. But Danny Tang, the guy, Rob Young, kind of needled him indirectly and not trying to, but said, hey, how many titles do you have? Or have you won one? And Danny's just kind of sheepish, like, no, I have a second. I know Danny is happy with locking up over $1 million in US. This is like 900,000 and change for euros.
Who isn't?
Who isn't? That's a good day at the office, but I know that man wants a trophy. He plays and he comes to all the stops. He puts the time in, puts the work in. He has a World Series of Poker bracelet, interestingly enough, in a 50K buy-in. So 50,000, a price point Danny Tang is very familiar with, and he's looking to take it down. If we could just take a real quick look at
let's look at the chips, because people need to see the chips. There we are. I mean, the thing to take note of right now is there's over 130 big blinds between them. So there's not going to be maybe as many all-ins, especially if guys take a little bit low variance and play post-flop. And especially if Mikita wins a few pots, then it'll be quite deep. So this heads up, even though this last bit's been fast, out, this could take a little bit right here.
For sure. I mean, this is 89 to 46 blinds. Take a look there. There it is on the big screen. If you want to follow along the Triton Poker Plus app, it is world class to say the least. But we are going to take a look now at the heads-up match. Before we deal here, we're going to go in there. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. We are going to play to a winner, Ras. You get to watch a champion today. Congrats to Ras cashing. He did hop in there, snuck in, and then took a cold one, 4-1 favorite to Bruno Volkmann, the Brazilian, who went out in 6th, but big gap here, too, between 1st and 2nd. I mean, that's interesting how many people don't do a ton of work on heads-up to play consistently in terms, because this is where a lot of the money comes down right here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 3, 4, and 5 went out, flew out of here like there was a fire sale at Gucci. But these last 2 guys, you know, I don't know. I just have a feeling that it's going to slow down for a minute, and this heads-up isn't going to end right away. But you never know. Like, Mikita wins a couple, he gets up to 8 or 9 million, Danny takes something back. You know, there's no pre-flop all in for a little bit. Blinds go up once or twice. I mean, yeah, like Danny was showing some pre-flop aggression and willing to rejam, but that was when it was sub 20 big blinds, and nobody's close to that range yet. So, well, Danny has absolute 0, and Mikita has position and the ace of diamonds. So this pot's probably going to be very simple. Check, bet, fold.
Yeah, ace high heads up, nice to have. Also nice to have the diamond, the best diamond when 2 are out there. So first hand goes to Mikita.
Yeah, range advantage on the king 10 X. Have the ace of diamonds. Position.
Yeah, just very comfortable, both players here. Understand what's at stake. Bit of history, a big trophy on the table there you can see. €1.3 million up for grabs, so lots of play for.
Danny with the decision there. Decides he's going to fold some of the bottom of his range. Curious to see, I guess, on the flip side, what Mikita does if he gets the 5-3 off or something. Is he going to play that or not?
Yeah, that's always little nuances and strategy on heads up, whether you try to play close to 100, but there are a few hands you just want to.
Yeah, people, yeah, it's, you know, I mean, I guess if your opponent isn't aggressive enough pre-flop, or obviously if you think you have a big post-flop edge, which I don't know, don't know if either one thinks that against the other. It's hard to know. You might want to play 100%, right? Because you know you're not going to get punished enough pre-flop and denied your equity by pre-flop aggression when you come in for a limp or a raise, or again, even if that does happen some, if you're going to just earn a bunch because you have post-flop exploits. But you know, I mean, these guys are both good players, so something that simple might not exist.
Very interesting that Mikita's limping on this stack depth, because it's not like he's got 20 or sub lines. He's limping queen 7 off with a
suited.
I'm sorry, queen 7 suited, but limping nonetheless at this
Yeah,
step.
but this is part of why, like, maybe this heads up takes a little while. Like, these guys, like, maybe Mikita thinks, yeah, I do want to play small pots here. You know, don't want to play big pots, so he's going to limp a bunch in position. Could be part of it. I mean, listen, queen 7 suited is also a hand where he probably feels pretty comfortable calling a raise. Should he limp and Danny, you know, makes it 4 bigs. And then he's like, okay, I mean, this is a hand I want to put in my limp call range. So Mikita, why is he betting queen 7? It's curious. Maybe he thinks he can get a lot of king highs to fold, right? Basically almost any king high other than king queen or king 10, which probably raised out of the big blind. And kind of has some weird blockers to, like, potential straight draw hands that Danny could have, like queen 8, you know, 7-8, 10-7. So he thinks he has a good hand to basically one bet, like just one off bet. He's blocking some of Danny's continues, but like doesn't have a pair type of deal. just trying to guess as to like, hey, why is Makita, betting this? Danny's hand a bit less interesting. Top 2. He's just ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple decent starting hands here. As we mentioned in the previous stream, Queen 7 off is called the computer hand in Heads Up. If you are dealt that is we can consider the dead middling hand in a match. So both players above average. Ace Queen way above average. That is a strong hand, Heads Up. But Queen 9 suited certainly going to be happy to play.
Makita weighing his options. Seems like call, quite prudent, but does he decide to 3-bet with this, get aggressive? For whatever reason, he has set a tone. Felt unlikely, and he doesn't do it. And it would not have worked out well for him.
Wow. Whoa. This has got the makings of a decent-sized pot.
Yeah, for sure. Going to be at least one more bet that goes in. And I would guess that first bet comes now. But Danny doesn't have to bet this board. I mean, Makita almost basically never has a set. He can have all the 2 pairs in the straight for sure. But board that seems like it's going to favor Danny a bit, but not a ton. But he's in position, and he has a very strong hand with top pair, top kicker here. It feels like a board where pretty regularly he's going to get at least 2 bets in. Maybe not bet. That would definitely take a pretty favorable run out for him. And Makita, yeah, just happy to come along, top pair gutter. All right, this is the beginnings of a favorable run out for Danny to maybe get 3 streets. Just total brick. It does bring a potential backdoor flush draw, but yeah, I mean, most likely he just goes ahead and double barrels here, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, it just depends if he wants a 2-street hand or 3-street, and like you said, 3-street's kind of hard, but this seems like a pretty good card to go for a big bet on. 1.7 in the middle.
I mean, this seems like a good card to be considering 3 streets here with Ace Queen. Yeah.
1,050,000.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, 'cause you can always bet here, and then on a number of river cards check back, but on like a 3, you just bet again. Because I mean, it's not going to be hard to find bluffs here. Obviously, there's like King 10, Ace 10, Ace 9, King 9, but this is Heads Up. Danny could have a bunch of random weird spade cards that make spades. He can even have stuff like 10-7, 9-7, or whatever that aren't always going to play this way, but do sometimes. So it's not hard to find bluffs. In fact, you can find enough where I think on really nice runouts, you can 3-street a queen.
And Makita can't fold. He's blocking 9-10. He has top pair. He doesn't have a spade.
I mean, he has top pair. This would be a pretty tight fold. Danny Tang is starting to ask for a pretty big price here, going over half pot. That said, this would be a very snug fold by Makita. And I mean, it would be, we can see in the moment it would be an amazing one, but it's not one you expect someone to make most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Like top pair, it's just a little nitty. So feel like you got to have the Oreo cookie read a bit to lay down the Queen 9 at that point. Because not only do you have top pair, but unlike Queen 7 or Queen 6, you got a gutty.
Wow.
Now, this is one of the cards you don't get the 3 streets on. I'd be a bit surprised here if after Makita checks, assuming he checks, kind of seems like his hand's too good to bluff. Maybe if he had a hand more like Jack 9. But, I don't know. He's thinking about it.
I think he's thinking and checking because this is this is actually a really bad card in a lot of in your world where you got a guy who could barrel spades or King 10 that just hits their hand, or even King 9 somehow. So
he's just taking his time, whatever. He's probably acting like I'm going to take 15 or 20 seconds here always.
Yeah, he's gonna. I think he just check back.
Yeah, Danny can't 3-barrel the king that brings the flush.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it is Danny's going to just have, he'll have hands that were already better than ace queen, like 2 pair or a set, straight. Ace 10 makes a straight. King 10 even, king 10, king 9 type hands, which he may or may not bet, but he'd rather bet than ace queen. So I just, like I was saying, the deuce was the beginning of a run out that lets him 3-barrel ace queen, but you also need the river to follow up with that as well. And that was just not one of those rivers. You need like the 3 of hearts or the 5 of hearts or, you know, pretty much any card 8 or lower, and he can definitely consider it. But
yeah,
once you start getting to the 9, 10.
Yeah, or a queen, that would just end it.
Oh, yeah, well, queen, I mean.
That's curtains next.
Ace. So he's value betting the ace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big start for Danny, 15 mil to 4.7, so 3-1 favorite now. Makita going to try to rebound with a call. So he goes for a call again. He's showing the limp strategy. Still has plenty of blinds, 30 blinds, even after a couple setbacks.
Yeah, 30 blinds. It's still a lot. Is Danny going to take like the big little paint offsuit and kind of turn into a steal? Feels nicer doing that when you're in position, right? Normally it's the small big blind and you're doing it versus the small blind limp. Feels so much uglier doing it out of position in these heads up spots, right? Versus limp.
Yeah, definitely so. And here's Danny out flopping, but got the bottom pair. Makita with the king high. Does check back. Decides.
So yeah, Makita knows that the ace high board obviously better for him. That said, just king high good a bunch. Like when you're not good, you're always getting called because your opponent has a pair basically. So just a hand that kind of likes checking on a flop where you have a range advantage. So what do you do?
Yeah, Danny going to lead this turn and does bring some clubs. He has a king of clubs, but you start now wondering, what's your opponent leading with? I only have a king high. I am in big trouble against some hands.
I mean, it's a little tight to give up king high here.
Yeah.
Right? Versus just 100%. Well, not 100%. It's like all your opponent's hands minus their really good ones, a lot of which include an ace. So definitely, it's like versus a small bet size, I think you feel kind of obligated to continue with king high. It even helps he has the king of clubs. Maybe he can consider turning into a bluff on some club cards, right?
Yeah.
So now I just don't think Danny double value bets a 3. It's pretty thin. Probably happy to get check. If it's a value bet, it's a block almost certainly. But yeah. So he's gonna go what, like? So not like small block, but you know, like third pot.
Yeah.
Under third pot, more like 30% pot.
It's over a 1/4%. And this is, you know, if you're Makita, there are some this was a limp pot, remember? Some random 4-5s or clubs, as you mentioned. He does have the king of clubs, but there are some bluffs.
He doesn't have the worst hand to call with because he's not blocking the, I mean, here's the thing. The king of clubs, like normally you think, hey, I don't want a club in my hand because I'm blocking clubs. But the thing is, Danny's never, like king high clubs, he's just checking. So you're not actually blocking bluff flush draws. And he doesn't have a deuce 4 or 5, which are the wheel type hands that might, you know, bet the gutter on the turn and then go ahead and bluff the river because you have like the nut low. So he kind of has like a decent hand to call. I mean, obviously it'd be better to have, you know, a pair, but he has like a solid calling hand, a hand that should consider calling, and he went with it, and you know, Danny getting a little extra value there. Nice hand, Danny, right?
Yeah, very nice. 16 mil.
I mean, you know, it's just one of those things where you break that hand down. Danny got about the most he could reasonably expect to get without two people playing some goofy, huge pot, right? That doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, within reason, he got the max.
Yeah, This is a nice start for Danny. Separate himself, getting a few good spots, gets a value bet in, and he has got a stranglehold on this 4-1 at the moment, but a lot of poker left. He's got his opponent dominate again in starting hands at least, but Makita's got a playable suited hand.
Yeah, and will another 8 come? An 8 high flop? Basically another cooler for Makita. Makita weighing his options. It seems pretty consistent that he takes his time. I mean, never folding.
All in.
All in. Ooh. And rejams the 8-6 suited there.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit, maybe just a touch off book.
Sometimes you got to win the first pot.
Yeah.
You got to just set a tone setter.
Yeah. Like, I've had enough of this.
Yeah, like I'm gonna just mix it up, and if
whatever, if he calls me.
Yeah, maybe that's the year.
I mean, we're already in second now, so it's like I've already made 100,000's the most you get, least you get paid. I've already gotten paid 900. Like, we're only playing for 400. I just can't let him win every pot here.
I'm not going down like that.
Like, 8-6 suited isn't the worst if he calls. Like, he has like the ace jack. We run it. Then we get right back into it.
Yeah, and you get hands that dominate you to fold like that. And he is in
limping.
the game. He's limping. He's playing.
Ooh, the blinds went up. So now we're at about 100 big blinds total in the tournament, according to this chart.
Danny Tang in the mix, dominating him again. Both got suited 9s. Ooh, and Danny outflops him with the flush draw versus 9-6 high backdoor flush draw. But
yeah, but see, here's the thing: when your head's up and just the ranges are super wide, you got to find ways to continue. And Makita has enough ways. Now, Danny didn't lead, but Makita is gonna try to win this because he has 2 overs to the 3 and 4. He's got the 6-3-4. He's got the 3 spades. So he's thinking, okay, take a little stab. Maybe I pick it up here. If Danny calls, I got a bunch of cards I can consider betting if we continue, such as deuce, 5, 7, another spade. A 6 or a 9. I can decide whether to bet or check. But now going from Danny's perspective, Danny's like, should I check raise or call? He goes with call. So, check raise would have been ugly for Makita, but ooh, that's also, well, I mean, I guess it chops it. Well, it doesn't chop that much, does it? The 3 and the 4.
no, it does not.
Yeah,
this is a troublesome card for Makita because he hits sort of gin, and other than like the cards you mentioned, picking up some equity that he might barrel on, this is on the upper echelon of cards he's going to hit on the turn in his mind.
Yeah, now it's like more, do I check back? I mean, do I check back or do I think when you bet here, he's kind of thinking bet here, check back river,
Yes, yeah.
right? As opposed to check back here, kind of face up my range being weaker, face a river bet, ugly. So, and he's even going bigger here, which is kind of, oh, hey, like discourage some check raises. Like, to me, this is like almost a size up, charge draws a bunch, discourage check raises from any kind of weaker value hand. Like, yeah, maybe like the random, king 8 or something, just a size to play for it. Or maybe they just call, big bet.
All in?
Wow. This is...
Yeah, I just think after betting 70% pot on the turn and having that much behind, like, I don't really see him finding a call here very often, right? Like, I think that's almost part of the reason why you size up there.
This is going to make his head spin because not what he was expecting as the hand play to get check raised.
Well, here's the thing. For a 70% pot bet, he actually has probably like the worst hand for value that he can have, having 70% bet, right? Like normally a 70% bet, there's probably like at least a king. He doesn't have that many nines, and a lot of nines probably don't bet that. So I'll be a little surprised if he calls, but you know, I mean, he's going to take his time and think about it. Danny with a pretty interesting decision here to check shove. Maybe he just, like, does he think Makita folds a better hand? Is he pushing equity against draws? Seems like a pretty good hand to actually check call in some ways, right? Because it's like you have hearts, so there's a lot of heart draws you might not love calling here, but this is one of them. So, like, you know, you keep in a lot of Makita's low equity bluffs that might bluff the river again, and you definitely don't have to fold the river, right? But
yeah, this you can see what pain he's in here, though. If he does call, he is going to be down to a really dire situation, but he ultimately gives it up. What a fold, and Danny takes it down.
yeah, the thing I found about Makita so far is he is really good at, like, without being able to read anything on his face, like, take time, and you're like, wow, is he really thinking? I'm pretty sure he's doing this. But then he sits there and thinks, and then he ends up doing what you kind of think is, okay, that seems like the best play. But, you know, he does take his time and think and go through it and work out all the angles.
Yes, and speaking of a thing that is figured out, they have figured out how to give you live poker updates. This is live data at your fingertips, the Triton Poker Plus app. If you go there, you'll be impressed. I don't need to say much more. Just trust me, trust Rast. It is ridiculous. Hand updates at the outer tables even. You can see graphs, chip stacks, the whole deal. Lifetime results, history of players, events, chip stacks, I mean, payouts, structure. There it is. Check it out. You're welcome. But don't leave us, Rast. We're here. We're having fun. You can have that as an auxiliary tool on the side.
We keep that stuff open.
Yeah, we have
while
it
we're
as well.
doing it.
Yes, I have to mention it. Have to mention it. I mean, that's just, you know, just saying. Don't like don't get crawl in your bed and go to sleep with that like on the side.
I'm not
scrolling
going
updates.
to sleep.
I know.
I'm
We're here
tired.
to a winner. We're focused.
I'm ready to go.
You participate in this tournament. Not only participated, you cashed 13th. Brian Rast, add to the Henry Mob. What do you got? 25 million, 22 million in lifetime results?
I don't think I'm at 25. I don't even really know.
You're up there.
I don't play that many tournaments anymore, like maybe 5+ years ago.
All right.
Maybe we're going to play a few more. I'm going to fire it up during the World Series.
You want to brace it
I'm
last
even
summer.
firing up out here in Triton, even though I'm supposedly here to do commentary.
You're doing a little everything. You're like the handyman.
What am I at? Let me look this up.
Oh, Danny.
22 something, I guess.
There you go.
We added another 100K today.
22.4 mil, 2022. As long as you keep up with the year and the millions of the century, you'll bring me fine, Rast. Just stay in your seat, though. Danny Tang trying to get it done. 8-9. Has no customer here, but Danny Tang flopping well, heads up. And listen, he's got a big lead. It's never over till it's over, but he is separating himself in a big way. Looking for that champagne, that trophy, that 7-figure score in euros secured. He does have some 7-figure scores, I believe. And Danny Tang, no stranger to the high stakes. Yeah, we do want to welcome you on Twitch, YouTube. Hit that thumbs up button. If you're enjoying yourself, we appreciate you guys engaging, commenting. We try to pull up the chat on the side, but following the action closely here. Some familiar faces. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Randy Liu in the building. We've had Ali Najad, Brian Rast, myself, Henry Kilbane. So we're mixing and matching. Keeping an eye when we're not in the booth on what's going on, but this is going to be to a winner tonight. Well, you put the pressure on me, Rast. I'm playing the 25K PLO. I want to get a Triton Hendon Mob flag myself, so little trinket on there. I'm going for more in the min cash, though.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you. PLO, the one event on the sheet for PLO this trip.
I mean, I wonder if they'll let two people play. And Danny just flopping it. Middle pair flush draw.
Makita.
Gonna take a small stab, probably.
Yeah. And this short, Danny has kind of a nice hand to check call, but he's shown a proclivity to check bomb these. But I mean, we can see Makita has some like 0 equity stabs. I mean, obviously they can pick up equity, but when you even have blocking the flush cards as well.
Yeah, really only like a queen or a king that's not a club is like immediately scary.
Yeah.
I mean, even here he just gets.
I mean, now it's just less likely your opponent has an ace.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can pretty easily call a turn bet with just a jack. I mean, a jack's always calling, much less a flush draw. Makita, absolute 0. This would be a bold double barrel. Sometimes when your head's up, you need to get bold. But
it's a bold outfit he's got on. That, like those white glasses with that white hoodie. I mean,
this feels like one of those times he's going to take his time, and you think, like, is he going to double barrel? But then he just checks back and gives up. Oh, he does.
Wow.
He goes for it. Wow, I just don't see this working here. Danny can't fold this, so I guess the question comes, does Danny call or jam here? I mean, not with the backdoor flush. Like, maybe you could consider making, here's the thing, not raising, you never have an ace. So a jack by itself is almost the best hand you can have, right? They're not that deep. So Danny's probably shoving like the ace, most of his ace X offs as well as pairs. So, I mean, he's near the top of his range.
Wow.
And out of the jacks, he has the flush draw. So he cannot fold. It would be insane. But now the question is, does a blank come?
Wow.
Oh, well, that's not a blank.
Wow, but still a fun run out.
I mean, well, it's a run out that might lose Makita the tournament because I just don't see Danny ever folding. I mean, will Makita bluff though? Figures. What is he?
It's tough if you
can I get Danny
there.
to fold a 4, or can I get Danny to fold a hand like 10, queen, king, high clubs, right? Those are all the hands he's probably thinking he can get Danny to fold. He's never getting Danny to fold a jack, in my opinion. And Danny does have a jack, but we're more thinking about this like, why would Makita bluff if he does? And he'd bluff if he thinks he can get Danny to fold big club draws as well as 4s.
That's not fun. That's a man with 8 high on the river. Less than a pot bet behind SPR, and you have 8 high against the guy who's just been on wildfire. And
oh no, he's betting out?
A little bet is kind of funny. Kind of almost this. It's like.
That's an interesting
It's
play.
actually interesting. It's also kind of. It's so funny because Makita's just used to being the one with the gun, you know, the bunny with the gun. He's in a tough start to this heads-up match. He wants to be the first 4-time Triton winner. He saw this hand going differently.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to continue there.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder if he checks, though. I mean, it's similar. It's almost like that blocker bet on the river.
It is pretty similar. I mean, it does lead us to believe he probably wouldn't bluff again. Like, but the question is, what does Danny... That blocker bet was a curious play. I'd love to know what he was thinking. It kind of feels like if your opponent's bluffing, don't you just want to check and maybe he bluffs it all?
Unless he thinks it's inducing him versus checking a bet small.
Yeah,
like
if you think it's going to get him to bluff more, but I don't know. Do you think it gets your opponent to bluff more when they've got less than 2 million? I don't know.
He has 7 blinds. This is just going to start stuffing it in, I think. Does he ever have like a limp strategy? But ace jack off, this is 7 blinds.
Yeah, this is, I mean, all in.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's going to start. The curious thing is, what does he do with like this lowest of his range? Does he find some limps here? Or is he just shoving and
7
folding?
blinds is probably mostly just shove fold. Maybe he has some limps, like you limp like jacks plus and like a few real bad hands or something. Maybe even ace king suited. I don't know. Makita,
That was the first time I felt like when he mucked his hand or tossed in the chips, definitely seemed a bit frustrated.
Yeah.
You can't really blame him. Basically, nothing has gone right since it started getting heads up.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the time.
This is also.
Other than the time he rejammed the 8-6 suited and it got through. That was like the one thing that went his way, which was like, oh my God.
Is he thinking about limping here, or?
I mean, sometimes you just 10 deuce off is really bad. Yep. But he's just. Yeah, he's not going to like this. Danny. Danny's going to go all in, right? I mean, maybe he checks.
That would be.
Maybe he checks.
550?
No.
He does seem to have a tally. Looks to his right when he's got the blades of glory.
I mean, maybe you can check kings and aces there, heads up. I mean, for like 7 blinds, and just like hope your opponent flops a pair, and you win.
Yeah, because he keeps c-betting his stone air too. Yeah, I mean, whatever. You know, it's fine. Oh wow.
I mean, Danny just has a good hand every time. I mean, well, Mikita's gonna call.
Yep.
He has 5 blinds or 5.5 blinds. This might not be including what's out there, but 5-6 blinds. It's not folding.
Historically, I've seen King 10 do well in these spots. It's just the King 10 strong taxi cab. But 62-38 as it stands. Danny Tang, a rail emerging. People know Danny's put his time in, and he has not won a Triton event yet. Nikita is behind.
Everything's been going Danny's way so far, so why would this not go Danny's way is what the world is thinking.
It's hard to win a poker tournament, Ras. Doesn't just happen. Sometimes you have people in multiple times. Let's see if he can do it. Oh, little everything.
No, but the king is huge. I mean,
yeah. And if you're Danny, you know you want to close this out. You still got your opponent down super short, but still, man, it's hard to win. Ras, you came back versus Helmuth like 20-1 or 16-1 dog in the 50K, and to win a major, it's just never over till it's over, and that is not over, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna keep playing. Little smile comes out of Mikita.
Finally a little smile.
6, 1, 1.
I mean, Mikita, for Mikita, this feels like a huge 2.5 million or whatever, right? We all have the anchor bias when we play, and for a guy who was all in and behind, and with a king nonetheless, right in the window, and there he's back up to 2.5 from almost being on his bicycle in second. So a little pep in his step. Maybe we even see the glasses come back on, or how he folds over the side of his sweater to like half cover half of his face. Because there was a little bit of dejection there, and not unwarranted, at the complete lack of luck of any kind, or the ability to win a pot of any kind. Oh, and this could just be, this is, I mean, we're talking 12 blinds here, so this is just going to be all in number 2. And if he wins this, then it's back to 15 to 5 million. And he one more double and it can be even.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was actually one double farther behind Helmuth, or sorry, behind Danny than I was behind Helmuth, because mine was like 3 doubles, and he'd actually need 4 doubles.
Yeah, it's
so
deep down there, but
he was deep.
And he's gonna call, and they're gonna be again on the backs, seeing 5. So Mikita balanced with his big hands, just chose a limp strategy, and
Jack.
Danny this time trying to do it from a 2-1 dog. It's hard to close out. Can he do it? Ace Queen, King Jack. Oh, still anyone's board.
Feels like we might be getting back to some poker time, JG.
It's never over till it's over. Let's see if we can get through a turn. Oh, ace, queen, and a hammer lock. 6 outs. 1 card, 14% chance of that happening, or else we will play on. Makita has a little sip of water. And it is a Broadway card, but not a king or a jack 10 coming. And Danny's going to readjust his headrest, has it on backwards. Secret Lab, very comfortable chairs. But he is looking a little uncomfortable right now as you're all in 2 times versus a dangerous opponent to finish, and you know it's not over. And Makita has been here before. I'm sure he's won at tournaments in all different types of ways, from big chip lead, from behind, from, you know, roller coastering, and Danny just thinking, man, am I going to get this monkey off my back at Triton and get a win, not a second.
Still has a 3-1 chip lead, so yeah, but at this point though, got to be a little frustration, right? And to 19 is now 5-15 and 1 more double, and you guys are even. I mean, that's when you really get sick. But right now, still manageable.
Do you have any Triton trophies so far?
No.
Oh, there it is again.
You got 3, right? Huh? You got 3, right? I need to deny you so you don't become the first 4.
Yeah, storyline we were talking about earlier. Makita just kind of reminding him that's actually a interesting time to to check in on that.
You don't have any? You really want one, don't you, huh?
Yeah.
Don't get nervous here. I'm just doubled up twice. This doesn't feel like a 3-bet candidate, but maybe. But yeah, probably not. Just, he always takes his time. Takes his time. I think it's great from a balancing perspective. You don't give off timing tells. Just take that 10 seconds. Guess really kind of fold or call. But Makita just likes playing, and it's heads up, and it's a min raise. And this is kind of interesting. Both players have a diamond. I just 9 high in the 6 gutter along with the diamond. I just see Makita betting here. And it's probably going to work. What size does he take? That's more the interesting part. I mean, there's some merit at this point to small-ish sizes that are just really trying to exploit, or larger sizes, right? I mean, it might be hard to get ace high to fold, but you can definitely get king, queen, jack 10 high to fold. They're all beating you.
500?
Yeah.
Does work.
Found the bet. Just Mr. Consistent. Seems like this play makes a lot of sense.
Is there a heads up on the stream already?
No, I'm just looking at the chip count. Yeah.
Makita kind of also heat checking him over there. What are you looking at? You know, just are you checking on the weather? But yeah, I mean,
no, I guess he's asking if it's heads up on the stream.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we're doing the stream, so the answer would be yes. So they're ahead of us, whatever, in real life, because it's on the delay right now.
Yeah. Yeah, 14 million to 5.3, but sort of coming through a bit.
Makita just getting a little too deep to just rip in these offsuit aces, and Danny decides to leave this particular offsuit ace in his check range rather than raising the limp. And again, a flop that everybody has a little bit. Danny a little bit more with the ace-high showdown in the gutter. But Makita in position, the 3 straight, 3 flush. Again, I know this sounds like you're really reaching, but when your heads up and ranges are super wide, you need to find reasons to continue and try to win the pot. And there's enough reasons for Mikita here.
Yeah, Danny's certainly not going anywhere with the gutter ace high. This is a pretty good flop without hitting a pair.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a great flop for Danny, having not raised out of the big blind there, would have been an ace, because it's like he just, Mikita technically has more than him, but this is a very solid flop, and not even that bad of a turn card, because Mikita, you know, neither one of them have a ton of jacks. Maybe Mikita has a little bit more, but I mean, Danny has a club, even though it's a small one, so even in, like, let's say Mikita has a queen and bets again, even extra reason to. Wow, this is going to be interesting because Danny has the best hand. Will he turn ace high into a bluff? Probably not. Checks it over. Mikita seems somewhat likely to bet this if it's checked to him. 8 high, no showdown. Happens to have a 4, so technically you're blocking the straight. Danny's got an interesting hand versus a bet, though. Like, do you call? Do you check raise? Right? 3 of clubs, a nice little card to have. Right? You're happy to maybe just check and try to win on the showdown of the ace high, but when your opponent bets, right, do you turn this into a bluff instead of calling? I mean, Danny had
Ace
another.
high?
Okay, gives up.
Very good.
Danny actually did one of those earlier with ace jack. And you didn't see the hand, but it was queen 9-9, like brick turn, and then 8 river, and he check raised ace jack after defending the big blind.
Okay.
Of didn't 3-bet big blind. I think he check called flop. Think it went check check, and then he check raised river, and Mike Watson tanked and found a call with queen 6. So this would have been another potential interesting river check raise spot for Danny. But Mikita just waves the white flag with 8 high.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get a turn card to barrel for equity, so, you know, he sort of, he hasn't really gotten great runouts so far, heads up.
No.
He really has been getting out flopped and putting not great spots.
Hold in.
Oh, blinds went up, so now Mikita under 20, and under 20 blinds, Danny's going to rip the ace-3 off that before the blinds went up at 30 big blinds or so. He passed not too long ago, like last hand. But between winning the pot, so Mikita having a little bit less in chips and the blinds going up, changes how deep they are in terms of big blinds.
All right, there's a real hand. Mikita played that queen jack of diamonds so nicely earlier today, as you said, maybe the hand of the tournament against Fedor. Check raising flop and then check raising all in on turn. And Danny has it's interesting because he's just staying with this limp strategy, you know. Danny's actually flopped 2 pair. He's flopped pretty well a few times in the limp pots, but
Danny deciding whether or not to make a little pre-flop move there. You know, make it 750 or something, but decides just to C3. Feels like this flop should not be too interesting. Danny has absolute 0.
yeah, they're gonna let it go. Picks up, so back to 5, 3-1 lead again. Danny Tang in the building.
Yeah, there we are. Glasses back on. No more grimacing. feel it. He has life.
Yeah, it's not over for sure. I like this hoodie from Danny too. It's nice drip going here. Danny trying to get his first trophy at Triton. Going for the limp as well. As you said, this could take a while when you guys get the post flop limping going. Takes down the variance a little bit. Also, just more, more flops, more hands, less variance. No one having even a whiff of this.
Again, Danny, 8-7-6, backdoor spades, limped on the button, so potentially can have more of the really strong hands such as kings, queens, sevens, and king, queen, aces, ace, king. Makita very unlikely to have any of those, even though Makita can easily have a bunch of, king and queen X type hands, but not the really strong ones. So yeah, it makes sense for Danny to go ahead and fire, and Makita just nothing. So
had a couple times cards on the backs for the win. 2 times reasonable shots. Gets it in a head as a 2-1 rough favorite, and then behind 2-1. Didn't win either, and here we are back to 3-1 lead for Danny. Interesting those kings hand too. Could have been another way to play it. Could have limped, right? That would have been interesting where he limped 10 deuce, check back kings, get your opponent in post flop, try to let him hit something, but
yeah, I think maybe at like 6 or 7 blinds, feels like that might be a thing, right? Your opponent's gonna have some limp folds, so you're essentially trapped with aces. Maybe you can still do it with kings. Opponent probably rips aces on 6 or 7 blinds quite a bit. I don't mean pocket aces, your opponent's ripping ace X hand, so ace isn't that scary of a card. I mean, they can have an ace, but you just still don't fold if an ace comes for the 6 or 7 blinds. So the opponent likely has 2 undercards. The hands that fold versus your shove are really dusty ones that you don't want to. All right, I mean, Makita has 0 showdown value and a reasonable draw on a board that has some draws, but goes pretty big here, and that's a size that makes it tough with a 4. What will Danny do? I mean, 2/3 pot. Danny says, okay.
Wow, sticky.
So what cards will Makita bluff the river with? And he doesn't have a spade. But, so it'd be nice in some sense to maybe have a spade. But that said, I mean, he has the worst hand he can possibly have. That card filled in a lot of draws, but not his. It's even harder to call if your opponent had a 4 or a 5. Even a hand like 7-6, maybe, if Danny took that line, not the easiest call. Really got to consider bluffing here. He already waved the white flag, the 8-4.
He has the absolute worst possible hand you can have, 3 high. Literally the worst. And when that happens, you see a lot of the great players put pressure on and go for it, right? And this is Danny Tang. His wheels are spinning, but this would be quite the call.
I mean, he's not over this hand yet, which is, I mean, that's some instincts there, because this, I mean, it's also at this point kind of hard for Danny to have too much worse of a hand than a 4.
Yeah.
I mean, so this would be quite a call. And okay. I mean, that would have been really laying a call on somebody there. You call him with King 4. Like,
yeah, even 6-3 improved. Like I mean, you just really have the absolute stone bottom. So nice bluff from Makita. Guy's got heart.
I mean, in times like that, I kind of wonder whether or not Danny's more just like acting for Makita or thinking about it. I've definitely done that before, where you just like know you're not going to call, but you kind of just don't want your opponent to know that you're not going to call, so you just like pretend to think about it for 20 seconds. You know, little gamesmanship. But then from the outside, you never really know. It's like, is he really considering calling with a 4? I mean, you know, we've all seen crazy stuff before. So, I mean, that would have been one of those kind of like eye-opening calls. That would have been one of the craziest calls I've seen.
Yeah.
But, you know, sometimes you see people make crazy calls, and every once in a while they're even right.
Yeah, Danny going with the min raise, and Makita with the king jack on exactly 20 blinds. King jack off, definitely could see this just going all in. Gives him a look.
Yeah. I mean, he's only got 20 blinds, but
he's so comfortable post flop. He just like seeing streets, limping buttons.
You know, Danny hasn't raised a bunch. Maybe he thinks maybe Danny's range is slightly stronger than normal with the raise, and maybe I'm going to flop trips.
Yeah.
And will Danny c-bet?
Probably small here.
And the good news for Danny is the jack of clubs is gone. That's a really bad turn card for him. Jack of clubs.
And he has to love this.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's against a really small bet. Like, Makita gets to continue with, like, queen and jack highs and stuff. And even stuff like 10, 9 high, backdoor flush draw, whatever, getting 6 to 1. So, you know, he doesn't have to check raise here. He might. He's got a good hand, but
super small.
yeah, I think Danny just lets this go. Probably.
Yeah, he's got 5 high and an ace king.
I guess it's not the worst hand to continue with because he does have a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor wheel draw. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. There's going to have worse hands that stab to continue. And whenever you're getting these, like, insane big prices.
Well, there's quads.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about this is it's hard to put Makita on a hand. Although, here's the thing. Min you think, maybe Makita's not just ripping in any ace or king, whatever, against my, even with only 20 blinds against my min raise open. But, like, what a card.
Can we get another shot at that quads face over there? Look at that. It's hard to be ready for it because it happens so infrequently, but Makita has heads up in a Triton event, going for his 4th title, quads, slips it over to Danny F and Tang. Have you seen that little clip they did on Danny F and Tang? It's like the rounder spoof on Johnny F and Chan. It's pretty funny.
I mean, the thing is, this is exactly the right play that I would make right now, seeing Danny's hand. And you got to check the river again, because is Danny just going to show down 5 high?
Right. The thing is, you don't expect your opponent to call a check raise with 5-3, probably suited. But with that being said, you know, yeah, Makita maybe check raises queen jack or queen 10 or something.
So what I think what Danny's plan checking back turn is this: if my opponent's really giving up, right? Let's say he was just check raising with nothing.
Yeah.
And then he gives up turn and gives up river. I'll bluff river, but otherwise I just let it go. So it looks like Makita's interested in betting, which we'll probably see Danny just release. I mean, this would really be a hero bluff with here to raise. Oh, yeah.
He's gonna bluff huge, man.
Oh, wow. He says he would have bluffed.
Fold, I guess. I have nothing. Like, bad nothing.
So, yeah, it sounds like Danny was saying, now, obviously he doesn't have to be telling the truth, but his plan was if it just went check, check, check,
I was
check, check, turn,
nuts.
check, boom.
You stopped me from going nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, quads, Makita? Maybe.
Possible.
possible.
I mean, quads seem pretty reasonable. Check raise flop.
覺得唔係喎。
Over bet river.
我浮咗佢後門。
And 2-1 lead all of a sudden, Rast. It's getting closer.
Yeah, now a double would flip positions. 5-15, it goes to 10-10, but now it's a double, and Danny's and Makita would just flip spots. 13-6.5.
Checks back, little deception, ace-8 off, and there is the board. You may get your opponent to put some chips into you. So
yeah, but no, why lead? Again, your opponent limped the button. You've been checking every ace-high board because they have the range advantage. I mean, Makita's been limping pretty strong hands, so limp, and you know, you just get to call all the way down here because you have an ace, and it's really hard for you to have an ace. You're right near the top of your range. I mean, the ace was much better. You'd raise yourself, and you definitely would raise aces and tens. So, I mean, maybe you have deuces. Deuces, 2-pair. I mean, but this hand qualifies as a really strong hand, given the pre-flop action. Yeah, just call.
let's see if Makita can pick up some equity on the turn. A lot of times he's getting nothing, like a 3, a 5 of clubs. How about that? The one in the deck, one of the most action cards for him that he's going to want to see. So he picks up a gut shot and a flush draw now.
Well, the bad news for Makita is that, well, the good news is he has a lot of equity now, right? Instead of nothing, he now has 27%. Whatever his equity on the flop was, that was all runner equity. So, I mean, I think he's almost always double barreling this card. Just two, it's like his best. This and the 3 of clubs were his best cards. But Danny is definitely not going to go anywhere here. Oh my goodness, he checks it back. Interesting. Wow, he got one of his best cards and didn't barrel it. Maybe he had a feeling Danny was strong, right? Because that's a pretty non-standard check back, right?
Yeah. It's funny because we've seen him shell his non-equities, and then he's checked his really best card he could get there. And now he actually hits a pair, and Danny going to check again. Is there ever a scenario where he's betting, value betting, or probably can't really? 10 ace is there. I mean, I guess
Danny has very few aces, but it's like, do you value bet versus a deuce?
Right.
But a 10's calling, a deuce might not call. It's a dicey value bet, and occasionally your opponent hits something better. The other question, though, is
wow, he is. And
yeah,
maybe just like
but
also
here's
doesn't want
why.
to show down his hand.
Yeah, well, not just that. I think it's also.
6.
I mean, Danny can have king high.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. King high has to consider calling. So I mean, it's a value bet that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the truth is, if Makita, actually, that pot probably is the same size no matter what, because if Makita
before and after
barrels
okay?
turn,
okay,
he's probably checking the river, right? Because if Danny call, kind of feel like when you hit the 6, you know, you're probably pretty happy to check back. It's pretty hard for a deuce to call 3 barrels, right? So what are you getting? If your opponent has a deuce, God
funny?
bless, like I'll just check back to beat it.
Too thin, on the river.
What?
I guess my value bet was a little bit too thin.
You wanted to value a deuce? Or maybe king high?
Yeah, that was what we were speculating.
I was hoping so.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Guys talking a little strat there. They definitely are no strangers to each other. Played tons of Triton events together, and it's one of the things on these stops, Rest. A lot of 50, 80, 60 person, 100 person fields, so you get to know your opponents fairly well, and you know, they both want this trophy very badly for different reasons. His story for both of them, 1 for Danny, it would be, and number 4 for Makita. So That would be the most all-time in the Triton 6-year history. And for Danny, it'd be nice to get off the snide. You know, it's hard to win, right? It's nice you get seconds. It's a lot of money. It keeps you going, keeps you winning, but something a little extra nice about getting first place. And Makita, look at this, decides on this stack depth to raise all of a sudden. He's been limping a lot. And it's a sort of modest hand, slightly under that queen 7 off, starting 50-50 if the computer hand is that. So he does flop a gut shot and an over to the board. It's an above average flop for Jack 7 off.
Yeah, but this pot was inflated a little bit with the raise, so with the SPR being lower, Makita's considering the check back. I just feel maybe with it being a deuce. Wow, so Danny continues here, even with the backdoor flush draw. I mean, a little comfier if it's like queen 5 or 6 and you just have that over to the 4 than queen deuce, but Danny decides the bet is small enough. One of the problems here with this float is when you're actually good, your opponent's going to be incentivized to bluff at some point on the turn or river if, you know, if queen high's good, right? It's asking a lot for showdown. So, yeah, I mean, that, like, you can think to yourself, oh, well, I hit a queen, so we're never going to find out. But see what Danny does here. Does he decide to value bet, or does he decide to give some rope?
Yeah, so Jack 8 would complete. There are some hands that Makita did raise pre-flop. There are some hands that this looks like a good card for Danny, but is not. So 1.8 in the million. Decides to go for a big bet.
Sorry, what is it?
1,150,000.
Well, I mean, his only option right now is to bluff raise. And he does not pull the trigger on that. Yeah, that's the thing about, we're seeing a lot of very small bets, right? Like 300K, I mean, Danny's getting over 5 to 1. Problem is you just can't fold too much when your opponent's betting so small. You know, you've got to just make sure your minimum defense frequency is like, isn't too low there. So, you know, queen high, backdoor flush draw. Danny feels like needs to be defending with that in some way, shape, or form by not folding. Wow. All right. So we're going to get to see what size Makita chooses here. He's under 20 blinds. I don't think he's going to jam because he, what does he got? He's got like 18 blinds or so.
750?
He can still raise here and fold. So he's putting this into his raise fold or raise call range, but just raise it up rather than just jam. Maybe he's going to pick some kind of weaker hands, but not too weak, like some offsuit aces and small medium pairs to jam. But yeah, aces. Too good. And they're too deep just to check back, I think. That other time we were talking about with the kings versus the limp, that was like
blinds.
6 or 7 blinds. So
Is this the same? Did he just get aces again?
Wow.
I guess distribution-wise, early Danny was getting lion's share of the heat, but
yeah,
I think they might have been the same suit. Was it just black aces, or he at least had one? 6 deuce off, basically the best hand and the worst hand in poker, essentially. 7 deuce off being the worst possible Nolan Hold'em hand you can be dealt. Ace is the best, so look at the spectrum differences there.
And the blinds just went up again, so I mean, what was well over 100 blinds, something like 130, 140 blinds at the start of this final table is getting considerably less.
Yeah, and want to remind you, M88 Mansion provide the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and more. It's the #1 gaming destination in Asia. Also, the official sponsor of Triton, Madrid, and La Liga. Yeah, Rest. I mean, there's some big games coming up. We got Real Madrid versus Liverpool. I don't know if you're a huge soccer, call it world football fan, but massive game, UEFA final next the 28th of May in Paris. Are you even aware of that?
I am aware of the Champions League finals coming up in Paris. That's about it. I know the World Cup is this. The World Cup is what I follow with football.
Yeah.
I mean, the World Cup, big fan. But yeah, all the rest, not so much. I mean, the NBA is actually in the middle of the Western Eastern Conference Finals, so those playoffs are winding down. I do follow that.
Yep. All right, fair enough. Are we gonna gas it up and go over to Qatar? Are we gonna ship that in December or undecided?
Nah. I don't think I'm going over
You're
to
out?
Qatar for that. Don't think so. I feel like by December, maybe my house in Brazil is gonna be winding down the remodel, and that's like family holiday time. And dude, also Brazil is not the worst place to watch World Cup.
Nope.
They're maniacal for the football down there.
Yeah, you can find a couple bars and really get into it.
Yeah. So my brother-in-law is a huge football fan. So.
Well. Yeah, some action if you guys are looking to place the M88. Give them another shout out. Good spot.
I'm sure Qatar is going to be expensive.
Yeah.
As well. I mean, whatever, but it's the World Cup stuff is like kind of once in a lifetime, but it's going to cost a pretty penny to go chill.
I got a sneaky play for us, though.
Oh, yeah?
We go over with Kuntz. We take some of our soccer cards we picked up back in 18 and set up a little booth out there. I bet you that we could set a trend pretty fast. I think they might.
Yeah?
We could probably pay for the trip with some Ronaldo
With
and
the
Messi
soccer
soccer 10s priced, you know?
That's not even like the worst idea.
But imagine like they haven't really seen it over there, and you got some people's favorite players in a 9 or a 10, you know?
Yeah.
Probably pay a pretty penny for those over there.
They even know if that means they're worth more, though. Like, you kind of have to be in the card market to understand. Like,
But that's the beauty. Maybe you don't. Maybe let them decide what it's worth. You know, like they just it looks cool. They like it, and they just fire. It's like art, Rast. It's all subjective. Whatever. What you think it's worth. All right. Well.
Wow. Did this go limp? Raise, call.
There's
So
some money out there.
Danny went after it with the 5 deuce off. Well, I will tell you what. It is not good news for him because Makita has flopped a pair and will not be folding to a flop C-bet if that is Danny's plan. Danny will need multi-street action to get this done. So he's going one, but
and it's just crazy because Makita, who's been, you know, he's just been in there. Danny's been really patient. Decides to go with an absolute bottom of the barrel hand. Makita sticks on with a modest hand and now has his opponent in literally, as you said.
Makita likes the 8-6 suited. All right, this was what he chose to jam with.
How old is he? Is that the year he was born? I don't know. It's he looks about 35.
Yeah, he could be 86. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for Danny. This feels like a one and done unless maybe he gets a 4 or a 3. But a 5, I mean, why bluff a 5?
Right.
Right?
No.
I mean, now he actually might want to show it down. Maybe he figures, maybe Makita has a hand like ace-10, whatever. He's just going to check that down. I can beat that. Who knows? Pocket 3s, pocket 4s, right? Probably pocket 3s or 4s. Don't call. I mean, they probably jam if he limped them or just jam themselves. So those aren't too likely. But anyway, the point is why not try to show down a 5? I mean, the other reason is you're not going to bluff your opponent off a queen or a jack. Like maybe you bluff them off a 6, maybe not. So just not much, nowhere to go except trying to show it down. All right, now I wonder if something blank-ish comes. Like, does Danny check? Does he just, does he like bet 300,000?
I mean, the 5 on the turn is so interesting, but yeah, I think ultimately, I would think he would check, but he is going to consider his options here. He does check.
Yeah, he was considering the block.
5. I can beat that.
Second barrel, he says, yeah. Yeah, and now all of a sudden, Ras tightening up a tad. It's getting less than 2 to 1, 1.5 to 1, or what's it, 8 million to.
Yeah, Mikita's chipping up. Looks like he's got like 8 million now.
Yep.
Almost. Not quite.
Dance floor. He's getting more dangerous. And Danny decides to take a stand with 5 deuce off, and you know, he's checking back some of his stronger hands, and then mixes in a weak one. And this has got the makings of a problematic situation for Danny, because ace 3 is in a decent world of hurt against 9s, although 70-30 you can see the equities. And
well, with a call, he's going to feel a bit more comfortable calling this raise here. I mean, Mikita, probably makes it like, I mean, they're a little deeper now. Mikita's got over 20 blinds. He's going to go like $1 million, maybe 900K. Something like that.
Yeah.
Probably not too much more than $1 million.
I'd say
could go even up to 4x.
Wow, he went 1.5.
Wow, he went 5x. Okay.
This is a...
Well, one of the things that going this big is asking, and it's curious because Mikita hasn't really done anything like this yet, is you're really saying like, hey, if you have a pretty good hand, maybe you just rejam rather than call. Okay, and wow, Danny avoids it altogether and gets out of the way.
Right.
Interesting. Because like one of the things you're almost asking is, hey, if you have like an ace, maybe you go all in. But 9s could have that kicker over the ace, and then you just get all in.
Or
versus
like
limp.
5s or 6s or 4s, maybe Limpston's like, all right, limp jam.
Yeah.
It's always interesting in these spots too, because it's very rare you get heads up again, or with the same opponent, or it's different. So you can kind of deviate and have a game plan, and don't always have to do the exact same thing, of course. So very interesting to see how these players match up. There's a look at the ballroom.
That was a bit of an aberration.
Yeah.
So I mean, Mikita, has he raised out of position versus limp? Yeah, he has, right? He didn't go that big the last time, I don't think.
I'm trying to think if there's been.
Has he even just never done it yet?
He had aces a couple times, maybe with the aces.
Or maybe that they weren't as deep. I think they weren't as deep. Yeah, that's right. He had the aces, but they were more shallow. Like Mikita had less chips.
Well, again, Mikita with the more favorable flop. Flops the hearts for equity. Queen Jack high in the lead, although definitely with the puck, the best position and the best draw.
I wonder if he checks this back. Or he bets. I mean,
he's going to bet, I think, because he has 10 high ultimately. He's gonna
yeah, but I mean, check back some flush draws or not. Oh wow, Danny just gives up the Queen Jack for like a min bet. Now, given some other things Danny's done that feels tight, like think back to the queen deuce suited on the 10-9-4 rainbow. He had queen deuce suited, basically versus a minish type bet. He might have even been getting a better price because it was on this time, because the last time I think was on the 250K level, right? And I think he called the 300. He ended up hitting the queen on the river, right? I don't know, but this time he has queen jack, like double overcard. I think like both of them kind of fit the same bucketish type area to defend. So it's interesting that he didn't defend this one, but defended the one previously. I'd say and Mikita doesn't take the bottom barrel.
Yeah, pots are big with the 300K ante level. So even, you know, every pot's so important. And look at this. Danny again is out flopped, although they both had modest holdings. Big turn for him, picks up a 10 to pair. So important turn card there.
I feel like Mikita maybe plays this one for a check right now, hoping to pick up some bluffs from no equity as opposed to betting himself. Feels like he gonna call some versus a bet here. Maybe Danny checks this back, maybe bets. Definitely can get value from 6s and 7s pretty often by betting now.
That's 525.
Okay, so Danny does carve out a bet, 525. Puts Mikita now in a difficult decision. Some newfound chips. He is going to look like call. And Danny's got himself a nice advantage on one card to come, going to the river with the best hand. And dynamic.
Probably a good card for Mikita, in the sense that, I mean, who knows, maybe he bluffs here, and if not, I mean, Danny's certainly not going to bet this river, I think, right?
Yeah, he cannot bet.
So, but he might even find a bluff, which, yeah, I mean, probably not, but it's something he might consider. Yeah, Danny's snap check. Like at some point, a 6 becomes almost the worst, with a kicker you doesn't even play, becomes like the worst hand you can have, and that kicker happens to be a heart as well. So it kind of strikes me that Mikita had a pretty reasonable like hand to turn into a bluff. Like he called a pretty big raise out of position.
Yeah.
In a spot where, I mean, if you think like how many king highs can he really have? Like he doesn't have like king 4, you know, but yeah, could he call there with king, queen, king, jack? Yeah, but I mean, he didn't raise a limp. So how often does he really have king, queen, or king, jack, right? So the truth is a 6 with a kicker that doesn't play is kind of the bottom of his range, and he had a heart. Like it feels like a cool spot to find a bluff, actually, and may or may not have worked versus Danny. I mean, Danny has a bluff catcher. Danny could talk him to a call because he actually has a heart himself. But, you know, I kind of a cool spot, but after checking, I mean, Danny's check back is the only play, really.
Yep, so 2 not super nice hands. Of course, Mikita suited jack 7 doing a little more connectivity. We see the 5 in the window, pairing Danny. 9-5 jumps into the lead. About a 3-1 favorite, although he's out of position, and Mikita's got a board that, you know, it's got some potential for some ammo. He has also shown that he's been, you know, putting out these probing small bets, but Danny's going to go ahead and lead. It's interesting. We haven't really seen him do that.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to get Mikita to go anywhere. Again, like you were saying, this is kind of just too much. Backdoor flush draw. Enough overcards, not like jack 3, Jack-7 can make some straights. 7 hitting. You beat the 5 with the 7. Oh. And this is a fun card because it gives Makita a flush draw. So now we get to see what happens. Does Danny lead check? This line is often interpreted as weakness, and will Makita pounce? So he does the lead check.
We also saw Makita when finding some nice equity turns, taking showdown instead of barreling, but this is a little different situation.
Yeah, because this time Danny chose to lead and then check. So Makita could think his range is like a bit more face up than normal and just like go for it. And now also Makita is deep enough here to put some real pressure on by betting really big on at least one of these 2 streets. So yeah, but I mean he has taken the equity quite a bit too. Yeah, see? So he's going big. And he can actually go big twice. So what he's decided is that Danny just his lead check range is too weak. And with his equity, he just gonna attack.
Yeah, these guys are fun to watch. Makita, 3-time Triton champ, going for 4. Puts on a healthy bet, and Danny Tang is gonna stick around, makes the call, understands that it looks weak on the turn, and he actually does have a pair, so this is a very pivotal pot in this heads-up match coming to a river, and it
oh
is
my goodness.
This
could be a tournament-ending river.
Yeah, Danny's gonna.
I mean, I don't think Danny's not going to fold 2 pair.
He should just, he's going to check. I think it's a perfect spot to check for sure, but he does do it pretty quickly. And Makita, though, everything, he's got missed hearts, Jack Queen. He could have heart. Himself. He has one of the worst hands he can have in this line.
Well, I mean, there's a ton of you could have 3, 4, 6, 3, whatever. But I mean, the point is Jack Eye's not winning.
Right.
And he is actually blocking Queen Jack. Not that it's really easy for Danny to have Queen Jack.
The question is if he does go for the big bluff, does he, it's 4.5 stacked pot ratio getting closer. I don't think he has to do all of it, right? He could go big, but he just waves the white flag, and look at that, just dialed in, sees the 2 pair, and
really?
Now he's happy because he sees he's going to get called on the river by 2 pair.
Danny says, really? Like, what, you didn't bet? Like, you didn't have anything, or you didn't have nothing? What do you have?
Then Makita just went done. I mean, if Danny doesn't hit the pair and wins that with a pair of 5s, Makita probably has a different expression on his face.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the real question is, if Danny doesn't improve, would he call a huge bet? Like, does he call just pot on the river?
Right.
With like a 5 on, like, instead of a 9, what if it's an 8?
Can they do the chip count, right? The chip count wrong.
I mean,
you can just count
it
your
feels
chips
like the
and
answer is maybe, right?
Like, total is
Like,
20
you don't really
minutes.
call
So
there
whatever you have, I
with
have
5-9.
4.5, 5.4. 5.4. 5.4.
Oh, they're just talking about chips. You don't really call there with a 5 if you're not going to at least consider calling the river as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not
thinking.
You're not locked in,
Yeah.
but you're also not like locked out. Like, you're not calling pot on the turn knowing you're folding to any river bet, right? I don't think so. So, yeah. We didn't get the most fun outcome for that hand, which is seeing what happens to a Makita barrel with Danny not making a big hand.
Yeah.
But
still exciting.
Whatever, it was still a cool hand.
Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying. We want to say hello, everyone on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook as well. Please hit the thumbs up button if you are having a good time. Brian Rast alongside me. I am Jeff Gross. We are here playing down to a winner. You're watching Heads Up. 101 entrant field, 56 unique. So basically everyone in for 1 rebuy almost on average.
This was a solid 50K.
Really big purse.
Dude, listen, when I'm in here in the booth with GJG, I'm like a poker drug addict. I just try to think about how can the hand be like the max interesting possible, okay? Like, what can happen to make this hand more interesting? That's what I care about.
Right, you like seeing carnage, I get it.
Oh, no, not even necessarily. It's the carnage. It's more like
interesting situations.
Interesting,
yeah.
right? Like
cards that are
like, wow, Danny just like really just stood up for himself, right, with the 5-9 on the turn, calling pot out of position. Is he going to do it again on the river? Because, I mean, it's a pretty big call. Let's be honest. It's a pretty big call on the turn, right? He's got second pair. Guy bets pot. You know, it's not a comfy spot.
No.
So, you know, a lot of people just kind of give up there and are like, okay, man, you want to bet 1.5 mil, just take it, okay? And Danny said no.
Well,
you know,
getting sticky can get tricky, and he is in sticky mode again.
What if it's a queen? What if it's an ace? What if it's an 8?
Yeah.
And Mikita's just like all in. And Danny, what does he do? You know, that's it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what is not it is king high on this board with the 7-4 for Mikita, taking a modest holding into trips, and he has got himself a hammer lock. Now the flush does come in on the river, so hard to make hands and hold him, let alone heads up. Then he does have a diamond in there, but Mikita with the clear value bet, and he is going to go for, what was that, 2.1. So a big bet. Now, if you're Danny, there are missing hands here, but something's complete. 4-5 completes, flush is complete, 8-9 has missed.
We're just having trip 7s, which is what Mikita actually has.
Yep.
Right. What was the, I mean, Mikita bet turn? Was it raise flop, call, a raise min raise, call, check, then Mikita bet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn was 600K, I think. Yeah, Danny gonna lay it down, but still got the chip lead, but just sort of going blow for blow. These players are having trust issues right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces out there in the chat. Appreciate, say hello to Julian, and so many familiar faces. Appreciate you guys over there, and we do see a lot of you hitting that thumbs up. It helps with the algorithms. It's all good, and it's really just, if you're there, Rast, how hard is it to hit the thumbs up? Actually, I'm going to hit the thumbs up button myself. I haven't even hit the thumbs up button, Rast. Have you? Probably not. On YouTube.
On what?
On the stream.
Oh yeah,
see,
I'm not even in. You know,
this is if we can't. You gotta practice what we preach. I'm gonna go there right now. I'm gonna hit it. I see you guys doing it, shooting up. We appreciate that.
I'm not in the stream, but maybe I should head over there.
You should take a peek. Say hi.
Oh, here we are.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. There we go.
Nice.
771. I did it.
You can really do it. You cashed the tournament, and you're in on the YouTube chat. You got your thumbprint on history as we go for our 4th Triton champion, potentially Makita. Danny Tang looking for his first. It's both very exciting. You can say, I don't know what's more exciting. If you're you win your 4th or your first. That's something sweet about doing something for the first time. But I know Makita wants to be in that island club alone. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from. I see Sweden. See some different representation out there. There's Brian Rast in the chat.
Here we go. Pair versus pair. Flop goes check after limped. 3 diamonds. What's Danny gonna do? He has second pair. It got checked. Seems interested and he bets. Not a small bet, 2/3 pot. Makita just checking back top pair. Much too big a hand. I mean, not to mention the diamond, but I mean, seems to me like he has a hand that's just super comfy to call. You know, you're ahead of a bunch. Why raise?
Yeah, taking some of your weak top pairs into a check back is definitely can put in some fortuitous situations. Now he does improve to a flush, although it may appear to be a bit of a scare card for him, but he does have the best hand still and in position. Danny may think he got here. It's not a great river, but really he may save chips.
I mean, with a 9. I mean, if he does something, it'll be bluffing. If he think his hand is weak enough I mean, the most likely outcome is checking. Will Makita value bet the 4 of diamonds? Definitely might. Definitely might not. He's going to think about it. Decide if it's too thin or not. And if it isn't too thin, what's the size? I mean, it's certainly not going to be a large size. Yeah, so he finds a pretty small size. Looks like just a little shy of 30%. Tough call here by Danny, but again, kind of seems like a spot. I wonder if he's again considering all 3 options. Fold being kind of the obvious easy one. Hey, it's a 4 flush board with straights and all kinds of crazy stuff. I have second pair. Call, maybe I'm putting Makita, but like, what does Makita call 2/3 pot with that can't beat him now? But then bluff, like just making a big raise here.
4 diamonds is good. Queen was good.
Makita almost gave him a double look there. Like, queen is good? Like, I was thinking about whether or not to value bet the 4 of diamonds. You couldn't beat a queen, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Well, 29 to 22. I mean, things just got pretty real because this is not over. Danny Tang has got a real dogfight on his hand. Makita has been all in twice, once ahead, once behind. He is still in, and we're gonna play to a winner tonight, Ras. So this is looks like the player's gonna take a quick break here. They've been battling. They deserve a little break. We're gonna stick with you as we do evaluate some of these hands, some of these spots. I mean, it's been super interesting heads-up match. I personally, I don't know. I mean, I like both the players. They play great, but now it's the blinds are shrinking. We're going to start getting into a little more, less maneuverability, some all-in, some pushing and folding, and probably a little more limping based on the strategy we've seen from the button.
I mean, you know, we're down to about 50 blinds in this tournament. It kind of feels like we probably don't make it to the next level.
This is, you're drawing the line in this sand right here.
Well, I mean, it's not 100%, but it's 50 total blinds in the tournament. I mean, someone wins a pot or two and you're getting down to shove territory. And yeah, I mean, as much as these guys have been kind of small pot, a lot of limping, at some point, right, you limp. All it takes is the other guy getting an offsuit ace. And for like 14 or blinds, they're just, okay, all in, right? So it, you know, then it just takes the other guy getting whatever, king, queen, king, jack. It's so... I just feel like there's a good chance we're going to get someone all in, maybe even twice in the next 40 minutes. And, you know, that usually ends it, but doesn't have to.
Yeah, I do want to welcome everyone to take a look at the Triton Plus app here as we can quickly look at maybe some of these players' resumes as I go here and take a look. There is Danny Tang. You can kind of look at the chip stack. I want to remind people that you can actually see on here. You can go through and see hands. You can click on the different hands and they give you a recap. But also, more importantly, we can take a look at the profile here. Danny Tang, 6 cashes. He has a very impressive career. He already has a couple here. And if you look back, you know, he has a second place. He's got a second place where he won 14 million Hong Kong. That was way back.
Oh, wow. It shows you all the tournaments.
I'm telling you,
That's
this
cool.
is not
like
even when you
cash, did not cash.
Yes. It's pretty elaborate. And then also, we'll take a look at Makita, who is maybe the most, I mean, he's got a ridiculous profile here. If you take a look there, 10 cashes, 3 titles, though, 12 million in earnings. He's been on a little drought for his own liking. I mean, technically, right?
A lot of no cashes
in
here.
a row.
But
this is his style, though.
We just changed that, though. We changed that today.
Yes, and everyone's got a style. His style is to get in, get it done. It's
wow, look at this Montenegro 2019. I mean, first place, 13.3, 2 other cashes.
Yeah, some guys
Wow,
can do
look
it.
at this.
I mean, he's really been, and from Philippines 2017, that's where he got on the board. But yeah, I just want to again highlight that it gives you a ton of content on the app. It's pretty cool, and you can actually go back and I think on the let's see, if you click on this, look at this. You can click on a hand. You can see how their chips move. This doesn't. It seems like online poker. It's like you actually have people reporting at every table. This is not just because it's a final table, and you can go back and see how the hand played out on the app. So that is Triton Poker Plus.
That is pretty wild. That's pretty awesome.
It's above wild, but I'll tell you what else is wild. We're going to have some history made today with either Danny Tang or the fourth-time champion, Makita. I got to say, strategy-wise, are you happy? There was a one hand, I think, that came out in my mind, the 9-7 of hearts, where Makita hit lightning, the turn 9. Danny had the heart draw and the 9, and we saw Danny check raise it all in. Do you think you would have preferred to see a check there? Obviously, we could see what Makita had, but
yeah, to me that hand stands out a little bit as a somewhat odd turn bet by Makita. I mean, my feeling is he was like, I'm going to go pretty large on the turn, probably check back river. Maybe Danny gets real stubborn with some small pairs, but so I'll do it now, control it a little bit. Maybe this is a good spot. Bet large enough that if I get check raised, maybe I feel comfortable folding. Danny deciding to check shove with a hand that seems kind of nice to check call.
Yeah.
You know, that hand struck me as a hand where both players were getting a little bit off tree, it seemed to me, with the sizing and the decisions. Yeah.
And how about the kings? You know, it looks like you got your opponent down, you're crushing, you're just winning pots, you're picking it up, your opponent limps 10 deuce off, and you decide to raise king. Of course, you don't know what he has. He does have some just limp jams or maybe call, but would you think that's another spot when you say like 7-8 blinds, that's a cutoff? You could just set a trap in the big blind with a pair like kings where you check, try to let your opponent hit a flop?
Certainly. I think for that kind of 7-8 blind range, like it's almost just like, let's say it's 20 blinds and you get the min raise and sometimes you flat the aces, right? Or even like 16 blinds raise from the cutoff and you just call aces instead of re-raising in the big blind, because if you re-jam, you get a lot of folds, like all the raise folds. It's like it's the same spot as those almost, where your hand is so strong, kind of so nutted, like very rare. In 7-8 blinds, you got to remember, if your opponent has like ace-5, ace-6, they're going to jam mostly. You're not like limping ace-6 to like induce, because like a ton of hands have a bunch of equity. Like the 10-4 has a lot of equity against ace-6.
Right.
But you jam and they just fold. So you're realistically not even giving up much versus an overcard there. So yeah, you're correct. I think it's a nice hand to trap. Doesn't mean you have to, but it's definitely a hand that can work as just a check back. Hope your opponent makes a pair and you get the rest.
Yeah, well, someone's going to get the rest of the chips. We are very tight now. This has been a battle that we've seen go back and forth. Really, Danny's maintained the chip lead, but Makita has flirted now with the chip lead, and I can just tell, Danny Tang, it's almost like he wants to close it out. Sometimes you can be too careful and not close it out either. I don't think Danny's going to have any problem putting his foot on the accelerator, but 29-22, it's really, really close. It could come down to a flip. It could come down to a cooler, but what we do know is we are going to get to see that tonight, and we're going to head back over to the final two here as they took their break, and they are ready to rock and roll. 29-22 blinds. It's up for grabs. A lot of money, a lot of euros, a lot of respect, the whole nine. We're here. We're with you. We're sticking it through. And Linus Loliger, you can see, goes out in eighth. Some other big names, Kevin Paquet, however you will. And Sir Watts, I know he's got a flight to catch. He said he's going to probably come back. The guy's on fire. He's got a wedding to go to. But when you're hot, I think he's had 3 final tables.
Yeah.
You don't really want to do anything. You keep possibly the same undies on. If I had 3 final tables out of 4, I'd probably do a lot of the same things. And hopefully we'll see him back.
I will say this. So I know Makita has less chips now, but I mean, I felt like early in the match, both guys were playing quite well. I do feel like more recently, I don't know if it's getting tired or whatever, or he's frustrated, Makita's getting back in. But there have been a few things where Danny, like, I don't know about that call last hand with the Jack-9. I mean, that's a really thin call, right? I mean, like, what are you really putting your opponent on calling when he bet 2/3 pot? Makita called.
Yeah.
On like whatever it was, like Queen 9-6-3 or something with 3 diamonds, and it's like the 8 of diamonds on the river. Like, what are you beating?
Right.
Like, I actually, I'm not even really sure. I just feel like maybe we'll see. Like, maybe Danny's getting a little frustrated with the fact that, I mean, he kind of had this locked up for his first Triton title.
And he just
I mean, it was like 19-1.
He just limped ace-4 off there, sub-20. I think Makita had. So what do you? I mean, that's also ace-4 off is a bit. I guess you're in position, and you're mixing in some kind of modest traps. But we saw him jam a weak ace earlier on a similar stacked up. So be curious, but. Hey, Rast, I don't know. You know, we're going to see this. These guys both play so well. Got to throw in a few traps, few different plays than normal maybe. They're both so in tune to each other's games, but they know there's a big pay difference here. And I'll tell you what else is going. GG Poker, you can sign up today, get $100 in rewards or a $100 deposit bonus up to $600. Keep watching for more deals and opportunities. This is daily there, the Triton free rolls, and you can sign up with code Triton2022. GG Poker, Rast. We got the Super Millions every week, 10K buy-in, Tuesday final table. I am the host of that, and you will be joining me on Tuesday night. So we're going to be calling the action. Actually, Fedor got second last week in that for a very healthy score, so he came in pumped up, and none other than Artur, who we've seen, the Russian crusher, is here, and he won that tournament last week. So get to see a lot of the biggest names playing in that each week.
Well, you can jam ace whatever for 20 blinds with no ante. You can certainly do it with an ante. But yeah, I mean, Danny's mixed up how he played. He had that one hand where he limped ace-3 off and then folded to the 5x somewhat correctly, actually, because Makita had the 9s. Like, ended up being a well-played hand. But yeah, no, I mean, he can definitely just jam. Either player can just jam their ace-x offsuits, which love jamming. You know, pretty higher variance way to play, but it's plus EV. And, I mean, it's not so nice when you have the ace-4 off and you limp and your opponent either 5x's or jams himself. But, I mean, you could still call. So.
Yeah, that 5x sizing with 9s was interesting to me there.
Yeah.
Really was. King 4 going to check back, has a 100% lock on the hand, of course, if he were to get to showdown. And Queen Deuce off. Don't see Danny really trying to put any chips in. Maybe somehow thinking, is there a world where Queen High is good here?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's got checked all the way. I mean, Makita playing this to check all the way and bet river. I mean, that seems like it's his line. Just check, 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 and either hopefully my opponent pays me off with whatever, queen or jack high, pair of 5s or 6s, maybe even rivering the 9. Should Danny have rivered it and checked? So certainly a bet coming. Now he's got to decide, like, given the way this hand played, he has one of his better hands, but does he go big or small? So yeah, he's deciding to go big. Which maybe he's thinking, you know, Danny's been in kind of a call-y mood recently. Just called him with a 9 on a second pair on a 4 flush board. Maybe he can find a call here for a pot-size bet on the river. Danny. Not ready to mail this in. Finds a nice fold. Figures that one out.
哦，我知，我有開牌嘛，有 showdown。
King 2, ace 3. Decent hands heads up for sure.
So Makita, will he check this? King deuce off is a hand that maybe he can find a little kind of raise here. Same idea, like 4x. Making it like 1.6. Oh, wow, all in.
Wow. And that's a big shove. I mean, 20 blinds, Danny. just also thinking, what does he have? What kind of hands is he doing it with worse? But
so I mean, Danny making some. Maybe Makita saw the hand with the 9s, where he folded the little ace, and is like, well, I mean, if he's gonna fold aces, I should just go for it. I don't know. I mean, because it's a pretty tight by Danny Tank. I mean, again, on the app, it's very easy for these players to see what happened on the live stream. So Makita certainly knows what Danny folded when he 5x'd with the 9s, ace-3 off, and then folded. And this is almost even, JG.
Yeah, it's really getting there.
I mean,
yeah, he's got his opponent in a bad spot here as well with the better kicker, better draw, and this has got the makings of at least a chip lead swap, if not worse, for Danny. He does cover, but this could be a big pot, and Danny's got a tricky spot here.
yeah, Danny also hasn't really been in the mood to fold. I mean,
Call.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few cards that come to mind that would
Danny
be.
has a pretty good hand. He's got a queen. He doesn't have many aces in his range. It's pretty easy to pay off at least one more bet. I don't know. I mean, Makita has to feel pretty good about his kicker, right? He has seen that Danny has been not playing ace-x hands very aggressive, right? So that does have to worry him a little bit. Like, he can't just think Danny never has an ace here, right? With some players who might never have an ace here, they literally might be shoving almost all their ace-x whatever, right? But Danny's not that player. So while he'll probably feel comfortable,
And he is going to go for a healthy bet. And if you're Danny, the things start getting a little dicey. You do realize the significance of this pot. If you lose this pot, you will be no longer winning.
yeah, I feel like he's probably going to call here. I mean, second pair.
No club in his hand.
Pretty good kicker. Yeah. Now, the question, to me, I think if a total brick hits, like a 6 or a jack or something, I think Makita probably checks it back.
Well,
let's see. But here's the reason why. It's because Danny has actually shown that he can have ace-x hands here, right? Some. So maybe if Danny never has an ace, Makita definitely value bets. But maybe,
Check.
yeah.
Huh?
Check. Queen. Queen as well.
Yeah. And that play makes a lot of sense to me versus Danny in particular. You know, maybe if your opponent just like never has ace-x, you know, you can start to think about value betting his hand, kind of a sick 3-barrel with queen 10, but
yeah, I mean, the 20 blind limping the ace-3 fold, that's like, that seems, you know, at the same token, though, he did get away from 9s, right? I mean, it's like, he's
yeah,
not, it's
I
not
think
like he's
they
just
were a little deeper then.
It's different, but
it wasn't, so it was versus a 5x, and they had a
Yeah.
little bit more back instead of a jam. Kind of similar at the end of the day. I mean, because the 5x you could call. You don't have to go all in. But yeah, no, Makita got that one through. I mean, yeah.
so now Makita in the lead. And he's going to go for a limp. That's the good news. The bad news is his opponent has a very strong hand, and he is not going to get to see a flop for very cheap. See if Makita goes for this big sizing, 1.6, something like that.
$2 million.
It's going 5x out of
Yeah.
position.
It is very interesting that basically the same spot, he went all in with king deuce, but went 5x with ace king. You know, maybe he feels like 5x with 9s. So.
Danny Tangy, there's no question that face right there. That is the, wow, am I really going to get second again face? Especially when I had him all in twice to win with, 2-1 favorite, 2-1 dog. It's frustrating. It's such a talented player, Makita. Danny also so talented, but, it's hard to get, it's hard to close. It's just so hard to actually win. And even now they're really tight, but little gaps separating here. Nikita Badziakowski going for Triton royalty, trying to get his 4th title. Only 3 players have 3. Wai Kin Yong, Jason Kuhn. This is Danny Tang now with mid pair.
Yeah, and the energy in this has shifted a bit. I mean, not just the chips. Makita, who definitely was getting frustrated, is no longer. It seems like Danny's getting a bit frustrated. Feels like it's slipping a little bit into the play. I think he kind of needs a pot to go right. Get a little zing of confidence. I mean, because this match is starting to go on. There's now is a bit of stamina coming into play. Like, this has been a long day. I mean, these guys have been playing today since 1 p.m., so they're on whatever, like 10 hours of play or something like that. Who knows, including the breaks, but their heads up. It's a lot of not only pressure, but just intensity of focus, of thought. And, stamina and players' differing amounts of stamina is like a real thing. Some players can go the 10, the 12, the 20 hours much cleaner than others.
10?
Wow.
10. 10 is good.
Nice bet. Nice pot. And that actually picks up a pot, and that's going to draw him pretty much level.
Yeah.
So there you go. Well played from Danny. Kita didn't bet the flop.
Oh, there we go. Smile. Been a minute.
Poker's so mental, right? You could be one of the chip leaders, lose half your stack, still be feeling ahead of most of the pack, and you're on tilt. And then there's people that are down
JG,
at 4 blinds.
Let's be honest. I'll bring it up, but today I'm playing in the tournament. I'm texting you. I was not in the best headspace. There was a moment where I was questioning a bunch of things. Like, there had been some ups and downs, and I thought like I'd played a couple hands not so well.
Yep.
And then obviously there was a number of hands I didn't know. They hadn't come on the stream yet or whatever, not on the app yet. And then what happened, man? What happened with some of those? Like, because you were in here for some of them, you were seeing like.
Yeah. You know who to go to when you need a pick me up.
Yeah.
I came in and really.
Actually, like a number of hands actually just got right.
For sure, you were dialed in.
I mean, like, lay down the queen, he hits the 5 on the river, get him off the king-queen with the 5s bet. I looked up a few hands that I'm like, oh no, did I just really punt this off with the 10s? And nope, GTO says it's correct for 40 or 50 blinds. I mean, whether or not maybe he was 3-betting me tight or not, we'll never know. I'll never know if Adrian Mateos was making an exploit with me in the moment of like, hey, I'm going to 3-bet him tight, but at GTO I made the right play. Even the hand against Chidwick, that hand I was like, oh no, this one I had to have gotten wrong.
Oh,
I actually played it perfect given a check, which
Yep.
is a bit crazy. I thought, but it does prefer betting my hand, but it mixes bet and check with a preference to bet. But when check versus that, check raise, call it off, even the sizing I got pretty right. I was a little surprised. But yeah, but the thing is, like, not knowing, I was kind of beating myself up. It's pretty easy to do. I'm like, oh no, I'm on stream. I just like played some hands bad. I got to do commentary later. Who wants to listen to the commentator who just rifled it in with the 10s, just gave it all to Adrian Mateos. Like, he's going to come tell people how to play poker. Like, screw that. Forget that guy. But no, I actually played pretty well. But that's the thing. It like you're saying, and I was just giving an example, it's mental.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, it's easy to you can definitely bring yourself down or down in confidence easily. And you know, this is Danny Tang finds a little confidence, and he now is back to into the mix here. They're back to dead even now.
But it's a real thing also about like playing on a stream, right? As opposed to not, because when you're on the stream, you know, like whatever, people are seeing what you're doing. So you have to, you know, remember that and give some kind of respect to the guys doing it. Not only they're taking a chance, right, with their money or whatever in this tournament, but, you know, also with just putting it out there. Like, you're going to get to see how I'm playing these hands. It's not a hobby.
It's not a hobby. That's a fact. And I see the Twitch. Maybe get a couple not a hobby emojis out there. You guys know what we're talking about. And there's a ladies emoji. If you know the Twitch streets, give them a shout out. There's a big pair, queens to queen 3. And now, look at this. Now the Olympian becomes a little more interesting. We see the queens have queen 3 spades in a bad spot. So
Queen 3 of spades, a nice little hand just to check and see a board. Don't want to lose your equity.
That's a funny flop for queens, even though you are
queens is checking this back.
Yeah, even though you're still likely the best hand, but still it's not fun flop, because the whole thing about a whole trap, maybe someone hits a jack high board or whatnot, this becomes less of a situation, more of just hoping to win the hand.
Here's the thing though, I feel like this is a nice little spot to bet when you're Danny. Little small bet, like min bet 400, 500, not more than 600. Feels good to me. Definitely 10 or 5 calls. You can get called by queen or jack high. There's some draws. Or you check it back and go for the river bet, which is what Makita did. But also nice to charge draws. You don't get check raised that much here by Makita. Yeah, Danny seems to agree with me on this. I like it, Danny. And Makita actually with queen high here is going to consider calling. You saw that look? Did you see that? It felt like he gave an extra deep breath.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, got him sticking around, so he is
Sticking
extracting
around,
a little
drawing
value.
dead. 9% chop.
Oh man, I mean this is pretty absurd.
Yeah. Well, I mean now they're gonna just whatever, get in a bunch of money, but unlucky for Danny, that's for sure.
They're gonna get in all the money.
Yeah.
But it's Danny's probably thinking he doesn't have a queen. I got 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
Makita just can't believe what just happened. It's gonna go big, I guess. 2/3. And this is music to Danny's ears, but this is gonna be.
Yeah, no, I mean Danny's gonna raise. What do you raise? You're like, well, I mean, my opponent is kind of repping the hand I have, or like a missed draw, right? Like, what else does he have? Right, because I mean he didn't raise pre-flop, so it's kind of like he either has a queen also, or he's got some kind of goofy draw, or maybe even turning a 5 into a bluff.
And he's gonna get a little value out of that time bank in Hollywood, because Makita now thinking, wow, does he have a big hand or 2 pair, and I'm getting paid? Because it's gonna be time bank looks distressed, and then he's gonna raise. Of course.
Yeah, but that story also doesn't fit with 2 pair. Like time
Right.
bank raise.
No, I
like
get
his
it.
2 pairs just calling this bet. Yeah.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. But he's at the in the
Danny
moment. In the moment,
is-
Makita's worried, like, oh, like,
Yeah,
like
sure.
I'm getting, just gonna win a big
3
pot.
million? 3 million.
Yeah, so I guess what Danny decided is because my opponent is super polar here to a queen also or a bluff, I might as well just raise small, and maybe he does something crazy with the bluffs, like re-bluffs me, which is obviously not likely. 4.6. They're really doing it. They're
This
gonna
is-
like min raise their way to
For the memes,
to the Triton
Danny,
title.
can we min click it one more? Or is this just enough? Have we had enough?
Go, a min click here is almost
Just for the-
insulting, Danny. Making it like 6 million is insulting. You can just go all in. Just call, actually. Really?
No, you have. Well, you get
No,
a penalty.
come on. If Makita's bluffing, he's never calling a re-raise here. The real play is
6
you just
million?
call. Oh, he's, he's clicking it.
This is all
I
time.
don't even think he can make it 6 million technically.
How do you still have a queen? I call. How do you still have a queen? So tilt.
So
So tilt.
So
Oh, yo.
Oh.
No, the right play
Fuming.
there is just to call Makita's re-raise because you know.
Fuming.
Принеси мне водичку, пожалуйста. Там у бара лежат.
What do you mean though? You get a penalty if you call it the nuts.
No. You
No.
do?
Probably.
Yeah,
why just call? You gotta go all in.
That would never happen in Triton.
But why would you just call?
Yeah,
you're
because it's like when
trapping
you
me,
know your opponent has the same hand. That's what you,
You
do.
don't think
man.
Makita looks like a
yeah.
like a bit of
Yeah,
a
about
monster?
right, yeah.
Like he could just have
Bro. Well, here's the thing. If Makita doesn't have a queen after he re-raises you to 4.6, he's folding to your 4-bet.
Oh, man.
Okay? So it's like you almost certainly have the same hand as me. If you don't, you're definitely not putting in more money in.
That was fun. That gave me a shot at life. I see the Twitch chat and YouTube enjoying it. That was a fun one. Makita getting a
He actually technically, I don't think he was allowed to make it 6.
right for the
He
memes.
probably had to make it like 6.2 or something.
I got a belly laugh. That's rare to give me late night. It's past midnight here in Madrid. It's late. Danny Tang back in it. He was slipping away for a little. He did get a couple key pots. That probably deserved more.
Oh
and I'll
my
tell
goodness.
you what. Oh, 118 to 1 to flop a flush rest. Let me drop a little stat on
It
your
is-
head late night.
He cannot lose this pot. Not even running. He's blocking the running straight flush. So Makita. And Makita checks it back. Oh, Makita makes a flush. I mean.
We saw what Makita did with the 4-high flush for value. A little different spot, but, you know, maybe he's got a decent flush here. He's going to bet it. Definitely going to be, I don't see how he could ever fold for this 1 bet.
Oh, of course not. And I don't really see him raising, right?
Yeah, not raising.
Yeah. I mean, it's just call. He just likes to take his time. Because you got to balance the timing.
Yeah, Danny, second nuts currently.
Yeah, Danny's got to be pretty happy with the situation. And that's not a good card for Makita. In the sense that Danny's probably going to bet again, and it's not like the board paired or there's now extra cards that are beating him. So he's going to be very tempted to call. Pretty tough fold. 9 is the 4th nut flush.
Yeah, Queen, King, or Ace is out there. In his mind, Danny only loses to 1 thing, so he is thinking, what can I bet for value?
1.3.
Makita's not going to love seeing that size, but it's pretty tough to fold this hand. You can see he's not happy. Yeah.
I flopped it.
Makita not amused.
He's like, good for you, buddy.
Yeah, in the turn, you needed that turn to get some money there.
Yeah.
Nice pickup for Danny. Gets to 2 streets there. Blinds
Oh
are
my
up.
goodness.
500K level, Rasty. That means there's 2.5 stacks of entry in 1 stack, right? 200K starting. So we are playing some high stakes poker right now.
So these guys managed to kind of prove me wrong in the sense that there wasn't really the jamming the offsuit aces, but at some point that's got to happen because it's just the best way to play them. And,
Yeah.
you know, and now it's even less blinds. So at some point they're just going to be jamming them. Feels like it's probably going to be this level. I mean, there's now even less blinds in the tournament.
Yeah, 2 9s. So we saw some big hand limps, but this is going to be that, what, 5x or?
1.5.
Yeah, he's is this
What do you make it?
2.5.
2.5.
1.5.
No, 1.5.
A little shallower and different situation.
Yeah, I mean, the big blind's 500K now, so. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go like 2 mil.
Yeah,
right?
just little bit,
4x.
yeah, almost like a misclick.
Down to 3x. Went from 5 to 3x.
It's the man with the plan, though, Rest. I'm not gonna.
No, I mean, he clearly has a plan. I didn't say, I just said I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, well, I was too.
Yeah.
Just stating in case someone out there thought he didn't have a plan. He has one. I'm not saying we think he doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
He's dialed in. Jack 4 used to be my favorite hand. Started playing poker. I don't know why. It just
I
was.
wonder if what if he just 3x's this right now? Or does he limp?
He's been limping, but this is maybe he's got gears. He's going to stick with the plan, but.
I mean, Danny hasn't been that aggressive versus his limps, which is a pretty good reason to keep limping, right? I mean, Danny hasn't been, I think, probably over-respecting the limps.
Jack 4 going to jump into the lead here.
Yeah, curious what he does with this. It's a flop that favors him. Jack is a card that probably wants to go both ways here. Jack 4, checking and betting. Probably likes checking a little bit more.
Saw him check the Queen 4 on top pair and a weak top pair. This is a weak okay pair, but yeah, I think at this point can feel he has the best hand. He still does check though.
Danny's hand a little too strong to bluff, I think. I think he's going to have a decent amount of weaker hands than king high to bluff with.
He kind of probably feels that if his opponent had absolutely nothing, they would bet at some point.
Yeah.
So sort of a tough situation to check and let like ace deuce win or something or whatever. A better king.
Yeah. Or like hitting a 3. So.
You win, king high.
Finally.
I mean, finally.
I've been calling too many times. You always show value.
But you still call? Hmm? 我17，我仲多過佢，未 update 咋？
I mean, if you're Makita, you have to feel good about how this match has gone. You had 2 times you were all in for your life. You were short. He had a huge lead. Now you're even.
I feel like it'll end in a classic race. That's how I feel it.
It's going to be like an 8% all in ace king to aces or something in a classic race or some, ridiculous hand. All right, so Danny is going for the 20 blind stacks effective ace queen off limping, showing that he's just, both players are content trying to get to flops. Ace queen, just a hand that never seems to do much. But heads up, it's a monster, and he is in the lead, although he won't be super thrilled about the king 9-5. Still winning. Kita's got one of his worst hands here. Basically the worst you could have, or deuce off.
Yeah. Will he find a delay c-bet, a river c-bet, a river bluff, or just give up all the way? I mean, this feels like maybe he's going to give up all the way.
Danny, though.
He's going to have so many better hands.
That's a welcoming card for Danny, because no pair, but the board pairs and now your ace queen feels.
Now this is a hand that you could potentially turn into the way to the river bet, but maybe he just gives up. Kind of on the turn, he's going to have so many other, gutters, flush draws, whatever, like kind of goofy-ish hands to like bet on the turn. So
he's going to go for it here, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think he does because he kind of realizes it's ace high. And he's just like, I could bet a 9, a 5, a 7 credibly now. If Danny had any kind of draw, like some hand, he would bet probably on the turn. So he just is like, you know what? I'm going to bet a big one. If you're Danny, you're a little skeptical here, but it's tough.
Certainly.
It's tough to call here. I don't envy Danny here because this is one where, wow, it's nicely done.
And this is going to be kind of a big hand for Danny in the sense that
very nice.
This is the first time where he really kind of in a pot, like decent sized pot, kind of just really made good decision, got Mikita bluffing. Maybe some more pep in his step. Maybe he'll amp up some of the pre-flop aggression, which I think would be a good move for him. I think he's kind of letting Mikita maybe see too many flops with some weak hands. And he could deny equity.
Yeah. No, that was a pivotal pot.
And this is a Danny flop. He's got the open and a straight draw, and Mikita has air.
Yeah, this is one Danny could check raise. He could. They're getting pretty shallow here. 500K. Danny just mouthpiece. Or call. Not really any action cards that would make Mikita get out of line. Danny now. Hand looks a little less attractive on the turn, but still, good draw.
Mikita has shown a propensity, since we've gotten heads up, to sometimes take just zero equity and double barrel. Probably a little bit better to have a spade as one of his cards than not, because then you're blocking the backdoor flush continues. Now we got the question of, is anyone going to bluff?
Danny's, it's got to be a bit frustrating here because he checks and Mikita, as played, he just got put on the river with the worst hand he could have basically and fired a healthy bet. Now
Mikita hasn't been checking down. He did do the 8-4 that one time, so we know he's capable of checking the never going to win hand. But he bets him most of the time, which makes sense. But it's like back-to-back hands. This one feels more likely to win than the last one, though.
He's going to go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big boy bet. Danny is posturing. I just don't see him calling this, but this would be quite a call.
This would be a pretty good call. You know, he might.
I don't think so. He just took, after the last one he just got, this is the way.
Mikita's pretty unrelenting. He just, when he's got nothing on the river, he goes for it. And you got nothing heads up quite a bit.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, what about a check raise from Danny on that flop? Just being like, I might go with it over, open-ended. That's heads up, hard to have stuff.
I think Danny's taking a lot of passive lines, and it's kind of getting him into trouble with Mikita because Mikita's just like Danny ends up on the river with kind of like just a missed draw, but it actually is the best hand. in that situation, Mikita's like just never letting him show down. Like Mikita just very rarely gives up the nothing. So maybe against Mikita, it's not so good to play passively. Yeah, like check raise small flop, and then just shove turn, right? Take that line with the queen nine. Just like max pressure against bottom or even middle pair kind of. Although Mikita probably isn't folding middle pair, but you definitely get bottom pair to fold. So you see Mikita taking a few of these hands and really denying the equity, right? More than Danny is. Like let's look, but I would guess if Mikita gets the ace-5 off or the ace-4 off or the whatever, ace-7 off, like he'll probably do the same thing he just did and effectively jam versus a limp or just jam himself. Using the small blind.
I agree with you, and I also agree on this app. I will say the live data at your fingertips. This is Triton Poker Plus. This is special. Don't want to overdo it, but I will tell you, we have it up here. We use it. You should definitely be using it too. Super easy to download, very simple. Gives you the replay. You can kind of see it on the lower left there about the hands. Each hand individually breaking down, not just at features, not just at final tables, but throughout the tournament. You can see the action, how player stacks have progressed throughout the tournament. So very special stuff, as well as the player individual rankings, showing them not only their caches and titles, but their entries into tournaments. So all around, as special as it gets, check that out. And I've seen a lot of things in PokerRest, cool tools, softwares. This is, I mean, this is wild. You could send this to your parents, and they'd be like, they could really like get into it. And they'd be like, follow along with
to like follow
throughout.
Yeah, and you can even see the hands for sure.
Yep.
Oh, this
spells potential.
Yeah, this could be something here.
It's not nothing, that's for sure. This is some chips being in the middle.
Yeah, although Mikita, him betting this flop is reasonable, but it gets him into more trouble because we're inflating the pot still with 2 cards to come. A card that would be really bad for him after betting the flop would be a spade on the turn, because then he can get in trouble if he then bets the turn. If he just bets and then bets his equity on a spade turn. Something like the Jack of Spades would be a pretty bad card for Mikita. All right, that's a card that might save some money, because like the 10, it's like the 8-9, the 10-8, you know, the 10-5, 10-9, all that stuff, whatever. Like, sorry, not the 10-5, because that's, but those like overcard gutters or straight draws, like that fills in a lot of those hands. So that makes Mikita like his 6 probably enough, not as much like to the point where he's going to check it back, which he just did. Yeah, now it's getting to the point where it's not that nice for Mikita to put in another bet. Like, he's definitely not betting when check 2. And Danny might value bet 2 pair here, but that's not an easy call even for Mikita.
Every pot's so important right now.
Danny has a hand that kind of likes value betting here, because you don't. It's like a hand where you expect to be good a decent amount of the time, but like when you're good and you check, your opponent doesn't bet very often. So in order to get value, you need to bet. And you can definitely have, I mean, obviously it's vulnerable and you wouldn't want to get raised. Not saying you would fold, but you know, you can definitely have 5s in better 2 pairs and just better hands. So, you know, it's kind of like masked in that whole mess.
Same time, if you're Mikita, it's like, what hand does your opponent have here that he's betting that you called the flop? I mean, is there some?
Hearts is the.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you don't have a heart.
But it's pretty thin. I mean, he might call, but it's like, yeah.
Don't really beat much.
2 pair.
2 pair is good.
He's gonna see who's behind on the flop at least, but still a pivotal pot. Danny Tang back to 12 million all of a sudden. 3-2 lead. right, well, hope you're at home having a tea, a coffee, staying with us. Not sure what part of the world you are in, but we are live here in Madrid. It's getting
after it.
Getting after it, the wee hours of the night. We invite you to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, do whatever you got to do. But on Twitch, hit the follow button. We welcome you guys in. We're having a blast. Thank you for being here. We've had a long day. Henry Kilbane, Nano Noko, Ali Najad, myself, Brian Rast. We are with you to a winner. Tell us who you guys think. Who are you feeling? Makita's such a crusher in these Triton series and just in general. And Danny Tang also a absolute animal player, and he is a beast. He can do it, and he is now deciding, okay, 500K. Now it's time. Let's ace queen off, this and that. You know, sometimes you shove ace queen off, they wake up with a hand they got to call, or ace 10 and they got a good hand, and you're actually just beating them too.
I mean, there's a lot of money out there to win by shoving. Like, there's 1,250,000 in the pot.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's only 20 million, less than 20 million chips in play. So, you know, like 5% of the chips are in the pot every hand. Like, it's cool just to go in and win the money in the middle too, right? It's not like you just need to, you know, have someone call you because you have a good hand.
Ten 4, roger that, and queen 3 off. So below average hands to start the hand. Well, Badziakowski's going to start out with a more favorable flop. Has a diamond in there, nestled in with a pair of 4s. So we all know how hard it is to make a pair in Nolam and Hold'em. Danny Tang, queen 3 off. Was ahead, now behind. Board does pair on the turn, so Badziakowski probably feeling even more comfortable now with that 4. Danny Tang has got the worst of it. He's out of position. He's going to go ahead and start telling a story. So he does bet the minimum, and this is not going to work, of course, because Kita does have some board action coverage, and Danny's going to be needing some help in this hand, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is on the river, is he going to check decide or is he going to barrel again? I mean, this is kind of a good card for him to barrel again because it completes some draws, which he doesn't have, and he doesn't have a diamond in his hand, so he's kind of unblocking his opponent to have diamonds, right? And now queen high is just like never good, I guess, unless your opponent had a flush draw. And if queen high happened to be good, you're certainly not getting to showdown.
I better.
Right. Like, I think I would have liked to see a bluff there from Danny. I think he has a really good hand to bluff with, actually. Not having a diamond in his hand and realizing just queen high is just never, I think it's probably literally never winning in a hand where Makita checks back. And if Makita bets, like, are you calling? I mean, the answer has to be no. So I think because of all that, it's a pretty good bluff. And that 250,000 he just put into call, he's never going to see again. Or at least
this hand, unless he wins the tournament, then he'll have all the chips.
This hand, it's gone. He's kissing it goodbye.
Yeah, but you know, Danny also has mixed in some big limps, so you know.
Yeah. Well, I think Makita will take his chances with the ace queen suited. If you can beat this, you're gonna win the tournament. These guys are grinding it.
Yeah, ace queen getting passed around. Makita getting some premiums timely. Slightly underdog, but he is.
Interesting call. One of the things I feel like as Makita is that Danny, especially once we're getting to 20 big blinds and more, he hasn't shown an aptitude to raise limps very much, right? You wonder if at some point that will change, but it's been like a couple hours now, and Danny still hasn't done it. So it's interesting that Makita's still limping big hands, like quote unquote, to trap, because it's not like it's really trapping Danny, because he's not really.
There is the flip side of that, though. You're going to trap by just keeping them in with a, you know, a weakish hand that you can maybe get a good board, like we saw the queen 10 suited, queen 8
Yeah,
off.
but I mean, you can always min raise.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like he needs to jam.
Yeah.
Like
On this
min
stack,
raising 20 blinds you know, it's totally fine. I mean, the flip side also to kind of present a counter argument to what I said is, I guess, like maybe he is just really comfortable playing post flop, right? Even would prefer it.
yeah, I mean, Danny knows he's on for a dogfight here, but neither player is giving this away. They're I don't know what
They both seem to really like playing post flop with the other one. Danny almost feels the same. They both, it's like, yeah, it's like we're gonna try to keep this post as much as possible.
Yeah. Hey, it's hard to get trophies, hard to get wins, and there's a lot of euros in between first and second, although both players going to have over $1 million USD locked up. Pretty sick. Second place even gets $1 million. It's in euros, this payout, though. I think it's like...
Is it? I mean, you know the euro is like almost par with the dollar now. I actually don't think it is.
I do.
No, it's like 930, right?
Yeah, I'm going to plug that in.
932
doesn't...
1.05, right?
It doesn't hit you? I think it's right about on. But you could be right. It's a good over-under.
No.
It's not.
What is the exchange rate?
I'm just going to plug
Not
it
if
in.
it's 1.05, it's not.
Yeah, but I don't think it is 1.05.
What is it? Can you tell me?
I'm gonna tell you.
1.0. What does it
Oh,
say?
you're right. It's 1.047. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
976. All right.
Yeah,
976.
1.04. We're not even getting close.
We're 23K off.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, 23K is a lot when the difference was like 60.
All right, fair enough. Almost $1 million per second U.S. It depends
Yeah,
where you're
almost
watching.
$1 million. I mean, it's a healthy second
to
place.
flip,
That was
Makita.
the point, ultimately.
Time to flip.
It's a lot. You know how many Brazilian? It's a lot of Brazilian reais.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
4,850,000. We did have one Brazilian make the trek, Bruno Volkman, who put a little cold one on you, Rasty. Queens to tens, but short stacked, and you were happy to get in. And you also got in top two versus bottom set. Could have been under tricycle. So that
It could have been.
Yeah. So that's
it was nice to win that one.
Yeah. We're just saying a little ebb and flow, a little balance.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Yeah, any Brazilians out there? Twitch has got a strong...
Vamos, Brazil.
Yeah, vamos, gente. Boa noite. Tudo bem, prazer.
A gente está realmente olhando isso.
Look at that.
Alguém vai ganhar.
All right. Slow down there, Rest. Let's not get carried
Okay,
away.
that's enough. That's enough.
I get excited. Twitch and YouTube. It's just they're great platforms, great audience.
These guys love seeing flops.
These guys are like, I mean, look at that.
They're flop addicts.
Yes.
Danny's like, king 6 suited. No, we're seeing the flop. We're seeing the flop.
And King High is going to be sticking around here Interesting a couple times, like Danny where you had that jack with the clubs that ran out the boat. He could have checked the river. He bet the blocker size. Let's see what he does. King high, he's definitely feeling good about it. You're never feeling good because you just could be treading.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good about it.
Pretty good, yeah.
I mean, like, you're definitely sticking around.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that's annoying is kind of like, oh, whatever my opponent has, like
well,
any
that's a
card he can
welcome
hit.
sight. That is so welcoming because that makes you feel insanely good.
Yeah, I feel like it's not like the best card for Makita to bluff because it's like my opponent's gonna have like king and queen high like quite a bit, so that's almost like a good card for Danny's range, right? Because if he has a king, now he's basically got the nuts. I mean, other than an ace, but and then even a queen kind of likes it because it's Makita betting a king on the flop. Maybe, maybe not, but you probably call again with a queen a decent amount.
The thing is, though, you still have a chance to shake queen high, jack highs, and if you don't bet here, you're giving up basically. So
yeah,
I
no,
think
that
he
is
is
the
going to
flip
go
side.
for it.
Okay, he does.
I kind of saw him reaching, but I just felt like he was going to.
And Danny's loving it.
Let's see if Danny this time it's kind of deja vu. 3 aces out there and he's got the top full on the board, right? Maybe this time he just calls and checks it.
Oh, I mean, of course he's just calling.
No, I know, but on the river last time we thought he would check and he bet.
Oh yeah, he did the
Same
blocker.
exact thing.
The blocker. I don't think he blocks this time.
And Makita is going to see some chips going away that he realizes are unlikely to come back unless he's got a plan. Now, if an 8 or a 4 comes, he's going to happily.
I mean, there's been a number of times in these spots he's double-barreled and given up. Once Danny's called twice. I mean, that's not the best card to continue. I mean, a jack, like you were saying, try to get the queen and the jack high to fold. Well, jack high just got there. Kind of. I mean, the thing at this point is, if you really want to rep the ace.
Actually, Makita had the quads even earlier. Remember that? And and Danny even said if you had checked, I was going to fire. Remember that? The king, he had king for quads. I mean, whether he would have or not, but. Makita doesn't like giving up, but this would not be the time. And it just hurts.
He's given up a few times.
Yeah, I know, but this one is 4.2 in the middle, and the blinds are huge, and it's just. Wow. I don't know. I just don't know. It looked like he was going to do it. Now he looks like he's reconsidering.
Yeah.
Maybe a little live read action.
I mean, I feel. So far, there's been a couple of these spots he's double-barreled and given up, right? Yeah.
I was waiting.
Yum, yum. Makita was thinking about it, but
a lot of those bluffs have come.
His hand was like this, and you 5. Then he shit himself. Yeah. Not your fault. I'm just kidding.
Now Danny's rubbing it in because we all picked up on the Makita.
I know.
Like kind of reaching for the chips and then just not doing it.
Small blind.
Blinds are up, Ras. The new level has come into play.
How deep can these guys go?
I mean, they got there's 150K euro in their stack. 200,000 is starting stack. So actually, I'm sorry, it's 300,000 euros in the.
I mean,
300K because it's
now
600.
It's like
600.
12 big blind effective. I mean, do these guys? They just never want to shove pre-flop. You guys know that like Ace X can shove for 20 blinds. They don't care.
They're going out on their own terms, Ras.
Yeah. Like, Queen 9 off can shove for these stack depths, but they don't care.
Nope, Ras. We're
just gonna
Ras, we
fucking
got nowhere to go.
post-flop
Me and you
all
are in
day.
Madrid, and we are sticking it through to a champion. I hope you guys stick with us.
I mean, 12 big blinds, Queen 9. They don't care. Just let's play post.
Oh, 10-4.
I mean, this flop kind of hits both of them, no? Danny has an interesting decision here in that, sure, he has a draw, but like a lot of times when you bet and you get your opponent to fold, they're actually folding hands worse than queen high. So this isn't like as standard as like, the cutoff raises in this and you get like ace high to fold a bunch or whatever, or like pocket sixes. You know, I mean, pocket sixes isn't folding heads up, nor does Mikita ever have it because he would jam. So, you know, you get your opponent to fold a lot of like just 8-high nothings. So it's not like obligatory to bet Danny's hand. I'm not saying you shouldn't, just providing perspective.
Yeah, he denies some equity too from those type of just random.
Yeah, sure. And he did min bet.
Oh, and you can bink the
Hello.
nut. Well, effectively the nuts, because ace queen would have been heard about from Mikita pre, right? So he does have the nuts and his.
Honestly, this is one. Now I don't blame him for betting. Why not? You have a huge hand. But like honestly, you could consider checking this back because it's a pretty scary card for like a 10 or a 5, and you can just like kind of merge, let your opponent catch up. Yeah, I mean I see the merit in this a lot, and it's not a good card for Danny, unfortunately. I mean it was kind of a cool play. I like it on the turn, but that card's gonna make it kind of hard to get paid. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, it was a 4-card rainbow on the turn too. All different suits out there, so didn't have to worry about letting a flush come in or anything really.
I mean, Mikita's taking his time to check. Now Danny's obviously gonna bet. I mean, I guess Danny can definitely have some flop stabs and then just like desperation river bluff type hands, like the 8 highs. Mikita's still beating those, so he might consider it. You know, does Danny bet an ace here? If he somehow had a hand like just ace deuce and kind of just bet the flop, and now he hits the ace on the river. Obviously, any kind of check back hand with a queen on the turn. 10 queen. Mikita has been paying off river bets.
Wow, it just shows you he would have got paid on a lot of cards here for sure,
Yeah.
right? If this is like a whatever, 3-2.
Not to mention a 10 or a 4, right? And
Yeah.
then Nikita really gets into trouble.
He's trying to think, why would he not bet Queen X on the turn? And he
Should have bet
calls.
the turn. I would have won already. Fuck.
Little neato from
No, not really true. I mean, I feel like they both have certain things they feel about each other. I mean, it's like Danny knows Mikita's pays him off a lot, and Mikita knows Danny folds enough to his bluffs. It's like they both kind of have the opposite thing going on, right?
And that's and how they're still here.
They're both like, I'm just going to play flops with you until the end of time, no matter how big the blinds get.
Yeah, they think they have a massive edge on
Because
each other.
Mikita's like, I'm going to bluff him, and Danny's like, this guy never folds. Like,
yeah. And Danny back to where it all started so long ago with a big lead. But blinds are up now and maybe a little more. At some point, someone's just going to start sliding chips in pre-flop. Just it's going to be. It feels that
I mean,
way.
you would think that, but I mean, I really just want to see how.
You want to go for a record at this point? You want to see like the million level?
Like they're going to be 10 big blind effective, and you're just going to limp the button with like the ace-7 suited, and it'll be like, okay, man. Like
this has
no
got to be where the line's drawn in the sand, right? He's got 8 blinds. With Queen 8 suited, there's a time where you just to get your 4th trophy, you have to risk it pre. Nope.
No.
Not yet.
Like, why not? Because you can just bluff him when he has nothing after the flop.
This is fun. Danny, it's going to take a long time and check back. Mikita looks tired for the first time. I think that's an emotional ride to be like down all in twice, be short, then take the lead, and now be back to like pretty short.
This is the most dedication I have ever seen to guys wanting to play post flop. I will say that. There's a lot of dedication here.
Oh, this
like
is
2 guys, like almost an unwritten agreement that we're gonna take this post.
Danny gets a better flop here, although Makita's got the...
Makita with an interesting spot because it's like if queen high is good, like if my guy folds, then I'm getting him to fold worse hands. But if he can beat queen high, like he's probably calling me. So that's probably why Makita checks that back. And Danny thinking, man, why am I going to bluff a guy that never folds?
Does have a blocker to the nuts.
It could be the time. Well, not that you need the nuts. Heads up. I mean, yeah. Danny just not going to bluff him. And now Makita. Now Makita made something. Maybe he just checks it back again. Maybe he bets. I mean, you can get 2 streets here, so a lot of reason to want to bet. Queen is good enough to get 2 streets, so betting makes a lot of sense. Although, maybe he just feels like, wow, maybe Danny's just double checking nothing. But yeah, I mean, I would bet here. And he's going to be like, see, he just always folds when he has nothing. Damn.
This is wild. 6.8 mil.
It is fun. The funny thing is it's been going on long enough that I feel like it's like time to really get in the heads of kind of what they're thinking. It's just like so awesome that they both just have this dedication to their post-flop plan. And their plans are kind of shaping up now. You can really figure out like what they're going to do in each hand based on their plans. Well, I mean, how do we not see a flop here?
No, we got to see one. It's queen 6, limps in.
6.
He's actually got him in a bad spot, and jack 6 is not necessarily...
I mean, Makita has been the one person who has sometimes jammed, like, not so good hands. This could be the time. He's thinking about it. Maybe it's, like, also a short deck move. Like, this is the deuce 7 a short deck, so you can just, like, roll it over. No. Little like short deck humor.
Well, top pair for Danny.
Well, I mean, Danny against the guy who never folds. Maybe he checks flop, but then he's gonna bet 2 streets. Yeah. Oh.
Quite a card. Puts Makita on the board and Danny into a comfortable missionary top bottom, almost top bottom, queen 6. This is not a good sign for Makita because he is gonna perk his interest here. Even looks like he has that little fake lean, that little sort of.
Well, so if he's thinking yeah, he's gonna check this a lot because Danny's folding when he has nothing. So, especially if you know, some undercards to the 6, deuce 3, 5. A lot of hands might only have 3 outs with the 1 overcard. And Danny's certainly going to bet now.
1.1.
Would love to be able to get 2 streets against
1.1. I was spot on there. I just felt he bets a little over. It seems like he goes a little over 50% pot in spots like this. And look at this. Makita now is treading lightly. Could make a misstep potentially.
So the interesting thing is to see if at some point one of them kind of figures out the read the other guy has, right? Like, does Makita figure out that Danny's just doing a lot of value betting versus him and not really bluffing at this point? Because he's like, my guy never folds. And does Danny kind of figure out that Makita just does a decent amount of bluffing with him, especially on the river when he has nothing? Just always oh.
Wow.
I mean, Makita's going to have a tough decision here.
What a nice feeling to have queen 6, queens full here on the river. And
I mean, the thing is, if Makita has a flush, you don't need to bet big because Makita will probably check raise you all in if he didn't bet it himself. If you were to bet like small, right? So, like, if you're going big, like, what are you targeting at 10? And, you know, there's reason to go big because Makita has shown a proclivity to call, but that's also the size that might get Makita to fold. Like, Makita's been paying off a lot of bets, and maybe he would pay off, like, quarter pot there, like a lot.
He's definitely paying quarter pot. I mean,
yeah, quarter pot, third pot type hands. You got to think with a queen in your hand. You know, I mean,
he's been so curious.
This
so
is a
often.
greedy. This is a greedy bet size.
It is, and Nikita's made some great decisions all day long, all tournament long, all final table long, all heads up long.
Well, he's been paying off a lot of smaller bets, but, you know, I mean, this is a bet. Listen, Nikita doesn't have a heart in his hand. I mean, he's clearly just bluff catching. And even actually having the
Jack's
Jack
not
isn't
good.
like a great
Yeah,
card.
Jack 9, King Jack, that miss.
Yeah. Jack 8.
It seems like not a good candidate to call, but.
I mean, the way this is played, Ace Jack, who knows? Maybe he's limping the button with Ace Jack. You have no idea. Yeah, I actually feel like
How many I used? That's the second one?
I think he probably folds,
Yeah,
man.
I think he's folding.
Because it just, I mean, he knows he's been paying off a ton.
Yeah, I think if Danny had gone, I love what you said there, because yeah, if he had bet targeted 10 or a 6, and if he has a flush, you're gonna get it anyway. So.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the one thing you maybe lose is if he also has 3 queens, maybe you get it all with the greedy bet sizing, like really high probability, right? Whereas like maybe he just calls like
I'm
third
using the
pot.
third one or next one? Using this one. Okay.
What a moment for Danny, realizing that if he clicks call, it's over. Nikita really getting put into a tough spot here. Look at that check on the flop from Danny. It earned him this extra big bet on the turn, and now the chance to win the tournament because he did pick up the 6.
Okay, now I'm using this one, right?
It's
The last
running.
one cannot take.
Chipping him down and taking away his time banks. Danny Tang fans out there, it's looking brighter for him. Could be it if he calls.
Okay, last one.
He is officially out of time. Get rail gathering, sensing a win could be imminent here at any moment. But rest. We just got to keep playing on. It wasn't time for us to shut it down. Finds a fold. Danny Tang, man, looks a bit relieved, although really he wanted him to call, of course. With the queens full, Nikita gonna see at least he made a good fold. Whatever happened.
4.5.
Dealer change, long
well,
hand.
I mean, maybe now there are going to be some all-ins. Like, is it?
It could be.
It would be.
It could be. It's
how deep are they now? Is it like 7 big blinds?
Effective. I mean, Makita is very short. And look at this, those chairs that we have been rocking in all week. The players are using as well. Secret Lab, Titan Evo 2022, game-winning comfort for when the stakes are high. The stakes are high, Rest. Going to be a 4th winner here from Makita or Danny Tang getting his first title. Stakes are as high as they get, and the blinds are as high, maybe a record. I don't know the records. We have to go down the memory lane, but 600,000 big blind.
If this doesn't make it in for 7 blinds, the dealer, if you limp the ace-8 off, that would be...
Are you walking out, Rest? Am I doing this alone?
I'm walking out. He
All
can't.
right,
Okay.
he's in.
I mean, that would really, really take the cake.
Danny Tang, he can taste it, but look, the crazy thing is 1 double from Makita, and he's got a big lead. So he's still very dangerous right now. So hard, the art of closing out a poker tournament. You know, you don't want to be too careful, but you also don't want to just let it slip away. One wrong call, 1 wrong turn, 1 wrong flop. We've seen a lot of flops, and things could go awry.
We've seen a lot of flops.
Yeah.
I feel like I've never seen as many flops.
Yeah, this
As a
feels almost like
percent-
short deck.
As a percent of kind of hands played.
Yeah. Yeah,
or
because
whatever, because of so many just limp checks pre.
牌啊，牌啊，快啲有牌啊！牌啊！
we do have a 75K tournament that has taken place and is underway. Could maybe get a on the Triton Plus app, take a look at what has happened there, but let's see if we can see. 75K 8-handed day 1. And I'm not sure if that has, I believe it's concluded for the day, event number 7.
And so Makita is just going to go ahead and limp this, huh? Yeah, why not? Danny never raises. And Danny, I mean, could definitely decide to jam this.
All in?
Yeah, okay,
Nice.
there we go. There we go. This is how we get this. This is how we end it. Is you have a king, it's well under 10 big blinds, and you just put it in. You just don't let your opponent see 3 with like 8-4 offsuit. It's
a start. We're on a it feels, I mean, this is the level I think. I got to take a stand, and you picked the last one. I don't know. 3-6 is hefty.
This is 4-8 right now, right?
No, 3-6, right?
No, we're
Yeah.
up to 4-8.
No
I'm
way.
pretty sure. Yeah.
Sorry.
Really?
Oh, no,
3-6, Rest.
3-6.
Stay with me here. There's some kings for Makita.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow. Oh no.
Wow,
Oh,
he got punished for like
No.
finally
咁都冇問題。
jammed, and he got punished for it. It's like the Pavlovian response, like instantly slaps the
7-8
hand.
for a sweat. Is that okay? Is it okay?
Yeah, just put 7 and 8 from the deck.
Just no king. Okay, no king at least. Okay, no king.
All right. Well, everyone's over, but this is
10 high board.
gonna put us
10
back
high
to
board.
about that even if he
I'm
can.
okay with that.
Oh, pretty dry.
3-5.
Okay.
Makita, 97% favorite. And not even a sniffle of a sweat. And now Danny is a
Chop,
slight
chop.
underdog.
No chop. You look like.
4.8.
That is a man that was starting to lose a little steam, but now he is going to
4.8?
be well awake.
What a wake up.
Do you have
mean-
lost time bank?
Yes.
Just.
You
It's
have a
almost
time-
amazing how few jams there've been, and then just finally there's a jam, and you just wake up with kings. It's like, it must be nice.
Yeah. And Danny has one time bank, I believe, to 0, so.
It's ridiculous. In 30 seconds, we're gonna have 25 bigs in a tournament.
I mean, you don't want to talk, man. Not me. It's not me, Makita.
What isn't him doing?
To talk, or maybe table talk. I don't know. Danny's
About like the reason why there's 25 big blinds.
yeah, about anything, the weather,
There we go.
Madrid in the UEFA final, something. Makita, 17-17. It's taken us up and down. Ultimately, 17 blinds apiece, and I think the level is up to 400, 800 RAS. So
I love
there's
that.
25 blinds amongst us. Fedor Holtz going out in third for another 616K to his illustrious career, and Sir Watts going to be sleeping well in the airplane tomorrow. He said he may come back though. He has a wedding and almost 500,000 US. It feels about 500 US there. 482 euro. Carry the one. And Kevin Paquet going out 389. Bruno Volkmann, Brazilian's got some game, 303,000. Tom Axel as well, and Linus Love, who had a freight train of chips, goes out in 8th. And actually, Mateos had a huge stack and doesn't make the final.
We
so
have basically same stuff.
did you
I
see
think.
what happened there? Did he kind of just run into it or got aggressive at the wrong time, or
Yeah, he just lost a couple pots.
tournament poker?
Yeah.
It's never guaranteed. Danny is in.
I don't remember the specific ones anymore.
Danny is officially behind right now, and he has got 6 deuce off.
On come the glasses.
pair.
6 deuce off, out flops. Did Makita limp the king 3 suited?
He did.
Wow. Okay. I guess they're at 15 blinds now. Of course he limped it.
They're going post rest. This is
mean,
not
yeah,
getting settled in. Just
15
who wants
blinds,
to? Who wants to?
like
We
you
don't want to
could
finish it
actually,
on the all-in
you
pre.
can shove king 3 suited for 15 blinds. It's plus EV. But these guys both have sick reads on the other one, so we're going post.
They do like they have played a lot of heads-up hands together. We should have a hand count. It's a lot.
I mean, Makita just checks this back, yeah. You have king high. No reason to bluff.
Deuce doesn't look very.
Deuce.
This is good.
Last chance to talk, man. We are flipping for a lot of money here, 400K.
Let's just gamble.
What do you think in the history? More often the guy that deals wins or doesn't. I mean, they're talking about money that's up top. They are effectively now so shallow, and the money's just gonna get going here soon. But is this still? What's this? This is a limp, right?
Yeah. 10 blinds. Makita considering jamming. You can see it's going to get through. Danny could have jammed
this
himself.
for sure.
All in, right?
6-5 suited. I mean, there's 2 million in the pot every hand. That's a lot. That's 10%, over 10% of the chips in play are in the pot every hand. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
It's probably.
I mean, I'm sure it's happened before. I'm just saying I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Yeah. I mean,
they're starting to get up into super rare territory. Maybe he limps here. Definitely could set the bear trap, try to induce. The way this is going, Danny's actually been folding quite a bit to shoves. So yeah, and we'll see. I mean, Danny has found really bad timing. Even though he doesn't jam very much, every time he jams, Makita has a hand, so.
All in? No. No.
No, he hears no, and it could be so. He is now getting it in as a 72% to 27% underdog after having command here. A couple ill-timed shoves, and all right, he's got the flag on with the advantage, chip advantage for the win. Can he do it?
I mean, he's in really good shape. Almost 3-1 favorite. Can't ask for too much more.
Deuce and a flop? No king, just deuce.
GG.
Wow, wow, wow.
It's okay.
Needs a running 3-5 or some clubs, and the nines flop middle set.
GG, man. Well played.
Wow, great sport. Makita, going to be your first ever 4-time champion at Triton. And he's got a rail there.
Trigger. Tiger.
Wow, what a sight there. Gets it done.
Сейчас будем фоткаться. Будем фоткаться. Next миллион фишек оставался.
Not sure he's saying, but I think he's happy. 50K, no limit. Seven-handed NLH champion Nikita Badikowski, the first ever Triton 4-time winner. Kisses all around, and Danny is going to think, man, got to feel good about the score, but so close, had it all in a couple times to win.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Pretty tough way to end, but someone's got to win, Rastin. Heads up, that's how it goes. That is how it goes. Nikita gets it done. Absolutely massive. Look at the payouts from 8th, Linus chip leader for a good portion of this tournament. Kevin Paquet, a nice score being introduced here. The Triton Series. Mike Watson, we said 3 final tables already. Fedor Holtz needs no introduction. Danny Effentang, 932,000 euros. And it is all Nikita Badziakowski going to take it down, and we are going to take it down to Ali for an interview with the man himself.
Nikita Badziakowski, the man who just took down Event 6, 1.3 million euros on top of the 12 million you already had. But most importantly, this is your 4th Triton title. Nobody else can lay claim to that record. What exactly is it about these fields and these events here at Triton that you seem to have figured out?
Nothing really. I've just put in a high volume and being lucky sometimes. So yeah.
And maybe exceedingly humble as well. Danny Tang, a really formidable opponent. You were down to as little as I think 1.2 million at low point playing heads up. How did you manage to come back?
Just a pure luck. We put a couple all-ins, and I was the one to win it. So.
Listen, it was an epic match. We certainly appreciated watching it, but I know you are starving and eager to get out there and get some food. You're asking if the restaurant is open. Any last words?
I'm just happy, and I just want to say that Triton is organizing a really nice series here. Like, you know, everything is just awesome, and I love to play here.
All right. Well, we love having you, Nikita. Congratulations.
Well, Rasty, there you have it. Your 4-time champion of Triton. Nikita gets it done. And I'll tell you the guys you got to worry about. The guys that say they're lucky, the humble ones. The guys that tell you they're great and they're the best ever, those guys I'm ready to play. That guy I'm scared of, and I don't want any part of that. What are your thoughts on that heads-up match?
I mean, that was one of the longest. Listen, there was some dedication in that heads-up match to seeing flops. I mean, real dedication for both players. So, I mean, that was just a thing that stood out to me. It went on for a very long time. They got very short. It was fun to watch and kind of see the strategy develop as it went. And yeah, backing up what you said, of course, it's the humble. Listen, the people that are really the best don't need to say it because other people will say it for them, right? I mean, that's really what it boils down to. The best, other people will say you're the best. If you need to say it, if you need to sell, you're probably selling the snake oil salesman, well, as they say.
I got to tell you, what he's not selling, he is for sure the 4-time champ, the first ever do it, historic day. We are going to be back tomorrow, Ras. We got a bunch of us here. We're fired up. We're ready to get you guys some great poker, and we have a 75K event tomorrow. It's Escalator. That was a 50K, 75K, 100K main all along the way. We got 100K short deck, 150K as well at the end, but tomorrow 75K, Ras. I'm excited. I got to get some sleep because I know we got a long day ahead.
That was to get some food and
absolutely
get some sleep,
epic day, historic day. Triton, we'll see you guys tomorrow for the 75K.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
hit Bodzikowski, I believe, at the